Lu Rumei, you can't escape. Just submit to me obediently, ha. Big brother, after you've had your fun, don't forget us brothers. Of course, after I've had my turn, you'll all line up and take turns. Big brother, I have a cleanliness obsession. Can I go first? Since you put it that way, I'll let you go first. Godfather above, please accept my bow. A group of burly men wielding machetes chased a woman through the ruined streets. She was barefaced with a delicate oval face and large rounded eyes blazing with fury. Her features were exquisite and coldly beautiful. Her clothes were torn, revealing snow-white skin. Her long, slender legs sprinted through the chaotic street. If she fell into their hands, nothing but endless darkness and humiliation awaited her. She had no desire to become a plaything for the men in the base. Up ahead, she spotted a supermarket that, compared to the surrounding dilapidated buildings, was exceptionally well preserved. In her memory, there shouldn't be a supermarket here. When did it appear? Moreover, the mutant beasts seemed to actively avoid the store, which puzzled her deeply. Feeling the hunger gnawing in her stomach, she decided to go over and take a look. However, she had to avoid the surrounding mutant beasts, or she would become their lunch first. After much effort, she managed to evade the ferocious beasts, pushed open the supermarket's door, and stepped inside. She looked at the fully stocked shelves and could hardly believe her eyes. She rubbed her eyes, almost believing she was hallucinating. The shelves were neatly arranged with a wide variety of goods. How long had it been since she had seen so many products? After the apocalypse, such a sight was simply impossible. This supermarket is anything but ordinary. What exactly is this place? Lu Rumei was deeply shocked. Suddenly, she noticed a man at the cash register. He wore a sunny, confident smile, dressed neatly with a crew cut, and above all a pair of deep, unfathomable eyes. He was clearly different from anyone else in this apocalypse. Who was he? For a moment, she even forgot she was being chased. Their eyes met, and both saw shock in each other's gaze. Zhang Wei was stunned by the woman before him. Though disheveled, she was stunningly beautiful, especially those long legs that could be enjoyed for a lifetime. Of course, her figure was also impressive, with all the right curves in all the right places. But what shocked Lu Rumei was something else. Ignoring Zhang Wei, she walked to the shelf, picked up a snack, and tried to tear it open. She struggled with all her might, but couldn't open it, which made her fall into deep thought. Why couldn't she even tear open a bag of snacks? This supermarket was definitely not as simple as it appeared. So she turned to look at the calm, mysterious supermarket owner behind her. Who are you? Lu Rumei asked. Of course, I'm the owner of this Doomsday supermarket, Zhang Wei replied. Doomsday supermarket. Recalling that the store had suddenly appeared on this street, Lu Rumei asked, can the things here be eaten? Zhang Wei nodded. Of course, but only if you trade something for them. Otherwise, you won't be able to take them out of the supermarket. Lu Rumei frowned and asked, what do I have to pay to take these things? Zhang Wei replied, money, of course. But if you don't have money, you can use other things instead. On hearing this, Lu Rumei clutched the dagger in her hands and snapped, don't even think about it. Seeing her reaction, Zhang Wei said angrily, what are you thinking? I meant things like gold, silver, and jewelry can also be traded. Lu Rumei felt a bit embarrassed upon hearing this, as she had misunderstood him. She suddenly took off the gold necklace from her neck. Though reluctant, she placed it on the counter and asked, this is pure gold. Can I use it to buy things? Zhang Wei scanned the necklace with the cashier's scanner. Beep. Pure gold necklace valued at 1,000 yuan. Accept. Zhang Wei was very satisfied. Finally, business had arrived. And a gold necklace worth 1,000 yuan was such easy money. He remained calm on the surface and nodded. Okay. Lu Rumei asked, how much can I buy? Zhang Wei replied, since you're my first customer, you can take as much as you can carry. Thanks. Upon hearing this, Lu Rumei dashed to the shelves, tore open a bag of snacks, and this time succeeded in opening it. She wolfed it down without the slightest hint of ladle-like manners. Now she fully believed in this mysterious supermarket and its mysterious owner. She quickly grabbed a backpack and filled it with items. Beep. Check out 1,000 yuan. System first transaction complete. Reward 10 gene points. System new mission issued. Complete 10 transactions to earn 100 gene points. Ignoring Lu Rumei, he began to check his own information. Character Zhang Wei, talent none, strength none 0, ability none, gene points 10. The attribute panel was simple, without any fancy extras. Completing missions would earn gene points. Gene points could be used to awaken talents or abilities, and also to improve levels and attributes. However, at least 100 gene points were required to awaken a talent or ability. Only 10 gene points for now. He would hold off using them until he understood more. To earn more gene points, he would have to wait for customers to come and buy things. As for how people in the apocalypse improve their levels, he still needed to find out. A month ago, his parents died in a car accident. After the funeral, he stopped going out, inherited the family business, and continued running the supermarket. A few days ago, a supplier came to press for payment. He asked for an extension, promising to pay once the supermarket made money. Moreover, after his parents' death, relatives came one after another to demand repayment. Only then did he realize that his parents had owed a huge debt of over 1,000,000 yuan to build the house and open the supermarket. After barely convincing the relatives that he would not be a deadbeat and would find a way to repay, he faced the dilemma of how to clear the debt. At the lowest point of his life, he discovered that his supermarket was connected to this world. However, it was a post-apocalyptic world, extremely dangerous, filled with terrifying mutant beasts everywhere. Fortunately, the supermarket wouldn't be attacked by the beasts, and within the supermarket's range, he was invincible. Precisely because this world was too dangerous, he had no need to go outside. It would be bad if he kicked the bucket. It was better to just stay inside the supermarket and lie low. He had arrived here yesterday, but unfortunately no customers had come that day. He looked at his supermarket's attributes. Supermarket: Doomsday Supermarket, owner Zhang Wei, supermarket level 0, 1 staff 001. The items in the supermarket couldn't be created out of thin air, he needed to stock them from his own world. Once the supermarket's level increased, he could directly spend money to restock, and the variety would be greater. Just then several burly men wielding machetes and looking fierce pushed open the glass door of the supermarket. After the three men stepped inside, they were astonished by the dazzling array of goods. "Boss, this. Am I dreaming?" Smack. A man clutched his face and looked at the boss. "Boss, why did you hit me?" The boss replied, "I just wanted to see if I was dreaming." The men exchanged glances and could not help bursting into laughter. "Huh, great. With so much food, we won't have any problem building a base city in the future. Damn it. With this much food, we won't have to starve anymore." As they laughed, they noticed Zhang Wei at the checkout counter. They were very surprised that there was still someone in this supermarket, and he looked clean and fair-skinned. In the apocalypse, it was rare to see someone dressed so cleanly. "Welcome. If you want the food in this supermarket, take out your money and trade." Zhang Wei looked at them calmly. "What? Trade? This supermarket is yours, kid." A man looked at Zhang Wei as if he were an idiot. Who would still buy things with money in the apocalypse? "Kid, a woman came in just now, didn't she?" The boss demanded ferociously. "Yes, she did." Zhang Wei nodded. "Where is she?" Another man asked hastily. "Are you stupid? She's obviously in the supermarket," Zhang Wei replied. "Damn it. You dare insult me. You're asking for death." Hearing that, the man gripped his machete and slashed down at Zhang Wei. The other men sneered coldly. "Die." Zhang Wei uttered the single word without any rush. The next second, the man collapsed to the ground without warning, dying with his eyes wide open. "WH." The other two men instantly backed away a few steps and stared at Zhang Wei. You're an awakened." Such an uncanny ability to kill without leaving a trace could only be the work of an awakened. Awakened? Oh, I'm not an awakened. It's just that inside the supermarket, I am invincible. Moreover, I have the authority to punish anyone who attacks the supermarket, the boss, or the employees. This ability to turn his words into law was truly impressive. "Do you two have any objections?" Zhang Wei looked at them without emotion. We're sorry," the two hurriedly replied. They exchanged a glance and headed toward the door, but the boss secretly drew a pistol and suddenly fired at Zhang Wei. Bang! "Watch out." It was too late. The boss had already aimed at Zhang Wei's head. "Ha, you think being an awakened makes you special? You still got killed by me." The boss looked at Zhang Wei with a face full of smug satisfaction. But Zhang Wei stood up from his seat completely unharmed and said, "That's it. TH. Run." Without the slightest hesitation, the two turned and fled. Freeze. The moment Zhang Wei said the word, the two stood frozen in place, still in running postures. No matter how they struggled, they could not move at all, as if they had been petrified. "Big brother, I was wrong. Please let me go." The boss begged for mercy. "Too late. Go die." As the words fell, the lives of both men came to an end. Watching this scene, Lu Rumai's big eyes widened in shock. She had never imagined that this supermarket owner could be so terrifying. At such close range, he had ignored a bullet, killed a man with a single word. What kind of heaven-defying ability was this? "Luckily, I didn't make a move earlier otherwise." At that thought, she breathed a sigh of relief, extremely grateful that she hadn't opposed the owner. Zhang Wei searched the three men's bodies and found some things. Among them were a few crystal-like objects that looked extraordinary at a glance. "What is this?" Zhang Wei asked curiously as Lu Rumei came up to him. "These are crystal cores dug out from the bodies of mutated beasts." Lu Rumei was taken aback. He didn't even know this. Where on earth did he come from? "So your levels are raised by absorbing these crystal cores?" Zhang Wei asked. "Naturally. Aren't you the same?" Lu Rumei blinked her big eyes. "You can already tell I'm different from you, so naturally, I don't know about the situation here." Zhang Wei replied. "So, you're not from this world of ours?" Lu Rumei was deeply shocked. She had never imagined that this boss, so powerful and mysterious, was not from this world. Who exactly was he? What was his purpose in coming here? No matter who he was, she absolutely could not afford to offend him. Can you help me with something? Zhang Wei asked. Please tell me. As long as I can help, I certainly want refuse. Lu Rumei said with great respect. Help me publicize the Doomsday supermarket. As a reward, you can eat some food in the supermarket from now on. Zhang Wei stated his purpose. If he wanted to obtain more gene points and money, he had to trade with more people. If no survivors knew of the Doomsday supermarket's existence, there was no way he could gain enough benefits in a short time. Really? Lu Rumei was astonished when she heard this. Of course it's true. Zhang Wei nodded. He looked at Lu Rumei. Whether it was her face or her figure, she was absolutely stunning. A goddess-level beauty like her in his world would be either a celebrity or an aloof figure. She would never spare a glance at an ordinary nobody like him. But now in this apocalypse, she was not only extremely respectful to him, but also afraid of him. This was something completely unimaginable in his original world. Of course I'm willing. Lu Rumei said quickly. Zhang Wei said, of course I also have a better idea. It can guarantee your safety and make sure you never worry about food and drink again. Lu Rumei asked curiously, tell me. If the conditions aren't too harsh, I definitely won't refuse. Zhang Wei said, my supermarket is currently short of an employee. If you're willing to be the supermarket's employee, you can eat and live in the supermarket from now on. What you need to do is very simple, just work here as the supermarket's employee. The job is simple, right? Supermarket employee. She had never expected that he would hire her. Under the apocalypse, a safe environment, a place where she could eat her fill and work, that simple. This was practically a dream. Such a dream come true opportunity had actually fallen into her lap. How could she hesitate? She quickly said, thank you, boss. You'll definitely work hard. Zhang Wei said with great satisfaction, of course you'll have to work hard. He took out a contract and handed it to Lu Rumei. This is the employment contract. If you violate any of the terms above, I will dismiss you. Lu Rumei read it carefully. The contents were simple with no word games, though every clause was written clearly. The terms stated that she could not kill anyone in the supermarket at will unless a customer struck first, insulted others, or damaged, stole, or robbed the supermarket's goods. In such cases, the supermarket had the right to punish them. The punishment methods were also very powerful. She could imprison, expel, lock them in a dark room, or even obliterate them outright. She could not betray the boss, play him for a fool, or leak secrets about the boss and the supermarket. Otherwise, the contract would be terminated, her memories of the supermarket erased, and she would be expelled. In serious cases, she could even be obliterated. Moreover, as an employee, she was invincible inside the supermarket, which left her dumbfounded, her mouth hanging open. Thinking of the methods Zhang Wei had used on those men earlier, Lu Rumei had no doubt at all. She had witnessed it with her own eyes, so she believed it completely. After reviewing the content, Zhang Wei asked, any other questions? Lu Rumei's face was slightly dirty, but her features were still delicate. She blinked, her large, captivating eyes looked at Zhang Wei curiously, and said, if I sign this contract, can I really go to your world? Zhang Wei nodded and replied, of course. It's like the world before the apocalypse. The contract contained clauses stating that supermarket employees who signed it could indeed return to his world with the supermarket. However, they were forbidden from revealing any information about the supermarket or the apocalyptic world, otherwise their memories would be erased and the contract terminated. Moreover, without the boss' consent, employees could not venture far from the supermarket, as there were certain regional restrictions. Upon hearing Zhang Wei's answer, Lu Rumei trembled with overwhelming excitement. Only those who had truly lived through the apocalypse could understand that the post-apocalyptic world was no place for human life. Under the apocalypse, morality and law collapsed, and the darkest aspects of human nature were fully exposed. For a morsel of food, abandoning wives and children, murder, and kicking someone when they were down were all too common. Those who have experienced darkness truly understand how precious the light is to them. Without a moment's hesitation, Lu Rumei signed the contract. The next second, the contract transformed into a beam of light and entered both of their bodies. They both heard a notification confirming the successful signing. Though surprised, Lu Rumei remained relatively calm, considering Zhang Wei's mysterious and formidable nature. Zhang Wei extended his hand. Welcome to the Doomsday supermarket. Thank you, boss. Lu Rumei was genuinely grateful. Let me take you to take a shower first, then we'll have a meal. I believe you'll enjoy it. Zhang Wei said. A meal? Is it rice? Lu Rumei couldn't help but swallow her saliva. She had lost count of how long it had been since she had had a steaming hot bowl of rice. From now on, rice will be in abundance, Zhang Wei said. Thank you, boss. Lu Rumei was ecstatic, eager to eat her fill immediately. He led Lu Rumei to the second floor and said, this room was my mother's. She left behind quite a few clothes. You can wear these for now, and we'll get you some suitable outfits later. Thank you, boss. Lu Rumei nodded, picked out a suitable outfit from the wardrobe, and then walked into the bathroom. Looking at the familiar shower, she felt a wave of melancholy. In her struggle for survival, she had forgotten how long it had been since she last bathed, let alone had a hot shower. In the apocalypse, there was no life, only desperate survival. After her bath, Lu Rumei appeared even more beautiful and captivating. Her slightly damp hair draped over her chest, looking incredibly charming. Her clean oval face was exquisite, and she naturally carried a hint of alluring charm. Just standing there, she was a sight to behold, instantly drawing admiration and goodwill. At that moment, she stood there timidly, her bright, enchanting eyes fixed intently on the dishes on the table. She couldn't help but swallow her red lips, unconsciously licking them. You can eat this first. It's leftover rice. The freshly steamed rice isn't ready yet. Zhang Wei was stir-frying vegetables in the kitchen. This? Don't stand on ceremony. Thank you, boss. She had lost count of how many times she had said it. The moment the leftover rice touched her lips, she realized how blissful it felt to have an unlimited supply of rice. It was the most satisfying meal Lu Rumei had eaten since the apocalypse began. Her belly was round and full, and she didn't want to move an inch. She never imagined the boss could cook, and as she took a closer look around the house, she noticed it was impeccably tidy, indicating he was a meticulous person. After eating and drinking his fill, he now had time to ask Lu Rumei more about the apocalypse. Do you have any talent abilities? Zhang Wei asked. Yes, I have one. It's a rank talent called agility. It gives me a significant boost in speed. If it weren't for this talent, I'd have died countless times already. Lu Rumei replied. How are talent ranks classified? Zhang Wei was curious. From lowest to highest, they are F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS. There's a considerable gap between each rank, and the higher the rank, the more extraordinary the ability. And what about abilities? Dagger mastery. When fighting with a dagger, it gives me a certain boost in combat power. How did you get your talents and abilities? When the apocalypse began, there was a rain of blood. Of those who got caught in it, a small portion awakened talents, but the majority didn't. However, there's an extremely slim chance of awakening a talent by fusing with the core of a mutated beast. I've only heard of this happening, never seen it. How are your power levels divided? From low to high, they are rank 1, rank 2. Up to rank 9. I'm currently at rank 1. And how do you acquire abilities? During the apocalypse, treasure chests appear. They come in white, green, blue, purple, and gold. They have a certain chance of containing skill books. My dagger mastery was obtained from one of those chests. Zhang Wei briefly inquired about the fundamental aspects of the apocalyptic world. This planet was called Red Star. 6 months ago, a crimson rainfall triggered a cataclysmic transformation across the entire planet. Simply put, this apocalyptic world was somewhat akin to a game-integrated reality. However, there were no zombies here, only countless mutated beasts. The number of mutated beasts far exceeded the human population, and they were also far more powerful. Initially, humanity could rely on conventional weapons to defeat these beasts. But as the strength of the mutated beasts increased, the threat posed by conventional weapons diminished significantly. This was the most direct cause of the apocalypse's outbreak. Currently, the most powerful mutated beast on Red Star had reached the 3rd rank. Meanwhile, the strongest humans were only at the 2nd rank, forced to rely on large-scale heavy weaponry to fend off the beast's assaults. The nearest base city from here was Chongqing Base City, about 10 kilometers away. Lu Rumei had originally intended to return to the base city, but was ambushed by other survivors along the way, forcing her to flee all the way here. Such incidents were common not only outside the base cities, but even within their walls. Female survivors traveling alone were especially prime targets for predators. Besides Chongqing Base City, there were also countless other strongholds of varying sizes scattered across the wilderness, some with only a few people, others with dozens, or even 100. After understanding the situation, Zhang Wei asked, do you think we should go to Chongqing Base City to promote our supermarket to get more business? Lu Rumei thought for a moment and shook her head, saying, Boss, I wouldn't advise letting Chongqing Base City know about our existence right now. Once they learn about us, they'll definitely try to control the supermarket and prevent others from trading here. That would be extremely disadvantageous for us. Zhang Wei found her reasoning sound. Although large base cities had large populations, their powers were equally formidable. If they discovered the existence of the Doomsday supermarket, how could they not scheme to bring it under their control? He was only invincible within the supermarket. If they refused to enter, he would have no way to deal with them. Therefore, in the short term, it was better to avoid promoting there and instead focus on trading with smaller base cities. Moreover, for their own benefit, these smaller groups would be reluctant to spread the word about the Doomsday supermarket, naturally keeping it a secret from others. He could rely on these transactions to first level up the supermarket. Once the supermarket's level increased, more functions would undoubtedly become available, allowing him to make corresponding adjustments based on its new capabilities. Zhang Wei set down the teacup in his hand, his gaze fixed on Lu Rumei seated across from him, and said with a serious expression, "After we finish eating, I have a task for you." Lu Rumei was holding a water glass, and upon hearing Zhang Wei's words, she paused slightly, then put down the glass, and asked curiously, "What task, boss?" "Just say it, and I'll do my best to complete it." Zhang Wei leaned forward slightly, his hands clasped together on the table, and said slowly, "The task is simple, hand out flyers." Hearing the words hand out flyers, Lu Rumei's eyes widened instantly, her face full of surprise, and she blurted out, "Hand out flyers." The tone was filled with disbelief. Was it really that simple? Handing out flyers in the apocalypse? But then again it made sense. Zhang Wei nodded gently, his expression perfectly natural, and explained, "Of course. You know, business at our supermarket hasn't been great lately. To boost sales, we need to trade with survivors. And handing out flyers is a direct and simple way to promote. Through flyers, we can let more survivors know that we have the food and water they need." As he spoke, Zhang Wei paused, observing Lu Rumei's expression, then asked, "You know the area well. Are there suitable places to hand out flyers?" Lu Rumei snapped back to reality, thought for a moment, and replied, "Yes, boss. I think we could target a few small survivor bases. People in these smaller bases have a high demand for supplies, and since the population is relatively concentrated, handing out flyers there should be effective." Zhang Wei nodded with satisfaction, reached over to a nearby table, picked up a thick stack of flyers, and handed them to Lu Rumei, saying, "Once you're done handing these out, your work for today is finished. Don't worry, they'll protect your safety while you work." Lu Rumei took the flyers, glanced down at them, still feeling a bit puzzled, and looked up to ask, "Boss, what do you mean by protecting me? I don't quite understand." Zhang Wei leaned back in his chair, crossed his arms, and patiently explained, "While you're working, if someone attacks you, you'll be invincible. No one can harm you. However, this ability has a condition. You can't use this invincibility to attack others proactively. If you attack first, the ability won't activate. Understand?" Lu Rumei was stunned, staring at Zhang Wei, her heart filled with shock. She never imagined that Zhang Wei was so mysterious, possessing such abilities. But she didn't doubt his words, for she had witnessed the mysterious power of his words becoming reality, and she knew Zhang Wei wasn't someone to joke around. She quickly stood up, bowed slightly, and said, "Don't worry, boss. I won't let you down for taking me in, and I'll complete this task well." Zhang Wei looked at her earnest expression and smiled, nodding, "Good. Remember to return to the supermarket before 6 in the afternoon. After that time, the supermarket will leave this world, and you'll have to come back tomorrow. Also, after 6, your invincibility will disappear. Keep that in mind." Lu Rumei nodded firmly, "Yes, boss, I've got it." Then she asked, "Boss, you need gold or something, right?" Zhang Wei was pleased, saying, "You're quick on the uptake." Lu Rumei smiled, "I won't disappoint you." With that, she took a mask from the supermarket, put it on, grabbed the flyers, and headed toward one of the survivor bases. Zhang Wei took out the few crystal cores. System absorbed first tier crystal core gene .1. System absorbed first tier crystal core gene .1. System absorbed first tier crystal core gene .1. A first tier crystal core only adds 1 gene point. He wondered how many gene points were needed to increase his strength. He added all the gene points to his strength. Character Zhang Wei, talent none, strength none, 13, ability none, gene points 0, 1 gene point, increases experience by 1. It seemed that completing tasks was the faster way to improve strength. He could feel that his physical condition had improved considerably. Whether in strength, speed, reaction, or mental state, he was much better than before. For now, he could only hope that Lu Rumei would bring him good news. Lu Rumei, carrying the flyers, hurried until she arrived outside a dilapidated residential complex. The gate had long since collapsed, leaving only a few broken pillars tilted askew. Weeds grew everywhere, and the walls were covered with mottled traces like scars left by time and disaster. She approached an underground garage entrance where a damp, musty smell lingered. Suddenly, 2 survivors emerged from the shadows, guns in hand, eyes vigilant, and shouted, "Stop! Who are you? What are you doing here? What's your purpose?" The voice echoed in the empty complex, carrying authority. "I want to see your leader, Wang Yun. Tell her Lu Rumei is here." Lu Rumei stopped, speaking calmly. "Wait." One of the men, hearing that she knew their leader, frowned, slightly hesitated, then walked into the underground garage. The underground garage was dim, filled with a pungent smell of gasoline and mold. Abandoned vehicles were parked haphazardly, like forsaken steel beasts. "Leader, a woman named Lu Rumei wants to see you." The man quickened his pace, approached a somewhat indifferent-looking woman, and said with his head slightly lowered. Wang Yun was tall and athletic, exuding a capable aura even amid the harsh conditions of the apocalypse. She wore a slightly worn but clean black leather jacket that hugged her slender, yet powerful frame, accentuating her perfect curves. She paired it with black tight pants and black knee-high boots, giving her a dashing appearance. Her face was sharply defined with cold, deep eyes that seemed to hide countless secrets. Under her high nose bridge were tightly closed lips radiating an intimidating authority. Hearing this, Wang Yun was somewhat surprised. She raised an eyebrow, a flicker of doubt in her eyes, and asked, "Oh, Lu Rumei. She came alone?" "Yes, alone," the man replied quickly, not daring to be negligent. She had met Lu Rumei several times at Songqing Bay City. Not close, but not enemies either. Let's see what she's here for. Wang Yun pondered for a moment, then stood up and walked steadily toward the base entrance. She wanted to see what business Lu Rumei had with her all of a sudden. "Are you really Lu Rumei?" Wang Yun looked at the woman standing outside the base, surprise filling her eyes. The woman before her was dressed spotlessly clean and wore an Ultraman mask on her face, making her seem utterly out of place in this apocalyptic environment. After all, in the end times, survival resources were extremely scarce, and living conditions were harsh beyond measure. Especially women. They were already exhausted just trying to stay alive, so there was no way they would bother washing up, let alone dress so neatly and cleanly. Even inside a survivor base, it wasn't safe. You constantly had to guard against the covetous eyes of other factions and monster attacks, to say nothing of wandering around outside the base. To Wang Yun, doing so was practically courting death. Lu Rumei raised her hand slightly and slowly took off the mask, revealing a familiar face. Her lips curled upward as she smiled at Wang Yun and said, "Wang Yun, it's been a long time. How have you been?" Wang Yun stared at Lu Rumei's face for a few seconds, and only after confirming it was really her did she nod and say, "It is you, come inside and talk." With that, she stepped aside, gesturing for Lu Rumei to enter the base. The two walked one after the other into the dim, decrepit underground parking garage. The garage was thick with the smell of dampness and decay. The lights gave off a dim, flickering glow, stuttering every now and then as if they might go out at any moment. The surrounding walls were covered with mottled water stains and patches of mildew, while the floor was cluttered with debris and abandoned vehicles. "Go ahead, what's the matter? I don't believe you came here for nothing." Wang Yun found a relatively clean spot and sat down, then said bluntly, a hint of wariness in her eyes. Lu Rumei also found a place to sit. She took a stack of flyers from her bag, straightened them, and handed them to Wang Yun. "It's simple. I've aligned myself with someone, and now I'm his employee. He's the owner of a supermarket. His faction is called the Doomsday Supermarket. These are the flyers. Take a look." Wang Yun didn't reach out to take the flyers immediately. Instead, she frowned and eyed Lu Rumei with suspicion. After hearing this, her first reaction was disbelief. The corners of her mouth lifted in a sneer as she said, "Lu Rumei, we're all busy. Do you really think this kind of joke is funny? What kind of world do you think this is? A supermarket? Do you think we're still in the peaceful era of the past? The apocalypse has already come. Where would there still be a supermarket? Even if one existed, everything inside would have been stripped bare long ago by starving survivors. Do you take me for a 3-year-old? Wang Yun's tone carried a hint of mockery. In her eyes, Lu Rumei's words were simply too absurd. "I know you don't believe me, which is why I came with sincerity this time." Lu Rumei remained calm, well aware that a few words alone would hardly convince Wang Yun of the Doomsday Supermarket's existence. As she spoke, she unzipped her backpack and carefully took out a loaf of bread and a cup of instant noodles. These two items were rare treasures in the apocalypse. The bread was neatly and cleanly packaged, and the cup of instant noodles looked perfectly fresh. A backpack full of food. Wang Yun's eyes widened instantly. "You actually still have things like this?" Wang Yun was stunned. Her body unconsciously leaned forward, her gaze locked on the bread and cup noodles, hunger and longing filling her eyes. In this apocalyptic world, food and water were the very foundation of survival, and it had been a long time since she had seen food so intact. In the Doomsday Supermarket, things like this are countless, as many as you want, Lu Rumei said with a smile. Seeing Wang Yun's reaction, she knew her move had already piqued the other's interest. Really? Wang Yun was still doubtful. Her brows knitted slightly, her gaze sharp and appraising. In her understanding, supermarkets had been looted clean long ago after the apocalypse. How could there possibly be this much food left? "Since I dare to come here, I'm certainly not lying." Lu Rumei remained calm, her tone full of confidence. "You can send someone over to see whether what I'm saying is true. There's no risk to you at all. If I'm lying, you lose nothing. But if I'm telling the truth, then it would be tremendous news for you and your base." Wang Yun's eyes never left Lu Rumei, trying to find traces of a lie in her expression and gaze. Her mind kept turning, guessing at the other woman's true purpose. She wasn't sure whether Lu Rumei was hiding some conspiracy or deliberately setting a trap to lure her in. Both women were stunning beauties, yet their temperaments were completely different. Lu Rumei had a graceful figure and lively, sparkling eyes. A faint elusive smile always lingered at the corners of her mouth. She was the type who was naturally captivating. She gave off a bewitching air, as if a single gentle smile from her could set hearts aflutter. Wang Yun, by contrast, had a colder bearing. She stood tall and straight, her eyes cool and distant, and every movement carried an aloofness that kept people at arm's length. With her arms crossed over her chest and her body leaning back slightly, she maintained a wary posture, a sharp contrast to Lu Rumei. In the apocalypse, the importance of food and water went without saying. They had become the lifeline of survival. In this cruel world, mutant beasts ran rampant. The flesh and blood of mutant beasts were completely inedible. If anyone were foolish enough to eat them out of wishful thinking, they would be plunged into irreversible ruin. At best, they would go mad, losing their sanity in a frenzy and attacking everything around them. At worst, their bodies would mutate, gradually turning them into monsters neither human nor beast, becoming nightmares for other survivors. As for water, the situation was just as terrible. The originally clear water sources had all been contaminated by the eerie red rain. That red rain seemed to carry a curse. Once someone drank it, their body would begin to change uncontrollably, eventually transforming them into a horrible monster heading toward destruction in pain and madness. For this very reason, food and water had become incomparably precious in the apocalypse, vital resources that every faction competed fiercely to seize. Now, seeing the news Lu Rumei had brought, that the Doomsday supermarket possessed abundant food and water, regardless of whether a trap lay hidden behind this news, Wang Yun could not afford to ignore it. After all, for her and her base, this might be a path of hope for survival. Of course, in that instant, a wicked thought also flashed through Wang Yun's mind. Should she kill Lu Rumei and take the food by force? After all, Lu Rumei's backpack was bulging. It was surely full of food. How could she not be tempted? A flicker of greed passed through her eyes, and her hands unconsciously clenched into fists. But she quickly calmed down, and reason gained the upper hand. She knew very well that if Lu Rumei was telling the truth, the Doomsday supermarket must be backed by a powerful force. There was no need at all for her to offend a faction that possessed endless food. Otherwise, once she provoked them, she and her base would likely face catastrophe. At that thought, Wang Yun took a deep breath, forcing her expression to look calmer, then asked, "If we want to obtain food and water from you, what would we need to trade?" Lu Rumei smiled slightly and answered unhurriedly, "Our boss's favorite is crystal cores. In the apocalypse, they're treasures. They contain special energy. Of course, if you have gold, jewelry, jade, antiques, or things like that, he accepts those too. These things might have been priceless in the past. Even though they no longer have monetary value now in our boss's eyes, they still have some use." Wang Yun was indeed taken aback. In her view, it was astonishing that anyone still had a fondness for gold and antiques. At the beginning of the apocalypse, these items did hold some value. Back then, order had not yet completely collapsed, and people still clung to remnants of their old world perceptions. She had thought that these objects, once symbols of wealth and status, might play some role in the chaos. However, as the apocalypse dragged on, the situation grew increasingly dire. Survival itself became a challenge, and these gold and jewels turned utterly useless, far less practical than a single loaf of bread. A loaf of bread could fill one's stomach and allow an extra day of life, whereas gold and antiques could neither be eaten nor drunk. Crystal cores, on the other hand, were a vital strategic resource for everyone. They were also the hard currency of the apocalypse. In this apocalyptic world where the strong ruled power was everything, crystal cores contained special energy that could help people enhance their strength. However, advancing to the first level of power required consuming far too many crystal cores. The higher the power level, the more the number of crystal cores required for further advancement grew exponentially. Each crystal core was hard-won, obtained by survivors risking their lives from mutated beasts. Wang Yun simply couldn't bear to trade them for food. But gold and jewelry were different. She could simply send people to search for them. Even within the base, she still had some gold saved up. She had collected it long ago, thinking it was useless, but now it unexpectedly came in handy. Now, if she could use these gold and jewels to exchange for ample food and water from the Doomsday supermarket and solve the base's urgent crisis, it would be a deal with no risk and all profit for her. With this thought, she immediately raised her head, fixed her gaze on Lu Rumei, and asked, "Can you lead the way? I want to see that Doomsday supermarket for myself." Lu Rumei's lips curled slightly into a confident smile as she nodded and said, "I'd be happy to oblige. Since I dared to come to you, I will naturally take responsibility for guiding you there." Seeing Lu Rumei's prompt agreement, Wang Yun hesitated no longer. She quickly turned around and hurried back into the base, immediately beginning to prepare the necessary arrangements. With a serious expression, she shouted to her subordinates, "Collect all the gold and jewelry in the base. Don't leave a single piece behind." Upon hearing the order, the subordinates, though puzzled, set to work meticulously searching every corner of the base. The gold necklaces, diamond rings, and jade that had once been stored away now sparkled faintly under the dim light, as if telling tales of past glory. One by one they were carefully retrieved and packed into bulging bags. Then Wang Yun began selecting accompanying personnel. Her gaze swept across the crowd in the base, and she ultimately chose over a dozen people. These were the elite of the base, well-trained and agile, who never flinched when facing monsters or enemies. Moreover, they were loyal to the base, a force Wang Yun could trust. Sis, do you really trust that woman? I have a feeling that woman has ill intentions. Wang Tung frowned, his face full of worry. He was deeply skeptical of Lu Rumai's words. Wang Yun paused her actions, glanced at her brother, and said, "Regardless, we have to give it a try. What if it's true? You need to understand that what our base lacks most right now is food. If we can find a place where we can regularly obtain food, we can solve the food crisis." She paused, then continued, "That way we'll have more energy to hunt monsters, collect crystal cores, and make ourselves stronger. In this apocalypse, strength is the foundation of survival. Whether this is a trap or not, I have to take the risk and try. This is our base's hope for survival." Wang Yun knew full well that this mission was fraught with danger, but she had no choice but to take the risk. The food in the base was nearly depleted. If things continued like this, they would starve to death before any monster attack. "Sis, when the time comes, it'll take a few people to do the trade. You stay outside. If something goes wrong, don't worry about me. Just leave directly." Wang Ting thought for a moment and spoke. He didn't want his sister to be in danger, willing to take the risk himself. "No, I can't let you take the risk. I'm the leader. Listen to me." Wang Yun rejected her brother's proposal without hesitation. How could she let her own brother take such a risk? As the leader, she had a responsibility to protect everyone in the base, especially her family. "Stop arguing. Let me handle the trade when the time comes." At that moment, Li Dagong, who had been standing nearby, suddenly spoke up. He was a straightforward man who said whatever was on his mind. "If it weren't for the leader, I would have been killed by others long ago. It's time for me to repay that debt." Wang Yun looked at Li Dagong, knowing he was a man of deep loyalty and gratitude. She pondered for a moment and finally agreed. She patted Li Dagong on the shoulder and said, "All right, then I'll leave it to you. But you must be careful. If you sense anything wrong, withdraw immediately." Li Dagong indicated that he had no problem with that. She led these people, following closely behind Lu Rumei as they left the base and headed toward the so-called Doomsday supermarket. Along the way, everyone maintained a high level of vigilance, their eyes constantly scanning the surroundings for any movement. Regardless, she had to see with her own eyes whether this place truly existed and whether there were indeed endless supplies of food and water. This concerned the very survival of the base. They moved with extreme caution, their footsteps as light as possible, their eyes alertly scanning the surroundings, not missing the slightest detail. When they encountered large, ferocious-looking monsters, they would quickly hide. After the monsters moved on, they would continue their journey, doing their best to avoid all kinds of vicious creatures. However, an accident still occurred. Bang! A sharp and piercing gunshot suddenly tore through the silent air. Immediately after, a team member's body jolted violently, then slowly collapsed to the ground. Blood gushed from the wound on his chest, staining the earth beneath him. "Watch out, take cover." Wang Yun's heart leaped with alarm, and she immediately shouted. She swiftly drew the weapon from her waist, slightly crouched, and fixed her eyes on the direction of the gunshot, ready to counter any imminent attack. The other team members, upon hearing the command, quickly reacted. They gathered together back to back, aiming their weapons in all directions, adopting a defensive stance. "Damn it! I knew that woman couldn't be trusted. Tell me, was this your setup?" Wang Tung's anger flared up instantly. He glared at Lu Rumei with fury and shouted loudly. In his eyes, Lu Rumei's sudden appearance, her leading them to the so-called Doomsday supermarket, and now this ambush. Everything was far too suspicious. Lu Rumei frowned, a hint of displeasure on her face, and said nonchalantly, "Why would I need to do that? Let's first see who the enemy is. If I really wanted to harm you, why go through all this trouble?" Wang Yun ignored the argument between her brother and Lu Rumei. She suppressed her inner anger and grief, carefully observing the enemy's situation. A group of people slowly emerged from the surrounding ruins. Leading them was a tall, brutish-faced man. It was Dong Hu. Dong Hu was not only ferocious in appearance, but also extremely lecherous. He rampaged through the apocalypse, often plundering supplies from other survivors, and had a notorious reputation. "They are not in league with each other," Wang Yun said with certainty. How could someone as beautiful as Lu Rumei be with such a scoundrel? Wang Yun was quite convinced. Moreover, they were already at loggerheads with Dong Hu. Previously, they had clashed over a resource point, with both sides suffering many casualties, and a deep grudge had long been formed. On top of that, Dong Hu had a strong desire for Wang Yun herself. When they met in the wilderness, Dong Hu's group would naturally attack them without hesitation. That bastard Dong Hu again. Wang Tong gritted his teeth so hard they creaked, his face twisted with hatred. Last time he stole the monster cores we'd fought so hard to hunt. Those cores are vital to our base. We risked our lives for them, and he took everything. Now he's attacking us again. It's absolutely infuriating. Wang Yun frowned deeply, her voice calm and low. Don't act rashly. They outnumber us, and they look prepared. We can't afford to be careless. We need to think of a sound strategy first. Lu Rumei stood nearby, pondering the invincible ability Zhang Wei had told her about. She felt this was the perfect chance to test it. I'm fast. I can launch a surprise attack while they're distracted. Cover me from the shadows and they'll find an opening. Wang Yun hesitated for a moment, but realizing there seemed to be no better option, she nodded. All right. Be careful. If anything goes wrong, retreat immediately. Lu Rumei nodded, steadied herself, and began to slowly emerge from cover. Just as she peeked out, a bullet whizzed past her, grazing her body with a sharp gust of wind. At that moment, a sudden voice echoed in Lu Rumei's mind. You have been subjected to a malicious attack. Employee work protection protocol activated. Lu Rumei froze, her mind going blank for a split second. When she snapped back to reality, she was astonished to see a faint soft glow enveloping her body. The light was gentle yet resilient, shielding her like an invisible suit of armor. She never expected Zhang Wei's promised invincible protection to manifest in such a way. In this perilous apocalyptic world, this incredible ability granted her an immense sense of security. The boss truly is all-powerful and mysterious. Lu Rumei marveled inwardly. I must work hard and not let down the boss' trust in this extraordinary gift. She pushed off the ground with explosive force, darting towards Dong Hu and his men like an arrow released from a bow. Her figure weaved swiftly through the ruins, kicking up dust in her wake. Bang, bang, bang. Dong Hu's men quickly spotted her, unleashing a hail of bullets in her direction. The projectiles tore through the air with sharp whistles, carrying a lethal threat. Yet Lu Rumei moved with exceptional agility, dodging left and right amidst the dense barrage, precisely evading each bullet's trajectory. In truth, one bullet did strike her, but the moment it touched her skin, the faint protective shield on her body flared to life. The bullet slammed into an invisible wall and was deflected harmlessly, leaving no trace. Boss, there's a woman wearing an Ultraman mask heading our way. She's gone into hiding now. The gunman reported urgently into his walkie-talkie while scanning his surroundings. A woman in an Ultraman mask. Is it Wang Yun? Dong Hu was taken aback. He instinctively glanced towards Wang Yun's position and saw it wasn't her. He was a bit puzzled, but didn't think much of it. In his eyes, one woman couldn't possibly cause any real trouble. Just a woman, what's there to fear? Capture her. Once I'm done having my fun, she's all yours. Dong Hu declared dismissively, a lecherous smirk curling on his lips. You got it. The gunman grinned wickedly, his eyes gleaming with lust. Several men then grabbed their weapons and cautiously crept towards the spot where Lu Rumei had vanished. They moved with hushed steps, their eyes wide, scanning every possible hiding place. Soon they spotted Lu Rumei behind a decrepit building. Despite the odd mask, her sleek combat attire did little to conceal her graceful figure. Well dressed up so nicely. One man's eyes lit up, ogling Lu Rumei with a leering whistle. With a body like that, we're in for a treat. Another chimed in, a filthy expression spreading across his face. Get her. Just don't kill her. Once the boss is satisfied, we'll get our share too. The lead man waved his hand, issuing the order to attack. The others lunged at Lu Rumei like a pack of ravenous wolves. Lu Rumei stood her ground, watching the three men closing in with wary eyes, a flicker of uncertainty in her mind. She wasn't sure if the invincible shield would work against them or if it had a limited range. A reckless move could put her in danger. But during those few seconds of observation, she noticed a faint red glow emanating from the three men, just like the gunman earlier. In contrast, Wang Yun and the others had no such aura. This gave her the clarity she needed, confirming these three were marked as hostile targets by the system. With that, Lu Rumei hesitated no more. She kicked off the ground and charged straight at them. This time she abandoned all defense, focusing entirely on offense. She moved like lightning, closing the distance to one man in an instant. Gripping her dagger, she slashed viciously at his neck. Clang! A sharp metallic sound rang out as the man's neck was sliced open by Lu Rumei's strike, blood gushing forth. He clutched his throat, his eyes bulging with disbelief and terror, before collapsing slowly to the ground. Simultaneously, the attacks from the other two landed on Lu Rumei. One struck her shoulder. Another lunged with a dagger aimed at her back. The last swung an iron rod at her legs. However, their blows seemed to hit an incredibly hard object, producing only dull thuds. They couldn't penetrate her defense at all. Instead, they had just lost a comrade. What kind of ability is this? One of them shouted, his eyes wide with shock. We can't even break her defense. The other echoed, his face a mask of disbelief. In that moment of their stunned hesitation, Lu Rumei attacked again. Her form flickered, appearing beside one man like a phantom. She drove her dagger deep into his heart with brutal force. Thud! The blade pierced through the sheer power, obliterating the organ instantly. The man stiffened, spat out a mouthful of blood, and toppled over rigidly. The last remaining man was petrified with terror. He couldn't fathom how this woman was so formidable, her defense impenetrable, her attacks devastatingly swift. Knowing he was no match, and that continuing to fight meant certain death, he turned and fled, sprinting as fast as he could. As he ran, he thought, I have to warn the boss about this tough woman. He'll know how to deal with her. With a dull thud, the last man's eyes widened as Lu Rumei's dagger pierced straight through his chest. Blood gushed out along the blade's groove. His body convulsed a few times before collapsing stiffly to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. This invincible ability is truly overpowering. Lu Rumei gazed at the fallen enemy, feeling the immense power this skill unleashed in battle, her eyes sparkling with excitement. She could clearly sense that under the protection of this invincible shield, she had no need to worry about taking damage. She could focus solely on attacking. She mused inwardly that even facing a Tier 2 powerhouse, now she felt no fear. After all, though Tier 2 experts were formidable, breaking through this impenetrable shield to harm her was utterly impossible. With that thought, Lu Rumei crouched down and began searching the bodies of the 3 men she had just slain. Soon she retrieved 3 Tier 1 crystal cores from their pockets. These cores emitted a faint glow, small in size, but imbued with a certain amount of energy, making them highly precious resources in the apocalypse. Lu Rumei carefully stowed the cores away, then rose to her feet, her eyes gleaming with fierce, killing intent as she charged once more at the remaining enemies. You bitch! How dare you come here? The gunman had been watching from a distance, and when he saw Lu Rumei charging toward him like a goddess of death, shock and fury surged within him. Without hesitation, he raised his rifle and fired a shot at her foot. In his mind, hitting her foot would cripple her mobility, allowing him and the others to gang up on her and take her down with ease. Bang! The gunshot rang out as the bullet screamed toward Lu Rumei's foot. However, to the gunman's utter astonishment, Lu Rumei did not fall as he had imagined. She seemed completely unaffected by the bullet. Her steps didn't even falter as she continued rushing toward him at full speed. Impossible! The gunman's eyes bulged in terror as he muttered to himself. He couldn't fathom how this woman could remain completely unscathed after being shot. Before he could snap out of his shock, Lu Rumei was already upon him. Her gaze was icy cold as her right hand shot out like lightning, seizing the gunman's throat in an instant. His airway constricted, breathing became labored, and he clawed desperately at her hand, but to no avail. The words "impossible" had barely left his lips when his eyes gradually lost their luster, his hands fell limp, and he died in unwilling defeat. Wreathed in her invincible shield, Lu Rumei was now a force to be reckoned with, slaying gods and demons alike in her path. She moved like a phantom among the enemies, each strike carrying lethal intent. In the blink of an eye, she had slaughtered over a dozen foes, leaving corpses strewn haphazardly across the ground as blood stained the earth. In the distance, Wang Yun watched the battlefield intently through a pair of binoculars. When she saw Lu Rumei cutting through the enemy ranks as if they were nothing, effortlessly dispatching one foe after another, her eyes flew wide and her jaw dropped, practically wide enough to fit an egg. Thighs. This Lu Rumei, how can she be this strong? Wang Yun muttered in disbelief, utterly shaken. In her understanding, Lu Rumei was formidable, but not to this extent. Could she already be a Tier 3 powerhouse? A bold guess surfaced in Wang Yun's mind. After all, in this apocalyptic world, Tier 3 powerhouses were the pinnacle of strength. In any survivor base, they commanded absolute authority and power, ruling like overlords. But then she shook her head, doubting the possibility. After all, reaching Tier 3 was no easy feat, and Lu Rumei had shown no signs of breaking through to that level before. She hadn't even reached Tier 2. Probably not. But then why is she so strong? Could she have awakened some kind of powerful ability? Wang Yun furrowed her brow, her mind swirling with confusion as a contemplative look crossed her face. Sis, what's wrong? Wang Ting noticed his sister's odd behavior and couldn't help asking. Take a look for yourself. Wang Yun said nothing more, silently handing the binoculars to her brother. Wang Tong took the binoculars curiously and peered ahead. Instantly his eyes bulged round as saucers, his face a mask of shock. Holy shit, how is that woman so damn strong? He couldn't help but blurt out, utterly incredulous. Watching Lu Rumei's fierce moves and overwhelming power, a storm raged within Wang Teng's heart. He couldn't wrap his head around how Lu Rumei, whose strength was once not so far from his own, had suddenly become so terrifyingly powerful. Lu Rumei mentioned earlier that she allied with the owner of the Doomsday supermarket. Could all these abilities have been granted by that owner? Wang Yun suddenly thought of something and made a bold speculation. She knew something about this proud woman. Lu Rumei had always been a lone wolf. No matter who extended an olive branch to recruit her, she never accepted. Earlier when Lu Rumei spoke of the supermarket owner, Wang Yun had distinctly sensed a profound reverence in her tone. That reverence wasn't feigned. It emanated from the very depths of her being. Now seeing Lu Rumei display such terrifying strength, Wang Yun no longer doubted the existence of the Doomsday supermarket. She knew full well that with Lu Rumei's current power, taking them down would be child's play. His curiosity about the mysterious Doomsday supermarket grew like wild weeds, more intense with every passing moment. He desperately wanted to know what kind of extraordinary being the supermarket owner was. Someone capable of making a powerhouse like Lu Rumei willingly pledge allegiance and bestow such formidable abilities. Let's move into wipe out Dong Hu and his crew. Wang Yun's gaze sharpened. She knew this was a golden opportunity that came once in a lifetime. With Lu Rumei drawing most of Dong Hu's attention and pinning down a chunk of their combat strength up front. If they could eliminate Dong Hu and his men, their side would rid itself of a major threat and carve out more room to survive in this apocalypse. All right, the remaining fighters answered in unison. They grabbed their weapons and following Wang Yun crept cautiously toward Dong Hu's position. Over on Dong Hu's side, as time ticked by, he gradually sensed that something was wrong. Frowning, he picked up his walkie-talkie and called his men one by one, only to find that many were unreachable. All that came back was a crackle of static, sending a chill of foreboding down his spine. Could they all be dead? A somewhat outlandish thought suddenly struck Dong Hu. The moment it surfaced, it startled even himself. He shook his head vigorously, trying to banish the absurd notion. Impossible. That woman's just one person. How could she take down this many? Dong Hu reassured himself. He kept mentally pumping himself up, convincing himself that the walkie-talkies must be malfunctioning or that his men were temporarily unable to respond for some reason. Just as Dong Hu was lulling himself into a false sense of security, a woman wearing an Ultraman mask appeared before him like a phantom. Her figure was tall and curvaceous, clearly a beautiful woman, but she radiated an aura that made one's blood run cold. The moment Dong Hu laid eyes on her, his pupils contracted sharply and a silent alarm blared in his mind. He knew something was terribly wrong. Where are my men? Dong Hu's face was dark as a storm cloud. Instinctively, his hand went to the pistol at his waist, fingers tightening on the grip with wariness as he demanded an answer. You've already guessed it, so why ask? Lu Rumei replied coolly, arms crossed, a faint mocking smile playing at the corner of her lips. Her words struck Dong Hu like a dagger to the heart. Those men were the power he had painstakingly gathered. He had poured countless hours and resources into winning their loyalty, even providing them with women. He had dreamed of carving out his own domain in this apocalypse, but now it was all destroyed by this accursed woman. Are you a second-tier or third-tier awakener? Dong Hu gritted his teeth, forcing down his rage. He desperately sought a glimmer of hope in her power level, clinging to the thought that perhaps she relied on some trick rather than true insurmountable strength. I am the one who will kill you. Lu Rumei's eyes turned icy sharp as a blade in the dead of night, piercing into Dong Hu with murderous intent. Die! Her words ignited a furious blaze within him. With a roar, he drew his gun in a flash, steadied it with both hands, and fired at Lu Rumei without hesitation. Gunfire cracked through the air as bullets screamed toward her. Yet to his utter shock, they had no effect whatsoever. The bullets struck her body with a clatter of ding-ding-dang-dang-dang, as if hitting an indestructible iron plate, before bouncing harmlessly to the ground. Is that all? Lu Rumei smirked, mocking him with Zhang Wei's signature tone. In the heat of battle, she savored the thrill of overwhelming an opponent, just as Zhang Wei once had. Silently, she admitted to herself, this feeling is exhilarating. Damn it. Dong Hu stood frozen, stunned for a full 3 seconds. His mind went blank, his eyes filled with terror and disbelief. He couldn't fathom how anyone in this world could be so powerful as to ignore bullets entirely. Then, snapping back to reality, he turned and fled without a backward glance. His only thought was to escape this terrifying woman as fast as possible. In his mind, anyone who could shrug off bullets had to be at least a fourth-tier awakener, a monster far beyond his ability to fight. Where did Wang Yun find such a helper? Dong Hu ran for his life, consumed by regret. He wished he had never provoked Wang Yun and her group, and that he had investigated Lu Rumei's background beforehand. Now all he wanted was to flee this deadly place and save his own skin. Dong Hu, don't run. Weren't you after us? I'm right here. Wang Yun's voice rang out. By now she and her companions had already dealt with Dong Hu's remaining men and were closing in from all directions surrounding him. Dong Hu was completely encircled, trapped with no escape. His face contorted with despair as he glanced at the hostile faces around him. He knew his end was near, but he clung to a last shred of hope and blurted out, "Let me go, and I'll tell you a secret. One that could be of great use to you." Bang! Before he could finish, Wang Tung raised his gun and fired without hesitation. The bullet struck true, piercing Dong Hu's skull. His body swayed for a moment, then collapsed heavily to the ground. Wang Tung blew the wisp of smoke from his gun barrel and said dismissively, "I don't give a damn about your secret. What good could come from a piece of trash like you?" All eyes immediately turned to him. Their gazes were tinged with surprise, as if questioning his rashness. "Why are you all staring at me? Should we have let him live? That Dong Hu was a crafty one. Keeping him around would only invite more trouble." Wang Tung saw no fault in his actions, holding his head high with righteous indignation. "We should have let him finish." Wang Yun sighed, frowning with a hint of regret. She felt it was a shame to kill him so hastily. After all, what if his secret had been genuinely valuable to them? Killing him outright seemed rash. Bullshit secret. He was just trying to save his own skin. That coward would say anything to survive. It was all lies. Wang Tung shrugged it off, convinced Dong, who had nothing worthwhile to offer. With the man dead, there was no point in dwelling on it. Whatever secret he might have had died with him, leaving nothing to verify. Leader dozens of spirit crystals. Li Dagong rushed over excitedly, a beaming smile on his face. He cradled a pile of crystals that shimmered faintly in the sunlight. Wang Yun's face lit up at the sight. These crystals were the hard currency of the apocalypse, capable of enhancing one's power and trading for supplies. Yet she didn't hoard them. Instead, she split the pile in half and offered one portion to Lu Rumei, saying sincerely, "Without you we wouldn't have made it. You've earned this." "All right." Lu Rumei didn't refuse. She knew she needed the crystals to grow stronger, and she had contributed greatly to the battle. After witnessing her formidable power, no one dared to object. They had all seen her prowess on the battlefield, knowing she was far superior to them. They nodded in agreement, approving of Wang Yun's decision. The group trudged on, growing weary, yet a flicker of anticipation lingered in their eyes. "It's there." Lu Rumei halted suddenly, pointing toward a building ahead. Everyone followed her gaze to see a lone structure standing in the middle of the main road. Around it stretched a once bustling commercial district, now reduced to desolate ruins and wandering monsters. This building, however, stood out, conspicuously impossible to miss. What was even stranger was that the surrounding monsters seemed to treat it with reverent fear. Creatures that had been prowling and snarling nearby would actively veer away the moment they neared its vicinity. It was as if an invisible force protected the structure, marking it as forbidden ground. This eerie phenomenon shrouded the building in an aura of profound mystery. The group exchanged glances, their minds buzzing with curiosity and confusion, each wondering what secrets lay hidden within. "Let's go check out the supermarket." Wang Yun, with a hint of anticipation, waved her hand and led everyone toward the store with brisk steps. Along the way, the group followed closely behind her, their eyes filled with curiosity and caution, constantly scanning their surroundings, as if fearing danger might spring out at any moment. "Boss him back." Lu Rumei was the first to reach the glass door of the supermarket. She pushed it open gently and spoke to Zhang Wei, who was sitting behind the cash register, completely absorbed in watching an anime. Her voice was clear and resonant, cutting through the quiet stillness of the store. Zhang Wei, deeply immersed in the anime's plot, slowly raised his head upon hearing the familiar voice and glanced at the crowd entering the supermarket. They appeared travel-worn faces etched with fatigue and weariness. There were quite a few of them, at least a dozen. "Not bad, not bad. Looks like I can finish the next task today." Zhang Wei calculated silently in his mind, yet his expression remained impassive, as if the arrival of this group hadn't stirred any particular emotion within him. He merely said in a flat tone, "Welcome." Wang Yun and the others paid no heed to Zhang Wei's words, completely ignoring him. Their attention was instantly captivated by the neatly arranged goods inside the supermarket. The shelves were stocked with a dazzling array of merchandise. In the food section, there were beautifully packaged bread, biscuits, canned goods, as well as fresh fruits and vegetables, all radiating an enticing sheen. In the daily necessities section, shampoo, body wash, toilet paper, and other essential items were available in abundance. There was even the water they had been dreaming of, various beverages neatly displayed on dedicated shelves. Everyone was dumbfounded, their eyes wide with sheer disbelief. Although they had heard from Lu Rumei that the supermarket had everything imaginable, that had only been hearsay, leaving room for doubt in their minds. But now, seeing it with their own eyes, they were finally convinced they weren't dreaming. This was all real. "Oh my God, am I dreaming? In times like these, there's actually still this much food and water." A person in the crowd exclaimed in astonishment, eyes bulging. They reached out and gently touched the neatly arranged bread on the shelf. The tangible texture further confirmed this wasn't an illusion. We've hit the jackpot. With all this food and water, we won't go hungry anymore. A middle-aged man's face flushed with excitement, his hands clenched tightly into fists, his voice trembling slightly. In this apocalypse, food and water were the guarantee of survival. With these, they had a reason to live. This is wonderful. I'm so happy. We've struck it rich. A young girl jumped and hopped with joy, her eyes sparkling with delight. No more starving. The others chimed in, their faces beaming with irrepressible happiness. They could already envision a brighter future free from the worries of hunger and thirst. However, the jubilant mood didn't last long. Wang Yun quickly calmed down her thoughts, turning to Lu Rumai's terrifying strength. In this apocalyptic world, who would dare run a supermarket without some serious skills? There had to be a hidden secret behind this. Moreover, this boss was so mysterious, barely exchanging a word with them. Where did he come from? What was his purpose? Regardless, Wang Yun knew she had to stay vigilant in these uncertain times. She whipped her head around and barked, "Everyone stay put and behave yourselves. If you get yourself killed, don't say, I didn't warn you." Her tone carried an unyielding authority. "Yes, Chief." The group responded in unison, their voices laced with awe. They weren't fools. Just by thinking about Lu Rumai's power, they could tell the boss here was someone they couldn't afford to provoke. If they angered him, they might not even know how they died. Wang Yun struggled to compose herself and walked over to Zhang Wei. She bowed slightly and said with respect, "Boss, Lu Rumai mentioned that we can trade gold, silver, and jewelry for anything here, right?" Zhang Wei leaned back in his chair behind the register, gave a slight nod, and replied, "That's right. Whether it's gold, silver, jewels, or spirit cores, you can buy things here with them." His tone was indifferent, as if this were the most ordinary matter in the world. The more nonchalant Zhang Wei appeared, the more cautious Wang Yun became. She knew that in this doomsday world, owning a supermarket stocked with such abundant supplies, while remaining so composed, meant he definitely had unknown cards up his sleeve. Wang Yun took a deep breath, slowly crouched down, and carefully placed her bag on the floor. She unzipped it and brought out all the gold, silver, and jewelry inside. The treasures glimmered temptingly under the lights, glittering necklaces, bracelets, and jade pendants and bangles that emitted a soft, warm luster. She neatly arranged these valuables on the counter, raised her head, and asked with a hint of nervousness in her eyes, "How much food can these gold, silver, and jewels get us?" Upon seeing these items, Zhang Wei's heart was instantly flooded with ecstatic joy. He would no longer have to worry about the debts from another world. These items would surely be more than enough to clear them. However, his outward demeanor remained as calm as ever, like a deep, still lake, without a single ripple. He furrowed his brow slightly and asked, "Is this just your wealth, or does everyone have a share?" Wang Yun, though puzzled by the question, answered honestly, "Of course it's gathered from all of us." She wondered what the boss meant by this question. Were there other rules for trading? Zhang Wei was quite pleased with the answer. If it were just one person's wealth, he could only trade with that one person. But if everyone had a share, then each person represented a transaction, allowing him to reap greater profits. "Here are some shopping bags. Each person is allowed to fill one," Zhang Wei said as he pulled out several brand new bags from under the counter and placed them on the countertop. "Okay." Wang Yun nodded, turned to the crowd behind her, and said, "Go pick out your items, but each person only gets one bag. Don't be greedy." Upon hearing this, the group excitedly dispersed toward the various shelves, carefully selecting the food and daily necessities they needed. They all went for high-calorie foods, as these were crucial for their survival. However, the supermarket had so many things that they wanted everything. But the shopping bags were limited, and they could only hold so much. Before long, they had all filled their bags to the brim. Among the crowd, a young man could no longer suppress the burning desire within him. In the apocalypse, the temptation of food was simply too overwhelming. Staring at the exquisitely packaged food on the shelves, his throat unconsciously bobbed a few times. As if possessed, he reached out, intending to tear open the wrapper of a loaf of bread and steal a bite. However, when he gripped the packaging tightly with both hands and pulled with all his might, he found it impossible to tear open the small wrapper. His face flushed crimson, veins bulged on his forehead, and his hands trembled slightly from the excessive strain. Yet the packaging remained utterly intact, as if it had been enchanted by some magic. How is this possible? The young man's eyes widened in utter disbelief, and the bread in his hands nearly dropped to the ground. He fell into deep thought, his heart filled with confusion. What material was this packaging made of, and how could it be so incredibly tough? Meanwhile, Wang Tung also noticed the mineral water on the shelves. Thirsty and exhausted, he desperately craved a sip of water. He strode quickly to the shelf, grabbed a bottle of mineral water, gripped the cap tightly with both hands, and began twisting with force. He gritted his teeth and poured every ounce of strength he had into it, his face turning purplured from the strain, yet the cap did not budge in the slightest. System at the first order, yet I can't even open a bottle of water. Wang Teng looked at Wang Yun with helplessness and dejection, his eyes filled with a plea for help. Seeing this, curiosity welled up in Wang Yun's heart. She stepped forward, took the mineral water from Wang Teng's hand, and attempted to twist the cap open. But no matter how hard she tried, the cap seemed as if it were welded shut, impossible to open. Unwilling to give up, she picked up a bag of snacks nearby and tried to tear it open, only to meet the same result as Wang Teng and the others. It simply wouldn't tear. Stop wasting your energy. Unless you've paid or have obtained my permission, none of you can take anything from this supermarket. Zhang Wei's voice rang out clearly throughout the store. His tone carried a formidable authority, as if a warning bell were tolling in everyone's ears. Upon hearing this, the people who had been attempting to take things broke out in a cold sweat. They exchanged uneasy glances, their eyes filled with fear and reverence. This boss was truly mysterious, possessing such extraordinary abilities, even controlling whether items in the supermarket could be opened. He was not to be underestimated. Thus they dared not make any more sneaky moves. They obediently picked out the things they needed, filled their shopping bags to the brim, and lined up properly before Zhang Wei, ready to conduct their transactions. Zhang Wei picked up the barcode scanner and aimed it at some gold and silver jewelry. Beep. Pure gold bullion valued at 500,000 yuan. Accept. Beep. Payment of 500,000 yuan received. Next. Beep. Jade bracelet valued at 30,000 yuan. Accept. Only 30,000. How little. Beep. Payment of 30,000 yuan received. Beep. Pure gold ring valued at 12,000 yuan. Accept. Beep. Payment of 12,000 yuan received. He scanned a few more items before saying with satisfaction, next. By the time all the gold and jewelry on the table had been scanned, several million yuan had already been credited to his bank account. This money was too easy to earn. Even a capitalist would weep at the sight. System mission complete. Conduct 10 transactions. Reward 100 gene points. System new mission issued. Conduct 100 transactions. Reward 1,000 gene points. Wang Yun did not leave in a hurry after finishing her transaction. She stood at the checkout counter, carefully pulled out a few crystal cores from her pocket and placed them on the counter. Her gaze locked on Zhang Wei as she asked, "You need crystal cores, right?" The crystal cores glimmered faintly under the light. Zhang Wei slightly raised his head, glanced at the cores, and a faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. "Of course I do. However, you've already traded today. According to my rules, if you wish to trade again, come back tomorrow." Wang Yun knitted her brows, a sense of disappointment welling up inside her. But she could still come back tomorrow to trade. She could afford to wait. Zhang Wei suddenly added, "If you can bring more people tomorrow, it'll give you some extra things. The more people you bring, the more gifts you'll receive. The more people, the more transactions he could conduct, and the more benefits he would gain." Really? Wang Yun was overjoyed. "Truly," Zhang Wei said with certainty, his arms crossed over his chest. "No problem. He'll bring more people to trade with you tomorrow." Hearing this, Wang Yun was delighted. "If you can help spread the word, I can also give you quite a few extra things," Zhang Wei added. Without a moment's hesitation, Wang Yun agreed, patting her chest and declaring, "All right, I'll help you promote it. Don't worry, I'll handle this matter properly." Zhang Wei nodded, pulled out a stack of flyers from under the checkout counter, and handed them to Wang Yun. "Distribute these flyers to other survivors, and it'll let you all eat a steaming hot bowl of instant noodles for free." Wang Yun's eyes lit up. A hot bowl of instant noodles was a rare delicacy in this food-scarce harsh apocalypse. She immediately replied, "No problem. I guarantee these flyers will reach every survivor." Suddenly Zhang Wei's expression grew serious. Staring into Wang Yun's eyes, he warned, "Don't try to fool me. If you throw away the flyers, I'll know. And if I find out you're playing tricks, you can forget about ever trading with me again." Wang Yun's heart tightened. She hastily replied, "I absolutely won't. I, Wang Yun, have always kept my word. I would never do something so despicable. After all, even ordinary food in the supermarket could not be taken without his approval." Therefore, she had no doubt whatsoever about Zhang Wei's words. Only then did Zhang Wei nod with satisfaction. He turned to Lu Rumei, who stood nearby, and instructed, "Boil some water and prepare a bowl of instant noodles for them." "Yes, boss." Lu Rumei acknowledged, then turned and headed toward the hot water equipment in the corner of the supermarket, bustling about her task. The dozen or so people gathered around the table where the instant noodles were placed, their eyes glued to the steaming, fragrant bowl. Their throats involuntarily moved up and down as they swallowed mouthfuls of saliva. In the apocalypse, food was extremely scarce, and merely filling one's stomach was already a stroke of luck, let alone catching such an enticing aroma. They could no longer remember how long it had been since they had smelled something so fragrant. This aroma of instant noodles, so ordinary in everyday life, now struck their senses like the most precious treasure in the world, fiercely stimulating their olfactory nerves. Indeed, even catching a whiff of such a scent was a distant, unattainable luxury in this cruel apocalypse. On ordinary days, they could only survive on unpalatable leftovers and scraps. Those foods were either moldy and spoiled or bland and tasteless. How could they compare to this steaming, fragrant bowl of instant noodles before them? Before long, Lu Rumei finished preparing the instant noodles and gently placed it on the table. The dozen or so people pounced upon it like starving wolves. Ignoring the scalding heat, they seized the forks with both hands and shoveled the noodles into their mouths. They chewed voraciously, savoring every single bite, as if tasting the most delicious food in the world. The noodles were quickly chewed and swallowed, producing loud smacking sounds. Some were scalded and grimaced in pain, yet they still refused to pause. They only slowed for a brief moment before continuing to wolf everything down. Soon the instant noodles in the bucket were completely devoured, not even a drop of soup left behind. Still unsatisfied, someone stuck out their tongue and licked around and around the inner wall of the bucket, cleaning every last trace of residual broth until the bucket shone as if it had been washed. "Thank you, boss, we won't forget our promise." Wang Yun, leading the group, bowed slightly and said sincerely to Zhang Wei. Then reluctantly they looked back every few steps as they slowly left the supermarket. After leaving the supermarket, Wang Tung was still immersed in the taste of that steaming, fragrant bowl of instant noodles, savoring it endlessly. "Sis, I wish we could live a life of plenty like this every day. No more wandering around for a bite to eat, no more worrying about starving to death." Wang Yun nodded, a look of nostalgia in her eyes. She immediately ordered, "Right, so on our way back we need to stop by those jewelry stores and collect more gold and silver treasures to hoard. At the Apocalypse supermarket, these are hard currency that can be exchanged for food. Only then can we trade for food better and eat our fill. Also, no one must tell people from other base cities about the Apocalypse supermarket." Wang Yun suddenly darkened her face and commanded sternly. She knew well that if others from other base cities found out, more and more people would come to the supermarket, competition would intensify, and they might get less food. "But Chief, didn't you promise the boss that you'd help distribute flyers?" Li Dagong scratched his head, puzzled. He couldn't figure out why the chief, having agreed, would tell them not to spread the word. Wang Yun curled her lips into a wise smile and replied, "I did agree, but I never said when I'd help distribute them. This is our chance. We should stock up on supplies while the other base cities still don't know about this supermarket. Once we have enough food and strengthen our forces, we can think about the flyers later. We absolutely cannot miss this opportunity to hoard supplies, or well regret it later." The chief is wise. Hearing Wang Yun's words, everyone gave thumbs up, their eyes full of admiration. They felt the chief was thorough in her considerations, and following such a leader might indeed lead to a better life. Then without delay they groped their way toward the jewelry stores. Even though the jewelry stores might have been looted of much gold and silver before the apocalypse, what remained was certainly not negligible. After all, in the apocalypse, everyone was busy searching for food and water. These valuables, meaningless to survivors, naturally attracted no one. "Boss, don't count on Wang Yun and the others to actually promote the Apocalypse supermarket," Lu Rumei said while tidying the shelves, frowning with worry. "If I were in their shoes in this apocalyptic environment, I wouldn't do such a thankless task. Who knows if helping them advertise would benefit me? It might even invite trouble." Zhang Wei was sitting behind the cash register, casually eating melon seeds. Without raising his head, he replied nonchalantly, "I know. I never expected them to do it." "Then why did you give each of them a free bowl of instant noodles?" Lu Rumei stopped her work, turned around, looking at Zhang Wei with confusion. In her eyes, those instant noodles were precious food, and giving them away so easily was a waste. "It's just a bowl of instant noodles, no big deal," Zhang Wei replied carelessly, as if the noodles were beneath his notice. This? Lu Rumei was stunned for a moment, then realized. She remembered the mountains of supplies in the supermarket. A few bowls of noodles were nothing for the boss. He could have as many as he wanted. In this apocalyptic world, the food in the supermarket was like an inexhaustible treasure, so the boss naturally wouldn't care about these few bowls. "Boss, you know, even a moldy piece of bread can cause people to fight desperately over it," Lu Rumei thought. She recalled how, when she was wandering outside, she almost came to blows over a moldy piece of bread. Back then, food was life. To survive, people would do anything. A bowl of instant noodles could even make people risk their lives. This is the pain of the well-fed, not understanding the starving. Lu Rumei sighed softly. She knew too well the importance of food in the apocalypse. But soon a relieved smile appeared on her face. She was extremely grateful to be a supermarket employee, no longer worrying about food, able to eat and drink her fill every day. Moreover, the supermarket had sturdy walls and tight security, so she didn't have to worry about safety. There was also a comfortable rest area where she could relax after a busy day. Compared to the survivors struggling on the edge of life and death outside, she was living in paradise. Zhang Wei sat alone at the quiet cashier counter, as if everything around him was irrelevant, his mind entirely focused on his attribute panel. Looking at the gene points column on the attribute panel, the number had increased to 100 points. These gene points were like keys opening the door to greater strength. Now it's time to enhance my power. Zhang Wei smiled. He concentrated and began to mobilize the gene points on the attribute panel. As the gene points were consumed, streams of strange energy surged out from the panel, flowing through his meridians into every corner of his body. He felt his body turn into a huge furnace, the energy churning and merging within, transforming his physique. His muscles began to swell slightly, their lines becoming smoother and more powerful. His bones emitted faint cracking sounds, becoming tougher. His five senses grew more acute, capturing subtle sounds and scents around him. Finally, when the percentage reached 100, he felt a rumble inside, as if something had completely broken free of its shackles. Then an unprecedented feeling of power surged through him. The genetic shackles within his body had been successfully broken. Strength breakthrough to Tier 1. The system's notification rang clearly in his mind. Zhang Wei slowly opened his eyes, clenched his fist, feeling the surging power in his body, and a slight smile curled at his lips. He was no longer the ordinary man who couldn't even trust a chicken. From now on, he had the capital to stand in this apocalyptic world. However, Tier 1 strength was nothing in the apocalypse. He still needed to develop slowly. Without sufficient power, he absolutely would not venture into the wasteland. Only a fool would leave the supermarket. Isn't it great to be invincible while staying inside? With my current strength, I have some ability to protect myself in this world, but I still need to keep a low profile. He enjoyed the powerful strength, but he knew well the maxim: develop cautiously, don't show off. Boss, do I still need to go out and hand out flyers like before? Lu Rumei tilted her head slightly, blinking her large, sparkling eyes, her gaze filled with anticipation and inquiry. Zhang Wei paused his task of tidying the shelves, glanced up at the clock on the wall, and saw the hands were nearly pointing to 6 in the evening. He gently patted the dust from his hands and said in a warm tone, "It's getting late. You don't need to go out today. Besides, you've done quite well today, handing out flyers with enthusiasm and energy, which has brought good returns to the supermarket." Hearing the boss praise, a blush instantly spread across Lu Rumei's cheeks. She scratched her head shyly, but couldn't help the corners of her mouth turning up as she smiled and said, "This is all part of my duty. I'm glad I can contribute to the supermarket." Zhang Wei looked at the sensible and hard-working girl before him, a sense of admiration growing within him. He smiled and suggested, "Seeing how hard you've worked, let me cook you a meal as a reward. Tell me what you'd like to eat." Lu Rumei's eyes lit up, instantly sparkling like twinkling stars, and she said excitedly, "I want vegetables and meat." In this post-apocalyptic world, fresh vegetables and meat were a luxury beyond imagination. Usually, just having enough to fill one's stomach was a blessing, let alone such delicacies. So when the boss offered, she felt an overwhelming wave of unexpected happiness. Seeing her eager, food-loving expression, Zhang Wei couldn't help but chuckle and nod. "No problem, just wait for the delicious meal." With that, he turned and walked into the kitchen to start preparing. Meanwhile, Lu Rumei found a seat in the supermarket's rest area, picked a few apples from a nearby fruit basket, and washed them carefully at the sink. Under the stream of clear water, the apples appeared even more rosy and tempting. After washing them, she sat down, munching on an apple while gazing at the neatly arranged shelves. Her mouth was rarely idle. With each bite, the sweet, crisp juice burst forth, filling her mouth with flavor. She thought to herself how blissful it was to enjoy food so freely. In this apocalypse, many couldn't even secure basic sustenance, yet here, she was peacefully eating apples and about to savor a home-cooked meal from the boss. She knew this happiness was hard-won, so she silently resolved to never be expelled from the supermarket, to work diligently and cherish this precious life. After much bustling in the kitchen, Zhang Wei finally brought a series of steaming dishes to the table. The braised pork glistened with a rich, enticing hue. The stir-fried seasonal vegetables were a vibrant green, looking refreshingly crisp. He called out to Lu Rumei, who was sitting nearby, "Time to eat." Hearing his voice, her eyes brightened instantly. She quickly put down the miscellaneous items she was tidying and hurried over to the dining table. Looking at the table full of dishes, she couldn't resist taking a deep breath, her face beaming with a happy smile. She said sincerely, "It smells wonderful. Boss, your cooking skills are amazing." Zhang Wei smiled and gestured for her to sit down. Once Lu Rumei was seated, his smile gradually faded and his expression turned serious. Looking into her eyes, he said, "Remember, after 6 o'clock, the supermarket returns to my world. If anyone asks where you're from, just say you're an employee of the supermarket. Don't say anything else." Lu Rumei was momentarily taken aback, then nodded, her eyes filled with intense focus. She knew what the boss was about to say was crucial. Zhang Wei continued, "Also, you must never reveal any information about Red Star. Similarly, you cannot tell anyone from Red Star anything about my world. There are complex rules and dangers between these two worlds. If any information leaks, it could bring you great trouble and also affect me." Lu Rumei nodded firmly, her gaze resolute. "Don't worry, boss. I don't want to lose this good life. My head is clear about what to say and what not to say." Zhang Wei was quite satisfied seeing her intelligence and understanding. He believed that Lu Rumei, having struggled to survive in the apocalypse for so long, would surely understand the importance of these matters and cherish her current life. At that moment, an ID card appeared on the dining table in front of her. Zhang Wei pointed to the ID card and said, "This is your ID card from my world. Keep it safe, it might come in handy someday." Lu Rumei looked at the card with a hint of surprise, picked it up carefully, and examined it closely. The date of birth matched her own, but the nationality read Yin Huang Nation. She was puzzled, but quickly suppressed the urge to ask. She knew that a smart woman wouldn't ask too many questions. If the boss wanted to tell her, he would have asking wouldn't help anyway. She looked up at Zhang Wei with sincere eyes and said, "Thank you, boss." Then she carefully tucked the ID card away. Time, as if precisely manipulated by an invisible hand, struck exactly 6 o'clock. In an instant, the world outside the supermarket underwent a dramatic transformation, as if enchanted. The towering skyscrapers that stood just moments ago vanished like illusions, and the monsters that had been wandering the streets disappeared without a trace. In their place was a serene and peaceful countryside scene. In the distance, scattered farmhouses emitted wisps of cooking smoke that drifted gently in the breeze. In the fields, tender green wheat seedlings swayed softly, as if dancing joyfully. A small stream babbled beside the village, its clear waters shimmering with silver light under the sun. Lu Rumei's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. She walked quickly to the supermarket entrance, peering through the glass door to scrutinize the new surroundings. Turning back, she asked curiously, "Boss, do you live in the countryside? The change outside is so immense, it's like a completely different world." Zhang Wei nodded slowly and said, "Yes, I live in the countryside." In truth, Zhang Wei's life path hadn't originally been like this. He had been working away from home, hustling every day for a living. Though it was tough, he harbored dreams of settling down in a big city. This supermarket was originally managed by his parents. His parents were honest and hardworking folks who supported his education through the modest income from the store, hoping he'd have a bright future. However, fate played a cruel joke on them. During a transportation run, they were involved in a severe accident, and their vehicle was engulfed in flames, destroying everything. Adding to his misery, his father's driver's license had expired, and according to insurance regulations, the claim was invalid. This sudden calamity plunged their already modest family into dire straits, leaving him with a massive debt to the wholesaler. To repay the debt and preserve the legacy his parents left behind, he resolutely quit his job away from home and returned to inherit the family business, becoming a supermarket owner. He worked from dawn to dusk, striving to run the store and slowly pay off the debts, hoping to get his life back on track. Later, by sheer chance, he was astonished to discover that his supermarket inexplicably connected to the apocalyptic world of Red Star. Initially, he thought he was hallucinating, but after repeated verifications, he had to accept this incredible reality. From then on, his life underwent a dramatic change because of this strange connection. Ring, ring, ring. The phone rang abruptly in the silent room. Zhang Wei set down the goods he was organizing, walked quickly to the desk, picked up the phone, and said politely, "Uncle Wang, what can I do for you?" On the other end, Wang He's voice carried a hint of hesitation and unease as he spoke slowly. "Xiao Zhang, I know your parents just passed away not long ago, so bringing this up now might be a bit sudden. I do feel bad about it." Zhang Wei frowned slightly, already guessing the purpose of Wang He's call, but he listened quietly. Wang He continued, "But Uncle Wang isn't doing well either. Business has been tough lately, and I'm really short on cash. Could you perhaps pay me some of the goods money up front to help me get through this difficult time? After all, I have elders to support and children to raise. The pressure is heavy." Zhang Wei took a deep breath and said sincerely, "Uncle Wang, that's only right. You were willing to give me goods on credit when I was in dire straits, and I've always remembered that kindness. He'll transfer the full amount of what I owe you right now." Wang He was taken aback. He had expected Zhang Wei to make excuses about being short on cash, or at most pay a small portion. He never imagined Zhang Wei would be so straightforward. He quickly said, "Xiao Zhang, if you're strapped for cash, you don't have to pay it all at once. Just a small part is fine. Don't push yourself too hard." Zhang Wei smiled and said, "It's fine, Uncle Wang. I invested some money in stocks earlier, and it's already multiplied several times over. I'm fairly well off right now, and he'll be relying on you to keep supplying the supermarket in the future." Wang He was overjoyed. Not only could Zhang Wei settle the debt in full, but he also knew how to handle relationships. He quickly said, "That's easy to talk about easy. Xiaozhang, you're such a good lad. If you ever need anything, just tell me, and Uncle Wang will do his best to help." Zhang Wei replied, "All right, thank you, Uncle Wang." After hanging up without any hesitation, he opened his mobile banking app, carefully checked Wang He's account details, confirmed they were correct, and transferred the entire outstanding amount. After the payment went through, he sent a WeChat message to Wang He, "Uncle Wang, payment sent." Soon Wang He replied, "Receive, thanks. If you need anything in the future, just tell me." Zhang Wei simply replied with a good, and went back to organizing the supermarket. A few 100,000 yuan was nothing but a drop in the bucket for Zhang Wei, who now had assets worth several million. Through his recent business operations, the supermarket, combined with profits from the apocalyptic world, had greatly improved his financial situation. The supermarket door creaked open slowly. Lu Rumei, quick to react, immediately stepped forward with a warm smile and politely asked, "Grandpa, what would you like to buy? I can help you find it." The old man was taken aback by Lu Rumei's warm greeting. He looked her up and down, then turned to Zhang Wei and asked with a smile, "Xiao Wei, is this your girlfriend? She's so pretty, what a blessing." Zhang Wei felt a bit embarrassed, scratched his head, blushed slightly, and quickly explained, "Uncle Hu, don't say that. She's my employee, not my girlfriend." Uncle Hu chuckled heartily and said, "Oh, I thought she was your girlfriend. She's really beautiful, like she stepped out of a painting." After a few more casual remarks, Uncle Hu picked up his usual brand of cigarettes, paid, and slowly left the supermarket. Once he was gone, Zhang Wei pulled Lu Rumei aside and said seriously, "Most of the people who come here are neighbors from our street, and we all know each other well. Some families have celebrations like banquets, and they'll need us to deliver goods to their homes. When that happens, just sell at the prices marked on the shelves. Don't make mistakes. Also, some neighbors might try to bargain, so give them a small discount as appropriate, but don't be too rigid." Zhang Wei went on to explain more about the supermarket delivery times, which items sell quickly, the preferences of nearby residents, and even the personalities of some people in the area, so that Lu Rumei could quickly adapt and work more effectively. Fortunately, the post-apocalyptic world Lu Rumei came from shared many similarities with the world of the Yanhuang nation before the apocalypse. Whether it was cultural customs, social structure, or language, they were largely the same. So Lu Rumei had no trouble understanding all this information. Lu Rumei was also very quick-witted. She kept her eyes fixed on Zhang Wei, ears perked, listening attentively to everything he said. She didn't utter a single irrelevant word, nor did she pry into Zhang Wei's personal affairs. She knew clearly that her priority was to familiarize herself with the work as soon as possible and not cause trouble for her boss. The supermarket had fixed business hours at 10 o'clock. Every night Zhang Wei would pull down the rolling door and close for the day. In the countryside, foot traffic was scarce and most customers were nearby neighbors, so the customer flow was stable and not very large. Moreover, Zhang Wei no longer relied on people from this world to make money. Since the supermarket connected to the Hongxing apocalyptic world, he had accumulated considerable wealth through cross-world trade and was essentially no longer short of money. For Lu Rumei, last night was the most restful sleep she had had in a long time. In the apocalyptic world, she had been constantly on edge, always wary of monster attacks and fearing that someone with ill intentions might break in at night, making it impossible to sleep peacefully. But now she lay on a soft, comfortable bed surrounded by a quiet and safe environment. This sense of security gave her a feeling of stability she hadn't felt in ages. The next morning, sunlight streamed gently through the window into the room. Lu Rumei slowly woke up, stretched, and felt her body relax. She got up, brushed her teeth, washed her face, and tidied herself up. When she walked out of the room, she saw Zhang Wei had already finished cooking in the kitchen, and the table was laid with a steaming breakfast. "Boss, I'm sorry, I don't know how to cook." Seeing the breakfast, Lu Rumei felt a pang of guilt, a blush spreading across her cheeks as she spoke apologetically. Before the apocalypse, she had never been good at cooking, usually relying on takeout or quick fixes. Now, seeing Zhang Wei work hard to prepare breakfast, while she couldn't help but feel a bit ashamed. Zhang Wei smiled and said nonchalantly, "It's fine, sit down and eat. I didn't ask you to cook. Give it a try and see if it suits your taste." On the table, the congee was steaming. The fried eggs were golden, the fried dough sticks were crispy on the outside and tender inside, and the buns gave off a tempting aroma. These foods, so ordinary in the world of the Yanhuang nation, were nostalgic for Lu Rumei. In the apocalyptic world, even having a warm meal was a luxury, let alone such a hearty breakfast. Lu Rumei eagerly sat down, picked up her chopsticks, and began to eat heartily. She savored every bite as if tasting a long-lost happiness. After finishing breakfast, Zhang Wei instinctively glanced at the clock on the wall, its hands ticking steadily. Lu Rumei, who had always been curious about the supermarket's connection to the Red Star world, finally couldn't hold back and asked, "Boss, when will the supermarket connect to the Red Star?" Zhang Wei set down his bowl and chopsticks and answered unhurriedly. It's at a fixed time every day? The connection opens precisely at 10 o'clock and lasts until 6 in the evening, after which it automatically returns to our current world. Lu Rumei blinked, her eyes filled with curiosity as she pressed on. Once the supermarket connects to the Red Star, if someone from our world comes in to shop, what state will the supermarket be in? Will there be anything different? Zhang Wei smiled and explained patiently, it will still be in a normal operating state. Once they enter the supermarket, they're just like regular customers. They can take whatever they want from the shelves. After they pick their items and pay at the checkout, they leave. Nothing special about it. Lu Rumei found this truly peculiar. But aren't we from the Red Star? Doesn't that mean when they come in they won't see a single person? Lu Rumei asked, intrigued. Zhang Wei smiled and said they can see us. We leave behind projections in that world identical to our true selves. Same memories, same habits, no difference at all. When we return to the Blue Star, the projections' memories from that day merge into our bodies. Lu Rumei remarked, that's amazing. Yet she understood that for now she only needed to focus on her own duties without delving into the complex details. Zhang Wei stood up, put on his jacket, and prepared to head out. He walked to the door, wheeled out his electric scooter, and set off for the market to buy fresh vegetables and meat. The market was close by, and it wasn't long before he returned with an armful of goods. At exactly 10 o'clock, the clock's hands aligned perfectly. In an instant, the environment outside the supermarket churned violently, as if stirred by an invisible giant hand, transforming completely. They arrived once more on a commercial street in the Red Star world. This street had long lost its former prosperity, with the surroundings still in a state of ruin. The buildings lining the road stood as crumbling remnants, their walls riddled with bullet holes and cracks. Amid the rubble, monsters ran rampant, their forms bizarre and varied, emitting bone-chilling roars as they charged recklessly through the street. Lu Rumei took a deep breath, her gaze hardening with resolve. She said to Zhang Wei, boss him off to hand out flyers. He'll bring back another batch of survivors for trading today. With new deals, our supermarket's business is sure to improve. Zhang Wei looked at Lu Rumei and nodded, a look of trust on his face, unconcerned for her safety. After all, through their time together, he had come to know her abilities and quick wit. All right, go early and come back soon. Stay safe on the road. He'll cook you something delicious for lunch to reward your efforts. Zhang Wei said with a smile. Will do. Lu Rumei beamed with joy. She quickly grabbed a backpack, carefully packing the pre-prepared flyers and some supplies inside. She also picked up a handy weapon, checked it over, and then slung the backpack on, leaving the supermarket to begin the day's promotional work. Before long, the supermarket door swung open, and Zhang Wei looked up to see a group of people filing in. There were quite a few of them crowding at the entrance before slowly making their way inside. Zhang Wei took a closer look. It was Wang Yun and the others from yesterday. He hadn't expected them to arrive so early. Seeing so many people, Zhang Wei felt a surge of delight. Each person counted as one transaction, and he was confident the supermarket's level would rise quickly. Among the crowd, many were first-time visitors. As they took in the dazzling array of goods filling the shelves, their eyes widened, mouths slightly agape, and they involuntarily swallowed hard. There's so much stuff. It's like a dream, a skinny young man muttered to himself, his eyes filled with shock. Thank goodness we really don't have to starve anymore. With all this food, we can last a good while. A middle-aged woman's hands trembled with excitement as she eagerly scanned the shelves. It's all food, and so many drinks too. There's hope for us now. Another young man rubbed his hands together in excitement, a greedy glint flashing in his eyes as he unconsciously edged closer to the shelves. Just as they were getting carried away, Wang Tung stepped forward from the crowd. Tall and burly, he carried an imposing aura that commanded respect without a word. His gaze swept across the room, sharp and menacing like a cold blade, instantly sobering those who had been on the verge of acting rashly. Everyone exchanged uneasy glances, none daring to step out of line. Seeing this, Wang Yun quickly straightened her clothes and stepped forward, speaking respectfully to Zhang Wei. Hello, boss. We're here to shop. After going back yesterday, everyone couldn't wait to come again today. Zhang Wei gave a slight nod and said calmly, there's a new rule today. They'll need you to use some crystal cores to purchase goods. Of course, considering your situation, each person can buy 2 bags worth of items. No more than that. Wang Yun nodded vigorously like a pecking chicken and said, all right, boss. I've got it all ready. With that, she quickly pulled a handful of crystal cores from the cloth bag at her side. The cores emitted a faint shimmering glow, casting a strange luster under the lights. In addition, she brought out a large pile of gold, silver, and jewelry, dumping it all onto the counter in a heap that rose like a small hill. Boss, is this enough? If not, I'll find a way to get more. Wang Yun asked cautiously, a hint of worry in her eyes, afraid Zhang Wei might not be satisfied. That's enough. Take the bags and fill them. Zhang Wei nodded, pulling out a sufficient number of shopping bags from the cabinet below the counter and handing them to Wang Yun. Wang Yun took the bags with both hands, turned to the crowd behind her, and said, "Listen up, everyone takes 2 bags. Don't take more. And be quick when picking your items. Don't dawdle." After giving her instructions, she led the group to start browsing the store. The newcomers, seeing the shelves stocked with all sorts of delicious food, felt their cravings stirred instantly. They stared intently at the beautifully packaged snacks and fragrant bread, swallowing hard as sly thoughts crept into their minds. Maybe they could sneak a bite to satisfy their cravings. One young man, seizing a moment when no one was watching, grabbed a bag of chips and began tearing at the packaging with both hands. But to his surprise, the packaging seemed enchanted. No matter how hard he tried, it wouldn't tear. He gritted his teeth and pulled with even more force, his fingers turning white from the strain, yet the bag remained perfectly intact. Another person set his sights on a can of fruit. He picked up the can and twisted the lid with all his might, his face turning red from exertion, but the lid stayed firmly in place, as if fused to the can. Another man, wanting a drink, grabbed a bottle of water and tried to twist the cap off, but it was as if it had been welded shut. It wouldn't budge. After several failed attempts, unease began to creep into their hearts. Then they remembered the leader's earlier warning. He had stressed repeatedly that they had to follow the rules inside the supermarket and not cause trouble. Recalling the mysterious, inscrutable demeanor of Zhang Wei, the boss, they all abandoned any thoughts of sneaking food and settled into orderly shopping, daring not to make any more underhanded moves. "Boss, I've made my selection," Wang Yun said. Zhang Wei began to ring up the purchases. Beep platinum ring valued at 5,000 yuan. Accept. Beep 5,000 yuan received. Beep century-old antique valued at 2,000 yuan. Accept. Beep 2,000 yuan received. Today's transactions were exceptionally smooth, yielding richer returns than usual. In total, he had amassed over 5 million in wealth. Whether it was gold, silver, jewelry, or other valuables, Zhang Wei was thoroughly satisfied. He had also acquired a considerable number of crystal cores. These cores could be used to enhance his own abilities. After the transactions concluded, Wang Yun didn't rush to leave. She hesitated for a moment, then gathered her courage and asked, "Boss, do you happen to have any weapons for sale? Our base desperately needs weapons to strengthen our defenses." Zhang Wei leaned against the counter, pondering for a moment before replying, "I might be able to get my hands on some bladed weapons for you. I have a few connections. However, I don't have any firearms at the moment." Wang Yun's face showed a flicker of disappointment upon hearing this. In her mind, firearms were powerful and reliable weapons crucial for the base's defense. But having bladed weapons was better than nothing. She nodded and said, "All right, that's better than waiting around with nothing. When can you have them?" Zhang Wei spread his hands and said, "I'll see what I can do over the next couple of days and get them to you as soon as possible. You can send someone here daily for trading. They'll notify you the moment I have stock." Wang Yun's eyes lit up and she quickly nodded. "All right, boss. I appreciate it. They'll come by every day to trade with you." Food was of paramount importance in the apocalypse, so she naturally wanted to stock up on more. She could never have too much of it. Even if she couldn't consume it all herself, she could trade it with other survivors or take in more people to strengthen the base. The lack of firearms still worried her. However, she could try trading food with other survivors for weapons, though such transactions were risky and unsafe. Those survivors were a mixed lot. They might suddenly turn hostile during a deal, seizing both the food and weapons. But she had no choice. Firearms were vital to the base, and the safety of many survivors depended on them. She had to find a way to procure them. "Goodbye, boss," Wang Yun said. "Welcome back anytime," Zhang Wei replied. They fulfilled each other's needs. He needed to sell goods to earn money. She needed food. After they left, Zhang Wei checked his store's profile. Store: Doomsday Supermarket. Owner: Zhang Wei. Store level 042. Employees: Lu Rumei, 11. Leveling up was imminent. If Lu Rumei could bring in more survivors today, the store might successfully level up to 1 by tomorrow. He eagerly anticipated what special changes might occur upon leveling up. He took out the crystal cores and began to absorb them. System absorbed a Tier 1 crystal core. Gene.1. System absorbed a Tier 1 crystal core. Gene.1. System absorbed a Tier 1 crystal core. Gene.1. Character: Zhang Wei. Talent: none. Strength: Tier 10. Ability: none. Gene points: 37. These gene points were insufficient to enhance his strength, so he could only save them for now. Lu Rumei made her way towards a small base. She walked quickly, her mind racing with plans to secure more trades for Zhang Wei. However, as she passed through a desolate factory district, she suddenly heard faint footsteps approaching from all sides. In an instant, several figures emerged from the surrounding ruins and swiftly encircled her. "Stop right there, or we'll kill you." A cold, menacing voice cut through the air. The group appeared before Lu Rumei in a triangular formation, sealing off any escape. The leader was a man named Yi Fan. He stood tall with an utterly cold demeanor, his eyes radiating a ruthless, decisive sharpness, as if he had endured countless life-or-death battles. Two women stood beside him. One of the women had a pure and strikingly beautiful appearance, though she was travel-worn and showed signs of fatigue. Her delicate features and outstanding aura were still evident, suggesting she was likely a campus belle back in school. The other woman resembled a professional office worker. She wore a neat business suit exuding maturity and allure, her eyes gleaming with sharp intelligence and decisiveness. Lu Rumei was surprised but quickly regained her composure. She looked at Yi Fan and asked tentatively, "You're Yi Fan, aren't you?" Yi Fan was taken aback, his gaze scanning Lu Rumei, who wore an Ultraman mask. Even though he couldn't see her face, her slender figure and lively eyes convinced him she was a beautiful woman. Moreover, she was dressed so cleanly and dared to walk alone in the wilderness, which sparked a hint of curiosity in him. What could her purpose be? "Oh, you know me?" Yi Fan raised an eyebrow and asked coldly. "Of course. The name of Yi Fan, the Thunderblade swordsman, is quite renowned in Songqing Bay City," Lu Rumei said calmly, as if discussing something trivial. "Out with it. What do you want from me?" Yi Fan's gaze was as sharp as a hawk's, fixed intently on Lu Rumei, trying to discern her origins from every subtle expression and movement. Unflustered, Lu Rumei took a flyer from her bag and handed it to him, saying, "Our boss has opened a Doomsday supermarket nearby. It has everything you could need: food, drinks, daily necessities. Nothing is lacking. I'm sure you'd be interested. Trading there will only benefit you." Upon hearing this, the people beside Yi Fan exchanged glances. Then they looked at Lu Rumei as if she were a fool, their eyes filled with suspicion and wariness. Their expressions seemed to ask, "Do we look like idiots? Would we easily believe such a tale?" Lu Rumei paid no heed to their skeptical looks and remained composed, saying, "I know you don't believe me. If I were in your shoes and heard such news suddenly, I'd be doubtful too. But we truly have an endless supply of food and water. As long as you can afford the price, these things can all be yours." With that, she opened the backpack she was carrying and showed its contents to Yi Fan and the others. The backpack was filled with various foods: compressed biscuits, canned goods, bread, and a few bottles of mineral water. So much food. Chu Yinran, the pure and beautiful one, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. She hadn't seen such an abundance of food in a long time, her eyes filled with longing and shock. However, the office woman, Mu Qingqing, frowned. She wasn't as naive as Chu Yanran. She looked at Lu Rumei warily and said coldly, "Why did you approach us? In this apocalypse, hearts are sinister. Aren't you afraid we'll kill you and take your goods? Or are you sent by an enemy setting a trap to wipe us all out? Your suspicion is justified. In this apocalypse, caution is always wise." Lu Rumei's expression was calm, yet her tone carried an air of absolute confidence. "But to be frank, if I intended to harm you, why would I resort to traps? I would simply strike directly. Quite confident, aren't you? Then let me see what strength backs such arrogance." Mu Qingqing, already wary of Lu Rumei, felt her suspicions deepen at these words. Without further hesitation, she made her move against Lu Rumei. Yi Fan did not intervene either, for he too harbored doubts about the woman's intentions. After all, he had no shortage of enemies. Who knew who might have sent her? It was safer to be cautious. With a sharp glare in her eyes, Mu Qingqing's figure flickered as she instantly closed in on Lu Rumei. A gleaming dagger had materialized in her hand seemingly from nowhere. With a flash of cold light, she thrust it fiercely towards Lu Rumei's shoulder. However, Lu Rumei made no attempt to dodge, standing perfectly still as the blade struck her. Clang! A crisp sound of metal striking metal echoed through the air. Mu Qingqing felt as though her dagger had struck an indestructible sheet of steel. Not only had she failed to harm Lu Rumei in the slightest, but the impact numbed her own hand. What kind of ability is this? Mu Qingqing's eyes widened in astonishment, her dagger coming to an involuntary halt. Even Yi Fan was taken aback. He stared intently at Lu Rumei, his gaze filled with scrutiny. He hadn't expected this seemingly fragile woman to possess such a unique ability. He knew that Mu Qingqing was a Tier 2 powerhouse. A full-powered assault from her was something even a Tier 3 expert couldn't afford to ignore. Yet this woman's ability had completely neutralized the attack, which was truly shocking. The indestructible body of Vajra, ever heard of it? Lu Rumei tilted her head up slightly, speaking with pride and a hint of smugness in her voice. "I refuse to believe I can't break through your ability." Mu Qingqing gritted her teeth, a wave of stubborn determination surging within her. She launched another assault, her dagger raining down upon Lu Rumei like a torrential storm, each strike delivered with all her might. Unfortunately, after more than a dozen attempts, each blow felt like it was hitting an impregnable fortress wall, having absolutely no effect. Lu Rumei remained rooted to the spot, not even shifting her footing. "Mu, that's enough, stop." Seeing this, Yi Fan quickly intervened to halt the attack. He too had realized that Lu Rumei was far from ordinary. With such a defensive ability, she could traverse the apocalypse with impunity. If someone like her were truly an enemy, there would be no need for schemes and deception. A direct confrontation might even spell their defeat. Yi Fan shifted his gaze from the flyer to Lu Rumei, his eyes filled with a probing curiosity. "What price must be paid to purchase the food you have?" Lu Rumei offered a slight smile and answered unhurriedly. "Our boss has rather particular tastes. He favors gold, silver, jewels, antiques, and paintings. But most of all, he treasures spirit crystals. In our boss' eyes, these are all currencies for trading supplies." Yi Fan couldn't help but furrow his brow upon hearing this, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. In this apocalyptic world, survival was the paramount concern. Food, water, and weapons were the most practical necessities. He found it strange that anyone would collect seemingly useless trinkets like gold, silver, and antiques. Nevertheless, regardless of his confusion, he was now genuinely intrigued by this mysterious doomsday supermarket. The group huddled together for another look at the flyer, noticing that the supermarket's marked location wasn't far from them, situated near the commercial street. When did a building appear on Commercial Street? Mu Qingqing stared at the location and building on the poster, her face full of astonishment. She had frequented the area around Commercial Street and was intimately familiar with its layout, yet she had never heard of such a structure existing. "Our boss is a mysterious and supremely capable man. If you can imagine it, he can achieve it." Lu Rumei raised her chin, speaking with an air of pride, as if boasting of her employer's prowess. Yi Fan pondered for a moment, sensing a rare opportunity, and said, "All right, well, follow you for a look. Perhaps this supermarket will bring us unexpected gains." "Yi Fan." Mu Qingqing hastily interjected, her face etched with worry. She felt that venturing there blindly was unwise. If it were a trap, they would be in grave danger. "There's nothing wrong with it. To be honest, given her defensive capabilities, even a full-force strike from me might not break through. If she truly meant us harm, there would be no need for such elaborate deception. A direct attack would leave us defenseless." Yi Fan had great faith in his instincts. He could sense no malice from her whatsoever. In fact, she didn't even seem to regard them as a threat. Although Mu Qingqing still harbored some reservations after hearing Yi Fan's words, she knew he was always meticulous in his thinking. Since he had spoken thus, there must be some merit to his reasoning. And so they ceased their discussion, gathered their belongings, and set off towards the doomsday supermarket. Lu Rumei was well aware that Yi Fan's base likely housed many more survivors, and her words alone would hardly convince them all of the supermarket's existence. However, she knew that only by bringing them there personally and letting them see the supplies with their own eyes would they truly believe her story. So she said no more, merely gestured for Yi Fan and the others to follow as she led the way towards the supermarket. Along the journey, each of them was lost in their own thoughts. Yi Fan, Mu Qingqing, and the others remained vigilant, scanning their surroundings for any potential danger. Lu Rumei, in contrast, walked with a light and carefree step, seemingly unconcerned with the perils around her. Before long, they caught sight of the doomsday supermarket. It was a brand new structure, standing in stark contrast to the dilapidated surroundings. Just as the flyer said, a building appeared out of thin air. Mu Qingqing's eyes widened in utter surprise, and she couldn't help but mutter under her breath. Yi Fan also knitted his brows, his curiosity about the supermarket growing even stronger. He carefully examined the building's exterior, noting the sturdy doors and windows that exuded a sense of security. They made their way towards the supermarket, their footsteps echoing distinctly in the silent street. As they pushed open the door, a wave of warm air greeted them, a stark contrast to the cold outside. The supermarket was brightly lit, with shelves stocked full of all manner of supplies, a dazzling sight to behold. Lu Rumei smiled and said to Zhang Wei, "Boss, I've brought 3 people." Zhang Wei, who had been organizing goods behind the cashier counter, looked up at the sound of her voice. Seeing only 3 people, he felt a twinge of disappointment that there weren't more, but he didn't let it bother him. After all, these 3 were still potential customers who might bring in more business in the future. "Welcome. This is my supermarket. We have everything you could need. Take whatever you want. However, each person is limited to 1 bag of supplies per day." Zhang Wei replied warmly, a friendly smile spreading across his face. "Oh my God, am I dreaming? There's really this much supplies here?" Chu Yanren's eyes widened, filled with shock and disbelief. Her mouth slightly agape, she couldn't help but exclaim aloud. She reached out, gently touching the food on the shelves beside her, as if to confirm that all of this was real. This woman wasn't lying after all. There really are countless supplies here. Mu Qingqing was also deeply shocked. Her hands unconsciously clenched and her eyes revealed a hint of vigilance and contemplation. Having experienced more in life, she knew well that in this apocalypse resources were extremely scarce. Whoever possessed such a wealth of supplies was certainly no ordinary person. The other party was simply too mysterious. This suddenly appearing house, the mountains of supplies piled up inside it, and the fact that they had proactively sought people out to trade. Each of these things indicated that the owner of the supermarket was by no means an ordinary individual and absolutely could not be underestimated. Yi Fan was also a very composed person, able to keep his calm no matter what happened on ordinary days. Yet at this moment, faced with this incredible scene before him, he too furrowed his brows, his gaze filled with gravity. Afterwards, he walked respectfully before the owner, bowed slightly, and said, "Boss, I haven't yet asked for your esteemed name. I am Yi Fan. I'd like to confirm. Can the supplies here truly be purchased freely? You can call me boss, or you can call me Zhang Wei." Zhang Wei sat in the chair behind the cash register, his legs crossed, speaking with an air of calm indifference. "Of course the things here can be bought as you wish. However, each person can only purchase one bag of items per day." Yi Fan nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this, and said, "So the more people there are, the more things we can buy." "Exactly, that's the logic." Zhang Wei stood up, propped his hands on the counter, leaned forward, and looked at Yi Fan, saying, "Since this is a new store opening, I'll give you a special price. One bag of food for just one first-tier crystal core. Once more people come to buy later, the price will definitely go up." After all, in this apocalypse, his was the only supermarket around. He had the final say on the prices. Supplies would deplete over time, and he had no worries about a lack of customers. "Boss, you see I'm new here, and not quite familiar with the rules yet." Yi Fan lowered his head slightly, a pleading expression appearing on his face and a hint of expectation in his voice. "Could you make an exception and let me buy a few more bags to take back? I promise you will bring a group of people over to buy right away. I won't let you lose out." Zhang Wei leaned against the counter, arms crossed, a hint of scrutiny in his gaze, and asked, "Oh, I'd like to hear just how many people can you bring to buy?" Yi Fan straightened his back, looked at Zhang Wei with confident eyes, and answered without hesitation, "No fewer than 100 people. I have some connections back at the base. As long as I bring these things back, everyone will surely be willing to come buy from you." Zhang Wei was inwardly astonished, his eyes widening slightly. He hadn't expected this fellow to have such capability to actually bring so many people to make purchases. He mused to himself that this man surnamed Yi was indeed not a simple character and might just bring him a considerable amount of business. So Zhang Wei nodded, a faint trace of a smile appearing on his face that was hard to notice, and replied, "All right, I can give you this chance. However, I need you to guarantee that these people will come to my place to buy once every day, not just sporadically. Only then can my business thrive in the long run." Actually, even if Zhang Wei hadn't said it, Yi Fan understood in his heart that this was a golden opportunity to expand his base's scale and strengthen his power. He quickly said, "No problem. Boss, rest assured I will definitely do it. As long as I have enough supplies, I can grow and develop rapidly, take in more survivors, and when that time comes, business here is bound to get better and better." With enough supplies, he could let the survivors in his base live relatively stable lives and also attract more people to join. And this boss was his biggest guarantee at the moment. Therefore, he had to cooperate well, purchase more supplies at this stage, and lay a solid foundation for future development. Yi Fan no longer hesitated. He quickly took out some crystal cores from his pocket and placed them on the counter. Then he walked over to the rice shelf, hoisted 2 bags of rice onto his shoulders, and strode out of the supermarket with long, quick steps. Seeing this, Mu Qingqing and Chu Yanran each picked out what they needed and followed Yi Fan out of the supermarket. Satisfied, Zhang Wei picked up the crystal cores and used them. System First Tier Crystal Core Absorb Gene Point 1. System First Tier Crystal Core Absorb Gene Point 1. System First Tier Crystal Core Absorb Gene Point 1. Zhang Wei lounged in a reclining chair in the corner of the supermarket, his fingers gently tapping the armrest, a look of approval on his face as he said to Lu Rumei, who stood beside him, "Well done. I didn't expect you to bring me such a big client. Judging by Yi Fan's attitude, if we can establish a long-term partnership, business at this supermarket is bound to be excellent." Lu Rumei's lips curled slightly, revealing a sweet smile, and she responded, "Boss, it's mainly because I've heard of his reputation before. In this apocalypse, he's considered a rather prominent figure. Not only is he powerful and able to handle any danger with ease, but he also has a good reputation. He treats survivors fairly well and does his best to provide shelter and help. That's also why quite a few people are willing to follow him. But honestly, I hadn't expected his forces to have already grown to over 100 people. It was lucky I managed to bring him here today." As she spoke, Lu Rumei recalled the things she had heard about Yi Fan before. Regardless, Zhang Wei was quite satisfied with Lu Rumei's work today. He stood up, stretched, and said, "It's almost noon. Don't rush off just yet. First, join me for lunch. Once the supermarket's business gets better and better, and there are more customers you won't need to go out and hand out flyers anymore. When that time comes with the store getting busy, you'll rely on you to help manage things. Lu Rumei quickly waved her hand, her eyes filled with sincerity, and said, "It's no trouble at all, boss. With your invincible ability protecting this place, the supermarket is safe and sound. I'm not tired in the least. Besides, handing out flyers isn't difficult for me. If it brings in more customers for you, it makes me happy too." Zhang Wei looked at Lu Rumei, the appreciation in his eyes growing increasingly evident. He thought to himself, who wouldn't like a beautiful, smart, capable employee who is also so proactive and enthusiastic about her work? He said, "All right. With such a capable assistant as you, this supermarket is sure to become more and more prosperous." Just after finishing lunch, Zhang Wei was leisurely organizing the accounts behind the cash register when suddenly the supermarket door was flung open and a crowd surged in like a tide. It was Yi Fan and his group rushing over. The originally spacious supermarket instantly became cramped with people jostling shoulder to shoulder, the cacophony of chatter and footsteps mingling together, turning the entire store into a chaotic mess. Seeing this, Yi Fan frowned, immediately realizing this wouldn't do. He quickly stepped to the front of the crowd and shouted at the top of his lungs, "Everyone quiet down. Listen to me. Don't push a line up one by one. Otherwise no one will be able to buy anything." Hearing Yi Fan's voice, the crowd gradually calmed down and began to form a line under his direction. Yi Fan straightened his clothes and strode quickly to Zhang Wei, a hint of apology on his face, saying, "Boss, I've brought people. We're a bit pressed for time and am not sure if this will be enough." As he spoke, he produced a large bag of gold, silver jewelry and a few antiques from behind him, placing it on the counter. Zhang Wei glanced at the bag, roughly estimating its value. Then he noticed one antique was worth over 2 million. He nodded with satisfaction and said, "All right, each person takes one bag, fills it up, and comes here to trade. Everyone move quickly, don't waste time." Okay. Yi Fan nodded hastily, his eyes revealing eagerness and anticipation. He knew full well how important these supplies were to him and his men. Then turning to his subordinates, he shouted, "Listen up, everyone. Take one shopping bag each. Go pick whatever you need from the supermarket, fill the bag, and come back here to settle the bill. Be quick about it." Following Yi Fan's orders, his men sprang into action, grabbing shopping bags and swarming toward the various shelves. After they started picking items, Yi Fan stood at the counter, rubbing his hands together, a slightly ingratiating smile on his face, and said to Zhang Wei, "Boss, could I get a pack of cigarettes? After all this running around, I need something to smoke. My heart feels empty." "No problem." Zhang Wei readily turned around, took a pack of Huazi from the shelf behind him, pulled out one cigarette, handed it to Yi Fan, and even fished out a lighter to light it. Yi Fan took the cigarette, brought it close to the flame, took a deep drag, let the smoke swirl in his lungs, and then exhaled slowly, a look of satisfaction spreading across his face. He smiled and said, "Thanks, boss. I haven't had a single puff in a month. This stuff is getting rarer and rarer in the apocalypse. Sometimes even crystal cores can't buy it." Zhang Wei leaned against the counter, flicked off some ash, and replied, "As long as you have enough crystal cores, you can have as much as you want from now on. Here with crystal cores, there's nothing we lack." Yi Fan fell silent for a moment, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes, then lowered his voice and asked, "Boss, could we have an exclusive partnership? You see, I have quite a few men under me, and I can definitely bring you steady business in the future." Hearing this, Zhang Wei shook his head without hesitation, his gaze sharpening as he said, "Impossible. I run this store to attract as many customers as possible. The more people, the better the business, and the longer my supermarket can stay open. If anyone tries to stand in the way of my business, I won't hesitate to make them disappear." Yi Fan looked at Zhang Wei's serious expression and did not doubt the truth of his words. After all, in the apocalypse, someone who could run such a supermarket stockpiled with supplies was certainly no pushover. Yi Fan nodded and quickly explained, "Boss, don't misunderstand. What I meant was, could you grant me the exclusive right to sell tobacco and alcohol? I have some channels outside and know many people. I can maximize the value of these goods. If we cooperate, I promise you won't lose out." Zhang Wei narrowed his eyes, slightly tapping his fingers on the counter, pondering for a moment before saying, "So what can you offer me? Don't just talk big, show me something concrete." "We split the profits 50-50, Yi Fan said without hesitation. "You've seen my influence out there. I have the means to sell these tobacco and alcohol at a good price and guarantee a steady volume. Rest assured you won't be at a loss." Zhang Wei lowered his head slightly, arms crossed, lost in brief contemplation. He knew the partnership proposal carried some risk, but if it truly opened up the tobacco and alcohol market, it would be a significant boost to his supermarket's business. Of course, to him this risk was nothing. Just some cigarettes and alcohol which were insignificant to him. After a moment, he lifted his head, his gaze firm, and nodded, saying, "All right, I'll let you give it a try. But let's be clear up front, if you can't deliver on your promise, then this deal is off, and don't ever mention cooperation again. Hearing this, Yi Fan's face broke into a brilliant smile. He patted his chest confidently and said, "Boss, rest assured. Since Yi Fan dare to say it, I am fully confident I can deliver. I always keep my word, I will never let you down." Zhang Wei nodded slightly and said, "Good, then I'll wait for your good news. I hope you'll show me your strength." With that, he turned and walked to the supermarket's warehouse. Soon he brought out 20 cartons of cigarettes and 20 cases of liquor, neatly stacking them in front of the counter. Yi Fan raised his right hand, revealing an ancient ring on his finger. With a slight movement, a strange light flashed across the ring. Then the 20 cartons of cigarettes and 20 cases of liquor vanished instantly, as if grabbed by an invisible hand, clearly stored into the spatial ring. Zhang Wei's eyes flickered with surprise at the sight. He said with some astonishment, "I didn't expect you to have a spatial ring. That's a rare treasure in the apocalypse." Yi Fan smiled, a hint of pride on his face, and replied, "Just lucky. I got it from opening a treasure chest earlier. In this apocalypse, luck is also a kind of strength." In truth, Yi Fan deliberately revealed the spatial ring to prove his capability to Zhang Wei, showing that he had the means and resources to complete the partnership. For Zhang Wei, although these cigarettes and liquor held some value in his supermarket compared to the entire store's business, they were indeed worth little. He calculated that if Yi Fan could truly open up the tobacco and alcohol market, it would undoubtedly bring great benefits to him. After all, he always preferred to cooperate with those who had strength and ability, creating a win-win situation for both parties. System Supermarket level upgraded to level 1. System Supermarket has unlocked a new function, the ability to choose the location of arrival. The higher the level, the more times you can freely arrive each day. Current daily free arrivals 01. System Supermarket level upgraded to level 1. A crisp mechanical chime echoed in Zhang Wei's mind. As the second prompt faded, he witnessed a profound transformation unfold within the supermarket's confines as a faint golden halo surged through the air. Zhang Wei felt a subtle tremor beneath his feet as the merchandise on the shelves clinked together as if brushed by an unseen hand. Shielding his eyes from the dazzling light, he squinted to see the entire structure warp and twist, its walls recombining like flowing sand art. When the radiance finally subsided, Zhang Wei's breath caught in his throat. The formerly cramped 3-story building had been completely transformed. The ground floor had expanded to twice its original width, with spacious aisles now wide enough for 2 shopping carts to pass side by side. He noticed the old cramped corner landing was gone, replaced by a gleaming new shopping escalator leading to the second floor, its metal handrails glinting under the lights. In addition to the shopping escalator, a private elevator had also appeared, providing access to the 3rd floor and above. His home had never had such elevators before, only stairs. Now with the supermarket's upgrade, they had materialized. Moreover, the entire supermarket felt brand new, as if it had just been renovated, immaculately clean and tidy, offering a remarkably pleasant atmosphere. Turning his attention to the 2nd floor, he saw a vast, empty 300 square meter space. Like the 1st floor, it was filled with countless shelves arranged in perfect order. However, these shelves were completely bare, clearly awaiting his procurement. Zhang Wei noticed that the original living quarters on the 2nd floor had been relocated to the 3rd. 3 new doors lined the corridor. Up there, 2 led to suites with private bathrooms, and the 3rd opened into a clearly designated storage room. He looked toward the new master bedroom door and saw the bay window had doubled in size, with morning lights spilling across the floor through the newly installed double-paned glass. Zhang Wei's gaze traveled up the spiral staircase to the newly added 4th floor attic. Sunlight streamed through the skylight, casting diamond-shaped patterns on the floor. The attic was cluttered with wooden crates stamped supermarket equipment, but the most eye-catching item was a brand-new central air conditioning unit tucked away in the corner. The supermarket's layout map before him was updating automatically. The previously grayed-out 2nd floor area had turned into an editable blank template, with a prompt appearing below: "Please select the 2nd floor functional zone, fresh produce, apparel, electronics, custom." He ignored this for the moment and instead reviewed the supermarket's details. Supermarket Doomsday. Supermarket owner Zhang Wei. Supermarket level 1 euro. Employees Lu Rume 12. Function arbitrary arrival. Arbitrary arrival. Each time you arrive in another world, you can choose any location to appear. Uses 01. The changes following the supermarket's level up far exceeded his expectations. Not only were functional modules unlocking one by one, but the building itself seemed to grow organically, as if touched by magic. Standing behind the checkout counter, Zhang Wei watched customers move between the aisles, his fingers unconsciously tracing the system interface. The narrow pathways that once required squeezing through now allowed 3 shopping carts to travel abreast with room to spare, and the ceiling had risen by over 2 meters. At this rate of upgrades, it wouldn't be long before this modest building pierced the clouds, evolving into a true high-end commercial complex. After all, every system upgrade came with an architectural expansion, and this supermarket was only level 1. Is this place on growth hormones, or what? Someone in the crowd shouted, igniting a flurry of hushed whispers. A few people were rubbing their eyes in front of the refrigerated display cases, certain they had seen yogurt there moments ago. Now it was a double-door, temperature-controlled cabinet, its glass panels displaying real-time temperature data. Look at the walls. A girl with a ponytail suddenly pointed toward the ceiling. The exposed concrete beams and pillars had been encased in sleek silver metal panels with glowing blue LED strips running through the seams. I do believe this was a 5-star hotel lobby, Yi Fan murmured, walking over to Zhang Wei. He swallowed hard before speaking. Boss, did you do all this? Zhang Wei's tone was as calm as if he were discussing the weather. Customer traffic is up, so it was necessary to adjust the layout. As more people continue to expand the supermarket. The crowd fell silent for a moment. This supermarket owner's methods were truly extraordinary. After all, what kind of supermarket expansion involves load-bearing walls shifting on their own? Such uncanny power only reinforced their belief that the owner was a being of immense capability. In everyone's eyes, these bizarre methods inspired a deeper sense of awe. A boss with such special abilities was not someone to be trifled with. Despite the murmurs, every single person obediently selected their items and made their way to the checkout. They dared not leave without his implicit permission. Chu Yanren's fingers tightened unconsciously around her shopping basket, her gaze fixed on the figure behind the checkout counter. Zhang Wei head bowed as he rang up. Purchases looked no different from any ordinary shopkeeper. Yet the sound of shelves shifting on their own during the expansion still echoed in her mind. Just who is this supermarket owner? Chu Yanran stared at the composed Zhang Wei, curiosity burning within her. Mu Qingqing, you're shaking so much you can't even hold a bag of chips, Yi Fan said, nudging the girl beside him with his elbow, though his own eyes never left Zhang Wei. Mu Qingqing yanked her hand back, just before it knocked over a drink shelf, a metallic taste rising in her throat. In the instant the ceiling had split with a seam of light, she had clearly seen dense, intricate mechanical patterns writhing on the back of the shelves. Patterns that slowly undulated like something alive slithering beneath the skin. A man like this is far too mysterious. We absolutely cannot offend him. I even attacked his employee before. Just thinking about it sends chills down my spine. Mu Qingqing's voice caught in her throat, filled with lingering dread. This power was not something any human should possess. If he wanted to kill us, it would be as easy as crushing an ant, Mu Qingqing said with a bitter smile. Indeed. Fortunately, he only seems interested in doing business, nothing more. We must show him the utmost respect. Yi Fan nodded in agreement, his expression full of reverence. Offending Zhang Wei was akin to seeking death, and he had no intention of making such a foolish mistake. After the group had finished their transactions, Zhang Wei glanced at his panel. Task complete 100 transactions. Reward 1,000 gene points. New task complete 1,000 transactions. Reward 10,000 gene points. He was overjoyed at the reward. With this many gene points, it should be more than enough for him to break through to the second order. He took a deep breath, his expression focused, and slowly allocated his gene points to the strength attribute. Each injection of gene points stirred a faint ripple on the progress bar of power enhancement. As the points dwindled, he noticed that for every 10 gene points spent, his strength experience rose by merely 1. This discovery furrowed his brow as he quickly calculated. At this rate, breaking through to the second rank would require a full 1000 gene points. The stronger one becomes, the more gene points are needed. He murmured to himself, a hint of gravity in his eyes. He knew well that enhancing one's power was no easy feat. If it were then, in the brutal world of Red Star, there wouldn't be only a handful of survivors who had reached the third rank. Currently, most of the world's population remained at the first and second ranks. However, this didn't deter him. Instead, it ignited a burning fighting spirit deep within. He gritted his teeth and continued to pour the remaining gene points into strength. Time ticked by, gene points dwindling while strength experience crept upward. Finally, when the percentage hit 100, a crisp system notification chimed in his mind. System strength has broken through to the second rank. In an instant, a surge of overwhelming power erupted from the depths of his being, flooding his entire body. His muscles felt reforged, each fiber brimming with explosive force. A simple clench of his fist produced audible cracks from his knuckles. His bones grew more resilient, as if tempered through countless trials, now capable of withstanding far greater impacts. His 5 senses were greatly enhanced. His vision expanded, allowing him to clearly perceive the subtlest shifts in his surroundings. His hearing became sharper, picking up even the faintest distant sounds. His sense of smell grew more acute, enabling him to precisely discern the complex array of scents in the air. Moreover, his reaction speed and physical coordination underwent a qualitative leap. The moment a thought of movement crossed his mind, his body responded instantly, executing the action with fluid grace and no hesitation. He slowly opened his eyes, sensing this newfound power within him, and an indescribable excitement welled up in his heart. He knew he had officially stepped into the second rank, possessing greater strength. Not bad, not bad. Zhang Wei's lips curled into a smug smile. Others would struggle to reach the second rank, wasting time and effort, but I can achieve it with ease. He crossed his arms, pride shining in his eyes. Reflecting on this period, he had stayed cooped up inside this supermarket, venturing nowhere. All he had to do was wait for others to come shopping, and he would reap a fortune, while his power naturally grew along with it. This feeling only those who experience it can truly understand. It's absolutely fantastic. He couldn't help but mutter. Then his gaze shifted to the supermarket status panel. Supermarket level 1-5. Seeing the sluggish progress, he frowned slightly. He understood that upgrading the supermarket to level 2 was no simple task. However, he quickly shrugged it off. There was no need to rush. After all, as the reputation of the doomsday supermarket spread, more and more survivors would surely come seeking to trade. When that happened, wealth and power would flow in effortlessly. Just then he remembered that Yi Fan and the others had already made their purchases and left. He quickly checked his earnings from this transaction. His wealth had increased by over 20 million, and he had also acquired over 100 crystal cores. Among them was a second-rank crystal core emitting a faint soft glow. He picked it up, turning it over in his hand, pondering. A first-rank core yielded only 1 gene point. He wondered how many a second-rank core would provide. Full of anticipation, he absorbed the crystal core. System's second-rank crystal core absorbed. Gene points 10. It's actually 10 points. Zhang Wei's eyes lit up with pleasant surprise. The gene points from a second-rank core were 10 times that of a first-rank one. Similarly, a second-rank monster is undoubtedly in a different league compared to a first-rank one. He mused to himself. He understood that the gap between power levels in this apocalyptic world was immense. A second-rank monster could effortlessly dominate dozens of first-rank ones. That was the crushing power of superior rank. If a first-rank powerhouse encounters a second-rank monster, they're basically doomed. He shook his head, feeling a tinge of pity for those first-rank fighters. However, he also knew that unless a first-rank fighter possessed a special talent or a powerful skill, or had overwhelming numbers, and could rely on tactics or equipment, surviving an encounter with a second-rank monster would be nearly impossible. Now that I've reached the second rank, the threat from firearms has diminished significantly for us. He clenched his fist, feeling the immense power within. Unless it's a heavy weapon with massive destructive power, it would be hard-pressed to pose a fatal threat to us. Despite this, Zhang Wei knew he still needed to keep a low profile. Conventional firearms posed a reduced threat to second-rank powerhouses, but they weren't entirely ineffective. A single shot to the head or a critical area would still be lethal. So he had no reason to be overly complacent. He had merely reached the second rank in terms of raw power. Compared to those second-rank veterans who possessed talent, skills, and rich combat experience, he still had a long way to go. Although I don't need to fight those people, I still desire to obtain a talent or a skill. He schemed silently. He was acutely aware of how crucial talents and skills were in this apocalyptic world. Furthermore, in the days to come, he would need to practice his combat skills diligently. With Lu Rumei around, he could seek her guidance. Having survived the apocalypse, she was certainly not weak. Besides, once the supermarket reached level 1, he could hire one more employee. He wouldn't take just anyone, at the very least they shouldn't be inferior to Lu Rumei. Gene points can allow me to awaken a talent requiring a minimum of 100 points. He looked at his current gene point count and set a new goal. Next, he resolved to diligently accumulate gene points and try to awaken a talent and skill. So he used all the crystal cores he had. System first rank crystal core absorbed. Gene points 1. System first rank crystal core absorbed. Gene points 1. System first rank crystal core absorbed. Gene points 1. Character Zhang Wei, talent none, rank second 0, ability none, gene points 158. His gene points had exceeded 100, so he began the process of awakening a talent. System awakened Frank talent perception. As the system notification chimed in his mind, detailed information about the talent materialized before Zhang Wei's eyes. Perception Frank allows the user to perceive subtle changes in the surroundings. The stronger one's strength and mental power, the greater the range of perception. Zhang Wei was momentarily taken aback, a flicker of disappointment passing through his eyes as he looked helplessly at the talent. He had been eagerly anticipating the awakening of a formidable talent, one that could instantly skyrocket his power. Yet this perception talent fell short of his expectations. However, he quickly calmed down and pondered the matter carefully. Although this talent wasn't as potent as he had imagined, it wasn't entirely useless. In the apocalyptic world, danger lurked everywhere. The ability to sense subtle changes in the environment could at a critical moment allow him to detect threats in advance, giving him time to prepare and potentially save his life. With only 100 gene points, it's clear I couldn't awaken a particularly powerful talent. Zhang Wei sighed softly, understanding that acquiring a higher-grade talent would require a greater expenditure of gene points. It was like an investment. The more you put in, the greater the potential return. I wonder how many gene points an SS strength talent would need. Zhang Wei mused, a hint of curiosity and longing in his gaze. He recalled Lu Rumai's words: SS strength talents were the most powerful, possessed by only a handful of people in the entire world. Such a nearly heaven-defying talent would undoubtedly require a massive amount of gene points to awaken, far beyond his current reach. Forget it, dwelling on it is pointless. Zhang Wei shook his head, pulling his thoughts back to the present. He knew well that one must eat a meal bite by bite and walk a path step by step. Since he couldn't obtain a higher-grade talent right now, he would set a small goal to elevate his strength to the third order. He recalled his advancement from the first to the second order, which had consumed a full 100 gene points. Following this pattern, he deduced that reaching the third order would require a staggering 100 gene points. For him at this stage, that was undoubtedly a formidable challenge. This will require completing the tasks issued by the system. Zhang Wei clenched his fist, silently resolving himself. He knew that completing system tasks was a vital means of acquiring gene points. Only by continuously finishing tasks could he accumulate enough points to break through to the third order and gain a stronger foothold for survival in this brutal apocalyptic world. Only with sufficient power could he step out of the supermarket and explore the world. Until then, he wouldn't dare leave its confines. As long as over 100 customers visited the supermarket daily. Given his current rate of gene point acquisition and task completion, it wouldn't be long before Zhang Wei could successfully fulfill the system's requirements and break through to the third order. At that moment, Lu Rumei walked up to him, beaming with joy. "Boss, look, the supermarket is twice as big as before. It's not only more spacious now, but every section is impeccably tidy and the decorations are much more appealing. Customers are sure to be impressed when they walk in." Zhang Wei nodded slightly, his eyes reflecting a vision for the future. This is just the beginning. As more customers come, the supermarket space will continue to expand. Once we return to Blue Star, we must hurry to stock up on more supplies. The shelves on the second floor are still empty. We need to get them filled and diversify our product range to make the store look even better. Lu Rumei nodded vigorously, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. "You're absolutely right, boss. I just went upstairs to check. All the rooms have been significantly enlarged. The interiors look brand new, like a fresh renovation. It's so pleasing to the eye. I love it." A faint smile touched Zhang Wei's lips. "Life will only get better. As long as we diligently manage our supermarket, our future days are bound to be bright." Lu Rumei clenched her fists, pumping herself up. "So, I need to work even harder. Boss will head out to distribute more flyers now and attract more customers to our store." Zhang Wei nodded in approval, then advised. "All right, same rule, as always, be back before 6. There are quite a few monsters out there. Even though you can handle them, don't lose track of time." "Got it, boss. Don't worry," Lu Rumei replied cheerfully. With practiced ease, she donned her iconic Ultraman mask, slung her backpack filled with flyers and simple daily necessities over her shoulder, and gripped her weapon tightly. She then strode purposefully out of the supermarket. Once outside, she immediately sensed several monsters lurking nearby. Her eyes sharpened, and she dashed towards them without hesitation. Relying on the defensive mechanism bestowed by Zhang Wei, she waited for the monsters to attack, triggering the invincible shield. With her agile movements and honed combat skills, she swiftly dispatched these monsters. Crouching down, she deftly extracted the cores from their bodies, placing them into a small pouch she carried before turning and striding off into the distance to continue her flyer distribution. Lu Rumei walked with a light step, her eyes scanning the surroundings with the keenness of an eagle. She hunted monsters whenever she spotted them, her pace brisk and decisive. This approach allowed her to gather cores at a considerable speed. She calculated that she only needed to absorb about 100 more cores to break through to the second order. The thought of an impending power boost filled her eyes with eager anticipation. Just then, her gaze locked onto a second-order monster. It was a massive mutated lizard dragging its heavy frame in a slow patrol, occasionally emitting low guttural roars as if staking its claim on the territory. A second-order mutated lizard, Lu Rumei muttered under her breath. In the past, she would have fled from such a powerful foe, avoiding direct confrontation at all costs. But now, with her significantly enhanced strength, she felt no fear facing this mutated lizard. Instead, her eyes gleamed with excitement. She charged towards the mutated lizard without hesitation. Rather than attacking first, she patiently waited for the monster to make its move. As the mutated lizard sensed her approach and lunged with its massive jaws and sharp claws, the invincible mechanism activated. Only then did she seize the opportunity to launch her own offensive. In battle, Lu Rumei didn't need to worry about defense at all. She was confident in her abilities. While the monster's defenses were tough, her attacks were far more lethal. Moreover, the mutated lizard's attacks felt like mere tickles to her. No matter how frantically it attacked, it couldn't inflict any real damage. Lu Rumei moved with fluid grace, weaving through the mutated lizard's assaults, her weapon striking its vital points with unerring accuracy. As time passed, the lizard's movements grew sluggish and its body became riddled with wounds. Finally, this once arrogant second-order monster collapsed onto the ground, utterly defeated. Lu Rumei wiped the sweat from her brow, looking at the fallen mutated lizard with a delighted grin. Hunting monsters above my level is incredibly satisfying. Not only do I get a bounty of cores, but I also get to sharpen my combat skills. It's truly killing two birds with one stone. Look at her. Such formidable strength. Who is she to be able to ignore the attacks of a Tier 2 mutant lizard? In a hidden corner, several survivors were carefully taking cover. They had inadvertently witnessed Lu Rumei's entire battle, their faces filled with shock as they couldn't help but whisper in astonishment. These people were well aware of the mutant lizard's power. In the apocalyptic world, this Tier 2 monster was exceptionally ferocious, possessing not only astonishing defensive capabilities, but also terrifying offensive prowess. Even a Tier 2 powerhouse would find it difficult to deal with alone, often requiring several Tier 2 experts to join forces for a guaranteed kill. Yet this seemingly delicate woman before them had managed to single-handedly slay a mutant lizard. This level of power completely defied their understanding, filling them with immense awe and reverence. At that moment, Lu Rumei, who was looting the spoils of battle, seemed to sense something. She whipped her head around, her gaze sharp as lightning, locking onto their hiding spot. "Who's there? Show yourself," she coldly commanded. The group trembled violently at the sudden shout. They knew that fleeing was futile against such a powerhouse. It might even provoke her and invite death upon themselves. Exchanging glances, they gritted their teeth and reluctantly stepped out. "Boss, we're just passing through, we mean no harm." One of them stammered, bowing and scraping nervously, their eyes filled with fear and unease, terrified of provoking a misunderstanding. Lu Rumei looked them over appraisingly, then asked, "Which base are you from?" "We're just the three of us, we don't belong to any base," one of them answered cautiously, a hint of helplessness and desolation flashing in his eyes. In the apocalyptic world, without the protection of a base, they were forced to wander endlessly, living a precarious existence. Lu Rumei nodded, pulled some flyers from her backpack, and handed them over. "I'm an employee of the Apocalypse supermarket. You can bring gold, silver, jewelry, antiques, or spirit crystals to the location on this flyer to purchase supplies. Our supermarket is well-stocked and can meet many of your needs." The group was stunned into silence, disbelief clear on their faces. A supermarket, even during the apocalypse. It seemed utterly inconceivable to them. However, they didn't doubt Lu Rumei's words. After all, given the strength she had just displayed, killing them would be as easy as waving her hand. There was no need for such an elaborate ruse. Okay, well, definitely go check it out," they replied hurriedly. They nodded vigorously like hammering garlic, not daring to show any hesitation or neglect. Lu Rumei offered no further explanation and turned to leave, leaving the survivors standing there staring at her retreating figure, unable to snap out of their daze for a long time. "Do you think she was telling the truth?" A burly man scratched his head, his face etched with skepticism, his eyes betraying deep doubt. In this apocalyptic world where survival itself was a struggle, the idea of someone running a supermarket seemed like a fantasy to him. "Regardless, we have to go and see if this supermarket is real," Mo Ruefeng said with a frown. He knew they had no other choice. "We haven't eaten in days. If we don't find food soon, we'll starve to death." As he spoke, he patted his hollow stomach, which was growling in protest. The hunger was a constant companion, making his legs feel weak with every step. "He's right. I still have a few gold bars from before in my bag. Let's go try our luck there." Another man patted his bulging backpack, a resigned yet hopeful expression on his face. Before the apocalypse, gold bars were worth a fortune, but now in this world of scarcity, he wasn't even sure if they could be exchanged for food. After their discussion, they headed towards the location marked on the flyer. Along the way, they carefully observed their surroundings, staying vigilant against potential dangers. Every so often, they would stop to confirm their direction, afraid of taking a wrong turn. After a long while, they stopped and looked up at the building before them. Its exterior matched the drawing on the flyer perfectly, even the house number was a match. "This is the place. I can't believe there's actually a building here." Mo Roofing's eyes widened in astonishment, his mouth slightly agape, his face a mask of shock. The sudden appearance of such a pristine building amidst the ruins of the apocalypse was incredibly jarring. Filled with curiosity, their steps unconsciously quickened as they approached the supermarket. As they drew nearer, they could hear faint singing coming from inside, making their hearts pound with uncertainty about what awaited them. Welcome to the Apocalypse Supermarket. As they approached the bright glass door, it slid open automatically, as if by magic, and a clear, pleasant voice rang out. This was a new feature added after the supermarket's upgrade, intended to provide customers with more convenient and thoughtful service. Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! The moment they stepped inside, their eyes widened, and their jaws dropped in utter amazement. They stared blankly at the shelves stocked with a dazzling array of goods, completely overwhelmed by shock. In this apocalyptic world, they hadn't seen such a variety of supplies in a long time. The sight before them felt like an unreal dream. There really are supplies, and so many of them. That woman didn't lie to us. After the initial shock, Mo Ruefing was overcome with excitement. They exchanged looks, overjoyed that they wouldn't have to go hungry anymore. Did you bring any money? Zhang Wei sat behind the cash register, lifting his head to cast a calm glance over the three men. Someone's here. The burly man was startled by the sudden voice, then quickly recovered and asked, "Who are you?" "I'm the owner of this supermarket," Zhang Wei replied with a composed expression. Recalling the formidable strength Lu Rume had displayed, the three men had no doubt that the supermarket owner before them also possessed unfathomable power. After all, in this perilous apocalyptic world, only someone with sufficient strength would dare to run a business. To do otherwise would be suicide. "You take gold bars, right?" One of them snapped back to reality and hastily fumbled in his bag, pulling out a few gold bars. These bars had been invaluable before the apocalypse, but now they were caked with dirt, looking somewhat pathetic. He carefully wiped the dirt off the gold bars with the hem of his shirt before solemnly placing them on the counter. "Each person may fill one bag." Zhang Wei sat behind the cash register, his expression calm. He reached to the side, picked up 3 bags emblazoned with the supermarket's logo, and handed them over. All right. The 3 men nodded, eagerly accepting the bags with both hands. Excitement gleamed in their eyes as they rushed towards the shelves, hastily beginning to gather items. As they shopped, their minds began to wander toward mischief. One of them surreptitiously tried to stuff selected goods into the bag he carried. Strangely, however, the items seemed blocked by an invisible force, refusing to enter. He attempted it several times, sweat beading on his forehead, but to no avail. Another burly man, seizing a moment of inattention, grabbed a package of food and bit down hard, hoping for a quick snack. Yet the wrapper seemed crafted from some extraordinary material. He bit until his teeth ached, nearly breaking the skin, but couldn't tear even the slightest opening. They exchanged furtive glances, then looked at Zhang Wei, whose calm demeanor suggested he held everything firmly in control. A chill shot from the soles of their feet straight to their heads, and cold sweat broke out on their backs. "We'd better just play by the rules." Mo Roofing's voice trembled as he spoke, his eyes filled with dread. In this apocalyptic world, they had witnessed countless perils befall those consumed by greed. Now they understood with sobering clarity that this supermarket owner was not someone to be trifled with. "You're right. I feel like if we step out of line, we'd never leave this supermarket." Another man, equally gripped by fear, chimed in agreement. The 3 dared not entertain any further schemes. They obediently packed their chosen items into the bags Zhang Wei had given them, and only when the bags were stuffed to the brim did they approach him cautiously. Zhang Wei remained unruffled. He leisurely picked up the scanning gun and passed it over the gold bars on the counter. They saw a flash of white light, and the gold bars vanished into thin air as if they had never existed. This convinced them beyond doubt that the owner was no ordinary man, and their reverence for him grew even deeper. "Boss, may we leave now?" Mo Ruefing asked timidly, his voice quivering. After witnessing the eerie and awe-inspiring events in the supermarket, fear dominated his heart, and he yearned only to flee this oppressive place. Zhang Wei gave a slight nod. He pulled a stack of flyers from beneath the counter and handed them to Mo Ruefing. "Help me distribute these. If you bring in some customers, he'll give you some food." "Really?" Their eyes lit up instantly, faces beaming with surprise. In this end-times world, food was the essence of survival, and the prospect of extra provisions was an incredible boon. "Do I have any reason to deceive you?" Zhang Wei raised an eyebrow in reply. "All right, count on me. Boss, can we come back tomorrow to shop?" Mo Ruefing quickly thumped his chest in assurance, then asked eagerly. He silently calculated that regular access to this supermarket would secure their future considerably. "I'd welcome you to shop here every day as long as you can pay." A faint smile tugged at the corner of Zhang Wei's mouth. "See you tomorrow, boss." They chorused before spinning around and hurrying out of the supermarket. Once outside, their restraint shattered. They tore open the food packages with desperate haste, wolfing down the contents ravenously. So good. One of them mumbled through a mouth stuffed full. It had been so long since they'd tasted food this delicious. Each bite brought profound satisfaction. They devoured a mountain of provisions with breakneck speed. Patting their distended bellies, the simple act of having food made them feel immeasurably happy, as though they'd been transported back to the secure era before the apocalypse. Let's go find some gold and jewels. Mo Ruefeng licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with excitement and anticipation. He knew that with gold and jewels they could trade for more food and supplies at the supermarket. I know a villa district. Rich folks must have left behind some treasures there. Another man's eyes brightened as he spoke. Before the apocalypse, only the wealthy had lived in that villa district, so it was sure to hold valuables. After finishing their meal, they wasted no time and rushed off toward the villa district. At the villa district, Mo Ruefeng led the group, finally making their way there. The villas lay in ruins, overgrown with weeds. Many windows had shattered, creaking eerily in the wind. But they paid no heed to their surroundings. Their eyes burned with urgency and greed as they slipped into the villas, meticulously searching for anything valuable. They combed through room after room, leaving no corner unturned. Suddenly one of them shouted with delight, "There's a basement here." The others immediately gathered around. Mo Ruefeng carefully opened the basement door, and a stale, dusty odor rushed out to meet them. By the dim light, they discovered the space was packed with boxes of varying sizes. When they pried them open, they found them filled with gold, shimmering temptingly in the faint glow. Their faces split into gleeful grins, eyes brimming with greedy joy. They frantically stuffed the gold into their bags until they could hold no more. Just as they were brimming with delight and preparing to leave the villa, a chaotic clatter of footsteps echoed from outside. In an instant they were surrounded by a group of people. The newcomers all wore menacing expressions, their eyes cold with hostility and vigilance. "Boss, don't kill us. We were just passing through, we mean no harm." Mo Ruefeng's heart plummeted and cold sweat erupted instantly. He forced a fawning smile, raised both hands in surrender, and pleaded urgently. One of them, a man as gaunt as a monkey with a dark, piercing gaze, looked them over and asked coldly, "What are you lot doing here?" "We came looking for gold." Mo Ruefeng hesitated, but chose to tell the truth. He pulled the gold from his bag and set it down on the ground. But the group couldn't have cared less about the gold. The gaunt man glanced at it with disdain, curling his lip. He thought to himself, gold is useless in the apocalypse. If it had any real value, would have taken it long before these fools showed up. "What do you want with this junk?" The gaunt man frowned, utterly bewildered. "We met someone who said he'd trade food for gold, so we came to find some." Mo Ruefeng answered honestly, not daring to hide anything. He knew full well that playing tricks in front of these men would only get him killed faster. "Ha ha!" At his words, the crowd burst into raucous laughter, echoing harshly through the desolate villa district. "What a bunch of idiots. The world's ended, and you still think you can trade gold for food. Are you out of your minds?" "Exactly. Can gold feed anyone in this broken world?" "Ha ha!" They jeered and mocked, their faces twisted with scorn and contempt. "Brother, it's true, this is the flyer that boss gave us." Mo Ruefeng's face flushed red with desperation as he fumbled to pull the flyer from his chest and thrust it towards Shoho, his eyes filled with pleading. "Also, we just traded for a lot of food from him. The food in this bag is our tribute to you, brothers. Just spare our lives." He clutched the bag strap tightly, his heart aching with reluctance, but to survive this moment he had no choice but to part with it. Hearing the mention of food, the eyes of those who had been jeering around him instantly lit up. Like starving wolves spotting prey, their gazes locked fiercely onto the bag in Mo Ruefeng's hand. Shoho eyed Mo Ruefeng with suspicion, ignoring the flyer as he snatched the bag away and carefully opened it. When he saw it was packed full of food, his eyes brightened and a delighted expression spread across his face. He quickly carried the bag over to another man. "Brother Long, it really is food and plenty of it," Shoho said excitedly, his voice trembling with thrill. The man called Brother Long had been lounging on a battered sofa, a cigarette dangling from his lips, looking utterly indifferent. Hearing Shoho's words, he slowly straightened up and sauntered over. He was burly with a long scar across his face, and his eyes carried a ruthless, steady intensity. Brother Long took the bag, inspected the contents carefully. Bread, canned goods, bottled water, everything one could need. Even he was taken aback, raising an eyebrow as he said, "Oh, so someone actually trades food for gold. How intriguing. It seems this boss is anything but ordinary." Still, as a man seasoned in the streets, he wasn't swept away by this sudden news, remaining composed as he mulled over the implications. He didn't fully trust the words of Mo Ruefeng and his companions, for in this apocalypse hearts were treacherous and anything could happen. Yet looking at these trembling, terrified faces before him, he knew they lacked the nerve to deceive him. If they dared to pull any tricks, they wouldn't even get past him. He shot a subtle glance at a nearby underling who caught on, immediately stepped forward to take the flyer from Mo Ruifeng and respectfully handed it to Brother Long. Brother Long took the flyer, squinting as he studied it closely. It bore the bold words, Doomsday Supermarket, with the location and a few simple promotional lines printed below. A faint, meaningful smile curled at the corner of his mouth as he said, Doomsday Supermarket, how interesting. To open a supermarket in the apocalypse and boldly advertise it. Whoever's behind this either has real strength to hold their ground in this chaos, or they're a madman, a fool chasing an impossible dream. He lifted his gaze to Mo Ruifeng, scrutinizing him, and asked, so you traded gold for that food? Mo Ruifeng nodded frantically, his face etched with urgency, afraid Brother Long wouldn't believe him, and quickly said, we didn't believe it at first either. It seemed utterly absurd. It wasn't until we saw the supermarket with our own eyes, saw all the supplies stocked inside, and traded gold for food that we finally believed the Doomsday Supermarket truly exists. Brother Long, if you don't believe me, you can go see for yourself. Brother Long furrowed his brow, a contemplative look passing through his eyes. He knew that while Mo Ruifeng's story sounded outlandish, they didn't seem to be lying. Perhaps this Doomsday Supermarket really had something to it. The Doomsday Supermarket has a wealth of supplies. Food, drink, daily necessities, nothing is lacking. We only traded for a small amount. Seeing that Brother Long hadn't responded, Mo Ruifeng added hastily, gesturing with his hands. It's precisely because we wanted to trade for more supplies that we came here to find gold. Otherwise, why would we bother with this stuff? It's not like we can eat it or drink it. His face was earnest, his eyes full of hope that Brother Long would believe them. Brother Long crossed his arms, sweeping his gaze across the gathered underlings, then said to Shouho, distribute the food among the brothers, let everyone have something to fill their stomachs. Then bring along a good amount of gold. We're going to check out this Doomsday Supermarket. I want to see for myself what kind of operation it is. Shouho's eyes lit up instantly, a wide grin spreading across his face as he quickly replied, got it, Brother Long. He'll take care of it right away. With that, he swiftly pulled the food out of the bag and began distributing it among the surrounding underlings. Thanks, Brother Long. The other men broke into delighted smiles, taking the food, while showering Brother Long with grateful words. In this apocalypse, food was the hope of survival, and having something to eat was a tremendous blessing. They didn't bother with appearances, shoving the food into their mouths, wolfing it down ravenously. In no time, the food was gone completely. Afterward, they hastily gathered all the gold they had found earlier into bags and hoisted them onto their shoulders. Led by Mo Ruifeng, they marched in a formidable procession toward the Doomsday Supermarket. Along the way, the men murmured among themselves about the mysterious supermarket, their hearts filled with both anticipation and caution. After a long while, Shouho suddenly pointed ahead and shouted in surprise, Brother Long, there really is a brand new building right in the middle of the commercial street. Exactly where the flyer said it would be. Brother Long followed Shouho's pointing finger and saw a pristine new structure standing in the center of the street, strikingly conspicuous amidst the dilapidated ruins around it. His gaze turned cold, his brow furrowing slightly as he pondered for a moment before saying to Shouho, take a few men and go in first to scout things out. If there's any trouble, give a warning. Don't let the brothers walk into a trap. Got it, Brother Long. Don't worry. Shouho puffed out his chest, speaking with brimming confidence. Brother Long, I can lead the way, Mo Ruifeng offered. No need. You stay here, we don't need you. Brother Long cast a brief glance at them and said no more. Men, follow me. Shouho then picked a few armed and capable-looking individuals and advanced cautiously toward the Doomsday Supermarket. Mo Ruifeng let out a bitter laugh inwardly. He certainly hoped the supermarket would wipe out these men. But he was also well aware that if they conducted their business fairly, the boss likely wouldn't make a move. Brother Long and the others kept a vigilant watch on Shouho's shrinking figure. At the first sign of trouble, they would launch an attack, eliminate those inside, and see what was really going on. As the supermarket's glass door slowly slid open with a faint creak, Shouho and his companions rushed in impatiently. The moment they stepped inside, they were instantly stunned, their eyes wide and greedy like wolves eyeing everything before them. The shelves were packed with countless supplies of food and water. Rows of bread and canned goods stood neatly in boxes, piles of bottled water were stacked like mountains, and various snacks glistened with an enticing sheen. Brother Shouho, those guys were absolutely right. There's endless food and water in here. One of the lackeys exclaimed, his voice cracking with excitement as he pointed at the shelves, his body trembling slightly. Ha ha ha. We're rich. We're rich. No more starving for us. Another lackey roared with laughter, his voice filled with wild joy, as if he already saw a future of abundance. Damn, all this loot will last us a long time. From now on, we'll be the most well-fed bunch in this apocalypse. Shouho rubbed his hands together, his face twisted with greed. Once inside, they burst into unrestrained laughter echoing through the empty supermarket. Intoxicated by the joy of finding supplies, they let their guard down completely. Suddenly Zhang Wei's voice cut through the air. "Did you bring money?" The unexpected sound startled them. They hadn't imagined anyone else would be in the supermarket. "Who's there?" Instantly alert, they spun around, their guns trained on Zhang Wei's head, fingers tight on the triggers, eyes filled with vigilance and malice. Yet Zhang Wei faced the dark muzzles with complete indifference, his expression calm. He narrowed his eyes slightly and asked again, "Since you're here, you know the rules, right?" "Fuck your rules." One hot-tempered thug, showing no respect for Zhang Wei, pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! The gunshot exploded in the supermarket, rattling the items on the shelves. The bullet whistled toward Zhang Wei, but to everyone's astonishment, when it struck him, he didn't fall dead. Instead, the bullet seemed to hit an invisible barrier and ricocheted off, leaving Zhang Wei completely unharmed, still standing steady. He rose slowly, his eyes turning icy cold, and said in a chilling tone, "Break the rules and you die." No sooner had Zhang Wei spoken than the man who fired the gun suddenly bulged his eyes in terror, collapsed stiffly to the ground, and died instantly. Thighs. This. Shouho, witnessing the bizarre scene, was utterly dumbfounded, his mouth agape. He couldn't form a complete sentence for a long time, his eyes filled with horror and disbelief. "Damn it. You killed my brother. You're dead." Another man's eyes turned bloodshot, his rage erupting like a volcano. He raised his AK and pulled the trigger furiously, unleashing a continuous da-da-da-da-da of gunfire. Bullets rained toward Zhang Wei. In an instant, the supermarket was filled with deafening shots and flashing fire items falling from the shelves in chaos. But when the attackers' bullets ran out the chamber, clicking empty, Zhang Wei still stood before them unscathed. His posture was upright, his expression serene, as if the barrage of bullets had been nothing more than a gentle breeze. "Want to keep going?" Zhang Wei gazed at them calmly, his eyes as placid as an unfathomable lake without a ripple. I. The two men's faces contorted with utter terror, sweat pouring from their foreheads, their legs trembling uncontrollably. They couldn't fathom how this seemingly ordinary man possessed such terrifying power. The one who had fired the gun, paralyzed with fear, abandoned all thoughts and turned to flee. "Freeze." Zhang Wei uttered a single word, his voice soft, yet carrying an invisible force. Instantly, the fleeing man was frozen in place, 1 foot off the ground, arms still in a running pose, his body as if nailed to the spot, unable to move. "Big brother, I was blind to your greatness. Just treat me like a fart and let me go." The man was drenched in sweat, his clothes soaked. Trembling with fear, he finally realized he had provoked someone beyond his reckoning. "Big brother, I was wrong. I apologize." Shouho, pale with terror, fell to his knees with a thud. He slapped himself across the face again and again, each blow full force, begging only for mercy. "Die." Zhang Wei showed no hesitation, pronouncing the sentence on the man who had fired the gun. The man fell to the ground dead with unclosed eyes. Long Gu and his men, drawn by the gunfire, arrived to see their own men lying dead, stunned into silence. Zhang Wei glanced casually at Long Gu's group outside the supermarket, paying them no mind. With a wave of his hand, the traces of gunfire damage were instantly restored to their original state, as if nothing had happened. The two corpses vanished without a trace. This sight made Shouho, Long Gu, and the others break out in cold sweat, their bodies trembling. They finally understood that this man was an existence they could never defy. Long Gu stood at the supermarket entrance, his eyes flickering as he weighed his options, and at last made up his mind. He took a deep breath, straightened his clothes, plastered a flattering smile on his face, and hurried into the supermarket. Seeing Zhang Wei sitting nearby with an indifferent expression, he quickly trotted over, bowed respectfully, then nodded and scraped. "Brother, I'm truly sorry. Those blind fools under me were reckless and offended you. Please be magnanimous and don't lower yourself to bother with small fry like us." As he spoke, Long Gu reached into his pockets, fumbled for a moment, and pulled out a handful of spirit crystals. The crystals were numerous, shimmering with various colors under the light. Upon closer inspection, several were even secondary, radiating a denser energy fluctuation. Long Gu held the crystals in both hands, carefully presenting them to Zhang Wei, his posture extremely humble. Though the loss pained him, this was a necessary step of apology. Zhang Wei sat on the chair, crossing his legs, not even raising his eyelids. He merely glanced faintly at the crystals Long Gu offered, and said unhurriedly, "Since your attitude is sincere enough, I'll let this slide. But if there's a next time, you can try to see what happens." Hearing Zhang Wei's words, Long Gu felt the huge weight lift from his heart. Impossible, absolutely impossible for there to be a next time. "Rest assured, boss, this will never happen again, right?" He hurriedly bowed repeatedly, his head nearly touching the ground, muttering incessantly. Long guest subordinates who had been rendered breathless with fear by Zhang Wei's formidable display earlier now nodded frantically in unison at his question. Yes, 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 impossible for there to be a next time, we absolutely wouldn't dare. Zhang Wei nodded slightly and reached out to collect the crystal cores from the table. These cores were compensation for his losses and naturally not part of the transaction. If you want goods, you buy them with gold, silver, jewels, or crystal cores. That is the rule, and no one can break it. After securing the cores, Zhang Wei looked at Long Ge and spoke, his tone calm, yet carrying an unyielding authority. Long Ge nodded hastily, his face plastered with a fawning smile. I know. Rest assured, boss, I've got it all prepared. With that, Long Ge turned and signaled his men. Understanding the cue, several subordinates immediately dumped out the gold they had previously packed from a nearby bag. The gold glittered brilliantly under the light, piling up in front of Zhang Wei like a small mountain. Looking at the treasure trove before him, a faint, satisfied smile tugged at the corner of Zhang Wei's mouth. This gold was enough to secure him a substantial fortune. His expression remained impassive, his gaze unwavering as he stated calmly, my rule here is that each person can only buy one bag of goods per day. If you wish to buy more, you can send more people. You are also welcome to come and make a purchase every day. Long Ge was taken aback, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. He hadn't expected this place, named the Doomsday Supermarket, to have such a peculiar rule. However, he knew well that the man before him was not someone to be trifled with. Despite his confusion, he dared not show any disrespect. He quickly put on a broad smile and replied, all right, I understand. We'll start getting our items now. Go ahead. Zhang Wei nodded lightly, his expression still one of casual indifference, as if everything was under his control. At Long Ge's signal, everyone sprang into action, grabbing shopping bags and beginning to pick items throughout the store. At first, like those ill-intentioned individuals before them, they were not honest. One of them, seizing a moment when Zhang Wei seemed distracted, stealthily took a pack of biscuits from the shelf, attempting to stuff it into his backpack, all the while darting furtive glances to ensure he wasn't caught. Another was bolder, standing in the snack area, his eyes fixated greedily on the tempting treats. When he thought no one was looking, he reached out to tear open a bag of chips. Yet another skulked between the shelves, and upon spotting a bottle of drink, his eyes lit up. He quickly shoved the bottle into his clothes, trying to sneak it out. But they didn't know that Zhang Wei could guess their intentions. No matter what tricks they tried, they failed without exception. The biscuits they tried to hide simply wouldn't fit into the backpack, no matter how they pushed. The one trying to eat the chips found it impossible to tear the packaging. As for the drink stuffed into the clothes, it seemed to have a life of its own, returning to the shelf. Thighs. What eerie sorcery. This boss isn't human. This supermarket is seriously cursed. After these ordeals, they finally realized that trying to be clever in front of Zhang Wei was futile. From then on, they dared not pull any more stunts, obediently selecting their items and carefully placing them into their shopping bags. Once their bags were full, they lined up and approached Zhang Wei one by one. They watched as he unhurriedly picked up the cashier's scanner and lightly swept it over the gold bars on the table. A miraculous scene unfolded. The solid gold bars vanished into thin air in an instant, as if they had never existed. This spectacle left everyone present wide-eyed and utterly astonished. They exchanged incredulous glances. Thighs. The scanner can just absorb gold bars like that, one of them whispered in disbelief. Yeah, this is too bizarre. Just who was this boss? Another chimed in, a hint of fear creeping into his voice. Recalling the various mysterious abilities Zhang Wei had displayed, they were filled with doubt and curiosity, yet dared not ask a single question. After all, the strength of the boss before them was unfathomable, and they dared not risk provoking him. It wasn't until Zhang Wei gave a slight nod signaling they could leave that they breathed a collective sigh of relief and cautiously made their way towards the supermarket exit. They had brought a considerable amount of gold bars this time, looking quite impressive stacked on the table. But Zhang Wei didn't care about that. In his eyes, he would accept as much as they brought. Beep pure gold bar value 50,000 yuan, accept. Beep payment received 50,000 yuan. Beep pure gold bar value 50,000 yuan, accept. Beep payment received 50,000 yuan. Long Ge, standing nearby, hesitated for a moment before summoning the courage to ask, Boss, we'll be back tomorrow. Zhang Wei looked up at Long Ge and said, The Doomsday Supermarket opens at 10 in the morning and closes at 6 in the evening. At any other time you won't be able to see this supermarket, so don't make a wasted trip. Long Ge nodded quickly as if afraid of missing any crucial detail, and then asked, So as long as we have gold, silver, and jewels, we can buy supplies here, right? Correct, didn't the flyer make that clear? If you want to buy more, you can arrange for more people to come. As long as you follow the rules, I welcome every customer. Zhang Wei nodded. He had never cared about someone's identity or background. As long as they didn't break the supermarket's rules, he would trade with them. Long Guest's eyes lit up with excitement upon hearing this, and he quickly said, "Boss, he'll definitely bring more people tomorrow. I won't let you down." Longa knew very well that this was a rare opportunity to get rich. In this post-apocalyptic world, supplies were the key to survival. With enough supplies, his faction would surely grow stronger and secure a place in this wasteland. "Remember, everyone who comes here to buy is my customer. If you dare to intercept my customers on the way or sabotage my business, you can try and see the consequences." Zhang Wei seemed to see through Long Guest's thoughts, his face darkening as he spoke sternly. Long Gu broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this. He had indeed harbored such thoughts just now. He thought about monopolizing the purchasing rights of this supermarket to dominate the apocalypse, or perhaps robbing other customers of their gold and jewels on the way to buy more supplies for himself. But now, being warned by Zhang Wei, he realized how foolish his ideas were. A boss this mysterious was definitely not someone he could afford to offend. I wouldn't dare. How could I disturb your business? That would be suicide." Long Gu quickly put on a placating smile and waved his hands repeatedly. After leaving the supermarket, Long Guest's respectful and ingratiating demeanor vanished in an instant, replaced by a fierce and stern expression. He stopped, turned around, and scanned the group of Skinny Monkey and his men, with piercing eyes bellowing, "Remember this well, all of you. Do not offend that boss under any circumstances." His voice echoed through the empty streets, carrying an authority that brooked no argument. Startled by the sudden outburst, the underlings halted in their tracks and pricked up their ears. "Anyone who dares to offend the boss and ruins my chances of getting supplies, I'll shoot him myself." As he spoke, Long Gu pulled a pistol from his waistband, idly toying with it in his hand, his eyes radiating a chilling, murderous intent. The group, led by Skinny Monkey, turned pale at the sight of the gun, fully aware of Long Guest's temper and knowing he was not making idle threats. Long Gu would never dare offend him. Skinny Monkey was the first to react, hastily bowing and scraping. "With the boss' extraordinary abilities, we wouldn't dare cross him even if we had 10 times the courage," another underling chimed in, still shaken by the mysterious powers Zhang Wei had displayed in the supermarket. "We'll behave ourselves strictly and won't make a single mistake," the others declared, one after another, their voices tinged with tremors. They all understood that in this apocalyptic world, supplies were everything. And this boss possessed the supplies they desperately coveted. That was their hope for survival. Moreover, the boss was seemingly unkillable. If they dared to make a move, they'd be the ones to die. "You've all heard the boss orders. From now on, focus on gathering gold, silver, jewelry, antiques, and jade," Long Gu said, nodding in satisfaction at their pledges before issuing commands. "These things might be useless in the apocalypse, but here they're hard currency for trading supplies. The more we collect, the more we can exchange. Also search for more survivors. With enough manpower, we can expand our territory and stockpile endless supplies. Then we'll live freely in this wasteland, fearing no one." Long Gu grew more excited as he spoke, as if envisioning his future dominance in the apocalypse. "Long Guest, right. We'll do exactly as you say." The underlings nodded, eagerly, knowing that if Long Guest's plan succeeded, they'd reap the benefits too. "Long Gu, what about these two?" Skinny Monkey suddenly asked, pointing at Mo Ruifeng and his companion standing nearby. Only then did Long Gu notice the pair. He looked them over and asked, "Do you want to join us?" Mo Ruifeng exchanged a glance with his companion, and without a moment's hesitation nodded eagerly. "Yes, we do. Of course we do." They knew that in the apocalypse, joining a strong team greatly increased their chances of survival. "Excellent. From now on, we're brothers. As long as I'm around, everyone eats and has supplies," Long Gu said, satisfied with their response, patting them on the shoulders as he set his plan in motion. The deal with Long Guest's crew added another 20 million to his wealth. He could now say without hesitation, "I don't like money. I have zero interest in it." System absorbed Tier 1 Crystal Core Gene Point 1. System absorbed Tier 1 Crystal Core Gene Point 1. System absorbed Tier 2 Crystal Core Gene Point 10. After absorbing the crystal cores, he checked his stats. Character Zhang Wei, Talent F, Perception, Strength, Tier 20. Abilities none, Gene Points 101. He was one step closer to breaking through to Tier 3. He sat at the checkout counter, chin resting on his hands, gazing toward the second floor, lost in thought. In the current apocalyptic environment, food was undoubtedly the most crucial resource for survival. However, after careful calculation, he found that the first floor was already spacious enough. It could easily accommodate a sufficient quantity of various food supplies to meet daily sales needs. That being the case, the shelf space on the second floor shouldn't just sit idle. It needed to be put to good use, selling other items. He mused that his supermarket currently focused mainly on food, making the product range relatively limited. If he could add other categories of goods, it might attract more customers and boost business. For example, fruits and vegetables. In the apocalypse, fresh fruits and vegetables were rare commodities. If the supermarket could offer them, it would surely be a big hit. With that thought, he decided the second floor could be planned as a clothing section. After all, though survival was the top priority, clothes were also indispensable. People not only needed to stay warm, but also required clothes to change into. Moreover, as time went on, existing garments would inevitably wear out and tear, and the demand for clothing would only grow. He believed many people in the apocalypse would need them. Having made up his mind, he immediately picked up his phone, opened the browser, and began searching for information on clothing factories. He knew that partnering directly with factories would eliminate the middleman's markup. Although he wasn't short on money, and business saving costs was always a plus. Besides, working directly with factories would give him better control over product quality and supply volume. Beyond clothing factories, he also thought about food suppliers. He planned to cooperate directly with well-reputed domestic food brands like Baixiang and Waha. These manufacturers produced quality food with solid reputations and high consumer recognition. This would also support these national enterprises, a win-win situation. As he searched for relevant information, he calculated in his mind. Once the supermarket business flourished, customers would increase and the demand for various goods would be enormous. By then, direct partnerships with these factories would ensure a stable supply to meet customer needs and maximize his supermarket's profits in the apocalyptic market. He quickly typed keywords into the search engine and before long found a clothing factory located nearby. It was a factory based in a county town boasting a good online reputation. Many consumers praised its quality and comfort. With a hint of anticipation, he clicked into the factory's official website. Once the page loaded, a variety of stylish, diverse clothing samples greeted his eyes. He browsed carefully from casual wear to business attire. Each design was uniquely crafted. The attention to detail was impeccable, which further raised his regard for the factory. While browsing, he also noticed some information about the factory's owner. It turned out this boss had a conscience. Not only did he strictly provide employees with adequate medical and social insurance, alleviating their worries, but he also established various bonus and subsidy mechanisms. Employees who performed well received extra bonuses and benefits, greatly boosting their work enthusiasm. What earned Zhang Wei's admiration even more was that the owner frequently donated generously during major disasters, contributing supplies for relief efforts. In those difficult times, his kindness brought warmth and hope to the affected. Seeing this, Zhang Wei felt a surge of respect. A conscientious boss like this was truly rare in today's materialistic society. However, as he delved deeper, he discovered that this garment factory seemed to be in some trouble. The webpage vaguely mentioned that the factory appeared to be embroiled in a lawsuit. After careful searching, he finally figured out the whole story. It turned out that the garment factory had reached an impasse due to problems with its capital chain. Perhaps the recent sluggish market environment had led to fewer orders and difficulty in recovering funds. Or perhaps excessive investment during the expansion of production had caused cash flow issues. Zhang Wei sat in his chair, lightly tapping his fingers on the desk, lost in thought. He knew that at this critical moment, a partnership with this garment factory could help the other party solve their funding problems and weather the storm. It could also bring clothing supplies to his own supermarket, achieving a win-win outcome. With this in mind, he no longer hesitated. He quickly picked up his phone, found the factory's contact information on the webpage, and decided to call them to discuss cooperation. Chen Yusin, the owner of Star Garment Factory, had just finished a call with the court. She slowly put down her phone, her delicate face, full of worry, brows tightly knit, her eyes revealing boundless anxiety and helplessness. She knew all too well that if she could not repay the money, the factory would face the cruel reality of bankruptcy and liquidation. This Star Garment Factory was the only business her parents had left behind, carrying their lifelong efforts and dreams. Since taking over, she had managed it strictly according to her parents' business philosophy, every step cautious and firm. Originally, the factory's business, though not booming, was fairly stable. It didn't make huge profits, but it wasn't difficult to maintain daily operations, pay wages, and cover expenses. The machines ran in an orderly manner every day. The employees each did their part, and everything proceeded as usual. However, misfortune struck unexpectedly. When several major partners abruptly terminated their cooperation, Star Garment Factory was like a ship losing its direction in a storm, instantly plunged into trouble. Orders plummeted, revenue dropped sharply, and cash flow became increasingly difficult. Some had suggested she lay off workers and cut expenses to hold on a little longer, but she was truly unwilling to do so. Most of the employees were veterans who had followed her parents through thick and thin. Every one of them was dedicated, devoting their youth and sweat to the factory. She knew how important these employees were to the factory. They were not just workers, but more like members of this big family. In order to let the employees maintain a basic livelihood, production never stopped, even though the factory was facing enormous difficulties. Chen Yusin was quite confident in the quality of her factory's products. Every piece of clothing from fabric selection and cutting to sewing went through strict quality control, and the quality was absolutely no worse than those big brands. But reality was cruel. The market competition was now exceptionally fierce. Many merchants, in order to save costs, preferred cheap clothes from other small factories over her factory's high-quality garments. They only saw immediate gains, ignoring the quality and reputation of the clothing. Moreover, the overall economic environment was poor. Business was getting harder, and people's consumption concepts had changed dramatically. Many were unwilling to spend money on clothes. As long as clothes were wearable, they no longer pursued style and quality. This had led the entire garment industry into a vicious cycle. Orders dwindled while inventory piled up. Now piles of clothes were stacked in the factory like a small mountain. These clothes were produced with real money, and every piece embodied the hard work and sweat of the employees. But now they had become a heavy burden. Suppliers had already filed a lawsuit in court demanding that she repay the debts as soon as possible. If she still couldn't pay, the factory would really go bankrupt. Is it really going to come to this? She murmured helplessly, tears welling up in her eyes. She thought of her parents' careful management of the factory during their lifetime and the days she had strived together with the employees. Now she was about to ruin the business her parents had left behind, and waves of guilt and self-blame surged within her. "Dad, Mom, I'm sorry. Your daughter is useless. I couldn't keep Star Garment Factory going." As she spoke, she could no longer hold back, and tears streamed down her face. Suddenly, her phone rang on the office desk, the jarring ringtone especially abrupt in the silent office. Chen Yusin was frowning at the mountain of account books and payment demands. Hearing the ringtone, she instinctively glanced at the caller ID, her brows instantly knitting even tighter, her face full of disgust and resistance. She clearly did not want to answer this call. After a moment of hesitation, she took a deep breath, slowly picked up the phone, and pressed the answer button. "Xiao Nanshan, what is it?" Chen Yusin's voice was cold and distant, carrying a hint of suppressed anger. On the other end of the line came Xiao Nanshan's smug voice. "Yusin, I know you're in a difficult situation now. As long as you're willing to marry me, I'll immediately inject 1 million into your factory to help you solve the current crisis. With that money, the factory can start operating again, and those suppliers won't pressure you anymore." Hearing this, Chen Yusin flew into a rage, her eyes blazing. She shouted angrily into the phone, "Xiao Nanshan, don't think I don't know. It was you who instigated my partners to stop cooperating with me, you despicable villain. You stop at nothing to achieve your own goals. Utterly shameless." The more she thought, the angrier she became. Scenes of partners suddenly terminating cooperation and the factory's current predicament kept flashing in her mind. This was definitely all Xiao Nanshan's doing behind the scenes. Now he even had the nerve to propose to her. This was clearly nothing but taking advantage of her crisis to get her garment factory. Xiao Nanshan, however, said calmly, "Yusin, I don't know who fed you those nonsense stories. I certainly didn't do anything like that. Right now, only I can help you. Look at your current situation. The bank has already refused to give you a loan because of your factory's financial condition. The suppliers are pressing you for money every day and even threatening to sue you. Your workers' wages are about to go unpaid, and everyone is panicking. Now what other path do you have? Are you really going to watch the factory go bankrupt and leave the hundreds of workers to find new jobs and fall into unemployment?" He paused, then continued, "They'll give you 3 days to think it over. I believe you'll make a wise choice. By then the factory will be revived, and you can continue being the boss. Isn't that the best of both worlds?" After saying this, Xiao Nantian hung up directly without waiting for Chen Yusin's response. "Bastard." Chen Yusin slammed the table in anger, her hand aching from the impact, yet she was completely oblivious. Her chest heaved violently, her eyes full of anger and unwillingness. She hadn't expected Xiao Nantian to be so despicable, using such tactics to force her into submission. Yet the factory's predicament filled her with immense anxiety and helplessness. She didn't know what to do. The phone on the office desk rang with a shrill, urgent tone. Chen Yusin, already agitated by Xiao Nanshan's earlier threats, snatched up the receiver without a second thought and shouted into it. "Xiao Nanshan, I'm telling you, even if the Star Garment Factory goes bankrupt, you will never force me to marry you. Give up that foolish dream." A brief silence hung on the line before a stranger's voice came through. Chen Yusin froze, realizing she might have made a mistake. "Is this Chen Yusin, the owner of the Star Garment Factory? My name is Zhang Wei. I'm looking to purchase a batch of clothing from you, and was hoping to discuss how we might cooperate." As Zhang Wei spoke on the other end, Chen Yusin was taken aback. The prospect of a business deal reignited a spark of hope in her weary eyes, and a wave of relief washed over her. Given the factory's dire circumstances, every potential order was a lifeline she couldn't afford to ignore. But her optimism was quickly tempered by caution. Recent events had made her wary, and she couldn't shake her suspicions. You're not sent by Xiao Nanshan, are you? She asked, her voice laced with distrust. She had fallen into such a trap once before and was determined not to be fooled again. He had used underhanded tactics to harm her before, and she feared he was at it again. Zhang Wei, sensing her concern, was quick to clarify. Miss Chen, I don't know any Xiao Nantian. I'm genuinely interested in buying clothes from you. If you don't believe me, I can't do much about it. But if you're not interested in selling, I'll have to find someone else. Chen Yusin bit her lip, her mind racing with doubt. Yet thinking about the factory's bleak prospects, she couldn't bear to let a potential opportunity slip away. Taking a deep breath, she replied, Our factory is certainly open for business. However, the market is full of unscrupulous characters. To be safe, we must insist on a cash-and-delivery arrangement. We'll require a deposit up front and a formal contract to protect both parties' interests. Zhang Wei mulled over her words for a moment before responding. A contract won't be necessary. I prefer to keep things simple. They'll come to your factory in person, pick out the clothes, and pay the full amount on the spot. Does that suit you? I'd rather avoid any bureaucratic hassle. Chen Yusin was surprised by his straightforwardness. She was both impressed and slightly skeptical, but the prospect of full payment up front was too good to refuse. All right then, she said quickly, when will you be coming? They'll send you the address, so you can contact me when you arrive. Zhang Wei replied, They'll be in the county town tonight. How about we meet at 8 p.m.? I hope that doesn't interfere with your schedule. Chen Yusin considered it for a moment and found the timing agreeable. No problem, she answered cheerfully. They'll be waiting for you at the Dragon Lake Hotel. This phone number is also my WeChat. You can add me and it'll send you the exact address. It'll be easier for you to reach me when you get here. All right, Zhang Wei replied succinctly before ending the call. But he didn't rest on his laurels. He knew he couldn't rely solely on the garment trade. He needed to diversify his business ventures. So he picked up his phone again and called various food distributors one after another. In each call, he detailed the situation in his town, Yunlong Town, emphasizing that there was no local agent yet, and the market potential was immense. The food managers found the proposition promising and expressed keen interest in learning more. After some discussion, they reached a preliminary agreement to cooperate. However, they specified that a representative would be sent to Yunlong Town to iron out the specifics with Zhang Wei, including the contract terms. Boss, I'm back. At that moment, Lu Rumei returned looking travel-worn. She was followed by a group of people. They were all covered in grime, their clothes tattered and threadbare, their bodies gaunt. Their faces showed signs of exhaustion and hunger, as if they hadn't had a proper meal in a long time. Their eyes were fixed on the goods inside the supermarket, a look of intense longing in them. But remembering the formidable strength Lu Rumei had displayed earlier, they remained restrained, not daring to act rashly. Zhang Wei stood at the entrance, observing them with a satisfied nod. He noticed they were disciplined. Silently, they took out gold and silver jewelry from their bags and laid it neatly on the ground. This was their currency for bartering for food and other supplies. Zhang Wei then gestured for them to take their bags and enter the supermarket to shop. They filed in cautiously, beginning to pick out the items they needed. Boss, there's something I need to tell you. Lu Rumei hurried over to Zhang Wei with a young girl in tow. She had a nervous look on her face, as if she was afraid he might refuse her request. Zhang Wei paused his work and looked up at Lu Rumei. What is it? Go ahead, he asked. She pointed to the girl beside her. This is a girl I used to know. Her name is Wang Yuyan. She was always so shy and well-behaved. I thought she had died in the apocalypse. I never imagined I'd see her again today. It's such a relief. As she spoke, Lu Rumei turned to Wang Yuyan, her eyes full of affection, before looking back at Zhang Wei with a hint of anxiety. Boss, I can guarantee she will work hard. She's very obedient and won't cause you any trouble. Please take her in. Zhang Wei finally turned his gaze to Wang Yuyan. She was painfully thin, her clothes dirty, and torn, her hair a tangled mess. She was trembling uncontrollably, clearly terrified that he would turn her away. Despite the grime obscuring her features, her basic facial structure seemed fine. Zhang Wei considered the situation. The supermarket business was expanding, and there were more tasks to handle every day. He genuinely needed more hands on deck. Even if he was away, having these people around would help keep the store running smoothly. With that in mind, he nodded. All right, I'll take you in. But you'll have to work hard. If you don't perform well, I won't hesitate to let you go. Tears welled up in Wang Yuyan's eyes at his words. She fell to her knees with a thud, her voice choked with emotion. Thank you, boss. Thank you for taking me in. I promise I'll work my hardest. I won't be lazy. Zhang Wei quickly said, no need for kneeling. In this supermarket, everyone must stand tall and hold their head high. You need to have confidence. As long as you work hard, it'll have your back. Wang Yuyan nodded vigorously, a wide, happy smile spreading across her face. Yes. Thank you, boss. In her heart, she vowed to do her best to never disappoint her boss and to never give him a reason to send her away. From now on, she would work with all her might, cherishing this hard-earned opportunity. Meanwhile, Zhang Wei instructed Lu Rumei to take Wang Yuyin to get cleaned up, change clothes, and have a proper meal. Later, he would have her sign an employment contract. With this, the supermarket staff was once again fully staffed. As Wang Yuer stepped out of the crude washroom, the slightly oversized clean clothes she wore were the best fit she could find after rummaging through her belongings. She gently shook her still damp hair, took a deep breath, and mustered the courage to approach Zhang Wei once more. Zhang Wei looked up, his gaze settling on Wang Yuer, and felt a subtle stir in his heart. Earlier, he had only noticed her timid demeanor, but upon closer inspection, he realized her features were truly delicate, with a gentle and graceful air about her brows and eyes. Yet prolonged malnutrition had hollowed her cheeks, which should have been full, and left her body exceedingly frail, as if a gust of wind could blow her over. Without a word, Zhang Wei quietly picked up a prepared contract from the table and slid it gently toward Wang Yuer. Wang Yuer's eyes fell upon the contract where the words, "Doomsday Supermarket," were clearly visible. She knew in her heart that this was the only lifeline she could grasp in this apocalyptic world. Without a moment's hesitation, her hands trembling, she picked up a pen and signed her name on the contract. The instant her signature was complete, two soft beams of light suddenly emanated from the contract, transforming into streaks of radiance that surged into the bodies of Zhang Wei and Wang Yuer. Wang Yuer felt a warm current flow through her, as if an invisible bond had been forged between her and the Doomsday Supermarket. She knew that from this moment on she had officially become a member of the supermarket, gaining a foothold to survive in this apocalyptic world. "Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss." Her voice was choked with emotion, and tears of gratitude glistened in her eyes. She understood all too well the significance of this job. In this perilous and unpredictable world, she had finally found a safe haven. Here she no longer had to live in constant dread, fearing that a horrifying monster might lunge from some corner and tear her apart. Nor did she have to fear being targeted by those with malicious intent and becoming their prey. She was no longer forced to barter her own body for a meager ration of food, enduring humiliation and suffering. Lu Rumei, watching Wang Yuer's pitiful state, felt a pang of sympathy. She stepped forward, took Wang Yuer's hand, and said with a smile, "Come, let me get you something to eat. You must be starving." Wang Yuer followed Lu Rumei to a corner of the supermarket where a few cups of instant noodles and some sausages were placed. Lu Rumei deftly opened a cup of noodles poured in hot water, and soon the tantalizing aroma of the instant noodles filled the air. Wang Yuer's stomach let out an involuntary growl. It had been far too long since she had a proper meal. When she took the steaming noodles from Lu Rumei, she eagerly took a big bite. The scalding noodles and rich broth burst in her mouth, causing her to squint with pleasure. With another bite of the savory sausage, she felt it was the most delicious food she had ever tasted in her life. At that moment, she truly felt that this was what a normal life should be like. Seeing Wang Yuer successfully become an employee of the Doomsday Supermarket, the onlookers were filled with envy. In this apocalyptic world, food and water were the most precious commodities. Becoming a supermarket employee meant never having to worry about hunger again, an immense temptation. Among the crowd, a woman in her 30s showed a hint of envy in her eyes. She deliberately rubbed her face with the back of her hand to wipe away the thick grime, trying to look presentable, then mustered her courage and quickly approached Zhang Wei. She hunched her back slightly, a fawning smile plastered on her face, and asked with a trembling voice, "Boss, you see, I can do anything. Whether it's cleaning stocking shelves or other chores, I can handle it all perfectly. And I promise to be especially diligent and completely obedient to you. Tell me to go east, and I won't go west. Tell me to do anything, and I'll do it. Also, I learned quite a bit before the apocalypse. I know a lot, especially about taking care of others. Could you possibly let me stay too?" As she spoke, she watched Zhang Wei's expression, her eyes full of hope. However, Zhang Wei merely gave her a cold glance and rejected her mercilessly. "No, boss." The woman, unwilling to give up, tried to say more. "If you're not buying anything, then leave." Zhang Wei cut her off directly, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. The woman opened her mouth, wanting to plead further, but seeing his cold expression, she swallowed her words. She let out a helpless sigh and turned to pick out some goods. Before long, the group had selected their items, paid at the counter one by one, and left the supermarket. By then, Wang Yuer and Lu Rumei had eaten their fill. They wiped their mouths and came together to stand before Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei looked at Wang Yuer and said seriously, "From now on, I may be away from the supermarket a lot, so they'll leave the cashier duties to you too. You must learn carefully. Every person, every bag of food needs to pay around 100,000 yuan in value before they can take it. No matter what the item is, just scan it with the cash register gun, and it will show you its worth. If it's something like an antique, you don't need to scan it away, or just set it aside first." Zhang Wei taught them how to sell goods. After all, he was the one who decided the prices. Whatever he said, that's what they would charge. Lu Rumei nodded vigorously and patted her ample chest, saying, Don't worry, boss. Well, manage the supermarket well, and make sure nothing goes wrong. Zhang Wei nodded slightly, then turned his gaze to Wang Yue and frowned, saying, Wang Yue, you don't even have first-rank strength yet. You're too weak. In this apocalyptic world, being powerless won't do. As an employee of the Doomsday supermarket, it won't do if you can't even protect yourself in danger. With that, Zhang Wei handed over some unused crystals to Wang Yue and said, Take these crystals and absorb them first. Although they won't let you advance to the first rank directly, they will greatly improve your physical condition and give you some means to defend yourself. Wang Yue's hands trembled with excitement as she carefully took the crystals, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Thank you, boss. Thank you, boss. I will definitely work hard to improve my strength. Though she knew these crystals had limited power, she understood this was her boss' care for her and a chance for her to grow stronger. As Wang Yue held the crystals in her hands one by one, she activated the faint energy within her body to begin absorption. Soon she felt streams of warmth surging from the crystals, flowing through her meridians and spreading throughout her body. Her physique was rapidly transforming, and her once weak body gradually began to gain strength. At first, Wang Yuyan's face was pale and haggard from prolonged malnutrition. Her cheeks sunk in, her lips chapped and cracked, and her eyes filled with timidity and exhaustion. Her hair was dry and frizzy, casually draped over her shoulders, making her appear frail, pitiful, and utterly devoid of vitality. As the core's energy slowly infused her body, Wang Yuyan felt a warm power spreading through her. This force, like a gentle stream, nourished her parched body. Her cheeks gradually flushed with a rosy hue, her sunken face became fuller, and her skin turned smooth and delicate, as if enveloped in a soft, radiant glow. Her chapped lips became rosy and full, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously curled into a confident smile. Her hair also underwent a dramatic transformation under this energy's nourishment. The once dry and brittle strands became silky and smooth, shimmering with a subtle luster, as sleek as black satin. In terms of demeanor, before absorbing the crystal core, Wang Yuyan always kept her head lowered, avoiding eye contact, and walked with hunched shoulders, projecting an air of meekness. After absorbing the core's energy, her gaze gradually brightened, her timidity vanished, replaced by a newfound composure and confidence. Her back straightened, her shoulders squared, and she seemed completely reborn. In appearance, her once dry and frizzy hair became smooth and lustrous, with slightly curled ends that added a touch of liveliness. Though her figure remained slender, her muscles became toned and defined. No longer did she look so fragile that a gust of wind might blow her over. Instead, she moved with a newfound lightness and agility. Her previously stooped spine was now erect, her steps light and powerful, radiating a confident and resilient aura. She was a completely different person from the timid, malnourished girl she had been before. So this is the power of the crystal core. It's truly miraculous. Wang Yuyan stared at her own hands in disbelief, then gently touched her cheeks. The smooth, delicate feel almost made her fail to recognize herself. Her skin, once sallow and rough from poor nutrition, was now fair and glowing, as if bathed in a soft halo. This is quite normal. Once you break through to the first rank, the changes will be even more dramatic, Lu Rumei said, unable to suppress a smile at Wang Yuyan's astonishment. She patted Wang Yuyan on the shoulder and added, The crystal core is a wonderful thing. Once we enhance our strength, there will be even more benefits to come. Zhang Wei stood nearby, observing the remarkable transformation in Wang Yuyan, and felt deeply satisfied. The current Wang Yuyan, with her bright, confident eyes and upright posture, was a stark contrast to her former weak, timid, and lifeless self. He couldn't help but nod, thinking that this was what a person ought to look like. I need to go to the county town tonight to discuss some business, Zhang Wei suddenly announced. And when I return, I'll bring back some suitable clothes for you both. The clothes you're wearing now are not only ill-fitting, but also lack aesthetic appeal. Lu Rumei immediately asked, Boss, do you need me to accompany you for protection? The county town can be a complicated place, and there might be danger. Zhang Wei shook his head. Not for now. I've already contacted Wang. He'll be transporting a shipment of goods here. When the time comes, I'll leave the coordination to you. I trust you to handle it properly. Lu Rumei nodded vigorously and replied with confidence, Don't worry, boss. I can definitely handle this. Coordinating a shipment isn't difficult. As long as I carefully check the quantity and variety, it will be a simple task. Wang Yuyan quickly added, I can do it too. I'm sure I'll manage. You can go ahead and attend to your business, boss. We'll keep an eye on the supermarket. Zhang Wei nodded. All right, I'll go make some food. All this work has made me a bit hungry. Wang Yuyan's eyes lit up. Boss, let me do it. I know how to cook. Back home, I was always the one in the kitchen. I'm actually a pretty good cook. Zhang Wei thought it was a good idea to let the new employee showcase her skills, so he nodded and said, All right, then let me see what you can do. If it tastes good, all the cooking for the supermarket will be your responsibility from now on. I won't let you down, Wang Yuyin said with confidence before hurrying off to the kitchen to get started. Watching her retreating figure, Zhang Wei mused to himself. Hiring an employee who could cook meant he wouldn't have to prepare meals anymore, an unexpected bonus. Nevertheless, he felt the urgent need to upgrade the supermarket's level as soon as possible. Only by raising its level could he expand its scale and recruit more promising employees like Wang Yuyin, which would undoubtedly propel the supermarket's development to new heights. It was already 5 o'clock, and since there was only an hour left, no more customers were likely to come. Zhang Wei returned to the Blue Star world ahead of schedule. In an instant, the scene outside the supermarket underwent a dramatic change. The post-apocalyptic buildings vanished, replaced by the rustic pastoral imagery of Blue Star Town. In the distance, neatly arranged farmhouses dotted the landscape, with wisps of cooking smoke rising from their chimneys. Closer by, lush green fields stretched out, where a few farmers could be seen working. At that moment, the supermarket began to bustle with activity, as people gradually came in to make their purchases. Lu Rumei, as diligent as a little bee, moved swiftly between the storage room and the shelves. She deftly carried boxes of goods from the warehouse and carefully stocked them onto the empty shelves, her movements quick and methodical. Away, when did you hire such a bright and pretty girl? I didn't believe Uncle Hu when he told me earlier. At that moment, an auntie with graying hair and a kind smile, Li Tsuohua, walked into the supermarket. Her eyes lit up at the sight of Lu Rumei, and she curiously approached Zhang Wei to ask. Zhang Wei, while tidying up the checkout counter, replied with a smile, "It happened just a few days ago. I'm planning to develop the supermarket further. I intend to hire more staff in the future to make it bigger and better." "Haha, you've got ambition, boy. Aunt Li will be waiting to see your supermarket thrive." Li Tsuehua laughed heartily, bought what she needed, and left with a satisfied smile. Shortly after she departed, another villager, Zhang Shirlan, walked into the supermarket. The moment he saw Lu Rumei, his eyes widened instantly, his face a mask of sheer astonishment. He couldn't fathom how such a beautiful girl could have ended up working as a clerk in this small-town supermarket. "Xiao Wei, where did you find such a pretty girl? Is she your girlfriend?" Zhang Shirlan couldn't help but ask, his gaze repeatedly drifting toward Lu Rumei. "Uncle Lan, don't talk nonsense. She's not my girlfriend. Oh, she's a supermarket employee," Zhang Wei quickly explained. "Oh, so does she have a boyfriend? If not, I could introduce my son to her. My son is honest and has a stable job." A thought took root in Zhang Shilan's mind. If he could introduce such a beautiful girl to his son, that would be wonderful. Zhang Wei sighed helplessly and replied, "Uncle Lan, forget it. She has high standards and wouldn't be interested. Besides, she's completely focused on her work right now and has no such intentions." "All right then," Zhang Shirlan said, a hint of disappointment creeping into his voice, though he remained undeterred. Such a beautiful young woman working in a supermarket was truly a waste. After buying his cigarettes, he mulled it over and decided to have his son come by the supermarket, just in case the two might hit it off. Wang Yuyin busied herself in the kitchen for a long while before finally setting a table full of dishes. On the table, the braised pork glistened with an enticing oily sheen, the greens were a vibrant fresh green, and a steaming bowl of tomato and egg soup filled the air with its sweet and sour aroma. Drawn by the tantalizing fragrance, Zhang Wei and Lu Rumei slowly made their way to the table. After they sat down, they began to eat. Standing to the side, Wang Yuyin unconsciously twisted the hem of her clothes, a trace of worry in her eyes, as she said softly, "I haven't cooked in a while, so I might be a bit out of practice. If anything isn't right, please tell me, and I'll work on improving it." Zhang Wei picked up a piece of braised pork and put it in his mouth, chewing slowly. He then nodded with satisfaction and said, "It's really well done. The flavor is just right. Rich, but not greasy, tender, but not dry. From now on, the cooking is in your hands. With you around, we're in for a real treat." Hearing this, Wang Yuyin's worries vanished in an instant, replaced by a radiant smile. She quickly replied, Okay. They'll definitely work even harder and try to make even more delicious dishes." During the meal, Zhang Wei didn't eat much, simply setting down his chopsticks after a single bowl of rice. Lu Rumei and Wang Yuyin, however, ate with great relish, their appetites hearty. Before long, they had polished off most of the food on the table. Zhang Wei glanced at the clock on the wall. The hour hand was pointing to 7 in the evening. He stood up and said, "I'll leave the supermarket to you two. I'm going upstairs to take a shower and then head out. I have some matters to take care of today." "Okay, boss, don't worry. Well, keep an eye on the supermarket and make sure nothing goes wrong." Lu Rumei and Wang Yuyin both nodded quickly. After going upstairs, Zhang Wei entered the bathroom and enjoyed a comfortable hot shower. After washing up, he changed into a clean set of clothes, went downstairs to the roadside, and hailed a ride-sharing car. Sitting in the car, Zhang Wei watched the neon lights flicker past the window, lost in thought. He felt that his life was gradually becoming stable and the supermarket business was doing well. It was time to buy a car. It would make getting around much more convenient. However, a doubt crept into his mind. Would anyone still be selling cars at this hour? Logically, 4S shops should be closed by now. With that in mind, he instructed the driver to head toward the county town. The distance between Yunlong Town and Baida County wasn't far, and the road conditions were quite good. Sitting in the car, Zhang Wei watched the receding street scenes outside the window, mentally rehearsing what he would say when they met. The driver was skilled, and the car cruised smoothly along the road. In less than half an hour, they had arrived in the county town. The county was brightly lit and bustling with activity. Following the detailed directions Chun Yusin had sent earlier, Zhang Wei navigated through the maze of streets and finally arrived at the Longhu Grand Hotel. The hotel was lavishly decorated and quite renowned in the county. Zhang Wei walked and asked the attendant for the private room's location and followed the directions. As he gently pushed open the door, his gaze was instantly drawn to Chun Yusin seated inside. Chun Yusin was a strikingly beautiful woman. She had dressed up with great care today. Her long jet black hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall, the ends slightly curled, adding an air of enchanting charm. She wore delicate light makeup, her eyebrows long and neatly shaped, perfectly accentuating her refined features. Her eyes were bright and spirited like a clear spring, seemingly harboring countless untold stories. Beneath her delicate nose was a pair of rosy lips, the corners of her mouth slightly upturned with a faint, elusive smile. She wore a simple yet elegant dress, its soft warm color making her skin appear even fairer. She exuded a gentle intellectual aura that made one want to take a second glance. At that moment, Chun Yusin was sitting quietly in the private room. Seeing Zhang Wei enter, she stood up, a hint of surprise on her face. As Zhang Wei pushed the door open and stood before her, Chun Yusin couldn't help but be taken aback. The Zhang Wei before her was much younger than she had imagined, handsome with a straight posture and an air of competence about him. Chun Yusin quickly composed herself, stepped forward with a poised smile, and said gracefully, "Hello, I'm Chun Yusin, the owner of the Star Garment Factory. It's a pleasure to meet you." Zhang Wei politely extended his hand and gave hers a light, firm shake, replying with a smile, "Hello, I'm Zhang Wei." After exchanging pleasantries, they both took their seats. As soon as she sat down, Chun Yusin, unable to contain her curiosity, was the first to speak. "Mr. Zhang, if you don't mind me asking, what line of business are you in?" Zhang Wei leaned forward slightly and answered seriously, "I'm in the supermarket business. Right now the supermarket has a need to procure a batch of clothing, and I can tell you clearly that the order volume in the future will be substantial." A supermarket? A flicker of surprise crossed Chun Yusin's eyes at this answer. She knew well that while supermarkets did sell clothes, the sales volume for such items was usually relatively limited. The prospect of a large order volume, as Zhang Wei had suggested, was somewhat unexpected. However, Chun Yusin was a seasoned businesswoman. She didn't dwell on this point. Instead, she asked with continued curiosity, "So, Mr. Zhang, roughly how many clothes will you need to purchase in the initial phase? Also, do you have any specific requirements regarding style, design, material, or season?" Zhang Wei leaned back in his chair, pondered for a moment, and said, "I'm not entirely sure about the initial quantity yet, but it won't be a small number. As for requirements, there aren't many restrictions. The only thing is that the clothes must be durable and easy to move around in. Dresses or other women's clothing like that won't be necessary." He knew very well that the clothes he was purchasing were intended for the people at Red Star who were surviving in apocalyptic conditions. In such extreme and harsh environments, durability was the primary consideration. As for aesthetics or style, those were completely out of the question. After all, in the apocalypse, having sturdy, durable clothing to stay alive was the most important thing. Furthermore, in such an environment, a woman wearing a dress would only bring immense inconvenience and danger upon herself. It would be practically suicidal. Chun Yusin listened quietly to Zhang Wei's request, her heart filled with confusion and curiosity. She couldn't fathom why a client would have such peculiar demands for clothing emphasizing only durability and sturdiness, while showing complete indifference to design and novel styles. Nevertheless, having weathered the storms of the business world for years, she knew well that a merchant's paramount duty was to satisfy the client's needs and provide exemplary service. Excessive questioning risked not only fruitless answers, but also the client's displeasure, potentially costing her the deal. She gave a slight nod, her gaze exuding professionalism and confidence, signaling her full comprehension of Zhang Wei's needs. Zhang Wei then elaborated once more, clarifying that he required no children's clothing, only styles suitable for ordinary city dwellers, even including undergarments for both men and women. As Chun Yusin listened intently, her mind swiftly inventoried the factory's existing styles and stock. Once Zhang Wei finished, she promptly retrieved the price list from her bag and scrutinized it carefully. Considering his requirements were relatively straightforward, devoid of complex craftsmanship and design costs, she decided to offer a discount. She picked up a pen and meticulously revised the prices on the list, each digit inscribed with neat precision. Upon completing the revisions, she handed the list to Zhang Wei and spoke, "Mr. Zhang, this is our factory's price list. Given the simplicity of your requirements, I can offer a more favorable rate. Please see if it's acceptable." She then watched him nervously, her hands unconsciously clasping together. In her business experience, clients typically haggled over prices, and some unscrupulous individuals, emboldened by her appearance, had dared to make even more outrageous demands. She had braced herself for every eventuality, willing to trim her profits further if Zhang Wei pressed for a lower price, just to secure the transaction. Zhang Wei took the price list, scanned it briefly, and without a moment's hesitation declared, "No problem, we'll go with these prices." Thighs. This is it. Chen Yusin was utterly stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief. She never imagined Zhang Wei would accept her quotation so readily. Not only did he refrain from bargaining, but he also didn't utter a single superfluous word. This stark contrast to her past clients left her momentarily at a loss. Doubt began to creep into her mind. His swift acquiescence was too unusual, stirring a faint sense of unease within her. Such an anomaly in the business world made her wary of hidden pitfalls she might have overlooked. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she asked with evident tension, "Mr. Zhang, since you've agreed to the price, shall we settle the transaction on a cash-for-goods basis, as you mentioned earlier?" Zhang Wei leaned back in his chair, his expression calm, and nodded. "Indeed, I've never been one to owe anyone money. Besides, I've learned through certain channels that your garment factory has been facing some recent operational difficulties." Chen Yusin's heart tightened at his words, surprised that he was aware of the factory's situation. Just as she was about to offer an explanation, Zhang Wei continued, "In business, everyone encounters tough times. It's perfectly normal. I firmly believe your factory has the capability to overcome this hurdle. Since I've chosen to collaborate with you, it's because I trust in your quality and your work ethic. To bolster our mutual trust, I'm willing to sign a contract with you right now and transfer a 1 million yuan deposit. With this deposit, you can have more leeway in your production scheduling." Hearing Zhang Wei's words, Chen Yusin was moved and overjoyed. She hadn't anticipated that he wouldn't be deterred by the factory's troubles, but instead would so readily propose a contract and pay a deposit. She quickly rose, leaning forward slightly, and bowed respectfully. "Thank you for your trust, President Zhang. All the staff at our Star Garment Factory will not disappoint you. We will strictly adhere to your requirements and complete the order with guaranteed quality and quantity." After expressing her gratitude, Chen Yusin hastened to add, "President Zhang, we actually produced a batch of clothing a while ago that fits your requirements perfectly in every aspect. Rest assured they were manufactured recently. I can guarantee they were all made within the last 3 months. Our factory has always maintained rigorous quality control, and the durability has been tested multiple times, so there's no doubt about it. Would you like to visit the factory to see the clothes for yourself?" Zhang Wei pondered for a moment, thinking that a physical inspection would put his mind at ease, and then looked up. "All right, let's go take a look." Thank you. Chen Yusin's face lit up with a radiant smile upon hearing his agreement, and she expressed her gratitude repeatedly. She then gestured to the waiter to serve the dishes. The two chatted about business matters as they enjoyed their dinner. Mindful of the impending trip to the factory and the need to avoid driving under the influence, they both refrained from ordering alcohol. Chen Yusin raised her glass of soft drink and said with a smile, "President Zhang, allow me to toast you with this drink. Thank you for giving our factory this opportunity to collaborate." Zhang Wei also raised his glass, clinking it gently against hers. "You're too kind. I hope our cooperation goes smoothly." After the meal, Chen Yusin stood up and said to Zhang Wei, "President Zhang, shall we head to the factory now?" As they left the hotel, Zhang Wei said with a hint of helplessness, "I didn't drive here. I actually planned to buy a car today, but it's late in the evening and I assume the dealerships are closed." Chen Yusin immediately responded, "In that case, please ride with me. It's on the way." They got into the car, and as Chen Yusin settled into the driver's seat and started the engine, her curiosity about Zhang Wei lingered. She mused to herself, how could a supermarket in a small town possibly consume such a vast quantity of clothing? The order volume was truly staggering. However, she knew well that in the business world one shouldn't pry into a client's private affairs if they didn't volunteer the information. So she focused on driving, heading towards the factory. If she could successfully clear out the warehouse stock, she could revitalize the entire factory. Therefore, she had to treat Zhang Wei, this client, with the utmost care and ensure nothing went wrong. He was her sole lifeline for saving the factory now. Upon arriving at the Xingxing garment factory, Chen Yusin enthusiastically led Zhang Wei on a personal tour of the entire facility. The factory was cloaked in silence, as the absence of orders meant the workers did not need to work overtime that evening. As they walked, Chen Yusin meticulously explained each section, From the cutting workshop to the sewing workshop and finally to the ironing and packaging area, detailing every step with thoroughness. Zhang Wei listened attentively, nodding occasionally to show his understanding. Subsequently, Chen Yusin guided him to the warehouse. The warehouse was stacked with neatly packaged garments piled in orderly rows awaiting shipment. Gazing at the clothes, Zhang Wei inquired curiously, "Boss Chen, it seems these garments are already packed and ready to be shipped. Why are they just sitting here?" Chen Yusin let out a soft sigh, her eyes revealing a mixture of helplessness and indignation. She did not conceal the truth, but recounted the matter in full detail. Mr. Zhang He raised the situation. A man named Xiao Nantian tried to set up a scheme to ruin my factory and also forced me to marry him. He employed various underhanded tactics, causing all our original orders to fall through. Now these garments are stuck here, unable to be shipped. Zhang Wei frowned slightly upon hearing this, his face showing disgust as he said, "That fellow is truly despicable, using such vile methods to bring down someone else's enterprise. It's utterly contemptible. Rest assured, I don't know any Xiao Nanshan, nor am I affiliated with him in any way. You need not worry that him is pawn sent to trick you. A man like him, I wouldn't deign to associate with him." Zhang Wei added, his tone dripping with disdain for Xiao Nantian. Chen Yusin lowered her head, sheepishly apologizing. "I'm sorry, Mr. Zhang. I did suspect you were sent by Xiao Nantian earlier. Your cooperation was so straightforward that it made me uneasy. I never imagined you genuinely wanted to work with our factory. I truly judged a gentleman's heart with my own petty measure." Zhang Wei waved his hand dismissively. "No matter. I understand your concerns. Tell you what, they'll take all the clothes here. Just give me a price." This." Chen Yusin's eyes widened, deeply moved, yet she hesitated. "Mr. Zhang, although I'm incredibly grateful for your willingness to help, many of these garments don't meet the standards you previously specified. You don't have to do this for me. I can't deceive a client like you for the sake of this deal." Zhang Wei smiled nonchalantly. "It's fine. A few pieces of clothing mean nothing to me. Besides, since I've decided to take them, I want back out. Let's settle it." Zhang Wei knew in his heart that money was no object to him now. Moreover, these garments held immense value in his eyes. He could turn them into profits 100-fold or more, so there was no possibility of loss. Zhang Wei was well aware that this clothing purchase was merely the beginning. His future procurement plans extended far beyond. Blankets, shoes, vegetables, fruits, beverages, and every daily necessity were all on his purchasing list. After all, his customer base consisted of all the survivors within the Hongxing. And as far as he knew, within the Hongxing, those people could only do business with him. There were no other competitors. This meant that his business would only grow larger and stronger. As for wealth in his eyes, it was nothing more than a string of ever-changing numbers, utterly insignificant. What he valued more was the establishment of stable business relationships and control over resources in this unique environment. Chen Yusin's eyes reddened, tears of gratitude glistening in them as she choked out, Thank you. On behalf of myself and the entire factory, I thank you for your immense kindness. This timely help will be etched in our hearts forever." Zhang Wei waved his hand indifferently. "Don't thank me. Even if I didn't do business with you, I would have done it with someone else. I simply chose you among many options. Don't dwell on it too much. Just focus on running your business well." Without wasting a moment, Chen Yusin handed Zhang Wei the price list for this batch of goods. She had carefully recalculated and discounted the prices from the original to express her utmost gratitude for Zhang Wei's help. Zhang Wei took the price list, glanced over it, and nodded. "All right, give me your account details." Chen Yusin quickly provided the factory's account information. Then Zhang Wei opened his mobile banking app, deftly operated on the screen, and within moments transferred the money to Chen Yusin. Soon Chen Yusin felt her phone vibrate. She hastily picked it up and saw that the exact amount had been credited. "Mr. Zhang, for any future orders, please prioritize cooperation with us. Our entire factory team will give our utmost to ensure every order is executed perfectly, and we will never disappoint you." Chen Yusin said excitedly, her eyes full of anticipation. "There is one thing I need you to do." Zhang Wei looked at Chen Yusin and spoke slowly. Chen Yusin's heart skipped a beat. She recalled Zhang Wei's earlier willingness to cooperate so readily and wondered if there might be hidden strings attached. But she forced herself to stay calm, smiled, and asked, "Tell me whatever it is. As long as I can do it, I will try my best. Help me arrange a driver to transport this batch of goods. I don't want them sitting here forever." Zhang Wei said, "Oh, that's all." Chen Yusin was mortified, her face flushing deeply with embarrassment. She had been letting her imagination run wild, thinking Zhang Wei would make some unreasonable demand. "What else did you think I meant? Did you expect me to haul it myself? I don't have that kind of time or energy." Zhang Wei retorted, a teasing smile playing on his lips. No, I misjudged you, Mr. Zhang. He'll arrange it right away." Chen Yusin quickly said, then immediately contacted the driver and workers, instructing them to come and load the goods, aiming to deliver them to the destination Zhang Wei specified that very evening. Zhang Wei was satisfied to see everything resolved smoothly. Chen Yusin then asked, "Will you be placing additional orders afterward?" Zhang Wei nodded, "Of course. For now, let's set a monthly order of 1 million. I can sign a contract and pay a deposit up front." Chen Yusin nodded eagerly. All right. He'll draft the contract immediately. Please wait a moment." After a while, she had the contract ready. Zhang Wei reviewed it, confirmed there were no issues, and signed it with Chen Yusin. "Pleasure doing business with you." Both were thoroughly satisfied. "Mr. Zhang, where would you like to go next? I can drive you there," Chen Yusin said with a warm smile, her tone enthusiastic. Zhang Wei pondered for a moment before replying, "I plan to buy a car tomorrow. It's inconvenient to always rely on taxis or bother others for rides. It's not practical to keep taking taxis or asking for favors." Chen Yusin's eyes lit up at his words, and she quickly added, "Mr. Zhang, I happen to know some car dealers. What are your specific requirements for a vehicle? I can contact them and ask around to see if we can find the perfect match for you." Zhang Wei crossed his arms and said, "Well, that works. I'm not too demanding about the car itself, just decent quality and comfortable to drive and sit in. As for the price, I'm not really concerned about that. As long as it's a good car, I don't mind paying more." After all, wealth was meant to be enjoyed. He was far from short on money now, so naturally he intended to buy a fine automobile. "All right, Mr. Zhang, please hold on for a moment. I'll make the call right away." With that, Chen Yusin took out her phone from her bag and began dialing. While on the phone, she relayed Zhang Wei's requirements to the person on the other end, occasionally jotting down notes in her notebook. After a considerable while, she hung up and turned to Zhang Wei, saying, "Mr. Zhang, it turns out there's an auto show in a few days co-hosted by over a dozen car manufacturers. Moreover, the show will feature a number of high-end vehicles available for immediate purchase. If you can wait, perhaps we could visit the show then. With more models and options on display, you might just find something you're particularly fond of." Zhang Wei mulled it over and found the suggestion reasonable, nodding in agreement. "All right, let's wait a few days then. It'll also give me a chance to see if there are any new models I like." "Mr. Zhang, during our earlier meal, we didn't get to properly toast you since we were focused on business. Now that things are mostly settled, how about we grab a late-night snack to make up for it? Consider it a welcome dinner on my part." Chen Yusin extended the invitation once more. Zhang Wei waved his hand dismissively. "No need. He'll head back with the goods. I still need to arrange the follow-up for this shipment, so I can't afford to waste time." No, Mr. Zhang, I insist on driving you back myself. You've done such a huge favor for our factory today. There's no way I'd let you make your own way home." Chen Yusin was resolute, her eyes filled with sincerity. Seeing her persistence, Zhang Wei found it hard to refuse and eventually agreed. Once the goods were fully loaded, Chen Yusin instructed the truck to follow her car. She gracefully opened the door, settled into the driver's seat, and started the engine. As she adjusted the seat and rearview mirror, she said to Zhang Wei, "Mr. Zhang, please sit tight. We're heading back to Yunlong Town now." The car then pulled away smoothly, heading towards Yunlong Town. Amid their conversation, the vehicle came to a steady stop in front of Zhang Wei's home. Chen Yusin got out of the car along with Zhang Wei and looked up at the building before her, taken aback by surprise. She had assumed that when Zhang Wei said, "Go back," he meant his residence, but she never expected that he actually ran a supermarket right in his own home. Staring at the rather unconventional storefront, she couldn't help but wonder to herself, could a supermarket like this really sell so many clothes? After all, clothing wasn't a typical daily necessity found in such stores. The consumer base and sales model were entirely different. Nevertheless, she was tactful enough not to pry too much. Instead, she simply directed the movers to carry the clothes to the spot Zhang Wei indicated. "Boss, you're back." Just then, Lu Rumei and Wang Yuyan, upon hearing the commotion, hurried out of the supermarket. Both wore warm, familiar smiles, clearly well acquainted with Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei smiled and gestured towards Chen Yusin, introducing them. "This is Wang Yuyan, and this is Lu Rumei. They're both employees at my supermarket. I rely on them heavily for the daily operations." Chen Yusin looked at the two young women before her, utterly astonished. She had never imagined that Zhang Wei's supermarket would employ two such strikingly beautiful girls. Involuntarily, she glanced down at herself and couldn't help but engage in a silent comparison. No wonder he hadn't seemed particularly taken with her earlier. It turned out the girls at his store were far more attractive than she was. However, Chen Yusin quickly composed herself and introduced herself with a smile. "Hello, I'm Chen Yusin, the owner of Xingxing Garment Factory. These clothes were made at my factory. It's a pleasure to meet you both today." After the introductions, they exchanged a few pleasantries. Suddenly, Lu Rumai's eyes sparkled as she looked at the clothes being brought in, unable to resist, asking, "Boss, are there any women's clothes in there?" Chen Yusin quickly replied with a smile, "Yes, quite a few." They're all new arrivals and very stylish. I'm sure you'll love them. As she spoke, she stepped forward and carefully picked out 2 outfits from one of the bags. Go try them on and see if they fit and if you like them. Seeing the eager look in their eyes, Zhang Wei said with a chuckle, "Thank you, boss." The 2 girls happily took the clothes and skipped off to their room to change. Chen Yusin watched the cheerful retreating figures of Lu Rumei and Wang Yuyin, curiosity brimming within her, and couldn't help but ask, "Are they really just your supermarket employees?" Zhang Wei nodded, a hint of confusion on his face, and replied, "Of course they're just employees. What else would they be? Did you think they were my relatives, or had some special connection?" Chen Yusin quickly shook her head, explaining, "No, it's nothing like that. I just noticed they treat you with such respect, and there's a warmth in their eyes, so I got a bit curious." Zhang Wei chuckled and began to explain, "I took them in when they were at their lowest point. Back then they were desperate. No job, no place to stay. I felt sorry for them, so I offered them work and gave them food and lodging. So naturally they're very grateful to me, and their respect is well-deserved." Hearing this, Chen Yusin's gaze towards Zhang Wei carried a hint of admiration. She said, "You're truly a kind person. Reaching out to help someone in their hour of need isn't something just anyone would do." Zhang Wei was taken aback for a moment at her words, then a wry smile crossed his face as he replied, "Come on, don't go giving me a good guy label. I'm not as virtuous as you imagine. I did it partly because I felt sorry for them, but also because having 2 more employees helps the supermarket run better. It's a mutually beneficial arrangement." Chen Yusin found Zhang Wei quite intriguing. He didn't bask in her praise, nor did he try to craft a flawless image of himself. There was no pretense about him whatsoever. To her, this authenticity made him feel remarkably genuine and comfortable to be around, devoid of any hypocrisy or distance. After a while, Chen Yusin felt it was time to take her leave and said to Zhang Wei, "Mr. Zhang will be off then. He'll come pick you up personally for the auto show, and we can look for a suitable car together." Zhang Wei didn't decline and nodded in agreement. "Sure, I'll leave it to you then. We'll be in touch." After Chen Yusin departed, the staff wasted no time, immediately springing into action to sort through the scattered clothes. With a clear division of labor, some were tasked with categorizing the garments, while others hoisted heavy bundles, shuttling back and forth between the various areas. Certain pieces were neatly arranged in the display area on the second floor, reorganized by style, color, and size in preparation for the next day's business. Meanwhile, other garments, either outdated or not needed for display, were carefully stored away in the warehouse, stacked in an orderly fashion. Time slipped by amidst the bustle, and by the time the workers finished their tasks, each one was panting with exhaustion, sweat beading on their foreheads. Zhang Wei observed this with deep gratitude, turning to Lu Rumei beside him and saying, "Lu Rumei, please fetch some bottled water to quench the thirst of these hard-working workers." Lu Rumei nodded and quickly headed to the supermarket storage room, returning shortly with a case of bottled water. She handed out the bottles one by one to the workers, a warm smile gracing her face. The workers accepted the water, hastily wiping the sweat from their brows and cheeks with their sleeves, and said gratefully, "Thank you, thank you. You're incredibly thoughtful." At that moment, one worker happened to look up. He noticed the handsome and distinguished Zhang Wei, then turned to glance at the beautiful and charming Lu Rumei, standing nearby, a flicker of envy in his eyes. He couldn't help but exclaim, "Boss, you're truly fortunate to have such a stunning wife." Hearing this, Lu Rumei's face instantly flushed with shyness. She quickly waved her hand and replied, "I'm not the boss wife, I'm just an employee at the supermarket." The worker was taken aback, his eyes widening in surprise as he muttered, "A girl as lovely as you, and you're not the boss wife. The boss looks young. Has he ever married?" another worker asked, leaning in with curiosity. Lu Rumei glanced at Zhang Wei, and seeing no objection from him, she answered truthfully, "Not yet. He doesn't even have a girlfriend. Miss, with your beauty, it's strange that your boss hasn't taken a liking to you." The workers exchanged glances, expressions of puzzlement on their faces. Sensing the delicate atmosphere, Zhang Wei quickly interjected with a smile to smooth things over, "Everyone, let's stop joking around. Let's get back to business." With that, he pulled some cash from his pocket and said, "Thank you all for coming out so late to help. You work hard, so I'll give each of you 100 yuan as a token of my appreciation for your efforts." The workers immediately declined, saying, No, we can't accept this. We've already been paid by Boss Chen Yusin. We can't take this money." Zhang Wei said sincerely, "It's fine. This is something extra from me. You earn your money through physical labor, and every bit of it is hard-earned. Consider this a small gesture from me. Please take it." With firm resolve and no room for argument, he walked up to each worker and pressed a 100 yuan note into their hands. The workers looked at the money in their hands, deeply moved. "Thank you, boss. You're truly a kind man. Boss, if you need anything in the future, just give us a call. We'll be at your service anytime," one worker declared, thumping his chest. Zhang Wei nodded and replied with a smile, "Certainly. Let's exchange numbers. There will indeed be more things I'll need your help with in the future. The workers eagerly took out their phones and swapped contact information with Zhang Wei. Glancing at the numbers Head collected, Zhang Wei mused that he could perhaps entrust the supermarket's moving and organizing tasks to these dependable workers in the days ahead. Lu Rumei and Wang Yuyin stood quietly to the side, their gazes occasionally drifting toward Zhang Wei. Watching his busy figure and recalling his usual treatment of employees, both of them silently arrived at the same conclusion: Zhang Wei was indeed a rare and good man. They recalled that when they first arrived at the supermarket, they were merely two desperate girls with nowhere to go. It was Zhang Wei who had taken them in as employees without a second thought. Through their interactions, they genuinely felt that Zhang Wei simply regarded them as staff, without a single improper thought or intention toward them. He treated them with utmost respect, whether in work assignments or daily conversations, treating them as ordinary girls and giving them the equality and care they deserved. They were well aware that in the world of Red Star, things were chaotic and filled with all sorts of people, including countless women. Had Zhang Wei shown even the slightest hint of wanting a woman, even a single word, countless beautiful women would have lined up weeping and begging for him to take them in. After all, Zhang Wei was the only one who never lacked food and possessed incredible abilities, who following him would surely guarantee a good life. However, Zhang Wei did no such thing. He devoted himself entirely to his business, neither taking in more people nor going out of his way to help others. He was like a precise businessman, a highly rational man who knew clearly what to do and what not to do. In his work, he was meticulous and serious. Toward his employees, he was generous and kind, never stingy with the respect they deserved. Such a man inspired immense trust and a profound sense of security. Wang Yuyin lowered her head slightly and whispered to Lu Rumei, "Sister Lu, the boss is such a good man. You must not let this opportunity slip away. Think about it. We owe our current stable and comfortable life entirely to him. If he hadn't taken us, and we might still be drifting outside suffering." Despite her youth, Wang Yuyin was perceptive, and deep down she harbored a hint of fondness for Zhang Wei as well. Yet she was a smart and measured girl, knowing what was appropriate and what wasn't, and would never overstep her bounds. After all, if not for Sister Lu Rumei bringing her to this supermarket and providing her with a place to stay, she could never have enjoyed such a good life now. Therefore, she sincerely hoped that Lu Rumei and Zhang Wei would end up together, believing it would be the best outcome. Hearing Wang Yuyin's words, Lu Rumei's cheeks flushed slightly. She let out a soft sigh and said, "The boss is indeed a good man. While I do harbor feelings for him, mine are more of reverence and admiration. I don't want the boss to think him a woman who would stoop to underhanded means to climb up." Lu Rumei had her own thoughts and principles. Precisely because Zhang Wei was a good man, a man worthy of respect, she couldn't deceive him or give herself to him in an improper manner for any reason. She understood that if she ever did such a thing, given Zhang Wei's character, he would not hesitate to fire her. At that point, she would not only lose this hard-won job, but it might also lead to her dismissal, which would be counterproductive. She thought to herself that if Zhang Wei truly had feelings for her, she was confident that with her sincerity and genuine heart, she could eventually win him over and build a beautiful relationship. Wang Yuyin, seeing that Lu Rumei had her own plans, said no more. For now, she just wanted to live peacefully at the supermarket, no longer enduring the days of hiding fear and hunger from the apocalypse. This ordinary life was already the best she could have ever dreamed of during the end times, and she absolutely couldn't lose it all because of some misguided thought. "We'll put the clothes back on the shelves later." Zhang Wei glanced around the store, then said after a moment of thought, "These clothes won't sell much in the short term. Although the foot traffic in the supermarket is still fairly steady, clothes are not an urgent necessity, and customers won't suddenly buy them in large quantities. Let's focus our energy on other goods that need restocking and display." Lu Rumei stepped forward upon hearing this, holding a delivery note in her hand, and said, "Boss, this is Wang He's delivery note. I've carefully checked everything on it, the quantity, style, and specifications. Nothing is missing." Zhang Wei nodded, took the delivery note, and glanced over it to confirm it was correct. He then picked up his phone and transferred the payment to Wang He. After the transfer was complete, he deliberately took a screenshot and sent it to Wang He with a message, "Payment transferred, please confirm receipt." It wasn't long before Wang He replied with gratitude, "Boss Zhang, thank you so much. I didn't expect your supermarket business to be doing this well lately. The shipment volume is much larger than before. It really surprised me." Zhang Wei simply replied, "It's all thanks to everyone's support. Glad to do business with you." By this time it was getting late, and the sky outside was gradually darkening. Zhang Wei checked his watch and said, "It's getting late. Let's start closing up." With that, he and Lu Rumei began tidying up the store, turning off the electrical equipment and pulling down the rolling shutter door. After closing the store, Zhang Wei didn't go to rest immediately. Instead, he sat at the office desk in the store and began to plan his next steps. He knew very well that to run the supermarket better, he would need to contact quite a few more suppliers. In addition to the clothing supplier he was already working with, he also needed to expand sources for fruits, vegetables, shoes, and other categories. For fruits and vegetables, freshness is key, so I need to partner with suppliers who have stable growing bases. For shoes, I need a wide variety and guaranteed quality. Zhang Wei calculated in his mind as he jotted down the information of suppliers he needed to contact on a piece of paper. Suddenly, as if a thought struck him, he furrowed his brow slightly and muttered to himself, "Right, I also need to find a way to get some controlled knives. But these aren't easy to come by. I can only purchase them directly from craftsmen who specialize in making cold steel, or from intangible cultural heritage artisans under the guise of collecting or as a hobby. The knives these people make are exquisitely crafted with guaranteed quality, and they can also avoid some unnecessary troubles." As for firearms, Zhang Wei dismissed the idea without a second thought. He understood clearly that firearms were absolutely off limits. If he ever got into that kind of business, he would be heading straight to his own doom. He had never entertained the thought of doing anything illegal or disorderly. He only wanted to earn money honestly, to have enough strength to survive for himself and the people around him. He didn't have grand ambitions. Oh right, there's also the money from the relatives. Zhang Wei suddenly slapped his forehead, remembering the debts his father had left behind and the money he had borrowed from relatives. He picked up his phone and sent messages to each of them. "Dear relatives, I've come into a bit more money recently. Could you come by tomorrow with your IOUs to collect what I owe you? We'll exchange the money for the IOUs, and that way everyone can be at ease." Now that he had money, he didn't want to owe his relatives any longer. Previously, because of his father's debts, relatives would come to him constantly demanding payment, which annoyed him to no end. Now that he finally had the ability to pay off the debts, he only hoped for some peace and quiet and fewer entanglements with his relatives. The relatives were quite surprised, never expecting Zhang Wei to take the initiative to repay the money. Naturally, they were delighted and agreed to come to the supermarket the next day. Early the next morning, before Zhang Wei had even woken up, he was startled by a rapid phone ringtone. Half asleep, he fumbled for his phone and squinted at the time. It was only 6 o'clock. Who could be calling this early? He wondered to himself as he looked at the caller ID. It was his uncle. When Zhang Wei's parents were alive, they had borrowed 20,000 yuan from his uncle to build a house. After his parents passed away, the uncle constantly came to him demanding the money, not giving him any time to earn it. Although it was a debt he was supposed to repay, the uncle was so impatient and showed no consideration for his situation that Zhang Wei would be lying if he said he held no resentment. Coming this early, is he afraid I might deceive him? Zhang Wei felt speechless. He knew his uncle's character all too well. But he said nothing more, pressed the answer button, and spoke into the phone. "Uncle, hold on, I'm getting up now." After hanging up, Zhang Wei rubbed his sleepy eyes and began to get dressed. When he finished dressing and went downstairs, he heard a clear, crisp voice, "Boss, good morning." Zhang Wei followed the sound and saw Wang Yuyan. He was genuinely surprised and said, "This early? You're way too diligent, girl." Wang Yuyan smiled shyly and said, "I got up early to make you breakfast. What would you like, boss? They'll make it for you." Zhang Wei waved his hand and said, "Anything is fine. Just make whatever you want." With that, he walked straight to the cashier's desk and pressed the button controlling the supermarket's rolling shutter. As the shutter slowly rose before it was even halfway open, his uncle and aunt appeared at the entrance, eagerly stepping into the store. "Zhang Wei just getting up," the uncle said with a smile plastered on his face. Just got up," Zhang Wei replied, a hint of coldness in his tone that was barely perceptible. "Uncle, aunt, you're here quite early. Didn't we agree on 9 o'clock? He asked deliberately. "We're used to waking up early and there's nothing to do at home, so we came a bit earlier," the uncle answered with an awkward smile. In truth, he knew Zhang Wei had contacted other relatives to repay them. Firstly, he was afraid Zhang Wei didn't have enough money to pay everyone back, and he was worried he might not get his own money. Secondly, if he saw that Zhang Wei had indeed paid everyone off, he also wanted to know how this kid had managed to earn so much money in such a short time. If possible, they naturally wanted to get involved. Zhang Wei really couldn't be bothered to get tangled up with his uncle's family over this matter, so he said directly, "Since you're here, uncle, give me the IOU. They'll pay you back on behalf of my parents, and we can settle this debt early." All right. The uncle quickly responded, and as he spoke, he carefully unzipped his wallet, took out the neatly kept IOU, and spread it out in his hand. But his grip on it was tight, and he didn't hand it directly to Zhang Wei. His eyes were fixed on Zhang Wei with a wary look, as if he was afraid Zhang Wei might suddenly snatch the IOU away. "See here, it clearly says 20,000 yuan, the uncle said, his face beaming with a sycophantic smile. Zhang Wei glanced at him and asked indifferently, "Do you know how to use WeChat?" Yes. The uncle nodded hurriedly, pulled out his phone, tapped the screen a few times, and held the payment QR code out to Zhang Wei. The uncle seemed about to lean over to look at Zhang Wei's phone. Sensing this, Zhang Wei casually moved his phone aside and said, "Uncle, what are you looking at?" Seeing this, the aunt quickly interjected, "Well, Zhang Wei, although the IOU doesn't mention interest. But actually your parents did say at the time that they would give some interest when the money was returned. After all, it has been quite a while since the money was lent out." Zhang Wei knew clearly that the aunt was trying to squeeze out more money, but he really couldn't be bothered to argue over these things, so he said directly, "How about this? I'll give you 200 yuan, and that settles the interest. Is that okay?" Yes, that's perfectly fine." The uncle and aunt's eyes instantly lit up, their faces filled with excitement as they said in unison. Zhang Wei said no more and directly transferred 200 yuan to them on his phone. The uncle and aunt stared at their phone screen, not daring to blink. Only after confirming several times that the money had arrived did they reluctantly hand the IOU back to Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei saw that the uncle and aunt were still standing there, showing no sign of leaving, and frowned slightly. "Is there something else?" The two exchanged a glance with awkward, hesitant expressions. Then the uncle spoke. Can uncle ask what you've been doing lately to earn so much money?" Zhang Wei understood at once what they were up to. He felt a surge of annoyance, but he still answered patiently, "Nothing much. When I used to work odd jobs, I met someone, and we were very close. Recently, he made it big, and I borrowed a sum of money from him to tide over the immediate difficulties." Hearing this, a look of sudden realization appeared on their faces. So his money was also borrowed from someone else. They had originally thought Zhang Wei had earned so much money by doing some other business, and they were still wondering whether they could pry some money-making know-how out of him. But no matter what, they had already gotten the money, so they felt a little more at ease. Suddenly, a rich aroma drifted over and crept into their noses. The two sniffed in unison and began to think to themselves, "Since we're already here, and there's a ready-made meal, we might as well eat before we leave. What are you cooking? It smells so good." The uncle couldn't help saying, his eyes secretly darting toward the kitchen. The aunt quickly chimed in, "We were in such a hurry when we came that we didn't even have time for breakfast. Zhang Wei, we don't eat much. How about we just eat here before we go?" As soon as she finished speaking, the two didn't wait for Zhang Wei's answer and headed straight for the kitchen. Zhang Wei watched their backs and felt speechless. He knew very well what was going on in their minds. But then again, they were his relatives after all, and in many cases he felt helpless. If he drove them away directly, it would make him look too petty and too cold-hearted. It was only breakfast after all. He wasn't that stingy. There's an outsider here." The moment the uncle and aunt stepped into the kitchen, they saw Wang Yuyin busy at work. Their eyes widened instantly, and their faces were full of surprise. In particular, when they got a clear look at Wang Yuyin and realized she was so beautiful, they were even more shocked. The uncle couldn't help nudging the aunt with his elbow and muttered, "When did this kid get such a beautiful girlfriend?" The aunt felt a sour pang in her heart. Their own son was still single. His job was not stable either, and every time they brought up the subject of finding a partner, their son would look impatient. It was hard enough for him to find a girlfriend, let alone one this beautiful. With such a contrast, jealousy immediately rose in their hearts. "You two are." Hearing the commotion, Wang Yuyin turned around and saw two strangers. A curious look appeared on her face as she asked softly. The uncle quickly put on a smile and said, "We are Zhang Wei's uncle and aunt. We didn't expect Zhang Wei to have such a beautiful girlfriend. How enviable." As he spoke, he looked Wang Yuyin up and down, his eyes full of envy and jealousy. "Oh, so you're uncle and aunt. You've misunderstood. I'm not Zhang Wei's girlfriend." Wang Yuyin quickly waved her hands to explain, a faint blush spreading across her face. "Oh, you're not Zhang Wei's girlfriend." Hearing this, the uncle and aunt were greatly shocked. They exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with surprise. After a moment of silence, a happy smile appeared on the old couple's faces again. The uncle quickly asked, "Then who are you? And why are you here?" Wang Yuyin was about to speak when she saw Zhang Wei walk in. Zhang Wei saw the scene and had already guessed roughly what was happening. He stepped forward and said, "Uncle, aunt, she is Wang Yuyin. Although she is not my girlfriend, she is my fiancée." Wang Yuyin was startled and about to refute, but when she saw the look Zhang Wei gave her, a look that seemed to carry a hint, she immediately understood. So she said nothing, only lowered her head slightly, her cheeks flushed, and stood there looking somewhat shy. "Ah, so she's the fiancée." The old couple's eyes, which had been full of expectation, instantly dimmed. The smiles on their faces, like mist blown away by a cold wind, quickly disappeared, replaced by barely concealed disappointment. They couldn't help muttering to themselves. They had been hoping that this girl and Zhang Wei were not engaged, so their son might still have a sliver of a chance. But now that hope was completely shattered. Just as the old couple was feeling deeply disappointed and the atmosphere turned somewhat awkward, a light footstep came from upstairs. Tap, tap, tap. The sound was like drum beats, striking the old couple's hearts one after another, stirring their curiosity. Then a girl like a fairy stepping out of a scroll painting slowly descended the stairs. She was breathtakingly beautiful. Between her brows and eyes seemed to hide a sea of stars, and every line of her face was exquisitely proportioned like a peerlessly beautiful outline carefully drawn by a meticulous brush painter. Her eyes, like the most radiant stars in the night sky, sparkled with a lively glow as if concealing countless untold stories. Beneath her small straight nose was a slightly upturned cherry mouth. The corners of her lips naturally curved into a faint smile, just like a flower blooming in early spring, delicate and enchanting. The elderly couple exchanged a glance, a shared suspicion stirring within them. The one busying herself in the kitchen was his fiancée, but surely this vision of ethereal beauty descending the stairs could not be another one. Unable to contain his curiosity, the uncle stepped forward, a smile plastered on his face, and asked, "Zhang Wei, who is this girl who looks like she stepped out of a painting? Why is she staying at your place?" Zhang Wei answered without a moment's hesitation. "Her name is Lu Rumei. She is also my fiancée." Lu Rumei was utterly bewildered. She had just woken from a deep sleep, her mind still hazy. Upon descending the stairs, she found an elderly couple staring at her with intense, probing eyes full of doubt. Before she could even grasp the situation, she heard Zhang Wei claim she was his fiancée, which only deepened her confusion. A question echoed in her mind: what on earth is going on? How did she wake up to find herself as Zhang Wei's fiancée? The elderly couple's faces changed instantly upon hearing this, their faint smiles vanishing beneath a dark cloud of displeasure. The uncle frowned and said angrily, "Zhang Wei, if you're going to lie, at least make it believable. You said that girl was your fiancée just now, and now you're saying this one is too. Do you take us for fools?" The aunt chimed in, hands on her hips, her voice raised. "Exactly. This is preposterous. Your lies are utterly unconvincing." Zhang Wei remained unflappable, replying with a straight face, "I'm not lying. They truly are both my fiancés." The aunt's eyes widened in disbelief, and she scoffed, "Tell that to the ghosts. It's unheard of for a man to have two fiancés. That's a fantasy." Quick-witted Lu Rumei understood immediately that Zhang Wei was using her and Wang Yuyan as a shield to irritate the old couple. Amused, she nonetheless played along, feigning nonchalance. Under the shocked and puzzled gaze of everyone, she walked gracefully to Zhang Wei, wrapped her arms around him, and said in a coquettish tone, "Honey, who are these two old fogies? They're so fierce they've scared me to death." Zhang Wei silently applauded Lu Rumei's quick thinking, but outwardly pretended to look helpless, saying, "They're my uncle and aunt. I'm not sure why they're so grumpy. Maybe they haven't gotten over their morning crankiness." The old couple was utterly baffled, looking at each other with confusion etched on their faces. Could it be that both girls were truly Zhang Wei's fiancés? How was that possible? What was so special about him? How had he managed to win the affection of two such beautiful girls? This defied their understanding, and they couldn't process it. "I don't believe it," the uncle said, his brow deeply furrowed, shaking his head like a rattledrum, his eyes full of skepticism. "Exactly. These two girls are so gorgeous, even those glamorous TV stars wouldn't hold a candle to them. How could they willingly become your fiancés? Who on earth would believe that?" The uncle seemed to catch on to something, his tone laced with suspicion. If it were just one girl, he might have had some doubts. But two? He was convinced that Zhang Wei was up to no good, surely plotting something devious. "I am Zhang Wei's fiancé. I'm not lying to you," Wang Yuyan said, stepping forward to stand boldly before the old couple. Then she rose on her tiptoes and right in front of them gently kissed Zhang Wei on the cheek. "You? How can you both be Zhang Wei's fiancés? This is impossible. It defies all logic." The old couple's eyes were wide, their mouths slightly agape, their faces a mask of utter disbelief. "I'm happy being his fiancé. What's it to you?" Lu Rumei clung tightly to Zhang Wei, her chin raised in a defiant arc, her face beaming with pride as she shot a provocative look at the old couple. "That's right. I'm happy. I like Zhang Wei and I'll marry no one else but him." Wang Yuyan echoed, her gaze resolute as she instinctively looped her arm through Zhang Wei's. The old couple watched Zhang Wei with a girl on each arm, gentle and tender Wang Yuyan on his left, and sprightly and quirky Lu Rumei on his right. Both were stunningly beautiful, and a fierce flame of jealousy ignited in their hearts, their eyes practically blazing with envy. "You? Zhang Wei, you're something else. Do you realize this is against the law? You're toying with the affections of two girls." The uncle trembled with rage, his fingers shaking as he pointed at Zhang Wei, his voice cracking. "Uncle, get your facts straight. Bigamy is illegal. I'm not married, nor do I plan to be, so what law am I breaking? In today's society, love is free. We can be together however we see fit." "It's none of your concern," Zhang Wei retorted calmly, his face betraying no anxiety. "I just can't believe they'd be with you without marriage. No girl would ever agree to that. They must be deceived by you." The aunt huffed, crossing her arms. "Rome. "I'm actually perfectly happy with this arrangement," Lu Rumei said with a wink and a carefree shrug, as if discussing the most mundane matter. "Exactly. What's the use of a marriage certificate? As long as we're together, that's all that matters. Marriage or no marriage, love isn't held together by a piece of paper." Wang Yuyin chimed in, her eyes brimming with love for Zhang Wei. The old couple's faces turned a spectrum of red and purple with rage. Unable to stomach the scene any longer, they stormed out of the supermarket, their faces ashen, muttering, "This is an outrage. It's absolutely improper." They couldn't bear to stay another second. They felt their understanding of the world had been challenged yet again. Watching them storm off in a huff, their faces dark with fury, Zhang Wei felt a surge of immense satisfaction. The pent-up frustration of days past dissolved in an instant, and he couldn't help but smile. He turned to face Wang Yuyin and Lu Rumei, striking the pose of a big boss with his arms crossed. "You two did well just now. So what reward do you want?" Wang Yuyin's eyes sparkled as she quickly said, "I want to stay in the supermarket forever. It's like my second home. I'm so happy bustling around here every day." As she spoke, she reached out and gently tugged at Zhang Wei's sleeve, a playful and adorable look on her face. Lu Rumei was not to be outdone. She put her hands on her hips, tilted her chin up, and declared, "Me too. Even if you tried to chase me away with a broom, I wouldn't leave. I'm sticking to this place." Zhang Wei let out a chuckle at their words. He waved his hand and said, "You haven't done anything terrible, so why would I chase you away? Besides, if I did, who would help me with the work? The supermarket business is booming, and it's only going to get busier. You don't expect me to manage it all by myself, do you? I'd be exhausted." Wang Yuyin and Lu Rumei were taken aback for a moment, then they looked at each other and burst into giggles, their bright, melodious laughter echoing through the supermarket. After this incident, the two girls, who had been rather reserved, discovered that Zhang Wei wasn't as unapproachable as they had imagined. Previously, they had regarded him with a sense of awe, as if he were a deity, always treading carefully in their words and actions. But now they realized Zhang Wei was just a normal man. He had the same joys, sorrows, and emotions as anyone else. They could interact with him normally without the need for such excessive caution or anxiety. After breakfast, before the clock even struck 9, people had begun to gather on the empty lot outside the supermarket. Zhang Wei stood at the entrance, his gaze sweeping over these familiar yet unfamiliar faces. They were his father's brothers, his mother's sisters, and some close friends of his late parents. On ordinary days, they might occasionally keep in touch, but today all of them showing up at once was a first. "Xiao Wei, I've arrived," his eldest aunt spoke first, wearing a faded old coat with a hint of concern on her face. "Xiao Wei, how did you come up with the money to pay off the debts?" his second uncle asked, curiosity clear in his eyes. After all, it had only been a few months since his parents' passing, and Zhang Wei had been fretting over the debts just recently. Now he had the money to repay them, which puzzled him greatly. "If it's too much of a burden, you can take your time. I'm not in a hurry," his third uncle said with a dismissive wave, feigning magnanimity, yet a glimmer of expectation lingered in his eyes. They all chimed in, crowding around him. Zhang Wei took a deep breath and repeated the same explanation he had given his eldest uncle. He told them a good friend had extended a helping hand when he was at his lowest, lending him money to settle his parents' debts. The crowd reacted with varied expressions. Some looked suddenly enlightened, while others remained skeptical. But regardless, as long as they got their money back, they couldn't be bothered to dig deeper into where Zhang Wei had gotten the funds. Without further ado, they pulled out IOUs from their bags. Some were written when his parents had borrowed money for the supermarket's cash flow or to build a house. Others were forced from Zhang Wei after his parents' death, when he couldn't pay up immediately. Zhang Wei took the IOUs and examined each one carefully. Every single IOU had once been a heavy stone pressing on his heart. Now he finally had the ability to remove these stones one by one. He transferred the amount specified on each IOU to them. After paying each person, he took the IOU from their hands, and without hesitation threw it into the brazier to burn. Watching the paper turn to ash, Zhang Wei let out a long, relieved breath. One by one, relatives and friends came to collect their dues, and Zhang Wei managed to repay the bulk of his parents' debts. A few remaining creditors were working in other cities and would come by when they returned. Some of these people were quite considerate of Zhang Wei. Looking at his young face, recalling the pressure he had been under, they couldn't help but say, "Xiao Wei, paying back so much at once is a heavy burden. If it's too much, we can discuss the rest when we get back." But Zhang Wei just smiled. He wasn't short on money now. A few $100,000 was nothing to him. He didn't want these relatives and friends to harbor any hard feelings over a little money, so he insisted on paying them back in full. As the crowd dispersed, Zhang Wei was about to pack up when Zhang Shizai stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder. "Xiao Wei, if you ever need any help, just come to me," Zhang Shizai said sincerely. He was Zhang Wei's cousin once removed and had always been close to Zhang Wei's parents. When they passed away, Zhang Shizai had unhesitatingly handed Zhang Wei 10,000 yuan for the funeral expenses. During that difficult time, that money was a godsend, filling Zhang Wei with deep gratitude. Moreover, Zhang Shizai had lent his parents the most money, a full 100,000 yuan. That money had originally been saved for his son's wedding. But when Zhang Wei's parents were building their house and opening the supermarket, they couldn't scrape together enough funds, so they had to swallow their pride and borrow from Zhang Shizai. Zhang Wei had always been grateful to Zhang Shizai, so when transferring the repayment, he deliberately added an extra 10,000 yuan. He knew that if he transferred too much, Zhang Shizai, given his character, would never accept it. So he purposely left Zhang Shizai for last. Zhang Shizai took out his phone to check the transfer record and was stunned. He looked up, frowned, and stared at Zhang Wei with confusion. "Xiao Wei, this isn't right. Why did you transfer so much extra?" Zhang Wei had his excuse ready. He smiled and replied, "Uncle, consider that 10,000 as interest. I gave interest to everyone else I paid back, and I can't skip you." Hearing this, Zhang Shizai immediately put on a stern face, waved his hand, and said firmly, "Life hasn't been easy for you, and it's already good enough that you can repay the principal. Your parents and I go way back. How could I take interest from you? You must take this 10,000 back." Zhang Wei knew that's just how Zhang Shizai was, righteous, honest, and deeply sentimental. A thought struck him, and he quickly said, "Uncle, I'm really not short on money now. Besides, I actually have a favor to ask of you. Think of this extra 10,000 as an advance payment for your help." Zhang Shizai hesitated, looking at Zhang Wei with concern. "Xiao Wei, what could you possibly need my help with? Tell me first, then I'll decide whether to take the money." Zhang Wei smiled and said, "Uncle, I remember you've always been in the fruit business. With all those years of experience, you must know the trade inside out." Zhang Shizai nodded and replied, "That's right, I've been in this business for over a decade. I deal with fruit every day. Oh, I can tell a good piece of fruit from a bad one with my eyes closed." "Why do you ask?" Zhang Wei leaned in and said seriously, "Well, Uncle, I'm planning to set aside a section in my supermarket dedicated to selling fruit. But I know nothing about the fruit business, not the supply channels, not how to pick quality fruit, not even how to price it. So I was hoping you could help me out." Zhang Shizai frowned and waved his hand. "Not to be blunt, but selling fruit in this small town won't get you far. There aren't many people here, and their spending power is limited. You won't sell much, and the fruit will just rot in your hands. You'd be better off sticking to your supermarket and not bothering with this fruit venture." Zhang Wei understood his uncle's concerns and quickly explained, "Uncle, don't dismiss the idea just yet. I'm not planning to sell my fruit to the townspeople. I've already made plans. I've contacted some big clients from out of town. They have a huge demand for fruit. If I can supply them steadily, the volume will be substantial. So in the future, I'll need you to handle the transportation of the fruit." Zhang Shi was taken aback, but still hesitated. "Well, that could work. How much fruit do you need?" "They'll deliver it for free. Consider it a favor from your uncle." Zhang Wei quickly shook his head upon hearing this. "No, that won't do, Uncle. You run a fruit business to support your family. I can't have you hauling things for me for free. Just sell to me at the regular wholesale price you give to retailers. You shouldn't lose out on a single cent of what you're owed." Zhang Shi hurriedly waved his hands. "How can that work? If I sell to you at that price, I'd still make a good profit, but wouldn't you be losing out terribly? Hey, Race, what will do, I'll just charge you for the transport. Think of it as me bringing some goods along the way." Zhang Wei knew Zhang Shi genuinely had his best interests at heart, but he didn't want the man to shortchange himself. People as honest and considerate as Zhang Shi were rare, and Zhang Wei wanted to help him earn a bit more as a token of his own appreciation. Zhang Wei insisted, "Uncle, listen to me. You work hard in this trade. If you only make the transport fee, you're getting the short end of the stick. Just sell to me at the normal price, and I'll feel at ease. Besides, we'll have plenty of chances to cooperate in the future. If you end up losing out, I wouldn't be able to live with myself." Unable to sway Zhang Wei, and seeing his firm resolve, Zhang Shi finally agreed. All right. You're just too honest, kid. I'll do as you say, but don't come crying to me if you find the fruit prices too high later." Zhang Wei smiled and nodded. "Uncle, don't worry, I won't. So it's settled then. They'll be relying on you for all my fruit needs from now on." Zhang Shi nodded. "Okay." Zhang Wei leaned forward, slightly a hint of urgency in his voice. "Uncle, could you deliver some fruit today? I'm in a hurry to get the store opened." Zhang Shi frowned and asked, "What kind of fruit do you want? And how much? You need to give me a specific number so I can go get the stock." Zhang Wei thought for a moment, then counted on his fingers. "Apples, bananas, grapes. Let's start with 500 gene of each of the common ones. I figured for the first day I'd stock up, well, to give customers more options." Zhang Shi was completely stunned. He stared wide-eyed, a look of mixed amusement and disbelief on his face, and pointed at Zhang Wei. "You really haven't been in the fruit business. You can't just stock up like this. Fruit has a short shelf life. If it doesn't sell, it'll rot quickly, and you'll be ruined." We need to base our purchasing on sales volume and market demand, not just by a huge amount blindly. Zhang Wei, however, looked confident, smiling and waving his hand. Uncle, just listen to me. This is only the amount I need for the first day. In the future, it'll be needing even more. I've already talked to some big clients from out of town. They have a huge demand. As long as I have a steady supply, I won't have any trouble selling it. Zhang Shi looked at the firm determination in Zhang Wei's eyes. Though full of doubt, he didn't say anything more since Zhang Wei was so insistent. He let out a sigh and said, "All right, since you're so confident, I'll help you out this once. But don't blame me if you don't get it sold." With that, he turned and headed for his small truck, preparing to go to the fruit wholesale market to buy the goods. Watching Zhang Shi drive away, Zhang Wei breathed a sigh of relief. With the fruit business settled, one less worry was off his mind. Now he could focus more of his energy on other aspects of the supermarket. As for the finer details, they could be worked out gradually, without any rush. Zhang Wei suddenly remembered the change in his house. He had been worried that people might find it strange and cause a series of problems. After all, since the supermarket's upgrade, the exterior and interior layout of the house were vastly different from before. However, judging from the reactions of his uncle, aunt, and the relatives who had come today, they didn't seem to notice anything unusual. Everyone came to pay back or collect money, exchanged a few pleasantries, and left with no one paying any attention to the changes in the house. Even the regular customers who came to the supermarket didn't seem to find anything different about his house. They came and picked out their items, paid, and left just as they always had, as if in their memory his house had always looked this way. Zhang Wei felt a private sense of relief. This was actually quite convenient, saving him a lot of trouble. If someone had asked about the changes, he really wouldn't have known how to explain it. Time quietly passed to 10 o'clock. The familiar supermarket sign had silently transformed into 4 prominent characters: Doomsday Supermarket. At the same time, the scenery outside the supermarket underwent a cataclysmic change. The previously peaceful and serene street view vanished, replaced by the apocalyptic scene displayed by Red Star. The sky was gray, shrouded in a thick haze. Ruined buildings were visible everywhere, and the streets were littered with various pieces of debris, seemingly telling the tale of a past catastrophe. In the spot where Doomsday Supermarket was supposed to appear, several groups had already gathered well in advance. Each group was of a considerable size. The smallest had dozens of people, while the largest numbered over 100 or even 200. They stood or sat scattered around, maintaining a certain distance from each other, their eyes filled with vigilance. They hailed from different factions or organizations who might normally engage in various overt and covert struggles for resources or territory. But at this moment, they were all remarkably restrained, with no conflicts breaking out. This was mainly because there was no need. They all knew of the Doomsday Supermarket's existence and were well aware that they could purchase supplies here that were extremely scarce in the post-apocalyptic environment. In the face of common interests, there was no need to come to blows over trivial matters. Moreover, they were also deeply aware of Zhang Wei's mysteriousness and power. If a conflict were to arise, and they incurred Zhang Wei's resentment, it would not be a good thing for them. Once blacklisted, they might never be able to enter the Doomsday Supermarket again, which would drastically reduce their chances of survival in the apocalypse. So, being smart people, they neither interacted with each other nor caused any conflict. Each group occupied their own space, quietly waiting for the supermarket to appear. With a slight ripple in space, Doomsday Supermarket suddenly materialized out of thin air where there had been nothing before. The groups of people who had been warily watching their surroundings broke into smiles or expressions of shock the moment they saw the supermarket appear. Many were first-timers, filled with curiosity about the supermarket. Subsequently, they began to walk towards it in an orderly fashion. They had been waiting here, eagerly anticipating the arrival of Doomsday Supermarket. Now that they saw it with their own eyes, they lined up respectfully and entered one by one. Faced with this mysterious supermarket and its enigmatic owner Zhang Wei, whose abilities were unknown, none of them dared to act recklessly on his turf. They all carefully adhered to the rules of the place. Boss, we're here. Wang Yun led a group of people into the supermarket, her usually aloof expression instantly replaced by a warm smile as she crossed the threshold. She walked straight towards Zhang Wei behind the checkout counter, her tone filled with reverence. This sudden transformation startled many onlookers. Everyone knew Wang Yun as a proud, cold, and unapproachable figure who rarely showed a smile in public, let alone such a respectful attitude. Her demeanor towards Zhang Wei now undoubtedly added to his mystique in everyone's eyes. Zhang Wei sat behind the counter, his expression indifferent. His gaze swept over Wang Yun before he said flatly, "A guest is a guest. But my supermarket has its rules. If anyone causes trouble, don't blame me for being rude. Go on in and pick your items." Wang Yun nodded hurriedly, a fawning smile plastered on her face. Of course. I've already told them no trouble at all, rest assured." With that, she shot a meaningful glance at Wang Tung behind her. Understanding the signal, Wang Tung stepped forward and dumped a heavy bag of gold and silver jewelry onto the counter with a loud clatter. The treasure glinted temptingly under the lights, drawing sidelong glances from those nearby. Zhang Wei gave it a cursory look and said, "Distribute these equally among everyone in the future. Pick your items and come to pay. Also, we'll be stocking fruits and vegetables soon with a growing variety. Oh, and the clothes on the second floor are already on the shelves. Feel free to browse if you need anything." Wang Yun's eyes lit up at this. A thought seemed to strike her, and she quickly asked, Boss, do you have any weapons?" Zhang Wei frowned slightly, pondering for a moment before replying. "As I've said, firearms are definitely out of the question. They're strictly controlled, though I wouldn't dare touch that. However, I am preparing cold weapons. They should arrive within 3 days. If you're interested, you can come check them out then." Wang Yun's face broke into a satisfied smile upon hearing this. She turned to the group behind her and announced, "You all heard that. Go on and pick your items, and don't cause trouble. Follow the rules. Anyone who breaks them will face my wrath." "Yes." The group chorused in unison before grabbing shopping bags and dispersing to select their necessities. Soon after, Brother Long, trailed by his subordinates, strode up to the counter with a broad smile plastered on his face. He gave a slight bow, his tone laced with flattery. "Boss, I brought a lot of people to show my support this time. And I've prepared plenty of gold bars, a whole heavy chest of them." As he spoke, he patted the box held by one of his men, producing a dull, solid thud. Leaning in, he lowered his voice conspiratorially. "I've even got quite a few antiques, old relics. They'd be a valuable addition to any collection, I assure you. So how about cutting us a little slack? Let us buy a bit more. I guarantee you'll find you even better stuff in the future. Just say the word, and I, Brother Long, will go through fire and water to get it done." Zhang Wei sat behind the counter, his fingers tapping lightly on the surface as he fell into thought. He knew he urgently needed to enhance his strength, and that required a large number of crystal cores. These people wanting to buy more wasn't necessarily a bad thing. It was a perfect opportunity to gather more crystal cores. "Buying more is fine," Zhang Wei said, lifting his head and letting his gaze rest on Brother Long. "But from the second bag onwards, payment must be made with crystal cores. If you're willing, I have no objections. That's the rule." Brother Long was taken aback for a moment, then lowered his head, frowning as he calculated rapidly. Crystal cores were precious, but the supplies in the supermarket were equally vital, especially those items that might boost his power. After a brief moment, he looked up, gritting his teeth. "Fine. I'll pay with crystal cores. As long as I can get good stuff, it's worth it." Seeing Brother Long agree, Zhang Wei nodded. He picked up a microphone and addressed the shoppers in the store. "Attention, customers. To better meet your needs, I'm now clarifying the updated trading rules. The first bag can still be purchased with gold, silver, or antiques. That's a benefit for everyone. However, starting from the second bag, the payment will be 1 crystal core. The third bag will require 2 first-tier crystal cores, and so on, with a maximum limit of 10 crystal cores. Furthermore, this rule is only valid for today. In the future, the number of crystal cores required to buy extra items will increase. Think it over carefully and make your selections quickly." A hush fell over the crowd as Zhang Wei's words sank in. They all turned to look at their respective leaders, their eyes filled with questions and anticipation. Wang Yun stood among the crowd, her brow furrowed slightly as she mentally counted her crystal cores. After a moment's consideration, she nodded and told her subordinates, "Everyone buys 3 bags. That's all the crystal cores I have on me. Don't hesitate. These supplies are crucial for us. Once taken back, these goods would allow them to earn more crystal cores and increase their strength faster. For them, it was a very worthwhile deal." At a subtle nod and glance from their leaders, the people who had been waiting or whispering amongst themselves sprang into action, as if on cue. They quickly found shopping bags from every corner of the supermarket, their movements practiced and urgent, as if afraid of missing out. Watching the scene unfold from behind the counter, Zhang Wei breathed a silent sigh of relief. It was a good thing he had restocked his inventory yesterday evening. Lu Rumei and Wang Yuyan had spent the day hauling boxes and bags onto the shelves, preparing for just such a shopping rush. As it turned out, their efforts were not in vain. The supermarket was still well stocked, and there was no immediate danger of everything being bought out. The crowd weaved through the aisles, their eyes fixed on the shelves. Their primary focus was on items that could be stored for a long time and were easy to eat. The bread gave off a faint aroma of wheat. Cookies sat neatly arranged in their packaging. Cans reflected a metallic sheen under the lights, and instant noodles were available in every flavor imaginable. Of course, rice was their primary target, drawing everyone's gaze like it held a special allure. Zhang Wei had already stocked a considerable amount of rice yesterday, neatly stacking bag after bag on the shelves, thinking it would suffice for a while. But unexpectedly, the people brought by the leaders today swarmed the rice as if they had discovered a treasure the moment they saw it. They jostled and scrambled, pulling bags off the shelves one by one and stuffing them into their own shopping bags. Of course, all the rice Zhang Wei sold came in small 1-kilogram bags. This small packaging was convenient to carry and store, perfectly suited for those who might need to relocate at any moment. And most importantly, he simply didn't want to sell large bags of rice. Any rice over 2.5 kilograms was stored away in the warehouse by Lu Rumei. From now on, he would only sell small bags. He used to despise profiteers, those who inflated prices, passed off inferior goods as superior, and treated customers like fools. But now, watching these people scramble to buy rice, he felt a strange sensation. He had become the very thing he despised, adjusting sales strategies for profit. He finally understood that he hadn't hated profiteers before simply because he hadn't been one. Standing in a different position naturally leads to different thoughts and actions. Many new faces appeared in the supermarket today. Men and women, young and old, dressed in all sorts of ways. Zhang Wei didn't care where they came from or how they got the news. Anyone who came to his supermarket to shop was welcome. In his view, more customers meant the supermarket could upgrade faster. Those who had finished selecting their goods quickly formed an orderly line at the cash register. The line started out loose, but as more people joined, it soon became well organized. Everyone carried bulging bags of goods, their eyes filled with anticipation, waiting to check out and take their purchases home. Meanwhile, Lu Rumei and Wang Yuyan were still upstairs, busy organizing the clothing section. New stock had just arrived, so they had to hang and sort each piece. So Zhang Wei still had to handle the cash register himself. He operated the machine skillfully while observing the customers. He could clearly feel the supermarket was understaffed now. In the past, with fewer customers, he could manage alone, but as the number of buyers grew, the workload became heavier. Take restocking, for example. Everyday items sold off the shelves needed to be replenished promptly, or they'd be left bare. But now, with insufficient staff for restocking, the pace always lagged behind, which gave him a headache. He mused that after the supermarket upgraded, he would need to hire employees immediately and increase the restocking staff as well. He also noticed that the number of people coming to the supermarket today was significantly higher than usual. He secretly hoped that this bustling scene might help elevate the supermarket's level to 2. He recalled the system mentioning that leveling up would unlock more product varieties and expand the store's area, a definite boon for his business. If that were possible, it would be wonderful, ushering in a new phase of development for his supermarket. Ding pure gold bullion worth 100 yuan accept. Ding payment received 100 yuan. Ding jade bracelet worth 600 yuan accept. Ding payment received 600 yuan. Ding 500-year-old porcelain vase worth 500 yuan accept. Suddenly, an exquisite antique porcelain vase appeared before him. Its smooth lines and intricate patterns marked it as a priceless treasure at first glance. Zhang Wei pondered for a moment. He was no longer short on money. The supermarket's daily revenue was substantial enough to keep the business running and afford him a comfortable life. So he decided to keep this antique as an ornament as well. He thought, don't the wealthy all love collecting antiques to display at home as decorations, showcasing their status and taste? He might as well follow suit. So he declined the offer and carefully set the antique aside. Apart from the antiques he had selected for his collection, Zhang Wei also acquired quite a few crystal cores from the transactions. Each core could be converted into 1 gene point. Though a single point seemed insignificant, Zhang Wei understood the principle of accumulating little by little. As long as he kept accumulating crystal cores and converting them into gene points, they would merge like trickling streams into a river, providing substantial support on his path to power. Long guess men were highly efficient. In no time, they had purchased everything permissible and quickly gathered around their leader. Longo strode up to Zhang Wei, his face beaming with smiles, and said with a nod and a bow, "Boss, we've bought a lot today. We'll be back tomorrow. And tomorrow I promise to bring even more people. You've got such great stuff here, I'm sure they'll all be satisfied." Zhang Wei appreciated people who knew how to read the room and play along. Though overjoyed inside, he maintained a calm facade, merely nodding slightly and humming mm 3 times before saying will be waiting. Seeing Zhang Wei's response, Long Guest's smile widened. He waved vigorously at Zhang Wei and shouted, "Boss, see you tomorrow." Then he turned around. Once his back was turned, Long Guest's expression instantly turned stern. His eyes, previously filled with mirth, now turned cold and imposing as he looked at his men. His voice was low and firm as he commanded back to base. Hearing the order, the group immediately sprang into action, hoisting bags laden with supplies and marching out of the supermarket in a formidable procession. Along the way, the men looked at the mountains of supplies they carried, knowing full well it was all thanks to Long Guest's prowess. Naturally, they became even more obedient, not a single one voicing any dissent as they headed towards the base. Just then, Yi Fan and his group finally arrived at the supermarket, having been delayed. He wasn't particularly concerned upon seeing the crowd already inside. Boss Zhang, I'm here again, Yi Fan said with a smile. Looks like there's good news. Zhang Wei looked at him astonished that he could bring so many people. There were at least a few hundred if not more. This Yi Fan certainly had some capability. Yi Fan's lips curled slightly into a faint smile, his gaze sincere as he looked at Zhang Wei. Could we have a private chat? There's something I'd like to discuss with you, he said. Zhang Wei nodded gently, then picked up the microphone lying nearby and said clearly into it, Lu Rume, come down for a moment. Shortly after, the sound of light footsteps came from upstairs. Lu Rume, dressed in a beautiful long skirt, descended gracefully with an elegant gait. The skirt was of a novel design and vibrant color, clearly brand new. Moreover, she possessed a captivating beauty with fair skin and delicate features, which instantly caught the eyes of countless people present. However, the survivors all knew in their hearts that Lu Rume was an employee of the supermarket. Although they might have harbored some improper thoughts upon seeing her stunning appearance, none dared to act recklessly. After all, in this special environment, everyone knew that Zhang Wei, the supermarket owner, was not to be trifled with. Anyone who dared to cause trouble would be courting death. Boss, what is it? Lu Rume walked up to Zhang Wei and asked softly. Zhang Wei glanced at her and instructed, you take over the cashier. I have something to discuss with Yi Fan. Okay. Lu Rume replied sweetly, then took over the cashier duties from Zhang Wei and began to operate skillfully. Meanwhile, Yi Fan turned around and said to the group he had brought, all of you go into the supermarket and shop properly. Don't cause any trouble. Upon hearing his words, the group nodded in unison and then entered the supermarket in an orderly manner, beginning to select their goods. Zhang Wei looked at the crowd and then explained today's activity rules to them. Yinran, Qingqing, you two are responsible for dividing the gold, silver, and jewelry. Have them pay when they check out. As for the crystal cores, collect them separately. After hearing this, Yi Fan quickly gave instructions. Yinran and Qingqing, standing nearby, nodded and said, okay, we understand. After arranging everything, Zhang Wei turned around and said, let's talk over there. Saying this, he led Yi Fan to a tea table not far away. The others watched with eyes full of envy. Yet they understood that not everyone could receive such personal reception and private conversation from the supermarket owner. In this supermarket, Zhang Wei held absolute authority and status. They could only obediently follow the rules and shop properly. Zhang Wei skillfully operated the electric kettle, placing it on the base and pressing the switch while slightly turning his head to look at Yi Fan. What's on your mind? You can tell me now. Don't keep me in suspense. Yi Fan's eyes were fixed on the tea leaf Zhang Wei was preparing to brew, his gaze filled with longing. He swallowed and said, let me have a sip of tea first before talking. It's been half a year since I last tasted tea. Life has been so hard that even this small pleasure is almost gone. Hearing this, Zhang Wei showed a hint of surprise on his face. The tea that was so ordinary to him had become a luxury hard to obtain in Hongxing. On second thought, it made sense. In this apocalyptic environment, they could barely meet their basic needs for food, warmth, and clean drinking water, let alone enjoy the relatively extravagant pleasure of tea. Soon the kettle emitted a beeping sound indicating the water had boiled. Zhang Wei picked up the tea canister, used a teaspoon to scoop an appropriate amount of tea leaves into the teapot, and then lifted the kettle to brew the tea. According to custom, the first infusion should be discarded as it was mainly to rinse off dust and impurities from the tea leaves. Just as Zhang Wei was about to pour out the first infusion, Yi Fan, in distress, quickly reached out to stop him and said, don't waste it. Give it to me. Even this first brew is a treasure to me. Zhang Wei gave a helpless smile and had to slowly pour the first infusion into Yi Fan's cup. Yi Fan carefully took the cup, holding it in both hands, as if cherishing a beloved treasure, his eyes fixed on the tea inside. He gently blew on it to cool it slightly, then took a small sip. Closing his eyes, he said with an expression of bliss, this is it. So fragrant. It feels like I've come back to life. Zhang Wei looked at Yi Fan's exaggerated reaction and couldn't help saying, you're overdoing it. It's just a cup of tea. Is it really that enjoyable? Yi Fan opened his eyes with a wry smile. Yes, what seems ordinary to you is so precious to us. You have no idea. Just to survive, we worry every day about finding a bite to eat and a sip of clean water. How could we have the mind to think about drinking tea? At this, some survivors in the supermarket who overheard Yi Fan's words nodded in deep agreement. They had been enduring such hardships all along, deeply aware of how hard-won their current life was. Let's get down to business, Zhang Wei reminded again, seeing Yi Fan still immersed in the aroma of tea. Yi Fan then snapped back to reality, straightened his expression, and said, the batch of cigarettes and alcohol I got from you earlier has all been sold. Here are the profits. As he spoke, he took out a cloth pouch from his pocket. Opening it, it contained 30 second-tier crystal cores. Zhang Wei was taken aback. He truly hadn't expected Yi Fan to turn such a profit from those cigarettes and alcohol. It seemed Yi Fan had a real talent for sales, able to find suitable buyers and successfully sell the goods in this environment. It seems you have a real knack for business, Zhang Wei said with a very satisfied smile on his face. As he spoke, he deftly took the 32nd tier crystal cores from Yi Fan and put them into his pack. Yi Fan scratched his head and gave a modest smile. Not really. It's mainly because you have the supply. Without these in-demand goods from you, no matter how capable I am, I couldn't sell anything. So this achievement is all thanks to you. Zhang Wei narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze carrying a hint of scrutiny. You don't just want to talk about cigarettes and alcohol, do you? If you have other ideas, just say it directly. Seeing that Zhang Wei had seen through his intentions, Yi Fan stopped hiding. He sat up straight and said seriously, yes, I want to engage in deeper cooperation with you. I want to purchase a large quantity of goods from you and then sell them to people in other places. Think about it. This can also bring you huge profits. You won't lose anything. So I want to hear your thoughts and see if we can reach a partnership. Yi Fan was actually uncertain in his heart, for Zhang Wei, the supermarket owner, was mysteriously extraordinary. He didn't know if Zhang Wei would agree to his terms. Moreover, this large-scale procurement cooperation involved many aspects, and he was afraid Zhang Wei might have concerns. Zhang Wei nodded, not refusing outright. After a moment's thought, he said, all right, I can give you a portion of the supply to see what you're capable of and how much profit you can bring me. After all, in business, what matters is the actual results. If you can generate substantial returns for me, long-term cooperation won't be a problem. Zhang Wei was well aware of Yi Fan's exceptional abilities. The previous batch of cigarettes and alcohol had already demonstrated his sales prowess, earning him a considerable number of spirit crystals. There was no reason to turn down such a partnership opportunity. Moreover, in this apocalyptic environment, having an additional sales channel would allow him to amass even more spirit crystals. Yi Fan's eyes flashed with surprise upon hearing Zhang Wei's words, and he quickly responded, that's great, Boss Zhang. What I mainly need is a large quantity of water, rice, wheat, and flour. Right now, many places outside are severely lacking these basic necessities. If I can secure the supply, selling them won't be a problem at all. Zhang Wei furrowed his brow, curiosity piqued. Food and water. That's not an issue. My stock here is fairly ample. However, how much can you actually transport? These goods are not a trivial amount. If you can't carry them all away, cooperation would become rather troublesome. Moreover, transporting them to other places to sell wouldn't be something that can be accomplished in a short time. Do you have the capability for that? Yi Fan glanced around to ensure no one else was nearby, then lowered his voice. I actually possess a hidden spatial ability. Not many people know about this. I can use my spatial power to store and transport the goods. The volume I can hold is far greater than you can imagine. I can also use this ability to move supplies to distant bases for trade, so you needn't worry about the selling aspect at all. Zhang Wei was genuinely astonished, his eyes widening involuntarily at the revelation. He couldn't help but wonder if this guy was some sort of chosen one in this world. With the surname Yi accompanied by beautiful women possessing both skills and talent, he seemed like the protagonist straight out of a novel. However, Zhang Wei quickly regained his composure. Even if Yi Fan were the chosen one of this world, he would still need to rely on him for cooperation. With his supermarket as a resource, no matter how capable Yi Fan was, he'd still have to partner with him to secure the supply. So there was nothing to envy. No matter how powerful the chosen one was, he couldn't compare to someone with a cheat system like himself. In that case, he'll be waiting for your good news. Zhang Wei crossed his arms, an expectant expression on his face. Yi Fan's eyes sparkled with excitement as he quickly replied, of course. Our cooperation will definitely be a win-win situation. I assure you I won't affect your business here in any way. I plan to take the goods to other distant bases where supplies are scarce and I can sell them at higher prices. That way we can both earn more spirit crystals and maximize our gains. Zhang Wei nodded slightly, looking favorably upon the prospects of their partnership. Consider it done. He'll take you to the warehouse now. You can see for yourself which goods you need and how much you want to take. Yi Fan nodded firmly, then picked up his teacup and drained the remaining tea in one go, a look of lingering satisfaction on his face. Seeing this, Zhang Wei chuckled and said, if you enjoy the tea, he'll give you a few packs. I have some different varieties here. You can take them back and savor them slowly. Yi Fan's eyes lit up even more upon hearing this. With a slightly sheepish expression, he asked, thank you so much, Boss Zhang. But could you also throw in an electric kettle? It's no good having tea leaves without a way to boil water. Zhang Wei laughed heartily and said, all right, an electric kettle is nothing. Consider it a token of our partnership. Thank you, Boss Zhang. You're truly generous. Yi Fan quickly expressed his gratitude. Subsequently, the two of them headed towards the warehouse one after the other. Along the way, Zhang Wei briefly explained the layout of the warehouse and its stock. Upon arriving, Yi Fan closed his eyes, concentrating his mind, and began to unleash his spatial ability. The bags of rice in the warehouse were lifted by an invisible giant hand and vanished from sight in an instant. In the blink of an eye, half of the warehouse's rice stock was absorbed into his space. Next, he turned his attention to the water supply. Barrels of bottled water and the contents of several large water tanks were all collected by him one by one. In the apocalyptic world of Red Star, the value of water was in no way inferior to that of food. In some situations, it was even greater. After all, a person can survive for days without food, but going without water for just a few days could be life-threatening. Furthermore, clean water sources were a scarce resource in the apocalypse. But for Zhang Wei, water was available in endless supply. However, upon returning to Blue Star, he would need to procure some water containers, otherwise having water, but nowhere to store it would be a troublesome issue. Pleasure doing business, Boss Zhang. I'm sure I can make it back by tomorrow. These goods are solid currency, they won't be hard to sell at all. Yi Fan's face beamed with confidence, his tone resolute. Zhang Wei's lips curled into a faint smile as he replied, hope everything goes smoothly. With that, they returned to the tea table and sat down to continue brewing tea. The aroma of tea filled the air as they chatted casually while sipping. Time slipped by unnoticed. After a long while, the elegant and dignified Chu Yanran approached them with a light step. She nodded politely to Zhang Wei first, then turned to Yi Fan and said softly, "Brother Yi, our people have finished their shopping." Yi Fan was momentarily taken aback, then sighed. Time really flies. Feels like we just started chatting and you're already done with your purchases. He set down his teacup, pondered for a moment, and then addressed Zhang Wei. Boss Zhang, could you get me a few wristwatches? The sturdy and durable kind. In the apocalypse, keeping track of time is important. A watch would make things a lot more convenient. Zhang Wei nodded readily. No problem. Aside from firearms, you can ask for anything else you need. If I can get it, I'll get it done for you. Yi Fan's heart leaped with joy upon hearing this. He then began to detail the other items he needed. As he spoke, Zhang Wei diligently noted each one down in his small notebook. Yi Fan listed over a dozen items ranging from daily necessities to specialized tools that might be useful in the apocalypse. Thank you, Boss Zhang. They'll be heading back with my people now. They'll come to collect the items once they arrive. Yi Fan stood up and cupped his hands in a gesture of gratitude. All right, take care on the road. Zhang Wei also rose and escorted Yi Fan to the entrance. Farewell. Yi Fan with his people in tow strode out of the supermarket. Quest complete, 1,000 trades reward 10,000 gene points. Quest issued complete, 10,000 trades reward 50,000 gene points. The system's chimes rang out in succession, and a faint smile curled at the corners of Zhang Wei's mouth, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He swiftly summoned his status panel and scrutinized it carefully. Character Zhang Wei. Talent Frank Perception. Strength Tier 20. Ability None. Gene points 10,132. Gazing at the gene points exceeding 10,000, a surge of intense excitement welled up within Zhang Wei. Now he finally had enough gene points to elevate his strength to Tier 3. Once he broke through to Tier 3, he could instantly become one of the top powerhouses within the Red Star. However, Zhang Wei was also well aware that those who had already broken through to Tier 3 were not only superior in realm, but also possessed formidable talents and abilities with combat experience far richer than his own. Well, let's enhance my strength first. As long as I keep getting stronger, I'll catch up to them one day. Zhang Wei encouraged himself silently, then resolutely headed towards the room upstairs. Entering the room, he took a deep breath, concentrated, and silently commanded the system to allocate 10,000 gene points to his strength. System gene points, 10,000 strength breakthrough to Tier 3. With the expenditure of gene points, a powerful surge of energy erupted from the depths of his body, spreading rapidly throughout his entire being like a surging tide. Zhang Wei felt as if his body was tightly enveloped by an invisible force, every cell trembling violently. His bones emitted faint cracking sounds as if undergoing a process of remolding. His once fragile bones became harder and denser, their density greatly increased, as if infused with some mysterious metallic substance, granting him superior resilience against impacts. His meridians were also continuously widened and reinforced under the impact of this energy, becoming tougher and more elastic. Blood flowed joyfully through the widened meridians like a rushing river, delivering a steady supply of nutrients and energy to every part of his body. His organs were undergoing remarkable transformations as well. His heart beat with greater force, each pulse pumping copious amounts of blood throughout his system, providing ample oxygen and energy. His lungs expanded further, allowing for smoother breathing and more efficient extraction of oxygen from the air. The functions of his liver, kidneys, and other organs were also significantly enhanced, greatly boosting their detoxification and metabolic capabilities. Concurrently, Zhang Wei distinctly felt his strength growing at a phenomenal rate. He clenched his fist lightly, and the muscles in his arm instantly tensed, seemingly brimming with boundless power. He attempted a punch into the air. Though it struck nothing, the force of his fist carried a sharp, imposing momentum, as if it could tear the very air apart. His reaction speed had also become incredibly fast. Actions that previously required a certain amount of time to execute were now completed almost instantaneously. His eyes were fixed intently ahead. Suddenly, a tiny object whizzed past his vision at incredible speed. Subconsciously, Zhang Wei reached out and grabbed it, catching it firmly in his hand. A jolt of surprise ran through him. He hadn't expected his reaction speed to have reached such a level. His speed had also undergone a qualitative leap. With a gentle push of his feet, Zhang Wei's body shot forward like an arrow released from a bow, leaving a blurry afterimage in the room. He felt incredibly light, each step covering vast distances as if winds were lifting his feet. And his perception underwent a earth-shattering enhancement during this breakthrough. Previously, his perception range was limited to a small area around him, as if shrouded by an invisible barrier, only allowing him to detect movements within that confined space. But now that barrier had been completely shattered, and his perception range expanded several-fold. The once vague and blurry boundaries of his perception became clear and distant, as if his perceptive tendrils could now extend into a vaster expanse. Furthermore, the acuity of his perception reached a new pinnacle. Subtle changes in the airflow around him, previously imperceptible, were now clearly presented within his awareness. Like a gentle breeze passing by, he could precisely sense the direction and speed of the air currents, as well as the faint scents carried within them. Even the faint air disturbances caused by a tiny insect fluttering its wings were within his perceptive grasp. More astonishingly, he could sense the weak life forces hidden in the shadows. Those beings that once tried to conceal their presence in corners were now completely exposed under his perception. He could clearly discern the strength and location of these life forces, and even judge their emotional state based on the fluctuations of their life aura. Particularly, his innate perception talent had grown significantly more potent under the impetus of this breakthrough. This talent was like a seed infused with powerful energy, beginning to sprout, take root, and thrive. What was once limited to sensing activity within a certain distance could now allow him to perceive events from much farther away. The range of his perception seemed limitless. Whenever he wished, he could encompass a vast area around him within his awareness. At this moment, standing in his room, he could clearly perceive the situation of the people on the first floor. He was like an observer blessed with a god's eye view, everything on the first floor under his complete control. Those browsing the shelves, their every action and expression were fully captured by him. Some were meticulously selecting products, eyes fixed on the items, fingers gently tracing the packaging to feel its texture. Others were attempting to tear open packaging, glancing around nervously, afraid of being seen. Some tried to unscrew drink bottles, but failed despite using all their strength. There were even those who tried to conceal items within their clothes, eyes darting movements, furtive, yet utterly unsuccessful. The various expressions flitting across their faces, helplessness, shock, surprise, fear, were all clearly perceived by him. When those individuals displayed fearful expressions due to guilty consciences, Zhang Wei could capture these subtle changes in their expressions with perfect clarity through his perception. The transformation in his eyes was equally striking. His eyes, once somewhat myopic, as if veiled by a thin layer of gauze that made everything look blurry, were now completely clear. The veil had been lifted, revealing eyes that were bright and sharp like two brilliant stars. His vision had dramatically improved. Fine details on distant objects were now clearly visible. Just as if he stood atop a tall building, he could clearly see the surroundings of the supermarket, even discern the delicate veins on leaves, as if using a high-powered telescope. Moreover, his eyes' adaptability to light had become extremely robust. Whether under the blazing sun with light cascading down like a golden waterfall, his eyes would not sting or blur, still clearly perceiving everything around him. Or in a dimly lit room, with only a faint light flickering, his eyes would quickly adapt like a night vision device, seeing every corner of the room with absolute clarity. Zhang Wei stood quietly in the center of the room, feeling the immense changes occurring in his body, an indescribable joy surging in his heart. He knew clearly that he had become stronger, and this strengthening was not merely an increase in power, but a comprehensive transformation. He touched his head. He had become stronger, and he hadn't gone bald. He walked into the bathroom, turned on the tap, and a stream of warm water cascaded down with a splash, soaking his body. As the water continued to wash over him, the impurities expelled from his body due to the breakthrough were gradually carried away, and the pungent odor of sweat slowly dissipated into the air. He picked up the shower gel, squeezed some into his palm, gently rubbed it into a rich lather, and then applied it evenly over his body. The fine foam enveloped his body, bringing a refreshing sensation. He carefully cleansed every inch of his skin, savoring the dual caress of the water and the foam. After washing, he turned off the tap and gently dried his body with a towel. Then he slowly walked to the mirror, his gaze falling upon his reflection, and a look of astonishment immediately spread across his face. The person in the mirror now exuded a unique charm. His eyebrows were thick and elongated like two sharp swords slightly raised, carrying a hint of heroic spirit. His eyes were bright and spirited like twinkling stars in the night sky, deep and captivating, as if holding endless secrets. His nose was high and straight, like a towering peak, adding a sense of dimension to his features. His lips had a beautiful contour, the corners slightly upturned, wearing a faint, confident smile. He couldn't help but say, "What a handsome young man." Those pretty boys and pop idols couldn't hold a candle to him. Looking further down, his physique had also undergone a dramatic transformation. His once somewhat slender frame was now filled with well-defined muscles. His broad shoulders were like a solid hill, giving a sense of steadiness and reliability. The muscles on his arms were sharply defined, his biceps bulging prominently, seemingly containing immense power. A simple clench of his fist allowed him to feel the tension in his muscles and the surge of strength. His chest was broad and thick, his two pectoral muscles like sturdy shields rising and falling rhythmically with each breath, showcasing masculine vigor. His abdomen was flat and firm, his eight-pack abs arranged neatly like meticulously carved works of art, each muscle exuding strength and aesthetic lines. His waist was slender, yet powerful, forming a perfect ratio with his broad shoulders and thick chest presenting a unique masculine allure. His legs were long and straight, the muscles in his thighs firm and elastic, his calves sleek, his ankles slender, each step full of strength and confidence. He couldn't resist turning around in front of the mirror, admiring his new body from every angle, his heart filled with surprise and satisfaction. His eyes glanced downwards. Truly magnificent. System Supermarket level upgraded to level 2. System Supermarket unlocked new function, Weapon Vault. As the supermarket's level rises, the host can consume gene points to directly procure various weapons. The consecutive system notifications filled Zhang Wei's heart with delight. He immediately felt a surge of mysterious power within the supermarket, causing the entire space to begin trembling slightly. Following that, before Zhang Wei's eyes, the entire supermarket slowly materialized as a phantom image. To his astonishment, each floor's area began expanding rapidly at a visible pace. The original space instantly became incredibly spacious, with every floor now reaching a size of 500 square meters. Not only that, but the structural layout of the floors had also transformed. An entrance to a basement quietly appeared in a corner of the supermarket, with a brand new escalator winding down along the entrance, as if inviting people to explore that unknown underground space. The supermarket's decoration style was also completely renewed, more luxurious and grand than before. Chandeliers on the ceiling emitted a soft and bright glow, illuminating the entire supermarket as if it were daylight. Neat rows of brand new shelves stood arranged, their materials appearing more robust and durable, their surfaces shimmering with a faint luster. The supermarket's layout was also optimized with added exits and entrances. The original checkout area had been relocated to the exit, and 5 new checkout counters were added at once. Each counter was equipped with advanced cashier equipment. He could also sense Lu Rumai's look of utter shock as she witnessed the supermarket's transformation. However, after her initial shock, she quickly resumed her work at the register. The surrounding survivors were also deeply astonished by the supermarket's change, filled with curiosity about it. They could hardly fathom how the supermarket could have become so vast in an instant, its layout even more aesthetically pleasing than before. They chatted about the mysterious boss Zhang Wei, holding him in even greater awe. What delighted Zhang Wei the most was that the supermarket had also added a dedicated fresh food section. Huge fresh food tanks were arranged in neat rows, though they were still empty of fish, shrimp, and other aquatic products. It was only a matter of time. Once he contacted suppliers, these fresh items would certainly be transported and put on the shelves. However, although these changes were exciting, the most crucial addition was the new weapon vault. The weapon vault was located before a separate room in the basement. This room served as the display area for the weapon vault. With a mere thought, the room's door slowly opened. Upon entering, he found various weapon display racks inside. Although the display racks were currently empty, Zhang Wei could already envision the spectacular sight of them filled with all sorts of powerful weapons in the future. Moreover, he possessed complete control over this room and could seal it shut at will. This way, even when he returned to Blue Star, he wouldn't have to worry about the mysterious weapon vault being discovered by outsiders. Beyond the spatial and layout changes, the supermarket's upgrade to level 2 also granted Zhang Wei some remarkable abilities. He was delighted to discover that he could teleport anywhere within the supermarket's confines. With just a thought of fleeting mental command, his body would instantly appear anywhere within the supermarket. This unrestricted movement made navigating the supermarket incredibly convenient. Even more impressive, he wasn't limited to teleporting himself. He could also use his will to transport others to any location in the supermarket. Furthermore, he gained the ability to converse with anyone inside the supermarket at will. This efficient mode of communication made managing the supermarket much easier. He glanced at the supermarket's information panel. Supermarket Doomsday. Supermarket owner Zhang Wei. Owner's wife. None. Supermarket level 2. 1 employees Lu Rumei Wang Yuyan. 210. Function 1. Random arrival 05 uses. Function 2. Weapon vault. Now the Doomsday supermarket had successfully been upgraded to level 2. With the level increase, a series of changes followed, and what delighted Zhang Wei the most was the employee capacity, which had increased to 10 in one go. Before this, the supermarket had only 2 people, Lu Rumei and Wang Yuyan. On a regular day, the 2 of them had to handle checkout, restock shelves, and manage incoming goods. With more work expected in the future, relying solely on them was far from sufficient. Zhang Wei was well aware that the supermarket needed more hands to share the workload. After pondering for a moment, he decided to use his newly acquired ability to write content with his mind. He concentrated, and the content of a notice for recruiting supermarket staff materialized in his mind. Subsequently, at 2 conspicuous spots, the entrance and exit of the supermarket, 2 notices materialized out of thin air, firmly affixed to the walls. Following that, he cleared his throat and announced loudly to everyone in the supermarket, "Everyone, due to the supermarket's expansion and the substantial increase in business, we now need to hire 8 more employees. This recruitment is open to all regardless of gender. Anyone aged between 18 and 40 is eligible to sign up. However, we do have some basic requirements. First, no bad habits such as alcoholism or gambling. There should also be no character flaws. You can't be quick-tempered or prone to conflict, nor can you bully others or engage in petty infighting. Most importantly, you must be loyal to the supermarket and strictly guard its secrets. Additionally, you must be diligent and willing to work hard, capable of completing daily tasks seriously. We don't have specific requirements for strength, though a willingness to work actively is enough. Once you pass the assessment and become a qualified employee, you can sign an employment contract. As our employee, you will receive food and accommodation and will ensure your personal safety. Of course, the supermarket currently doesn't provide a monetary salary, but other benefits will be offered. If you're interested, you can directly call out to register, and I will make the selection." Upon hearing this news, the area inside and outside the supermarket instantly buzzed with excitement. Countless people wore expressions of shock and delight. What? The Doomsday supermarket is hiring 8 more employees. My God, this is fantastic news, a true blessing for those of us struggling in this apocalypse. A man in tattered clothes shouted excitedly. If I could become an employee of the supermarket, I wouldn't have to roam around every day searching for a morsel of food. I wouldn't have to worry about being attacked by terrifying monsters at night, nor fear being suddenly killed while walking on the street. With the supermarket's protection, I could live a stable life. A young girl murmured to herself, hope gleaming in her eyes. I must find a way to become an employee just like Lu Rumei and the others, so I can eat my fill every day. I'd also have clean clothes to wear and a safe, comfortable place to stay without worrying about all sorts of other troublesome things. Another middle-aged man said with a face full of longing, "Boss, I want to apply. I'm strong and can do any kind of work." A burly man pushed his way to the front and shouted loudly, "Boss, what about me? I may not be strong, but I'm meticulous and responsible. I'm sure I can do a good job." A frail woman quickly added, her eyes full of anticipation. In an instant, countless people began vying to sign up, all wanting to become part of the supermarket. The scene was one of bustling excitement. Inside the supermarket, the crowd surged like a tide. Standing among them was Xiao Yue, as conspicuous as a pearl fallen from heaven, utterly captivating. She was extraordinarily beautiful. Her eyebrows were like distant hills, and her lively, intelligent eyes were like deep lakes, their shifting glimmers revealing both charm and wisdom. Her nose was high and delicate, perfectly defining the contours of her face. Her lips were full and rosy, and when they curved into a faint smile, they seemed to hold endless tenderness and allure. Her aura was even more outstanding. Every gesture and movement exuded elegance and poise. She seemed to possess an innate nobility, like a star shining under a spotlight. Even amidst the desolation of the apocalypse, her radiance was undeniable. Her upright posture, her light steps, every action seemed choreographed, carrying a unique rhythm that made it impossible for others to look away. In the apocalypse, beauty was often a burden, especially for a girl with such star-like temperament and looks who could easily become a target for those with malicious intent. Those with ill intentions, like sharks drawn to the scent of blood, eyed her covetously, wishing to claim her for their own selfish desires. Xiao Yu was fully aware of her predicament. She had seen too many beautiful women without the strength to protect themselves, ultimately becoming playthings for others, living lives worse than death. They were traded as commodities, humiliated at will, their dignity, trampled, their lives as fragile as a candle in the wind, extinguishing at any moment. If not for her incredible luck in finding refuge in Wang Yun's survivor base during a desperate situation, she too would have been trapped in that mire, unable to escape. So when she heard the supermarket owner's recruitment requirements, a flame of hope ignited in her heart. She desperately yearned to become an employee, to finally be free from the constant fear and unease that haunted her. No more worrying about hunger, no more wandering aimlessly, and no more fearing becoming a plaything for others. She silently vowed to strive for this opportunity, no matter how great the difficulty. Even if she ultimately failed, at least she would have bravely taken this step. Xiao Yu wasn't alone in her thoughts. Many others, especially women, shared the same sentiment. Several women who considered themselves attractive stood in the crowd, their eyes filled with envy and longing. They watched employees like Lu Rumei, who could proudly work in the supermarket, wear beautiful clothes, eat all sorts of delicious food, and live a stable life. Silently, they competed with themselves, hoping to become one of them. Consequently, many women began to carefully groom themselves. They used their hands to gently smooth their hair, trying to make every strand lie perfectly. They adjusted their shabby yet clean clothes, hoping to present their best selves. It was like participating in a crucial talent show, hoping to win the favor of Zhang Wei, the judge. Men and women alike now harbored the same goal, to become part of the supermarket. They stared intently at Zhang Wei, their eyes filled with hope. He was like a glimmer of dawn in their dark lives, capable of rescuing them from this endless abyss. Zhang Wei stood to one side, observing the crowd of expectant faces before him, a plan already forming in his mind. Leveraging the system's functions, he began to screen the applicants. The system, like a precise instrument, rapidly analyzed each individual's basic information, past experiences, and suitability for the supermarket's hiring requirements. After a round of screening, Zhang Wei selected a group of qualified candidates. He cleared his throat and announced in a loud voice, "Those of you who can hear my response have passed the initial screening. As for the rest, I will also send you a unified reply." Subsequently, he sent out a unified notification to the successful candidates. To those who did not make the cut, Zhang Wei conveyed the outcome through a telepathic message. Upon receiving the news, the rejected applicants' faces instantly fell, revealing expressions of disappointment and reluctance. They desperately wished to ask where they had fallen short, if they had done something inadequately, or if there was any chance to make amends. Unfortunately, Zhang Wei paid them no further heed. Though filled with helplessness, they understood that the final decision rested entirely with him. With no means to alter the outcome, they could only silently accept their fate. Standing before the remaining group, Zhang Wei remained calm, his hands forming a series of intricate seals. A flash of light erupted, and the successful candidates felt their vision blur as an invisible force enveloped them, instantly teleporting them to the basement. As they steadied themselves and took in their new surroundings, astonishment washed over the group. They exchanged murmurs, their faces etched with disbelief, all eyes turning to Zhang Wei with heightened admiration. Possessing such a powerful and precise teleportation ability was certainly not a feat achievable by ordinary individuals. At that moment, a piece of paper and a pen materialized in the air before them. The paper was pristine white, and the pen emitted a faint, lustrous sheen. Zhang Wei crossed his arms and stated in a steady tone, "Please fill this out according to the requirements listed." The group exchanged glances before picking up the pens to carefully read the questions. The queries were peculiar, as some asked about their deepest fears, others about their most memorable childhood experience, and some seemed entirely unrelated to the job application, such as their favorite color. Nevertheless, without much hesitation, everyone wrote down their answers based on their thoughts. Once completed, Zhang Wei collected the papers, his eyes scanning the contents rapidly. Guided by the system's prompts, he began to meticulously identify those who were unsuitable. With a subtle flick of his finger, a force enveloped those deemed unqualified. Zhang Wei looked at them impassively and declared, "You are eliminated." Without granting them any chance to argue, he formed another seal and teleported them directly back to the first floor. The eliminated individuals' faces, crestfallen, vanished from the basement before they could utter a word. By now, only a little over 20 people remained. Zhang Wei's gaze swept across the crowd and suddenly landed on Wang Yun. He paused, a puzzled expression on his face. "Why are you here applying?" Wang Yun spread her hands and replied nonchalantly, "Isn't anyone allowed to apply?" Zhang Wei, not bothering to dwell on it, answered casually, "Of course. As long as you meet the requirements, anyone can become a supermarket employee." Afterwards, Zhang Wei cleared his throat, his expression turning serious. "Next, I will transport you to a special space. Within this space, your memories of everything here will be temporarily sealed. Whether you pass the trial and become a supermarket employee depends entirely on your own performance. Of course, there will be no danger during this process. If anyone wishes to back out, now is the time to speak up. After saying this, Zhang Wei scanned the faces before him. Seeing no one step forward, he prepared to proceed. Just then Wang Yun raised her hand. What exactly do we need to do in that space? How do we pass the trial? The others were equally curious about the specifics. Zhang Wei glanced at her and patiently explained, you don't need to do anything specific there. I will observe your actions and reactions to the events you encounter, scoring you based on your performance. The higher your score, the greater your chance of becoming an employee. Conversely, if you fail to score at least 80 points, you won't be qualified to join the supermarket. Upon hearing his explanation, the group nodded in understanding. Seeing this, Zhang Wei hesitated no longer. He swept his hands through the air, and with a brilliant flash of light, he teleported them into the employee assessment secret realm. This was another ability granted to him by the system, allowing him to better select suitable employees. With a flicker of movement, Zhang Wei himself entered the secret realm. Inside, with a mere thought, he utilized his special system-granted power to significantly accelerate the flow of time within. This would greatly expedite the trial process, allowing him to quickly conclude the assessment and select the right candidates. The environment within the secret realm depicted a scene of apocalypse. The sky was grim, the earth parched and cracked, and ruins were scattered everywhere. The test takers, having forgotten all about the supermarket, retained their normal senses and thought processes. Zhang Wei casually directed his attention to one of the participants. He observed this individual walking down a desolate street, when suddenly a commotion erupted ahead. Hurrying forward, he saw a group of ferocious-looking men wielding weapons harassing a woman. They hurled crude insults and obscenities, even reaching out to grab and pull her, intending to drag her away for their enjoyment. The test taker's brow furrowed instantly, his face flushing with anger. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged forward to rescue the woman. However, he failed to consider his own strength or analyze the disparity between himself and the attackers. The men harassing the woman were clearly seasoned thugs, not only numerous, but also burly and strong. The test taker was quickly overwhelmed, beaten back, with no chance to retaliate. Ultimately, he was struck down hard and lost his life. Zhang Wei observed this, shaking his head slightly as he made a mental note. This person retained his moral compass and compassion, willing to act in a critical moment, but he was far too impulsive, failing to consider the consequences. With the test taker's death, his trial ended prematurely. A flash of light enveloped him, and he was teleported back to the supermarket's first floor. Zhang Wei didn't dwell on it, and shifted his attention to the next test taker. This individual found himself in a desolate wilderness. Suddenly, he spotted a familiar figure, his sworn enemy. A flicker of hatred passed through the test taker's eyes, but he was shrewd enough not to confront his foe immediately. He hid behind a massive boulder, his mind racing as he formulated a plan. After a moment, he devised a scheme: lure a powerful monster to eliminate his enemy. He moved cautiously, deliberately creating noises to attract a massive, hideous beast. The monster, drawn by the commotion, immediately attacked both the test taker and his enemy. The enemy, terrified at the sight, turned pale and fled. But the monster was swift and quickly gave chase. Seeing his plan work, the test taker felt a surge of glee, but his joy was short-lived. While attacking the enemy, the monster also noticed him. Without discrimination, the monster lunged at the test taker as well. He fought desperately, but was no match for the beast, and was ultimately killed, resulting in mutual destruction. Zhang Wei watched this with a pang of regret. It was a pity. Had he survived, he could have continued the trial and perhaps been selected later on. Subsequently, many others triggered various events that led to their deaths and subsequent elimination. Within the trial space, the group that had once numbered over 20 dwindled significantly. Some test takers chose to flee from danger, but were eliminated due to their poor choices. Others succumbed to temptations, failing to uphold their principles and being disqualified. In the end, fewer than 10 individuals remained in the entire trial space. Zhang Wei continued to observe the performance of the trial takers in the secret realm. Before long, his attention was drawn to another person. This person had triggered the trials several times in a row and passed each one successfully. It was an exceptionally beautiful girl, her delicate features as if meticulously carved. Even in this apocalyptic environment filled with ruins and dangers, she still exuded a remarkable temperament, every gesture graceful. In the apocalypse, preserving such grace without being treated as a commodity to be bought, sold, or abused was truly rare. Zhang Wei mused to himself that such a person either had extraordinary luck, protected by powerful figures all along, or possessed formidable strength to handle any danger. With keen interest, he pulled up her information and saw that her name was Xiao Yue, a former singer born into a privileged family. No wonder she had such outstanding bearing. She must have lived a life of comfort before the apocalypse. From the records, Zhang Wei also learned that Xiao Yu was indeed fortunate. When the apocalypse broke out, she encountered Wang Yun and successfully joined Wang Yun's base. At the base, she maintained her integrity and strove to adapt to the apocalyptic environment. Though lacking in strength, she used her wisdom and meticulousness to help Wang Yun manage the base's affairs, shouldering much of the pressure. Zhang Wei watched Xiao Yu's performance in the trials and was quite satisfied. She cleverly navigated those trials using her beauty and intelligence, demonstrating extraordinary skill. Moreover, Xiao Yu's own appearance was stunning. Zhang Wei didn't mind having another beautiful female employee who could sing in his supermarket. So with a thought, he ended Xiao Yu's trial early and restored her memories. Xiao Yu felt a flash of light before her eyes, and the surroundings became clear. When her memories returned, and she saw Zhang Wei standing before her, a hint of nervousness flashed in her eyes as she quickly asked, "Boss, did I pass the trial?" Zhang Wei nodded and replied calmly, "You passed. However, as an employee of the supermarket, there are many things you need to be mindful of. The supermarket has its rules. If you cannot abide by them, I will still expel you and leave you to fend for yourself." Xiao Yu felt both excited and nervous upon hearing this. Fully aware of how precious this opportunity was, she quickly said, "Don't worry, boss. I'm smart and know what to do. I will definitely follow the supermarket's rules and work hard." "That's good." Zhang Wei nodded with satisfaction, knowing well that those who were not smart or failed to read the situation would have already been eliminated through these trials. At that moment, a contract materialized out of thin air before Xiao Yu. Taking a deep breath, she picked it up and read it carefully, examining every clause line by line, not missing a single detail. After finishing, she signed her name without the slightest hesitation. The instant she signed, the contract transformed into a beam of light and entered her body. Thus, Zhang Wei's Doomsday Supermarket welcomed its third employee. Zhang Wei looked at the still hesitant Xiao Yu, smiled, and said, "They'll send you to Wang Yuyan. She'll take you to wash up and change into clean clothes. From now on, you can freely use the food, drinks, and clothes in the supermarket. Treat it like your own home." Xiao Yu's eyes sparkled with delight as she said excitedly, "Thank you, boss. I will cherish this opportunity." Zhang Wei nodded without saying more, merely waving his hand gently. A flash of light enveloped Xiao Yu, and the scene shifted instantly. When she came to, she was already face to face with Wang Yuyan. Wang Yuyan had already received Zhang Wei's telepathic message. Seeing the nervous Xiao Yu, she wore a warm smile and said, "You must be Xiao Yu. Now that you're part of the supermarket, we're family. Don't be so tense. Relax." Still nervous and excited, Xiao Yu unconsciously twisted the hem of her clothes and said, "I've just become an employee, and I'm unfamiliar with everything here. You'll need to ask you many things." Wang Yuyan patted her shoulder, comforting her. "I only arrived a day earlier than you. There's nothing to worry about. The boss is very kind. As long as we don't make mistakes, nothing bad will happen. Just settle in here. It's very safe." With that, Wang Yuyan turned and walked toward the stairs, saying as she went, "Let me show you upstairs. After the upgrade, there are many rooms up there with all the amenities. You can pick any room to live in. That'll be your little nest in the supermarket." Hearing this, Xiao Yu finally felt at ease. She hurriedly caught up with Wang Yuyan and said sincerely, "Thank you, Wang Yuyan. With you here, I feel much more secure." As Xiao Yu slowly emerged from the bathroom, she had changed into clean, neat clothes. Wang Yuyan stared in surprise. Earlier, Xiao Yu's face had been covered in dust, and her clothes ragged and dirty, but even then Wang Yuyan sensed she had good potential, hinting at a fine foundation. To her surprise, now that Xiao Yu had changed, her beauty and demeanor were fully revealed, far surpassing what Wang Yuyan had imagined. Especially since Xiao Yu had just bathed her damp hair, casually draped over her shoulders with water droplets trickling down the strands. She looked as fresh and lovely as a lotus emerging from water, pure and captivating. Even Wang Yuyan, a woman herself, couldn't help but widen her eyes in admiration. Suddenly struck by a thought, her eyes lit up, and she asked, "I keep thinking you look like a former star. Xiao Yu. You wouldn't happen to be the singer Mingyue, would you?" Xiao Yu was taken aback for a moment, then nodded gently with a faint smile, replying, "I didn't expect you to recognize me. Mingyue is indeed my stage name. But now I'm no longer the dazzling star I once was on stage, just an ordinary person trying to survive in this apocalypse." Wang Yuyan was so excited that her hands trembled slightly. She stepped forward and grabbed Xiao Yu's hand, exclaiming, "You don't know this, but we were all your fans. Especially among students. You were incredibly popular with us. Every time you released a new song, everyone would rush to buy the album and listen to it over and over in the dormitory. I was just wondering if it was a coincidence of names, but I never imagined it was really you. And you look even better in person than on TV, even more beautiful. I'm so happy to be working at the supermarket with you." From now on we're colleagues. Seeing Wang Yuyan's excitement, Xiao Yu's smile grew wider. She said, when I have free time I'll sing for you so you can relive those old memories. Wang Yuyan nodded repeatedly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. Zhang Wei continued to observe the trials from within the secret realm. Before long his attention was drawn to two figures. These two individuals left him thoroughly impressed. He pulled up their files for a closer look and discovered that both had been soldiers in their past lives. After the apocalypse broke out, they showed not a trace of hesitation, fighting shoulder to shoulder with their comrades against the endless tide of monstrous creatures. Amidst the battles, they also tended to numerous survivors, doing all they could to protect others. However, as the monsters multiplied and food and water grew scarce, the old order of the world crumbled completely. Some former comrades fell in battle, others were scattered. They too endured betrayals from survivors, sieges from enemies, and the relentless pursuit of the beasts. Through trial after trial of life and death, they watched their comrades fall one by one until only the two of them remained, clinging to each other for support. Perhaps by fate's grace, both of them awakened their talents, each reaching the second rank of power. Having heard of the Doomsday supermarket from other survivors, they saw it as a potential sanctuary and came to investigate. Upon arriving, they overheard that Zhang Wei was seeking employees. Without a moment's hesitation, they resolved to apply. They had witnessed too much in the apocalypse, the ugliness and the beauty of human nature, and understood that in such a brutal world only the strong and the decisive could survive. Thus they were the type to act with swift and ruthless resolution, never dallying and devoid of any misplaced compassion. In Zhang Wei's eyes, these were exactly the kind of people he preferred. He detested those with overflowing sympathy who would recklessly endanger themselves to help others at the slightest provocation, yearning to be paragons of virtue, while ignoring their own peril and the darkness of human nature. Yet under the apocalypse, such naive souls should have perished long ago. Those who survived to this day had witnessed the full grim complexity of humanity. With a mere thought, Zhang Wei teleported the two women before him. At the same time, their memories were swiftly restored. Seeing Zhang Wei, they were taken aback. One of them furrowed her brow and asked with confusion, "Have we passed the trial, or were we eliminated?" Zhang Wei looked at them with a faint smile and replied, "Congratulations. You have successfully passed the recruitment." The two didn't show any particular joy. Instead, one of them asked coolly, "I need to know, will you force us to do things we are unwilling to do? We are looking for a place to survive, but we have our own principles." Zhang Wei understood their concerns. Honestly, their worries were unnecessary. Though they were not unattractive, the other women in the supermarket were far more beautiful by comparison. Without elaborating, Zhang Wei produced the employment contract from the Doomsday supermarket and handed it to them. "Everything you're worried about is written in this contract. If you agree, you may sign. If you find it unsuitable, I will send you on your way to continue your search for a better place." They took the contract and scrutinized it carefully. It guaranteed their safety, food, clothing, and shelter. Within the supermarket, they would be free from the threats of monsters and enemies, and have a stable supply of food and water. However, the contract also contained many restrictions. They were not allowed to leave the supermarket without the boss' permission, which severely limited their range of movement, and to a large extent their freedom. After reading the contract, they exchanged a glance, both feeling hesitant. But then they reasoned what true freedom was there left in the apocalypse. Having a safe place free from the threat of monsters was already a stroke of immense fortune. They were fully aware that given Zhang Wei's display of unimaginable power, if he truly intended them harm, they would be utterly powerless to resist in their current state. In this apocalyptic world, strength was everything, and Zhang Wei clearly possessed a power far beyond their reach. After a brief moment of weighing their options, they simultaneously picked up the pen and signed their names on the contract. One was named Lu Huanxin, and the other was Yu Lingyu. Lu Huanxin had a round face that radiated a healthy glow. Due to her military background, her rigorous training had made her physical condition far superior to the average person. Now, as a second-rank awakener, even with scarce resources in the apocalypse, she managed to avoid going hungry, though not always to complete fullness. This was why she wasn't frail like other women. Instead, she was extremely capable, exuding an air of brisk efficiency in her every move, possessing remarkable combat skills. As for Yu Lingyu, her expression was perpetually cold, her gaze tinged with a subtle world-weary disdain. The traumas she had endured were like nightmares destined to be unforgettable. The betrayals, the slaughter, the partings of life and death, all had carved deep scars into her heart. Both women were tall, standing over 1.7 meters, and both had a military background. Their long years of military service had instilled in them a habit of reticence and emotional restraint. Even as employees of the supermarket, they only desired a stable environment to live in, caring little for anything else. People like them had built towering walls around their hearts. It was difficult for anyone to truly enter, and equally difficult to get them to open up. They remained highly vigilant of everything around them, perpetually fearing another wound. Zhang Wei didn't concern himself with their inner thoughts. For him, as long as they fulfilled their daily duties and adhered to the supermarket's rules, that was sufficient. He looked at them and said with a smile, "Welcome to the team. I hope you find peace and stability here." They merely nodded in acknowledgement, their faces devoid of expression. Then with a thought, Zhang Wei transported them to Wang Yuyan. Seeing her new colleagues, Wang Yuyan greeted them warmly. "Welcome. From now on, we're all one big family. First, let me take you to pick out some suitable clothes, and then we'll choose your rooms. After that, you can take a hot shower to relax, and finally, we'll have a hearty meal." The two nodded and replied coolly, "Thank you." Wang Yuyan sensed their aloofness and reluctance to engage. She understood, though. In the apocalypse, there were far too many people like them. As she led them towards the clothing section, the two, driven by their soldiers' instincts and a desire to understand their new surroundings, asked her many questions. Wang Yuyan answered each one honestly, seeing no reason to hide anything. Upon hearing Wang Yuyan's high regard and respect for Zhang Wei, they felt a measure of reassurance. By now the supermarket staff had grown to 5. He could hire 5 more. After careful consideration, Zhang Wei ultimately brought Wang Yuyan before him. The moment her memories returned, her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she asked joyfully, "Boss, have I passed the trial? Can I officially become a member of the supermarket?" Zhang Wei did not answer directly, but gazed at her with a calm expression and said slowly, "Are you willing to give up the base city you worked so hard to establish? That place cost you so much of your effort and heart." Hearing this, a trace of helplessness and a sigh flickered across Wang Yuan's face. She said softly, "To say I'm not reluctant would be a lie. The things in the base city and the people who fought alongside me, I can't let go of any of them. But I also understand that a base city will always be just a base city. It cannot exist forever. If I hadn't been forced into a corner by the monsters and the cruel reality back, then I wouldn't have wanted to build one in the first place. Being the leader of a base is far from as glorious as it seems on the surface. It's an incredibly arduous task. Every day when I open my eyes, I have to worry about everyone's safety, terrified that a monster attack might harm them. Then I have to fret over everyone's food and water. In the apocalypse, these are the very essentials of survival. I also have to constantly improve my own strength, otherwise I simply couldn't protect everyone. Most crucially, I have to be perpetually on guard against internal conflicts. The human heart is unfathomable. Sometimes I even had to be wary of betrayal from those within the base. This kind of life is truly too difficult, too bitter. In comparison, having a powerful backer like you living and working in the supermarket is the most comfortable and stable life one could hope for. Listening to Wang Yuan's heartfelt words, Zhang Wei could understand her situation. If the apocalypse hadn't shattered the established order, no one would want to live a life devoid of hope and a future. He nodded slightly and said, "You do indeed fit my requirements, especially since you were once a very capable financial director. Although the doomsday supermarket doesn't require the meticulous financial management of a typical enterprise, the future development of the supermarket will certainly depend on professional talents like you. However, I still need to confirm if you are willing to abandon your base. I wouldn't mind you becoming an employee of the supermarket." Upon hearing this, Wang Yuan's tense nerves instantly relaxed. She quickly said, "In that case, that's wonderful. I'm willing to give up the base and join the supermarket." Zhang Wei looked at her, his expression turning serious as he continued, "But what about the many people in your base? How do you plan to handle their resettlement?" Wang Yuan already had a plan. She answered seriously, "Don't worry, boss. I've already spoken in detail with my younger brother, and he will take over the base and become its new leader. Although my brother can be impulsive at times, he is upright and has a certain level of capability. With the help of the others, I believe he can manage the base well. Moreover, the base has already solved its water and food problems, so it's no longer as resource scarce as before. It's much easier to manage now. They don't need to expand their influence or fight for territory anymore. They just need to survive and live well. So I don't need to worry about any of that. I trust they can handle it." Zhang Wei nodded slightly upon hearing this, showing his approval. But he still spoke earnestly. "Although I agree to let you join the supermarket, there are still many matters of principle that I need to clarify with you. You cannot reveal the supermarket's secrets to your brother just because you are an employee now. The existence of the supermarket and all related matters are top secret information and must not be leaked. You also cannot use the supermarket's resources to support them without authorization. The supermarket has its own rules, and these rules are the foundation of its proper operation. I cannot break my rules for any individual. If every employee did that, the supermarket would descend into chaos. This isn't a matter of money. I simply want the supermarket to be a place of order and stability where everyone can live and work in peace. Wang Yun understood Zhang Wei's intentions. She nodded quickly and said seriously, "Boss, rest assured I will definitely abide by these rules. I won't do anything to harm the supermarket's interests." Since Wang Yun had expressed her stance so sincerely, Zhang Wei naturally had no reason to refuse her entry into the Doomsday supermarket. Wang Yun successfully passed the trial and officially became the supermarket's 6th employee. Just as he had done with previous new hires, Zhang Wei quickly sent her to Wang Yuyan, who would familiarize her with the supermarket environment and arrange the subsequent related matters. As for the remaining candidates, after careful evaluation, Zhang Wei found that none of them met his requirements. Without any hesitation, he sent them all back to the supermarket's 1st floor. Although those people were deeply regretful having lost the opportunity for a stable and well-compensated job, they didn't dare to cause any trouble in the supermarket. After all, they were well aware of Zhang Wei's strength and the supermarket's rules. Anyone who dared to cause a scene would face consequences they couldn't bear. After arranging for these people, Zhang Wei opened the supermarket's management interface and changed the number of employees needed for recruitment to 4. He knew quite well that the supermarket's current staffing was still insufficient and there was still much work that needed manning. Now that the staff had increased to 6, the previously burdensome task of restocking no longer fell entirely on Wang Yuyan and Lu Rumei. Wang Yuyan and Lu Rumei had always been responsible for restocking and organizing goods, and with the addition of the 2nd-floor clothing section, they were run off their feet. Now with the arrival of new employees like Wang Yun, their workload could be significantly reduced. However, Zhang Wei also understood that the current number of 6 was still far from sufficient. The supermarket had now expanded to 3 floors. Although the basement was temporarily unused, the supermarket would certainly expand further in the future, requiring more staff to maintain its operations. Therefore, if suitable candidates appeared, he still needed to fill the remaining 4 employee positions as soon as possible. The supermarket now had 3 floors of space. As for the basement, since the warehouse didn't have enough goods to fill it, it remained idle for the time being. Zhang Wei felt that the shelves on the 1st floor were currently sufficient to meet the supermarket's operational needs. As for the future use of the basement, he planned to wait until the supermarket developed to a certain scale or when new demands arose to make further plans and arrangements. There was no rush for now. Regarding the supermarket's product supply, Zhang Wei also had his own considerations. The survivors of Red Star primarily focused on food, as it was the most basic guarantee of survival in the apocalypse. Their demand for other items, especially daily necessities, was much lower. On one hand, the survivors were still busy struggling to survive and had little energy to pay attention to daily necessities. On the other hand, daily necessities were consumed relatively slowly in the apocalypse, and the existing stock could last for a while longer. Therefore, he didn't need to stock up on those items for now. As for fruits, Zhang Wei had already arranged for Zhang Shi to handle the transportation. Zhang Shi had been in the fruit business for a long time, and the first batch of fruits was already on its way, expected to arrive at the supermarket soon. Zhang Wei wasn't worried about the fruit spoiling at all, because any fruit placed on the supermarket shelves could be preserved indefinitely. This was a unique function of his supermarket and a tremendous advantage in the apocalypse. With a thought, he instantly teleported to the location of the weaponry. Before him, the shelves of the weaponry appeared completely empty. He knew it was time to procure some weapons. He walked over to the console beside him and gently pressed the start button. Soon a procurement list appeared on the screen in front of him, densely packed with an overwhelming array of weapons and equipment. He only needed to consume gene points to carry out the procurement operation. Carefully examining the procurement list, he saw cold weapons such as common swords, sabers, and axes. There were also firearms including pistols, rifles, and rocket launchers. There were defensive gears ranging from light armor to heavy battlesuits. Even communication devices and other items were all available. What surprised him even more was that the list also included weapons and equipment he had only ever seen in movies. Those weapons, filled with a sense of science fiction and immense power, meant that as long as he had enough gene points, he could purchase any cutting-edge weapon. He continued to delve deeper into the procurement list and discovered that ordinary cold weapons were quite cheap, costing only 1 gene point to purchase. Although these cold weapons seemed ordinary, they could still play a useful role in certain special scenarios. However, the more powerful the cold weapon, the higher the gene point cost. Some high-quality, exquisitely crafted cold weapons were priced no cheaper than powerful firearms. After all, powerful cold weapons had extremely high demands in terms of materials, craftsmanship, and design, and their destructive power was not to be underestimated. The grades of these weapons and equipment from low to high were sequentially divided into F, EDC, B, AS, SS, and SSS levels, a total of 9 grades. Weapons and equipment of each grade had significant differences in performance, power, and durability. Each type of equipment had a different price depending on its category. Take cold weapons for example. Even with the same quality, different types could vary in price by several times to hundreds of times. For instance, an ordinary short blade and a uniquely shaped, specially crafted treasured sword, even if of the same quality, would have vastly different prices due to craftsmanship and rarity. Although the survivors in Red Star could obtain equipment from some treasure chests, the quantity was far too scarce. In the perilous and challenging environment of the apocalypse, the survivors' demand for weapons was immense. Whether for self-defense, hunting, or fighting against monsters, weapons were absolutely essential. The equipment obtained from treasure chests was nowhere near enough to meet the massive demand. Drawing upon the knowledge of weaponry he had gleaned from Lu Rume, he carefully calculated in his mind, gradually forming a preliminary plan. He was fully aware of the current situation and his own needs, and did not require an excessive number of high-grade weapons. For one, high-grade weapons demanded a prohibitive amount of gene points, making the cost too steep. Given his current reserve and acquisition rate of gene points, exchanging for high-grade weapons was hardly worthwhile. Secondly, he had no desire to introduce overly destructive weaponry into the Red Star. Survivors were already scarce. In this apocalyptic environment, every life was immeasurably precious. Moreover, he was well aware of humanity's inherent greed, infighting, and territorial nature. If they were allowed to purchase too many advanced weapons, the already fragile order would likely shatter, escalating conflicts among survivors and inevitably increasing the death toll. He did not wish to see too many survivors perish, not only out of humanitarian concern, but more importantly, a dwindling survivor population was not in his interest. Survivors were his supermarket's potential customers. Without them, how could he trade for the things he needed? If the survivor population plummeted, his supermarket business would suffer, bringing him no benefit whatsoever. Based on these considerations, he temporarily shelved any plans to exchange for weapons above a rank. Checking his gene point balance, he found he had only 101 points. To further expand his arsenal, he took out the spirit crystals he had previously collected and used the system to convert them into gene points. Subsequently, he began purchasing weapons and equipment. System Gene Points 1 procured Frank Steel Blade X1. A steel blade gleaming with metallic luster appeared on the armory shelf. Though its edge was not razor-sharp, it was substantial enough to be highly effective against ordinary monsters. System Gene Points 5 procured Frank Pistol X1. System Gene Points 10 procured Frank Submachine Gun X1. System Gene Points 10 procured Frank Bulletproof Vest X1. System Gene Points 5 procured Frank Chest Protector X1. System Gene Points 1 procured Frank Walkie-Talkie X1. He converted all his gene points into weapons and equipment. Looking at the now well-stocked armory, it no longer seemed so empty. Various weapons and gear were neatly arranged on the shelves awaiting purchase. Afterwards, he began attaching price tags. After careful consideration, he felt that selling the steel blade, which cost him 1 gene point for 10 first-tier spirit crystals, was quite reasonable. In the apocalyptic world, collecting spirit crystals also required considerable time and effort. Moreover, a steel blade was a practical melee weapon for survivors. This price wouldn't seem exorbitant while still allowing him a decent profit margin. He was merely making 9 gene points profit on a steel blade. How was that expensive? If one thought it was too costly, perhaps they should reflect on themselves. Had they awakened their talent? Had they diligently hunted monsters? Had they found ways to earn spirit crystals? The pistol, which cost him 5 gene points, could easily be sold for 100 first-tier spirit crystals. Its lethality and ease of use surpassed the steel blade, so its price naturally reflected that. Furthermore, survivors seeking better self-protection in the apocalypse would surely be willing to pay this price. The submachine gun purchased for 10 gene points was a bargain at 300 first-tier spirit crystals. Its formidable firepower could turn the tide in critical moments, and for capable survivor groups this price was entirely acceptable. However, these weren't the main point. The main point was that he also sold ammunition. He knew full well that the guns themselves were inconsequential. Without bullets they were nothing but scrap metal, utterly useless. And ammunition was a long-term stable source of income. He confidently considered himself a benevolent merchant, so he wouldn't overcharge for bullets, merely marking them up 5-fold. After all, ammunition was consumed rapidly. Survivors would need to constantly replenish their supply to keep their guns functional. This way he secured his profits without making the prices seem outrageously unfair. Sahi was simply too kind, not only providing these weapons and equipment for the survivors, but also making only a tiny profit. Attention, dear customers. I have great news. The supermarket basement now houses an armory. It's fully stocked with melee weapons, firearms, armor, communication devices, and various types of ammunition, everything you need. However, quantities are limited. First come, first served. Zhang Wei broadcast the message through the speakers, his booming voice echoing throughout the supermarket. Instantly, survivors browsing the aisles or preparing to leave snapped their heads up, their eyes gleaming with sudden interest. For those struggling to survive the apocalypse, weapons were their second life. In this perilous world where monsters could strike at any moment, having weapons meant a better chance to fight back and a greater odds of survival. They understood the importance of weaponry all too well. The next moment they surged towards the basement like iron filings drawn to a magnet. Their footsteps were hurried, their eyes filled with urgency, as if a single second's delay would mean losing the precious weapons to others. They rushed into the armory, and upon entering their eyes were immediately captivated by the dazzling array of weapons and equipment on the shelves. Some widened their eyes in excitement, others instinctively reached out to gently stroke the weapons. "Boss, what weapons do you have here? Give us a rundown." A burly survivor asked loudly, his eyes full of anticipation. "Boss, do you have ammunition for this model? My old gun needs this specific type." Another survivor pulled a bullet from his pocket, waving it around as he asked eagerly, "I want a pistol. With a pistol, I'll have more confidence against monsters in the future." A younger survivor exclaimed with excitement. Having entered the armory and seen the various weapons and gear on the shelves, they were all thrilled, chattering away in animated discussions. However, when they saw the prices, they all froze, their excited expressions solidifying instantly. For most, these weapons were still quite expensive. Some didn't even possess a single spirit crystal. Staring at the hefty price tags, their initial excitement gradually morphed into helplessness and bitterness. "Boss, do you only accept spirit crystals for these weapons? Can we trade with something else?" Someone couldn't help but ask, a hint of hope in their eyes. Naturally, weapons and equipment are hard to come by, so it's spirit crystals only. In this apocalypse, spirit crystals are the real currency. "If you don't have any, I'm sorry, but come back when you do." Zhang Wei stood nearby, arms crossed, replying unhurriedly. Though deeply disappointed, they had no choice. They could only sigh helplessly and turn away, planning to first gather enough spirit crystals. After all, without them, these weapons were merely a tantalizing sight they couldn't possess. "Boss, do you have bullets like this?" Just then a survivor squeezed out from the crowd, holding out a bullet. It looked somewhat unusual, its caliber larger than standard rounds. Zhang Wei took the bullet, examined it closely, and then said, "Of course we do. However, this bullet has a larger caliber and packs a bigger punch, so it'll naturally cost more. The craftsmanship is complex and the materials are hard to find." The other man asked nervously, "As long as you have it, how much?" "Give me a fair price, boss." Zhang Wei calculated silently. Although he had purchased them at 1 gene point per 100 rounds, he couldn't resist the urge to make a 20-fold profit on this special ammunition. So without batting an eye, he replied, 5 bullets per spirit crystal." The man was taken aback, his eyes widening slightly in disbelief. 5 bullets for 1 crystal. That's a bit too steep. Zhang Wei nodded, his tone firm. "That's the price. These bullets are powerful and limited in quantity, hence the higher cost. How many would you like?" The man gritted his teeth, engaging in a fierce internal debate. Finally, he hardened his resolve and said, "Give me 50. He figured that with 50 bullets, he'd have the confidence to hunt more monsters, earn more crystals, and eventually buy even more ammunition. "All right, enjoy your shopping." Zhang Wei's face broke into a satisfied smile as he took the second-tier spirit crystal the man offered, clearly pleased. Hearing this, the man's mouth twitched, his heart aching, but he still forced a smile and said, "Enjoyable, sure." After turning around, his face fell, and he muttered under his breath, "Enjoyable, my ass, this price is killing me. Boss, I want a pistol and 100 rounds of ammo." A burly survivor with sharp eyes spoke up first, leaning forward on the counter, looking eager. To him, the pistol was a vital tool for protecting himself and his team in the apocalypse, while the bullets ensured sustained combat capability. "I want a steel blade." A scrawny survivor chimed in next. Melee weapons like the steel blade were sometimes more reliable than firearms, especially when ammo ran dry or when stealth was required to approach monsters. "He'll take 2 steel blades." Another survivor quickly interjected, seemingly purchasing supplies for his team. 2 blades meant 2 members could engage in close combat, increasing their survival odds. "They'll have 2 walkie-talkies." A survivor dressed in worn but clean clothes stated. He understood the critical importance of communication equipment in the apocalypse. 2 walkie-talkies would allow his team members to stay in contact and relay information promptly. One after another, the survivors voiced their needs, a cacophony of requests filling the bustling armory. Zhang Wei stood behind the counter, busily but methodically working. He carefully verified each person's order, retrieving the corresponding weapons and equipment from the shelves behind him and handing them over one by one. "Hey, race your pistol and ammo. Take care." Zhang Wei handed the first survivor a pistol and a pouch containing 100 bullets. The man quickly took them, inspected them carefully, nodded in satisfaction, and then pulled out a pile of spirit crystals from his pocket, placing them on the counter. "Hey, race your steel blade." Zhang Wei then handed a steel blade to the second survivor. The man took it, gave it a couple of swings to feel its weight and balance, and a broad smile spread across his face. He too paid with spirit crystals. And so Zhang Wei handed the items to them one by one, reaping a hefty pile of crystal cores in return. The cores formed a small mound on the counter, their faint light shimmering softly. As the transactions concluded, Zhang Wei looked at the pile of crystal cores, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He gathered the crystal cores and exchanged them all for gene points. As the cores vanished, the system interface displayed the gene point count climbing steadily. Armed with these gene points, Zhang Wei immediately set about replenishing the inventory in his armory. He meticulously browsed the system mall, selecting various weapons and equipment. Based on the survivor's previous purchasing habits and his predictions of demand, he rationally stocked up on new supplies. He knew in his heart this was a virtuous cycle. The more weapons he sold, the more crystal cores he would earn. And the more crystal cores he had, the more gene points he could exchange, allowing him to further restock his inventory. Every piece of weaponry in the armory had a clear price tag neatly displayed on the shelves. These clear price labels made it easy for every customer to understand the value of the goods. Moreover, the supermarket was protected by a unique defense mechanism, so it didn't matter if Zhang Wei wasn't there to personally oversee things. After all, unpaid items could never leave the supermarket premises. If anyone attempted to forcibly take something, the item would automatically return to the store. He never worried about robberies or similar incidents. It was only he who could rob others, never the other way around. And he did it openly while they had to comply willingly. At that moment, Wang Yun arrived at the basement with Wang Teng. They walked straight up to Zhang Wei. "Boss, my brother wants to buy some weapons. Could you offer a discount on the price?" Wang Yun spoke with a smile, a hint of expectation in her eyes, hoping Zhang Wei might grant a discount for old time's sake. Zhang Wei crossed his arms, pondered for a moment, then replied, "I can offer a discount on the bullets, but nothing else." The profit margin on bullets was substantial, and he set their prices based on cost and market conditions. Giving a slight discount on them wouldn't hurt his bottom line. He knew bullets were consumables, survivors would keep buying them, and the small profit from high volume would still yield a decent return. Deal. Wang Teng, overhearing this, nodded without hesitation. He understood all too well the importance of weapons in this apocalypse. As long as he could get his hands on suitable arms, a slightly higher price was acceptable, especially with a discount on the bullets. Subsequently, they stepped into the armory. The dazzling array of weapons and equipment on the shelves caught the eyes of both Wang Teng and Wang Yun. Wang Teng excitedly weaved between the shelves, carefully inspecting the weapons. He picked up a pistol, weighed it in his hand, pulled back the slide to check it, and a satisfied expression spread across his face. Next, he selected a steel blade, swinging it a couple of times to feel its sharpness. Meanwhile, Wang Yun helped him pick out protective gear and communication devices, hoping to provide her brother with all-around protection. In addition to the weapons, Wang Teng also purchased a considerable amount of ammunition. Wang Teng looked at the mountain of bullets, his heart swelling with confidence. With these weapons, he was confident he could hunt down more monsters and acquire more crystal cores. System heading out. Wang Teng packed up his chosen weapons, gear, and ammunition, slung them over his back, and prepared to set out to hunt. Chief, will make sure to assist Wang Teng well. Li Dagong and the others gathered around. They were all members of Wang Teng's team, and they spoke up one by one, pledging to fight alongside him. "I trust you all. Just make sure you stay safe." Wang Yun looked at them, her eyes filled with concern. She knew the outside world was fraught with danger, but for the sake of survival, they had to venture out and take risks. Wang Yun waved them goodbye, watching their receding figures, silently praying for their safe return. Zhang Wei stood nearby, observing the scene, when a thought suddenly struck him. He looked at Wang Yun and asked, "What do you think I should use the rest of the basement for? The armory only takes up a small portion of the space now. I'm not sure what to do with the rest." Wang Yun thought for a moment, then said seriously, "For the survivors right now, it boils down to a few essentials: food, water, and weapons. You already have the weapons, and water isn't an issue with the supermarket's taps. But for food, the current options might not be diverse enough. Once everyone's basic needs are met, there will be plenty of time to consider other things later." Zhang Wei agreed, wholeheartedly nodding his head. "I plan to bring in some meat and fruit to sell in the future. That way survivors will have more choices and better nutrition. Eating the same monotonous food all the time won't improve anyone's physical condition or nutritional intake." Every survivor was a potential customer, and he naturally had to consider their needs. The customer is king. No, they treated him like a king. Wang Yun strongly agreed with Zhang Wei's idea, adding, "For food, it's best to get re-added meat products, which would be convenient for everyone to buy. After all, in this apocalypse, everyone's time is precious. No one has the energy to process raw ingredients." Zhang Wei nodded again, a plan already forming in his mind. He could seek out partnerships with food factories and buy pre-made dishes like roast duck and roast chicken to sell. He himself would never eat pre-made meals, what with all the additives and inferior taste compared to freshly cooked food. But here it was the perfect choice for these survivors. It satisfied their needs while saving them time and effort. Wang Yun had once served as a financial director at a major corporation. Her years of experience had honed her business acumen, giving her sharp instincts and strong strategic planning skills. It was precisely for this reason that even in the harsh environment of the apocalypse, she could rely on her wisdom and leadership to become the leader of a base guiding a group of survivors through the struggle to survive. As Zhang Wei's supermarket business grew, he increasingly realized he needed someone like Wang Yun, someone who could oversee the bigger picture. After all, he couldn't be at the supermarket all the time. If he had to go out, the daily operations and management of the store could fall into chaos. And while Lu Rumei and the others each had their own talents, they weren't well suited for overall planning and handling complex affairs. Everyone had their own abilities and strengths, much like Lu Rumei might be better at handling sudden minor issues, while Wang Yun possessed a more macro-level vision and decision-making capability. With this in mind, Zhang Wei looked at Wang Yun and said, "Wang Yun, I believe you have the capability. I've noticed you're very methodical in handling things and have your own ideas. I'm temporarily appointing you as the store manager responsible for the supermarket's daily management." Wang Yun was momentarily taken aback, then looked at Zhang Wei seriously, waiting for him to continue. Zhang Wei went on, "Next, I want you to accurately set a price standard for every item based on the apocalypse situation. There are more and more things in the supermarket now, and customers often feel confused about prices when shopping. Moreover, currency is hard to define in the apocalypse. It's difficult to judge how much a single crystal core can buy. This requires a professional to plan. You are highly educated, familiar with the apocalypse, and understand its pricing. You are the best person for this task. This will also make it convenient for them to shop and give everyone a clear understanding of the prices of various items." Zhang Wei had originally planned to do these things himself, but these tasks, though seemingly simple, were actually quite complex. The value of different items fluctuates with the changing apocalyptic environment. For example, weapons might be more valuable when monsters are frequent, while food prices soar during periods of scarcity. Creating a pricing system that is both reasonable and acceptable to customers is no easy feat. After hearing this, Wang Yun weighed the matter in her mind. She was well aware that this was a great opportunity to showcase her abilities and talent. Only by demonstrating her value could she gain importance. So she didn't refuse and said, "No problem, I will do my best. I will set the price standards based on market demand and the overall trend of apocalypse prices, ensuring fairness and reasonableness." Zhang Wei nodded with satisfaction and said, "If you need any help, just tell me, and I can find people for you. Among the survivors, there should be many capable people. We can bring them in to contribute to the supermarket's development." Wang Yun thought for a moment and replied, "Well, let's talk about that later. I need to think it through carefully. Setting price standards is just the first step. The supermarket's future operations will require detailed planning. Every matter needs careful consideration and cannot be taken lightly, so that I won't disappoint you." Zhang Wei nodded and said, "They'll leave it to you. I have no objections." At that moment, he sensed that Zhang Shizai on the Blue Star side had already pulled up to the supermarket entrance with a truck full of fruit. He let Wang Yun go about her business and sent a telepathic message to Wang Yuyin asking her to take over cashier duties from Lu Rumei. Then he brought Lu Rumei back to the Blue Star side. "Xiao Wei, I've brought the fruit for you. They'll carry it inside for you." Zhang Shizai said, "All right, just bring it inside the supermarket." Zhang Wei and Lu Rumei came to the supermarket entrance ready to help unload. "Hey Xiao Wei, is this your girlfriend? She's really beautiful." Zhang Shizai was stunned for a moment when he saw Lu Rumei, then quickly seemed to realize something and smiled at Zhang Wei. "She's a supermarket employee named Lu Rumei," Zhang Wei replied. "Hello, Uncle Zhang," Lu Rumei said proactively. Good. Just leave this heavy work to us. You're a girl, no need to lift a finger." Zhang Shizai said, "It's fine, I'm really strong. Don't believe me? Look." Lu Rumei stepped forward, lifted the fruit, and carried it into the supermarket with ease. With her Tier 2 strength, moving these things was a piece of cake. Zhang Shizai was indeed surprised, but didn't say much. They quickly moved all the fruit inside. After Zhang Wei carefully calculated the cost of the fruit purchase, he asked, "Uncle Zhang, you are giving me the wholesale price. You're not making any profit this way. That won't do." Zhang Shizai said, "You're having a tough time now. How could I charge you the retail price? I've already included the shipping costs, so it's enough." Zhang Wei took out his phone and transferred the money to Zhang Shizai, adding an extra 500 yuan. If he gave more, Zhang Shizai definitely wouldn't accept it. If he gave less, he couldn't let Zhang Shizai take a loss. Today, Zhang Shizai hadn't set up his stall, and that loss needed to be compensated. After the transfer was successful, Zhang Shizai frowned and said, "Xiao Wei, you've transferred extra money again." Zhang Wei looked up and said sincerely, Uncle I'll need to trouble you to make a few more trips and bring me more fruit. From now on, why don't you just deliver fruit directly to me? I'll give you an extra 500 yuan per truckload. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Zhang Xi's eyes widened in utter confusion, and a string of question marks popped up in his mind. He looked at the fruit samples already purchased and piled in the corner, and said in shock, "Are you kidding me? Can you really sell all this fruit? In this environment, everyone is struggling to survive. Fruit isn't a necessity. If it rots, that's a huge loss. You'd just be throwing money away. Besides, the delivery fee for one truck is way too much. You'll go bankrupt like this. I can't even earn 500 yuan from selling fruit all day. You have to take this money back." But Zhang Wei was confident, a slight smile playing on his lips. He patted Zhang Shizai on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, uncle. If I tell you to transport, you just transport. Fill the truck up as much as you can. The more the better. I know what I'm doing. These fruits will definitely sell. If you don't deliver for me, I'll have to ask someone else, and then the money will go to them." Lu Rumei also stepped forward, smiling at Zhang Shizai. "Uncle Zhang, the boss has his own channels to sell them. Don't refuse. The boss always plans things out. Just do as he says and it'll be fine." Zhang Shizai scratched his head, still somewhat skeptical. But seeing the confident looks in Zhang Wei's and Lu Rumei's eyes, he found it hard to say anything more. He nodded, still a bit dazed, and said, "All right, I'll go get more fruit then. But don't blame me if you can't sell it." Zhang Shizai still wanted to refuse the delivery fee, but Zhang Wei insisted, and Zhang Shizai had no choice but to agree. With that, he turned and drove away. After Zhang Shizai left, Zhang Wei looked at the newly added fruit display area in the supermarket, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. He said, "The supermarket finally has fruit. This is just the first step. Next, we'll need to add more and more categories like meat and fresh vegetables. You'll have your hands full then. We need to run this supermarket better and better, giving survivors more choices." Hearing this, Lu Rumei's eyes sparkled and she smiled. This kind of life is fulfilling, so much better than fighting monsters in the apocalypse. Before, I was terrified every day, never knowing when danger would strike. Now I can work peacefully for the supermarket, and it feels really secure. Zhang Wei nodded and said, "All right, enough of that. Let's head back to Red Star and check things out." With that, he brought Lu Rumei back, and the two instantly teleported into Red Star. Meanwhile, the supermarket on Blue Star was still operating, but only the avatars of Zhang Wei and his team remained. These avatars, controlled by the system, could handle simple daily tasks like collecting payments and restocking shelves. However, except for Zhang Wei, who could return to Blue Star at any time, Lu Rumei and the others couldn't travel back on their own. They could only come over when Zhang Wei activated the teleportation. When Zhang Wei and Lu Rumei appeared in the supermarket space on Red Star, laden with a large assortment of fruits, Wang Yuyin and the others, who were busy with their own tasks, were instantly captivated by the vibrant colors and sweet fresh fragrance emanating from the pile. Wang Yuyin's eyes lit up, her face beaming with barely contained excitement as she exclaimed, "Boss, we finally have fruit in the supermarket." She hurried over to the pile, gently cradling a bright red apple in both hands, as if it were a priceless treasure. Zhang Wei, seeing their eager and thrilled expressions, smiled and said, "If you want to eat some fruit, help yourselves. From now on, there will always be plenty. They'll keep bringing fruits here so everyone can have some." Upon hearing this, Wang Yun, Xiao Yue, and the others stared intently at the fruit, unable to resist swallowing hard. Wang Yun was the first to reach out, grabbing an apple and ready to take a bite. "Wash it first before you eat," Zhang Wei quickly reminded her. Wang Yun waved her hand dismissively, saying, "Boss, just having something to eat is already a blessing. Who cares about anything else? In this apocalypse, eating fruit feels like a dream. Why fuss over cleanliness?" The others nodded in agreement, deeply aware of how precious food was in this harsh apocalyptic environment. When you can't even eat your fill, how can you worry about dirt? Even moldy bread was a luxury many couldn't afford, let alone such fresh fruit. Seeing everyone wolfing down the fruit, Lu Rumei had an idea. She picked up some fruit and walked over to the sink, carefully washing them. After washing, she brought the clean fruit to Zhang Wei and said, "Boss, you should have some too." Zhang Wei nodded approvingly, thinking to himself that Lu Rumei was indeed thoughtful and considerate. He took an apple and bit into it. The sweet, refreshing juice burst in his mouth, compelling him to take another bite. Seeing this, the others realized they had been so focused on their own eating that they had neglected Zhang Wei. They exchanged glances, feeling a pang of guilt, and resolved to be more mindful and polite next time. Then they sprang into action, carrying the fruits to the supermarket's produce section. They divided the work. Some carried the fruit boxes while others neatly arranged the fruits on the shelves. By this time, the survivors who had been in the supermarket had already left. After a period of sales, many of the shelves were now noticeably bare. The once fully stocked shelves now held only a few scattered items, creating a somewhat desolate scene. However, with these fruits being put on display, and Lu Rumei and the others bringing out more stock from the warehouse, the shelves would soon be filled again. Zhang Wei sat in his office, his fingers swiftly operating the communication device, and soon got in touch with Wang He. Once the call connected, he got straight to the point. Wang He, I need you to send me another shipment. It's a large quantity, instant noodles bread. Please arrange it as soon as possible. When Wang He heard this, he was completely stunned, his eyes wide with shock. He instinctively glanced at the calendar and said incredulously, "It's only been 1 day, Zhang Wei. You need this much already." This was equivalent to half the stock in his warehouse. How on earth was he selling things? His sales speed was incredible. On the other end of the line, Zhang Wei smiled confidently and said, "Don't worry about why I need so much. I have my own channels. Besides, I'm willing to pay half the amount in advance. This is a guaranteed profit for you. You have no reason to refuse this order." Wang Yi had to admit that was true. Zhang Wei had already paid half up front, which was tangible profit. If he turned down this order, he'd be hard-pressed to find such a good deal. So he quickly said, all right. They'll contact my workers and get the delivery started right away." Because Zhang Wei's order was so large, Wang He also needed to urgently contact his suppliers to replenish his own stock, or he would run out. After hanging up Wang, he didn't dare to delay for a moment and immediately got busy. He first called his workers to arrange for the transport vehicles, then began contacting various suppliers, urging them to ship their goods as soon as possible. Back on his end, Zhang Wei put down the communication device and fell into deep thought. He knew clearly that relying solely on Wang He's supply chain couldn't guarantee a stable source of goods for his supermarket. After all, Wang He's warehouse was limited in scale, and his inventory wasn't necessarily stable. Any unexpected event could lead to stock shortages. He looked at the substantial balance in his bank account and felt a surge of emotion. Once he considered this money a massive fortune, but now it seemed rather insignificant. He decided to start contacting manufacturers directly to source goods straight from the factories. He picked up his communication device and began searching online for contact information of various manufacturers. After finding suitable ones, he called them one by one, expressing his desire to establish long-term, stable cooperative relationships. "Our supermarket is experiencing great growth and has a steady demand for a large quantity of goods. We can pay cash on delivery or even provide a deposit up front. As long as you can guarantee the quality of the goods and the stability of supply, our cooperation will definitely be long-lasting," Zhang Wei said over the phone. Given the substantial size of his orders, these were significant deals for the manufacturers. Consequently, most manufacturers showed a willingness to cooperate. However, some were still skeptical, worried that he might be a fraud or fail to pay on time. "If you're concerned, you can send someone to visit us. We can sign an agreement or a distribution contract. That should put your minds at ease," Zhang Wei patiently explained. And so Zhang Wei communicated with manufacturers one after another, busying himself endlessly. Before he knew it, the day had passed. He stretched his arms and back. Though the process was tedious, it was all worth it as long as it solved the supermarket supply problems. Zhang Wei stood behind the cash register, his gaze sweeping over the day's accounts, a quiet satisfaction swelling within him. Today's revenue was remarkably substantial, especially the trade volume of crystal cores, which had seen a significant increase compared to previous days. Without hesitation, he absorbed all these crystal cores, converting them into gene points. Turning around, he looked at the 4 figures bustling about the supermarket: Xiao Yue, Lu Huanxin, Yu Lingyu, and Wang Yun. It was time to reveal to them some secrets about Blue Star. Clearing his throat, he gathered the 4 of them and began to slowly recount the truth that he was not originally from this world. Upon hearing this, the 4 women's faces showed surprise, but they quickly regained their composure. They were well aware of Zhang Wei's mystique and extraordinariness. While curious about his origins, they also understood that some matters were not meant for them to pry into. Seeing this, Zhang Wei nodded inwardly, then cautioned them on what to say and what to keep strictly confidential. The 4, being clever and quick-witted, nodded in unison to show their understanding. At that moment, the scenery outside the supermarket suddenly shifted. The desolate, ruined, apocalyptic vista was instantly replaced by a tranquil and idyllic rural landscape. Xiao Yu pressed her round, wide eyes against the window, her face brimming with curiosity as she surveyed the outside world. For those who had lived long under the shadow of the apocalypse, a world free from monster invasions and full of vitality was undoubtedly a dream come true. "It's so amazing. Is this the world where the boss comes from?" Xiao Yu couldn't help but exclaim. The other 3 also gathered around, their eyes sparkling with curiosity and longing for the unknown world. But they quickly remembered Zhang Wei's earlier instruction not to leave the supermarket casually. Thus, despite their strong desire to explore, they obediently stayed inside the supermarket, admiring the beautiful scenery through the window. Just then, several cargo trucks slowly came into view. Wang He jumped down from one of the trucks looking at the expansive supermarket before him, somewhat taken aback. He had never noticed before that Zhang Wei's family had built such a large supermarket. Zhang Wei, the goods are here. Wang He shouted loudly, walking towards the supermarket. As he stepped inside, he was instantly stunned by the sight before him. He hadn't expected a rural supermarket to be so spacious and bright. Then he tried to reassure himself, thinking that the supermarket must have always been this big, and he just hadn't paid attention before. However, when he truly walked deeper into the supermarket, his gaze was immediately locked onto 6 strikingly beautiful figures before him. Last time he was here, the beauty of Lu Rumei and Wang Yuyin had been as dazzling as brilliant stars, leaving him in awe. And now there were 4 more equally stunning women added to the mix. Xiao Yu moved with a light and graceful, bearing her skin fairer than snow, her eyes sparkling with agility and gentleness. Every gesture she made was filled with elegance, as if she were a fairy stepping out of a painting. She exuded an ethereal, otherworldly star quality that made one want to steal another glance. Lu Huanxin and Yu Lengyu stood side by side, both tall and slender, their faces cold and stern. Their eyes held an aloofness that kept others at a distance, yet they inadvertently revealed a hint of valiant heroism. Lu Huanxin was dressed in simple, form-fitting combat attire, her neat short hair adding to her capable appearance. Yu Lengyu wore a long dress that swayed gently in the breeze, yet it couldn't conceal the spirited air about her, as if she could draw her sword at any moment to defend her domain. Wang Yun, on the other hand, stood aloof and proud to the side, her temperament like a winter plum blossom, solitary and resilient. Her gaze was deep, as if holding countless untold stories, and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly in a barely perceptible mocking smile. She seemed to view everything in this world with detachment, yet she held steadfast to her own bottom lines and principles. Wang He stood frozen in place, unable to snap out of his daze for a long time, secretly marveling at how many stunning beauties were hidden in this supermarket. Just as he was inwardly speculating that the other 4 must be random customers. They spoke in unison, their voices crisp and pleasant. "Boss, the supplier has arrived with the goods." Wang He's eyes widened in shock at these words, and he blurted out, "You're all actually employees of this supermarket?" The women nodded one after another with faint smiles on their faces, replying, "Yes, is there a problem?" Wang He was utterly bewildered. These women were each more beautiful than the last, with striking features and extraordinary temperaments, just like stars on TV. No, in his eyes they were even more radiant than stars. How could women like this be willing to stay in the countryside and work as ordinary supermarket employees? With their looks and temperament, they could easily find a decent, high-paying job wherever they went, right? Moreover, if they were willing, there would surely be plenty of wealthy men ready to spend a fortune to keep them in a life of luxury. "It's fine, it's fine, it's fine." Wang He said fine 3 times in a row, trying to mask his inner shock and confusion, but deep down, he was utterly in awe of Zhang Wei. He simply couldn't figure out what methods Zhang Wei used to attract so many beautiful women to willingly work for him. This skill was truly impressive. At that moment, Zhang Wei walked out from the back of the supermarket. Wang He looked up and noticed that Zhang Wei seemed to have become much younger and more handsome than before, his whole face glowing with health and vitality. "Brother Wang, thanks for the hard work," Zhang Wei said with a smile, his tone warm and friendly. "No trouble at all. Seeing your business doing so well is also a great benefit to me," Wang He replied with a smile, his eyes full of envy and admiration. Regardless of who Zhang Wei ultimately sold his goods to, the fact that his supermarket was now thriving and prosperous was undoubtedly a good thing. "Go ahead and bring the goods inside," Zhang Wei said, turning to Lu Rumei and the others. "Yes, boss," they replied with smiles, turning around to prepare for the task. "Wait, Xiao Yue, you stay here and mind the store," Zhang Wei suddenly called out to Xiao Yue, his tone laced with concern. He knew that Xiao Yu didn't even have the strength of a first order, being her physical condition no different from an ordinary woman, so there was no need for her to carry those heavy goods. "Yes, boss," Xiao Yu replied with a hint of disappointment, silently chiding herself for being so useless that she couldn't even move heavier items. Wang He watched this scene feeling quite speechless. Wasn't Zhang Wei being a little too ungentlemanly, making his female employees carry goods? A normal man would hold these women in the palm of his hand, eager to shower them with sweet words and give them everything. But Zhang Wei was not only casual with them, he even had them doing such menial chores. And what was more, these beautiful girls seemed so happy about it. In fact, one of the beautiful girls was even upset because she wasn't allowed to carry the goods. My God, am I seeing things? Or has the world changed into something I no longer recognize? Wang He was originally sitting idly on a chair outside the supermarket, his gaze casually sweeping across the surroundings. Suddenly his attention was drawn to a scene not far away. Several beauties, including Lu Rumei, were standing beside a truck, deftly lifting boxes of goods from the vehicle. The boxes looked quite heavy, yet these beauties appeared completely at ease, their steps steady as they walked into the supermarket, as if the items in their hands were nothing more than weightless feathers. Wang He's eyes widened instantly, his face a mask of disbelief, his mouth slightly agape as he let out a startled cry. A thought churned in his mind: how could these beauties possess such tremendous strength? By conventional logic, most girls are delicate and frail, but the ones before him had strength that defied imagination. Being beautiful was one thing. The world had plenty of pretty girls, but finding those who were both stunning and possessed of such Herculean power was a rarity indeed. Wang He couldn't help but draw comparisons in his mind. The laborers in his own shop who hauled goods day in and day out naturally had considerable strength. Yet compared to these beauties, they seemed to fall slightly short. Are girls these days all this formidable? Wang He muttered to himself, his eyes filled with shock and bewilderment. However, he soon shifted his gaze to Zhang Wei. In his view, the most impressive one was still Zhang Wei. Not only had he managed to gather these beauties around him, but he also got them to work here willingly. This was no ordinary feat. After all, getting employees to follow you with unwavering loyalty required unique charisma and capability. Wang He rose from his chair, ambled over to the tea table, and sat down, yet his eyes never left Lu Rumei and the others. He watched them move with swift, brisk strides as they carried the goods, their movements crisp and efficient, without a hint of hesitation. Finally, unable to contain his curiosity, Wang He asked, "Zhang Wei, where did you find these employees? Their strength is incredible. They put my own workers to shame." Zhang Wei was sitting nearby, a cup of tea in hand, taking a gentle sip. Upon hearing Wang He's words, he replied with perfect calmness, "They asked to be my employees. I didn't go looking for them." Wang He's eyes widened even further, his face twisting into an expression of utter bewilderment as he stared speechlessly at Zhang Wei. He thought to himself, why can't I ever encounter such good fortune? And who would believe a story like that? Yet Wang He also knew that prying too deeply might not be wise. Perhaps there were hidden reasons that weren't convenient to disclose. So he simply pursed his lips and refrained from probing further. Meanwhile, Wang Yun clutched the delivery note tightly, her gaze focused as she meticulously counted the goods one by one. She would occasionally crouch down to verify the quantities, then rise to make notations on the sheet. After a flurry of activity, she confirmed everything was in order and approached Zhang Wei, her voice clear and crisp as she reported, "Boss, the inventory is fully checked. I've double verified it. Nothing is missing." Zhang Wei gave a slight nod, his expression largely impassive. He picked up his phone from the side, his fingers moving swiftly across the screen, and then said, "The payment has been transferred. Please check your account." Hearing about the transfer, Wang He quickly pulled out his phone to check his account information. Upon confirming the funds had arrived, his face broke into a broad smile, and he hastened to say, "Zhang Wei, if you ever need anything else in the future, just say the word. He'll make arrangements right away and guarantee the goods will be delivered on time, without fail." Zhang Wei nodded again, his gaze calm as he looked at Wang He and said, "In that case, deliver twice today's amount tomorrow." Wang He's eyes shot wide open, his face a portrait of sheer incredulity, his mouth dropping open as he let out a stunned sound. He then blurted out, "Zhang Wei, are you joking? This sudden request for double the quantity has caught me completely off guard." Wang He was at a loss for words, inwardly grumbling that this demand was far too abrupt. Zhang Wei's expression remained perfectly serene as he replied in a calm, measured tone, "I'm not joking. If I tell you to deliver, just deliver. It's not like I owe you money. What are you afraid of?" Wang He looked at Zhang Wei's composed demeanor, and though a flicker of unease stirred within him, he suppressed his agitation and cautiously asked, "Is this the amount you'll need every single day? If so, you'll need to make preparations well in advance." Zhang Wei gave a slight shake of his head. Seeing this, Wang He felt a pang of disappointment. He had been hoping that a long-term order of this magnitude would secure his business stability. Zhang Wei seemed to read Wang He's thoughts and said slowly, "The volume will only increase in the future. But as your wholesale shop stands now, it's far too small. You simply can't handle this kind of scale." Wang He's eyes lit up again, and he hastily replied, "Zhang Wei, I can do it. They'll definitely expand my wholesale shop. Just give me this chance and I promise I won't let you down." He knew very well that if he could secure such a massive daily demand for goods, he wouldn't need to do business with anyone else. Partnering with Zhang Wei alone would yield substantial profits. Zhang Wei looked at the visibly excited Wang He with great composure, speaking unhurriedly. "I've already contacted quite a few food manufacturers and will be proactively partnering with them. You just keep delivering goods as you normally do. Don't let your ambitions outrun your capabilities. Focus on doing what's in front of you well first." Wang He wanted to say more, perhaps to ask who Zhang Wei planned to sell all these goods to, or just how large the orders might eventually become. But looking at Zhang Wei's calm, unhurried demeanor and recalling his established way of doing things, he thought better of it and ultimately swallowed the words that had risen to his lips. He felt that Zhang Wei was truly enigmatic. Who in the world was he selling all these goods to? And judging by Zhang Wei's air of quiet confidence, it seemed everything was well within his control. Such a man was best not to offend. Besides, even with the daily transport of such large quantities, he'd still rake in a handsome profit by the end of the month. So being smart about it, he quickly said, "That makes perfect sense. They'll deliver double the amount tomorrow. Oh, and Zhang Wei will lower my prices for you a bit more. Consider it a token of our long-term partnership." "How does that sound?" Zhang Wei replied with an air of casual indifference. "It's up to you. As long as the quality is good and the price is fair, that's all I need." Seeing that Zhang Wei had agreed Wang, he was overjoyed and quickly responded, Great, no problem at all. I should be heading back now. I need to get going and make sure everything is ready for tomorrow's delivery." With that, he hurriedly took his leave. Zhang Wei watched Wang he leave, feeling reasonably satisfied with his tactfulness. If Wang he had been the type to pry or beg endlessly, Zhang Wei would have had no hesitation in bypassing him and working directly with the manufacturers. It was only because of the many years of friendship between Wang He's parents and his own, combined with Wang He's fair business practices and decent character, that he was willing to let the man earn a bit more. Greed, after all, would be going too far. Fortunately, Wang he was wise enough to know when to push and when to pull. Since Lu Rumei and the others came to help at the store, Zhang Wei had felt a significant easing of his burdens. All the shop's affairs, big and small, were handled with order and efficiency by them, granting him more time for himself. That evening after dinner, Zhang Wei retreated to his room, as usual. The room was simply furnished, a bed, a desk, and a chair. On the desk lay some odds and ends. He sat down, his gaze falling upon a document that recorded his current status. Character: Zhang Wei. Talent: F. Perception. Strength: 3rd rank 0. Abilities: none. Gene points: 4654. Seeing the number of gene points displayed, Zhang Wei's heart stirred. Through his recent efforts, he had accumulated a considerable number of gene points. He recalled that previously he had expended 100 points to awaken and frank talent perception. Since acquiring it, his awareness of his surroundings had greatly enhanced, bringing much convenience to his life. As the supermarket's level continued to rise, Zhang Wei gained a deeper understanding of the talent and ability system. He clearly knew how many gene points were required to awaken talents and abilities of different ranks. Currently, his stock of points could allow him to awaken a drank talent at most. A drank talent required 1,000 gene points. Though costly, Zhang Wei felt that given his current strength and needs, a drank talent might bring him a greater boost. A crank talent, however, demanded even more, a full 10,000 points. Zhang Wei understood that with his current reserves, awakening a crank talent was still far off, so he had to set it aside for now. But abilities and talents differed in point requirements. And frank ability needed only 10 points to awaken, making it relatively easy. A crank ability, however, required 1,000 points, less than a crank talent, but still a significant sum. Sitting in his chair, Zhang Wei pondered which direction to improve. After weighing his options, he decided to first awaken an ability. After all, abilities offered more choices compared to talents, and he urgently needed some practical ones to strengthen himself. With that thought, he no longer hesitated and silently issued the command to the system to awaken an ability. System: Gene points 1,000, awaken crank ability, Sword Art. Instantly, a strange force surged into Zhang Wei's mind. It felt as if a vast repository of knowledge had opened up within him. Countless techniques, insights, and stances of swordsmanship flooding in like a tidal wave. These memories were not only etched into his mind, but also ingrained into his muscle memory. Zhang Wei felt as though he had become a master of the longsword. The sword techniques rehearsed themselves over and over in his mind, as if he had practiced them countless times. A remarkable ability. Now I have some offensive means. A faint smile curled at the corners of Zhang Wei's mouth. He gently clenched his fist, feeling the newfound power within him, and his heart was filled with joy. He could still awaken 3 more crank abilities. As the saying goes, more skills are never a burden. In this world full of unknowns and dangers, mastering more abilities meant more security. Zhang Wei would not miss this opportunity to improve himself. Without hesitation, he decided to continue awakening abilities to equip himself with various means to handle any situation. He took a deep breath, concentrated, and issued the command for the second awakening. System: Gene points 1,000, awaken crank ability, Flame Palm. In an instant, a powerful and unfamiliar memory surged into Zhang Wei's mind like a torrent. His head felt a dull ache, but he soon adapted to the rush of information. Within that memory, he clearly understood the usage and principles of the Flame Palm. At the same time, Zhang Wei was delighted to discover that he could communicate with the fire elements of heaven and earth. This meant his attacks could now be imbued with flame properties, making ordinary strikes more lethal. Although it did not grant him direct control over fire, to create a sea of flames at will it was already quite impressive for his current level. Zhang Wei was eager to test his newfound ability. He slowly extended his hand, closed his eyes, and focused, releasing his inner energy. As the energy stirred, the surrounding air seemed to grow hot, and wisps of flame elements began to converge on his hand. Soon blazing flames erupted on his palm, as if it were on fire, radiating intense heat. The flames leaped and flickered, seeming to proclaim their power. Zhang Wei could clearly feel the extremely high temperature, yet strangely his hand remained unaffected, untouched by the heat. He opened his eyes and gazed at the fiery orb in his hand, his heart brimming with excitement. With this trick, I won't need a lighter to start a fire anymore, he chuckled to himself. He imagined camping in the wild, simply waving his hand to ignite a campfire. A truly cool sight. Moreover, in battle this flame palm could become his trump card, catching enemies off guard. Without pausing, Zhang Wei continued to awaken the next ability. System Gene Points 1000, Awaken Crank Ability 8 Trigrams Body Movement. As the words faded, Zhang Wei saw a flash of light before his eyes, and then he was transported into a profound spiritual world. In this realm, faint mists swirled, and ancient 8 trigrams patterns glimmered faintly in the distance. His body began to move involuntarily, executing the body movement technique. At first the motions were slow, each step seeming guided by invisible threads, somewhat awkward. But as time passed, his movements grew smoother and faster. He clearly felt a mysterious connection between his body and the surrounding trigram patterns. Every step he took aligned with the trigram's positions and changes, carrying special significance. In this spiritual realm, he repeatedly practiced the movements, evolving from clumsy to proficient, each motion honed as if through countless trials. After an unknown period, he heard a faint hum, and the scene before him began to blur. Zhang Wei snapped open his eyes, feeling a completely new power surging within him. Instinctively, he moved his body rapidly, and in an instant he was darting through the room like lightning. The furniture and clutter in the room seemed to slow down before his eyes. He effortlessly dodged every obstacle. His speed was so astonishing that even he was amazed. Now possessing the abilities of the sword art flame palm and 8 trigrams body movement, his strength had grown immensely. He felt a private joy, yet remained unsatisfied, knowing he could still awaken one final ability. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhang Wei focused his mind once more and commanded the system to awaken his final ability. System Gene Points 1000, Crank Ability Protective Chi awakened. A new ability emerged, and Zhang Wei felt a sudden dizziness as a torrent of information flooded his mind. It felt as if he were standing in a space of surging energy, surrounded by streams of iridescent power. He began to absorb this information, learning how to channel his energy to form a protective barrier around his body. Following the guidance in his mind, he closed his eyes, concentrated, and began to channel the energy within him. Initially, he could only sense a faint current, but with persistent effort and adjustment, he felt it gradually grow stronger. He visualized this energy surging out to form a transparent shield around his body. Slowly, he began to feel an invisible force coalescing on his skin. Unseen, yet unmistakably present. He threw a light punch, feeling the security offered by the protective chi. He knew he now had an extra layer of defense in battle. Zhang Wei checked his remaining gene points. The screen clearly showed 654. He frowned thoughtfully, considering how to best use these points to enhance his strength. After a moment, he decided his perception talent was quite valuable. It allowed him to detect potential dangers and anomalies in advance, enabling him to prepare for any situation. He made his choice without hesitation, commanding the system to upgrade the talent. System Gene Points 500 Frank Talent Perception upgraded to a rank. As the system chime sounded, Zhang Wei felt a warm current surge through him. Immediately, his perception of the world transformed dramatically. His sensitivity was greatly enhanced. Subtle movements he could barely register before were now crystal clear. His perception range also expanded significantly, extending from a few meters to over 10. Within this new range, everything was as clear to him as if he were seeing it with his own eyes. This God's eye view was immensely satisfying. He felt like the master of his domain, and nothing escaped his notice. Moreover, even if danger did arise, he could rely on his mastery of the 8 trigrams body movement to react and evade in an instant. However, Zhang Wei was acutely aware that his only deficiency was real combat experience. Despite his many abilities, he needed practical experience to learn how to use them flexibly and counter various enemy attacks. This issue was also easily resolved. Lu Rumei, Wang Yun, Lu Huanxin, and Yu Lingyu in the supermarket were all at the second order. Sparring with them would not only improve his combat skills, but also avoid unnecessary injuries from a vast power gap. Any one of them would suffice for gaining combat experience. With this in mind, Zhang Wei checked his status again. Name: Zhang Wei. Talent: E rank. Perception strength 3rd order 0. Abilities: crank sword, art, crank flame palm, crank 8 trigrams, body movement, crank protective chi gene points 254. Looking at his status, Zhang Wei formulated a clearer plan. The floors above the 3rd were living quarters with many rooms vacant. The 2nd floor alone had over a dozen spacious rooms, more than enough for daily needs. He also considered that as the supermarket grew, more employees would require more training space. Therefore, Zhang Wei decided to convert the 6th floor into a dedicated training and sparring area. With a thought, he appeared there instantly. Standing in the center of the empty space, he closed his eyes and concentrated, manipulating the layout through his will. Under his command, walls shifted, the floor changed, and various training facilities materialized. In a short time, the entire 6th floor was transformed into a standard training ground, complete with a spacious fighting area with soft mats and protective barriers. Zhang Wei looked at the finished training ground with satisfaction and anticipation. He knew this would become a crucial place to hone his combat skills. He closed his eyes again, concentrating to sense the locations of Lu Rumei and the others. Within his perception, the figures of Lu Rumei, Wang Yun, Lu Huanxin, and Yu Lingyu appeared clearly. They were all busy in the supermarket's shelving area, neatly arranging goods. The next second, Zhang Wei appeared near Lu Rumei like a phantom. Startled by the sudden presence, she turned her head and saw him. "Boss." Lu Rumei stopped what she was doing, greeting him with a hint of curiosity in her eyes, wondering why he had appeared so suddenly. "I'd like to ask for your help," Zhang Wei said, looking at her seriously. "With what?" Lu Rumei asked, wondering how she could be of assistance, as the boss rarely needed their help. "My combat experience is lacking. I'd like you to help me improve it." Zhang Wei stated his purpose directly. He believed that sparring with a second-order cultivator like her would be beneficial. "All right, when?" Lu Rumei agreed without hesitation. In her eyes, helping the boss was an honor. "How about now?" Zhang Wei didn't want to waste time, eager to improve his combat skills. "Okay." Lu Rumei nodded, a hint of excitement in her eyes, curious to see her boss' true strength. The next moment, with a thought, an invisible force enveloped them, teleporting both Zhang Wei and Lu Rumei to the 6th floor. "Where is this?" Lu Rumei looked around curiously, taking in the spacious room. The walls shimmered with a metallic luster, and the floor was paved with an unfamiliar material that seemed exceptionally sturdy. Various training facilities were arranged in an orderly fashion, giving the place the appearance of a professional training base. "This is the 6th floor, and from now on this will be our training room. When you have free time, you can train here to enhance your strength," Zhang Wei explained. "Don't worry about using too much force. Even if you attack with all your might, this building won't suffer the slightest damage." Seeing the astonishment on Lu Rumei's face, Zhang Wei added another remark. "The house modified by the system wouldn't even be scratched by a nuclear strike." "That's wonderful." Lu Rumei nodded, feeling quite satisfied. She had always felt that her practical combat skills were lacking. Now, with such an excellent training ground available, she could come here to train frequently in the future. Zhang Wei walked over to a weapon rack nearby and retrieved 2 weapons from it. One was a sharp long sword, its blade gleaming with a cold light. The other was a short blade, its edge exceptionally keen. He approached Lu Rumei and tossed her the short blade, saying, "Attack with all your strength. Don't worry, I won't get hurt. Only by attacking with full force can I improve my combat experience." Lu Rumei caught the short blade and gripped it, feeling the texture of the handle. She nodded and said, "All right, boss. Then I won't hold back." With that, she assumed a battle stance, her gaze sharpening as she prepared to strike at any moment. A fierce glint flashed in Lu Rumei's eyes. Her figure moved like an arrow released from a bowstring as she launched the first attack. The short blade in her hand gleamed with a cold light under the illumination, striking swiftly toward Zhang Wei's shoulder like a viper darting out its tongue. The speed was so great that it produced a faint sound of air being cut, as if even the atmosphere were being torn apart by the fierce momentum of the blade. Zhang Wei only saw a flash of cold light before him and instinctively tried to dodge to the side. However, despite possessing the strength of the 3rd rank in his daily life, his lack of combat experience made his movements slightly sluggish in the face of this sudden attack. The sharp tip of the blade grazed his shoulder, and with a tearing sound, his clothes were instantly slashed open. Fortunately, in the special environment of this supermarket, Zhang Wei wouldn't suffer any real harm. Only his clothes were torn. But even so, this strike made him keenly realize the vast gap between possessing strength and actual combat capability. Although he was a rank higher than Lu Rumei, without the tempering of real combat, he was like someone holding a precious sword without knowing how to wield it, unable to unleash his true fighting potential. Seeing Zhang Wei's shoulder cut, Lu Rumei immediately withdrew her blade and called out seriously, Boss, you need to react faster. Don't hesitate. In battle, every second is crucial. When you see an attack coming, you must act immediately. Don't give the enemy a chance for a second strike. They won't leave you any time to catch your breath. Zhang Wei took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down and concentrate. His gaze locked onto Lu Rumei, and he nodded to signal her to continue. Lu Rumei narrowed her eyes slightly and closed in once more. This time she changed her attack pattern. With a subtle flick of her wrist, the short blade traced an arc in the air. She first delivered a feint, thrusting directly toward Zhang Wei's face. Zhang Wei fell for the ruse and instinctively raised his hand to block. The moment he lifted his arm, a faint smile curled at the corner of Lu Rumei's mouth, and a glint of cunning flashed in her eyes. She swiftly spun around her body, moving with the agility of a nimble cat. Using the momentum of her turn, she swung the short blade from another tricky angle toward Zhang Wei's waist. The strike was swift and fierce. Had it landed, it would have left Zhang Wei in an embarrassing state, even if it couldn't harm him. This time Zhang Wei was prepared. The instant Lu Rumei turned, he hastily executed the 8 trigrams body movement. His feet shifted rapidly as he retreated like a flash of lightning, narrowly evading the incoming blade by a hair's breadth and successfully dodging the strike. He steadied himself, inwardly breathing a sigh of relief, while simultaneously strengthening his resolve to improve his combat experience. Not bad, boss. That body movement was well timed. Lu Rumei watched Zhang Wei successfully evade her attack, a hint of approval showing in her eyes. But then her tone shifted. But don't just think about dodging. You also need to find opportunities to counterattack. Battle isn't about pure evasion. Only by balancing offense and defense can you seize the initiative. As she spoke, Lu Rumei launched another attack. Her wrist moved rapidly, and the short blade descended upon Zhang Wei like a relentless downpour. The assault was continuous and unbroken, each strike carrying a fierce gust of wind, as if trying to overwhelm Zhang Wei entirely within the storm of blade shadows. While evading, Zhang Wei's mind raced at full speed, desperately searching for a chance to counter. His eyes remained fixed on Lu Rumei's movements, not missing a single detail. Finally, he spotted an opening. Executing his sword art, he thrust the long sword in his hand fiercely toward Lu Rumei's chest. The strike was swift and precise, cutting through the air with a sharp whistle as it closed in on her vital point. A faint smile tugged at the corner of Lu Rumei's mouth, as if she had anticipated his counterattack all along. She gracefully shifted her body to the side, evading the thrust with an almost ghostly flicker of movement. At the same time, she extended her left hand and seized Zhang Wei's wrist with an iron grip, yanking him forward. Zhang Wei felt a surge of immense force, his body losing balance as he stumbled forward several steps, nearly crashing to the ground. Boss, when you attack, you can't just think about going straight in. You need to be flexible and unpredictable. Lu Rumei released his wrist and patiently instructed. Use the coordination of your body movement and techniques to keep the enemy guessing your attack patterns. For example, you can change your position with body movement while striking with your sword, making it hard for the enemy to anticipate your attack direction. Also, when your wrist is grabbed, you need to respond promptly, like attacking with your other hand or breaking free using the rotation of your body. You can't just let the enemy control you. Although your swordsmanship is exquisite, you can't be too rigid. You need to apply it flexibly. Different combat situations call for different responses. You can't always stick to a fixed pattern. Lu Rumei continued, her eyes filled with earnestness. Zhang Wei steadied himself and took a deep breath, silently committing Lu Rumei's words to memory. He understood that although he had acquired numerous abilities, he still had significant shortcomings in their practical application. He readjusted his state, his gaze turning resolute and sharp as he took the initiative to attack. This time he first used the 8 trigrams body movement to close the distance rapidly. His feet moved with lightning speed, his body weaving through space like a phantom, reaching Lu Rumei's vicinity in an instant. Then he unleashed the flame palm. Blazing flames erupted on his palm, carrying searing heat as he struck toward her. The flames danced in the air as if eager to devour everything in their path. Lu Rumei felt the searing heat radiating from the flame palm technique, her expression shifting subtly as she dared not underestimate the attack. She swiftly leaped backward, simultaneously swinging her short blade, which gleamed with a cold light as it released a blade aura. This crescent of energy shot forth like a white ribbon, surging to meet the flame palm and neutralize its formidable power. The flame palm collided with the blade aura, erupting in a thunderous roar that echoed like a sudden clap of thunder. Waves of heat scattered in all directions, distorting the surrounding air with their intensity. Both Zhang Wei and Lu Rumei were forced back several steps by the sheer force of the impact, yet neither paused. They quickly readjusted their stances, preparing for the next exchange. Boss, the flame palm has decent power, but you need to manage your energy output. Don't waste too much of it on unnecessary moves. Also, while executing the flame palm, you must stay alert to your opponent's movements to prevent them from launching a counterattack. Lu Rumei spoke while evading the encroaching heat. Zhang Wei nodded and continued the battle. In the ensuing fight, Lu Rumei constantly varied her attack patterns, sometimes striking swiftly, sometimes holding back, sometimes engaging in close-quarters combat, and other times attacking from a distance, leaving Zhang Wei struggling to keep up. However, Zhang Wei was also learning and growing, gradually adapting to Lu Rumei's rhythm and beginning to respond with greater composure. When Lu Rumei launched another powerful assault, Zhang Wei chose not to dodge. Instead, he activated his protective body aegis, and a translucent shield materialized instantly around his body. The short blade struck the shield with a crisp clang, but failed to breach its defenses. Boss, your timing with the protective body aegis was excellent. However, you can't keep it active indefinitely. It consumes a significant amount of energy. Use it only at critical moments, like when the enemy unleashes a lethal strike. As Lu Rumei spoke, Zhang Wei deactivated the shield and seized the momentary opening to launch a sudden counterattack, his longsword darting toward her throat like a bolt of lightning. Lu Rumei was slightly startled, but reacted with incredible speed, twisting aside, while using her short blade to parry his sword. The two became locked in a stalemate. Boss, impressive progress. You're seizing opportunities to counter now. But remember, during a stalemate you need to manage your strength carefully. Don't give the enemy a chance to find a weakness. Lu Rumei said, flicking her wrist to forcefully knock Zhang Wei's sword aside before launching another attack. The two continued their relentless back and forth. As time passed, Zhang Wei's combat experience grew richer, his attacks becoming sharper and his defenses more impenetrable. Meanwhile, Lu Rumei adapted her guidance to match his progress, helping him elevate his skills at an even faster pace. After an intense hour or two of grueling practical training, Zhang Wei gradually acclimated to the rhythm of combat. With the aid of his perception talent, he could keenly detect the subtle flaws in Lu Rumei's attacks and the minute shifts in her muscles as she moved, allowing him to anticipate and counter her moves in advance. At that moment, Lu Rumei attacked again, her short blade weaving like a nimble serpent as it struck from an awkward angle. Zhang Wei's gaze sharpened as his perception talent activated instantly. The world around him seemed to slow down, and he could clearly trace the path of the incoming blade. He sidestepped with ease, dodging the strike, while shifting his footwork to close the distance with Lu Rumei in a flash. Seeing her attack miss, Lu Rumei began to change tactics, but she hadn't anticipated Zhang Wei's counterattack coming so swiftly. Seizing the opening, Zhang Wei channeled his spiritual energy and unleashed the blazing flame palm. Fire erupted from his hand, and with searing heat, he drove the attack straight toward Lu Rumei. Lu Rumei felt the scorching wave of heat rushing toward her, her heart skipping a beat as she realized there was no time to dodge. A thunderous boom rang out as Zhang Wei's blazing flame palm connected solidly with her body. Flames instantly engulfed her, and her clothes ignited under the extreme heat, reducing to ashes in the blink of an eye. Fortunately, the supermarket's employees were impervious to harm within the store, so Lu Rumei remained uninjured. Yet she was utterly mortified. Instinctively, she covered her vital areas with her hands, her cheeks flushing crimson like a ripe apple, the blush spreading all the way to the tips of her ears. Her gaze was filled with shyness as she avoided Zhang Wei's eyes, lowering her head slightly. Her long lashes trembled gently, as if whispering her embarrassment and unease. Zhang Wei hadn't expected such an outcome, either, staring at the completely exposed and blushing Lu Rumei, frozen in place, a hint of red creeping onto his own face. He stammered, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Lu Rumei kept her head down, her voice barely a whisper. It's okay. I just didn't move in time. Her hands clutched at her clothes, her body trembling slightly, still reeling from the sudden awkwardness. For a moment the air seemed to solidify. They both stood in place, silent. Only the flickering flames, still not fully extinguished, danced softly, as if bearing witness to this awkward yet subtle moment. Then, as if summoning every ounce of courage she had, Lu Rumei suddenly lunged toward Zhang Wei. Her hands tightly gripped the edges of his clothes, her body trembling as her voice quivered with a mix of shyness and emotion. Boss, I know you're a good person. You treat all of us employees so well, always looking out for everyone. She paused, taking a deep breath as if to steel herself, and I know you don't have a girlfriend, and you've never had one. I like you. Could I be your girlfriend? After saying this, Lu Rumei's entire face burned with a deep, vivid blush like a ripe peach, so red it seemed ready to drip. She was by any measure a stunningly beautiful girl. Her delicate features seemed meticulously sculpted, eyebrows like distant hills, eyes like shimmering stars, a straight nose, and rosy lips. Coupled with her curvaceous figure, her proportions were flawless, making her exceptional in both looks and form. A woman like this could drive countless suitors to madness, willingly becoming her devoted admirers. Now completely unclothed, the clothes she had just thrown on slipped slightly from her sudden movement, revealing large swathes of fair, smooth skin. Her big, watery eyes were filled with a mixture of expectation and shyness, fixed directly on Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei was no saint, and faced with such a stunning beauty taking the initiative, he didn't hesitate. Without a verbal answer, he responded with action. He leaned down and kissed her small cherry-like lips. The kiss was like dry wood meeting a spark, instantly igniting the passion within them both. Lu Rumei was stunned at first, her eyes widening in surprise as if she hadn't expected Zhang Wei to be so direct. But soon she was swept up in the fervent kiss, beginning to respond. Her lips clumsily but eagerly met his, raw yet passionate, as if she were pouring all her emotions into that single embrace. Although neither of them had any experience, such things seemed to come with a natural instinct. As the kiss deepened, their breathing grew more rapid and their heartbeats quickened. Zhang Wei's hands unconsciously roamed to Lu Rumei's back, feeling the smooth, flawless skin as delicate as silk. His heart stirred, and with a swift movement, he carried Lu Rumei to his bed. He laid her down gently, and then moved over her, their bodies pressing close together, as if trying to merge into one. Zhang Wei discovered that Lu Rumei had successfully risen to become the boss lady. She was no longer among the employees. Moreover, Zhang Wei could even see her loyalty level. Once loyalty reached above 90, a betrayal became nearly impossible unless he himself courted disaster by repeatedly hurting the other party. But he would never do such a thing, he would only keep suppressing her in certain aspects. The next morning, as the sky just began to show a hint of pale white, Wang Yuyan rose early. After washing up, she deliberately went to Lu Rumei's door and knocked gently. When the door opened, she noticed Lu Rumei walking with a slightly sluggish step, and a mischievous smile immediately appeared on her face, carrying a hint of teasing and sarcasm. "Sister Lu, congratulations on your successful cultivation of the right result." Wang Yuyan blinked and said playfully. Lu Rumei's cheeks instantly flushed at her words, and she said with a shy pout, "You little girl, always teasing me." Wang Yuyan leaned close to Lu Rumei, her eyes filled with envy, and said, "The boss is a good person, following him won't lead you astray. Look at him, he treats everyone well on ordinary days, and he's capable. The days ahead will surely be fine." Lu Rumei raised her head slightly, her eyes full of happiness, and whispered, "I know he's a man worth entrusting my life to." Then Lu Rumei's expression turned serious. Looking at Wang Yuyan, she said earnestly, "The boss is very mysterious. He possesses the magical ability to teleport to our world. Think about it, a capable man like him will surely have more women around him in the future. Yuyan, you need to work hard." Hearing this, Wang Yuyan blushed deeply and waved her hands hurriedly, saying, "Sister Lu, I don't have that intention. You saved me from that place of deep water and scorching fire, letting me escape from misery. I am already extremely grateful. How could I ever fight over a man with you? Please don't say that." Lu Rumei sighed softly and said slowly, "Under the apocalypse, we have seen too many separations between the living and the dead. Those scenes of flesh and blood turning against each other still chill one's heart when recalled. And those things like selling daughters for glory, abandoning wives and daughters to survive, are even more common." She paused, and then continued, "I also know that a man as capable as Zhang Wei, who can teleport between two worlds, cannot belong to me alone. We can never leave this supermarket in this lifetime. It is our safe haven. So finding Zhang Wei as a protector and becoming his woman is actually a very natural thing." Wang Yuyan fell into deep thought after hearing Lu Rumei's words. She recalled the unbearable memories of that apocalypse. In that cruel world, women without strength were treated worse than pigs and dogs. She had witnessed many women sell their bodies just to have a bite, to eat a sip of water, or merely to have some support. Those women's eyes were full of despair and helplessness, yet they had to make such choices to survive. Wang Yuyan felt a pang of bitterness in her heart, and couldn't help asking herself, could it be blamed on those women? No, it was all caused by that damned apocalypse. In that world, where did they have any right to choose? Just being able to live was already the greatest luxury. Just then the glass door of the supermarket was gently pushed open, and a man of medium build with a slightly haggard face walked in. He clutched a steaming breakfast in his hand, walking hurriedly, his eyes eagerly searching for something in the supermarket. Soon his gaze locked onto Lu Rumei, a hint of joy instantly appearing on his face, and he quickened his steps toward her. Standing before Lu Rumei, the man panted slightly, thrust the breakfast in his hand toward her, his face full of ingratiating smiles, and said, "Rumei, you haven't eaten yet, right? This is breakfast I specially bought from a time-honored shop for you. There are delicious shrimp dumplings. Eat it quickly." Lu Rumei, who had been talking with Wang Yuyan, was somewhat displeased by the sudden interruption. She raised her head, gave the man a cold look, and said directly, "Zhang Yangqing, I already have a boyfriend. Don't bother me again from now on, understand?" Zhang Yangqing's smile instantly froze. He shook his head in disbelief, his eyes full of unwillingness, and said, "Impossible, you must be lying to me. Rumei, for you, I would do anything. As long as you say it, I would go through fire and water without flinching." Hearing this, Lu Rumei frowned tightly, a flicker of annoyance passing through her eyes, and said, "You said that yourself." Zhang Yangqing, as if grabbing the last straw, quickly responded, Yes, I said it. As long as you can be happy, you'll do anything." Lu Rumei took a deep breath, her eyes becoming extremely resolute, and said word by word, "Then I want you to get out and never come back." Zhang Yangqing was as if struck by lightning, his body jolting violently, his face full of hurt. He asked with a trembling voice, "What exactly is wrong with me? I have a sincere heart for you. Why are you treating me like this?" Lu Rumei said ruthlessly and directly, "A toad lusting after a swan's flesh. You should take a look at yourself. Don't make a fool of yourself anymore, and don't disturb my life again." Zhang Yangqing still refused to give up. He stepped forward, a hint of madness in his eyes, and shouted, "Who exactly is your boyfriend? I want to see him. I want to see what makes him better than me." At that moment, a steady sound of footsteps came from the stairs. Zhang Wei slowly walked down from upstairs, his face calm, but with a hint of displeasure in his eyes. "Zhang Wei, he's the one who kept pestering me. I have no interest in him at all." Lu Rumei, who had been cold-faced, instantly became as obedient as a kitten when she approached Zhang Wei. She leaned tightly against Zhang Wei, looking at him with loving eyes, her gentle gaze forming a sharp contrast to the coldness she had shown Zhang Yangqing earlier. Zhang Wei walked straight to Lu Rumei, pulled her behind him, and then coldly looked at Zhang Yangqing, saying, "Zhang Yangqing, don't disturb anyone in my supermarket from now on, or I won't spare you. My woman is not to be coveted by others." Seeing this, Zhang Yangqing collapsed completely and left the supermarket unwillingly. Zhang Wei crossed his arms over his chest, his gaze sweeping across the room. His tone carried an unyielding authority as he declared, "From now on, when you encounter these shameless troublemakers, throw them out directly. No need for pleasantries. Our supermarket is not a place where just any riffraff can come and cause a scene. And you are not people who can be harassed by just anyone. If anyone dares to disrespect you, don't hesitate. Beat them out." Lu Rumei stood to the side, a smile curling at the corners of her lips. Her eyes narrowed into crescent moons as she replied with a tinkling laugh, "I'll listen to everything you say." Zhang Wei turned around, a hint of exasperation in his expression. His gaze landed on Lu Rumei's face, his brows slightly furrowed. "What are you smiling about? What's so funny?" Lu Rumei's smile only grew more radiant. She leaned closer to him, batting her eyelashes playfully. "I know you're jealous. Just now when you saw that Zhang Yangqing pestering me, you must have been feeling displeased inside." Lu Rumei's heart was filled with sweetness, for this proved that Zhang Wei truly cared for her. Zhang Wei's mouth twitched slightly. Suddenly he reached out and gave her a light, sharp slap on her bottom, the sound echoing crisply in the air. He deliberately kept his face stern as he said, "Daring to tease me, will you? Tonight I'll make you pay. Don't come begging for mercy then." Lu Rumei, recalling Zhang Wei's vigor in the bedroom, felt her body tremble involuntarily. Her face instantly turned pale, her eyes filled with pleading as she looked at him. "Please spare me. I'm still sore. Last night you had no sense of restraint." Zhang Wei looked at her pitiful state, and his heart softened, though he remained stubborn. "Fine, I'll let you off this time. But in a few days I'll punish you properly. Don't expect to get off so easily then." With that, he dropped his playful demeanor. This was because Wang Yuyan had been giggling incessantly from the sidelines. He waved his hand towards the bustling employees in the supermarket and called out, "Everyone come over here for a moment. I have something to announce." Hearing his call, the employees set down their tasks and gathered around. Zhang Wei cleared his throat and announced in a loud voice, "In the future, if anything major happens at the supermarket, go directly to Lu Rumei. She will inform me. Her words are my words. Everyone must follow her arrangements. However, for other matters, I expect you to discuss and resolve them among yourselves. Only notify me if you cannot handle it." Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze turned to Lu Rumei. They saw her beaming with happiness, her face radiant with a hint of shyness in her eyes. They immediately understood what had transpired, and their minds began to speculate about the events of the previous night. Everyone nodded in acknowledgement. Their eyes even showed a hint of envy, surprised that Lu Rumei had moved so swiftly to win Zhang Wei over. They also knew Zhang Wei well. He always treated them with respect and never made any inappropriate demands. Initially, they had even speculated privately, wondering if Zhang Wei wasn't interested in women. After all, he had always been single and maintained a certain distance from them. Now that Lu Rumei had successfully become his woman, they finally understood. It wasn't that Zhang Wei didn't like women, it was that they needed to be more proactive. But how many of them could possess Lu Rumei's courage and luck? As everyone dispersed to their posts and resumed work, Zhang Wei's phone suddenly rang. He pulled it out of his pocket, glanced at the caller ID, and pressed the answer button. Upon answering, a polite and clear voice on the other end informed Zhang Wei that the representative sent by the Waha supplier to discuss cooperation was about to arrive. Zhang Wei quickly relayed the supermarket's specific location to the caller, then waited at the entrance. Before long, a black business van slowly pulled up in front of the supermarket. The door opened, and a woman in a professional business suit stepped out. The moment Zhang Wei saw her, he was taken aback. He never expected the representative from the Waha supplier to be a beautiful woman. The woman's name was Lin Yu. She appeared to be in her early 30s. Her figure was graceful, her steps light and agile, each movement exuding an innate confidence and competence. Her long, glossy black hair was neatly tied back, revealing a smooth, fair forehead. Her features were delicate and fair, and her bright eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky, full of intelligence. Beneath her high-bridged nose was a small cherry-like mouth, its corners upturned in a perfectly measured smile that felt both warm and professional. Lin Yu wore a tailored navy blue business suit. The fitted blazer accentuated her slender waist, paired with matching straight-leg trousers that made her legs appear long and shapely. She wore black high heels that clicked rhythmically with each step, as if playing a confident melody. A light blue silk scarf was tied around her neck, adding a soft touch of color to her overall look. Lin Yu walked up to Zhang Wei, extended her fair and slender hand, and said with a smile, "Hello, Mr. Zhang. Lin Yu was sent by the Waha supplier to discuss cooperation. It's a pleasure to meet you. Zhang Wei." Zhang Wei lifted his chin slightly, his voice steady and firm, a warm smile on his face as he extended his hand to Lin Yu. Lin Yu gently shook his hand and responded politely, "Mr. Zhang, hello." Zhang Wei made a welcoming gesture. "Miss Lin, this way, please. Let me show you around the supermarket first." With that, he led Lin Yu inside. The moment she stepped through the entrance, Lin Yu's eyes widened in sheer astonishment, her face a mask of disbelief. She had assumed this was just an ordinary small shop in the countryside, but the sight before her completely defied her expectations. The interior was spacious and bright, shelves neatly arranged and goods displayed in dazzling array. From daily necessities to all kinds of food and beverages, it had everything all arranged in perfect order. A supermarket this big in the countryside. Lin Yu couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. She never imagined that such a sizable supermarket could be hidden in this small town. However, as an experienced businesswoman, Lin Yu quickly composed herself. She didn't ask any further questions, simply politely requesting to see his business license and other relevant documents. Zhang Wei readily led her to the office and presented the documents for her inspection. Lin Yu examined them carefully, and after confirming they were complete and authentic, she gave a slight nod. Then Lin Yu took a contract from her briefcase and placed it on the table. "Mr. Zhang, this is our company's contract. Once the contract is signed, we will deliver goods based on your order volume, ensuring timely and sufficient supply." Zhang Wei picked up the contract and perused it seriously, reading each clause word by word, not missing a single detail. After a moment, he looked up. "I've reviewed the contract. There are no issues. However, I don't like to delay payments. As long as the goods arrive, I will pay in full. You won't have to worry about me being late." Lin Yu was surprised by this statement, her beautiful eyes filled with curiosity. In her experience, many small business owners were often slow to settle accounts. It was rare to meet someone as straightforward as Zhang Wei. Nevertheless, a flicker of doubt remained in her mind, for she couldn't imagine this small supermarket requiring a large quantity of goods. "If that's the case, then I'm truly grateful to you, Mr. Zhang." Lin Yu gave a slight bow, a professional smile on her face, and continued, "From now on, you can directly coordinate with me on all matters regarding our cooperation. I am the regional manager for Wahaha's Fengshe area. However, Mr. Zhang, I still feel the need to remind you that our supply is based on order volume. Although your supermarket is large, ordering too much at once could lead to inventory pileup if sales don't go well, which would be disadvantageous for you in the end." Lin Yu looked at Zhang Wei with sincere concern in her eyes. Zhang Wei smiled confidently, revealing a row of neat white teeth. "Don't worry, Miss Lin, I know what I'm doing. Since the contract is signed, does that mean I can place an order now?" "Of course." Lin Yu nodded, taking out a pen and notebook from her bag to record the order. "You just need to pay a 30 deposit based on the total amount in the order. Once we receive the payment, we'll arrange shipment as soon as possible." Zhang Wei cleared his throat and then began. 100,000 boxes of instant noodles, 100,000 cases of mineral water, 80,000 bottles of lactic acid bacteria drinks, 60,000 cans of A treasure porridge. He listed every product the company manufactured, each with a substantial quantity. As Lin Yu listened to the order quantities, her eyes widened, her mouth slightly agape, her face a mask of disbelief. See, she had just earnestly advised him not to order too much, and he went ahead and ordered this much in the blink of an eye. How could he possibly sell all of this? Mr. Zhang, are you sure you're not joking? Ordering this much at once, aren't you worried about a severe inventory backlog? This isn't a small sum of money. Lin Yu couldn't help but question him, her voice laced with worry. It's not too much. I was originally planning to order 500,000 units in one go. This is only a fifth of that. Zhang Wei shrugged, answering with an air of ease, as if it were a trivial matter. Lin Yu's eyes nearly bulged out, her mouth forming a perfect O shape, her expression turning dramatic. Are you sure? This amount of goods is no joke. Lin Yu confirmed once more, a hint of doubt in her eyes. I'm sure. Give me the price. Zhang Wei stated decisively, his eyes radiating confidence. Lin Yu quickly retrieved a price list from her bag, carefully verified it, and quoted the prices to Zhang Wei. After listening, Zhang Wei nodded, took out his phone, and swiftly operated it based on the account provided. He said, I've already transferred half as a deposit. Once your goods are delivered, I'll immediately settle the remaining half. Lin Yu never expected Zhang Wei to be so straightforward and generous, not only ordering such a large quantity, but also paying half up front. She had never encountered such an excellent distributor before. Other distributors were already considered good if they didn't find ways to delay payment, let alone pay so promptly. She couldn't help but feel a newfound sense of respect and curiosity towards Zhang Wei. Upon receiving the notification of his payment, Lin Yu wasted no time, quickly taking out her phone to contact the company's finance department. On the call, she anxiously confirmed the arrival of the funds, her eyes glued to the phone screen, afraid of missing any information. When the finance department confirmed the funds had safely arrived, Lin Yu let out a long sigh of relief, and her attitude became even more respectful. She bowed slightly, a smile beaming on her face. Mr. Zhang, since you've ordered a large quantity, we will transport the goods in several batches. We'll dispatch vehicles from the nearest warehouse this afternoon and arrange for the first batch to be sent out. We'll strive to deliver everything to you within a few days, ensuring we don't delay your business. Zhang Wei nodded, his brow slightly furrowed, a hint of urgency in his expression. The sooner the better. If it's too slow, I won't have enough to sell. The supermarket business is getting better and better now. Demand is high. Lin Yu took his words as a joke, the corners of her mouth turning up in a light, amused smile. Mr. Zhang, you must be joking. With this much stock, how could it sell out that quickly? She didn't take Zhang Wei's words too seriously. After a brief farewell, she left the supermarket to arrange the shipment. Zhang Wei watched Lin Yu's departing figure, then, with a flicker of movement, he teleported to the location of the Hongxing supermarket. Upon entering the supermarket, Zhang Wei was taken aback by the scene before him. The store was still packed with people bustling with activity. Survivors surged in like a relentless tide. The shelves were picked over, some already completely bare. Lu Rumei was extremely busy. Seeing Zhang Wei arrive, she quickly set down her work and hurried over to him, speaking anxiously. Boss, we need to hire more people. We can't restock the shelves fast enough. Wang Yun had no choice but to let customers go directly to the warehouse to get items themselves. Earlier, quite a few people asked if we were hiring. I wasn't sure if you had plans, so I asked them to wait. Zhang Wei nodded, decisiveness flashing in his eyes. All right, I'll arrange it now. Just like yesterday, he transmitted his voice to everyone announcing the job openings. However, this time, he modified the requirements, clearly stating that only women were eligible with specific age restrictions. The announcement caused an immediate uproar among the surrounding crowd. Men who didn't meet the criteria wore disappointed expressions, complaining, only hiring women. We don't stand a chance. Others joked, if I were him, I'd only hire women too, and as many as possible. This boss really knows how to pick. Meanwhile, the women who met the requirements were thrilled, their eyes sparkling with anticipation, chattering excitedly. Great. If I get selected, I'll have a stable job from now on. I heard there's an assessment. I wonder what it's like. I'm so nervous. Guided orderly by the staff, the women who successfully registered were teleported one by one through the device to a dedicated space for employee assessment. Standing in this unfamiliar space, their eyes filled with tension and hope, they silently awaited the upcoming test. Zhang Wei, like an omniscient observer, watched their every move, behavior, and performance from a detached perspective, ready to make a comprehensive evaluation. The assessment soon commenced, with various test items unfolding one after another. Just then, one person quickly caught Zhang Wei's attention. She was a one-armed girl. Standing silently amidst the crowd, she resembled a lone ice flower in full bloom, exuding an aura of chilling aloofness that warned others to keep their distance. Her golden hair radiant as the sun cascaded softly over her shoulders. In the dim light of the assessment space, her striking foreign features were impossible to overlook. Her delicate yet sculpted face was highlighted by a nose as proud and firm as a mountain peak, while her deep-set eyes were like a frozen pool reflecting boundless indifference. Her lips were pressed tightly together, the corners slightly downturned, giving her an air of stern seriousness that made her seem unapproachable. This one-armed girl possessed a unique temperament. She stood tall and straight like a solitary pine, defiantly enduring the biting wind, resilient and proud. Her eyes revealed a profound calm and composure born of hardship, as if she had long seen through the chaos and clamor of the world. During the assessment, every movement she made was swift and decisive, devoid of any hesitation, her every gesture exuding unwavering resolve. Even with only one arm, she displayed astonishing prowess across all the assessment tasks. Whether it was the running and jumping of the physical tests, or the object handling and equipment operation of the skill tests, she handled everything with effortless ease. Zhang Wei watched her performance, a silent admiration stirring within him. She gave him the impression of a hidden assassin, merciless in her strikes, cold and resolute, as if no obstacle could ever impede her path. With a mere thought from Zhang Wei, a soft flash of light enveloped Alice, and she was instantly transported before him. The moment she steadied herself, her brows knitted tightly, adding a layer of vigilance to her already icy visage. She had sharp, short golden hair that stood on end, carrying an innate air of defiance. Her eyes were like deep sapphires shimmering with a cold gleam. Beneath her aquiline nose, her lips were pressed into a thin, firm line, radiating an unmistakable keep-away aura. She wore a tattered black leather jacket riddled with scratches and stains, clear evidence of countless battles. Below, she wore tight black jeans paired with black combat boots, giving her a sharp, ruthless appearance. She gave Zhang Wei a once-over, then asked in a slightly hoarse voice, "Are you the supermarket owner?" Zhang Wei nodded slightly, his expression calm. A pre-prepared contract floated over to Alice. "You've passed. Once you sign this, you'll be part of the supermarket," he stated. Alice didn't take the contract immediately. Instead, her gaze locked onto Zhang Wei, curiosity burning in her eyes. "Don't you need to ask about anything else? Like my past, my abilities, or why I even applied for this job?" A faint, proud smile curved Zhang Wei's lips. "No need. If I'm not satisfied with your work, I can fire you anytime. And you'll have no one to rely on but me. In this supermarket, I make the rules." Alice was silent for a moment, then nodded. "I used to be an assassin. All I know is killing. Are you sure you want to keep someone like me?" Zhang Wei was supremely confident and utterly unconcerned. "Whoever you are makes no difference to me. They'll give you a new identity. You'd better behave yourself, or I can eliminate you at any moment. In this supermarket, I have that power." Alice nodded again. "As long as you give me enough protection, a place to go where I won't be hunted, I'll naturally follow your orders and work for you." Without a moment's hesitation, Alice took the contract, scanned it quickly, and signed her name. After she had signed, Zhang Wei looked at her missing arm and said, "As an employee of this supermarket, a missing arm won't do. It'll affect your work." As his words faded, a soft golden light emanated from his hand, enveloping the stump of Alice's arm. She felt a warm current surge into her body, and then, to her astonishment, her arm began to regenerate at a visible pace. In a short while, a complete arm had formed, its skin smooth and delicate, indistinguishable from the original. This. Alice was utterly stunned. Her eyes widened in disbelief, her mouth slightly agape, momentarily unable to form words. It took her a long moment to snap back to reality. She turned to Zhang Wei and declared, "Boss, from now on, whatever you command, I will do it, even if it costs me my life." Zhang Wei nodded with satisfaction. "Go and get changed. The second floor is the clothing section. There are all kinds of clothes there, you can pick whatever you like. The third to fifth floors are the living quarters. Choose any unoccupied room. Remember, you're a part of this supermarket now. You must abide by its rules and regulations." "Yes, boss," Alice replied respectfully before being transported to the second floor by Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei then shifted his attention back to the assessment space, scanning for the next suitable employee. As he observed each candidate closely, his gaze was suddenly drawn to a pair of twins. The twins stood in the crowd like two radiant pearls, impossible to ignore. Their features were so identical, they seemed like perfect copies. Their fair skin was as smooth and lustrous as fine mutton fat, jade glowing with a subtle sheen. Beneath their gently arched brows were large, sparkling eyes as clear and lively as a mountain spring, brimming with intelligence and wit. Below their delicate noses were small, rosy lips, their corners turned up in a faint, elusive smile that lent them a sweet and charming air. Their hair was a glossy raven black, cascading softly over their shoulders with slightly curled ends that added a touch of playfulness. They wore simple white t-shirts and blue denim shorts. ordinary attire that they somehow made look exceptionally stylish. But their most striking feature was undoubtedly their long, slender legs. Straight and perfectly proportioned, their legs boasted smooth, elegant lines like meticulously crafted works of art. Their skin glowed with health under the sunlight, and with each step they moved with a unique rhythm that captivated all who watched. Their performance against the mutant beasts that suddenly appeared during the assessment made Zhang Wei's eyes light up. Whether it was their attacks or their movements, the two moved as one, perfectly synchronized without a single misstep. Their figures were light and agile like nimble swallows weaving effortlessly through the beast's onslaught. A single glance or a subtle gesture was all they needed to understand each other perfectly, as if bound by an innate unspoken connection. Throughout it all they exchanged not a word, yet they anticipated each other's thoughts with pinpoint accuracy, coordinating flawlessly. Zhang Wei knew well that in this apocalyptic world women without strength faced a grim existence, often reduced to mere playthings for men. But these twins, with their outstanding combat skills, striking beauty, and impeccable teamwork, were undeniably exceptional talents. With a thought, Zhang Wei teleported the two women before him. "Xia Yu, Xia Tian, you've passed," he said, looking at them with a smile. The two exchanged a glance, a flicker of surprise in their eyes before breaking into radiant smiles, as warm and brilliant as the spring sun. In unison they said, "Thank you for taking us in, boss. Well, work hard." Zhang Wei nodded, picking up two contracts from the desk and handing them over. They each took a contract, read it carefully, and signed their names without hesitation. With their signatures on the contracts, they officially became employees of the supermarket. With only 2 staff positions left in the supermarket, Zhang Wei's gaze swept across the group of applicants in the assessment space, scrutinizing every detail, striving to select the most suitable candidate. Soon his eyes locked onto a woman named Zhang Yan. Zhang Yan stood tall and straight like a proud pine, exuding a confident and composed aura. She had long, glossy black hair that cascaded softly down her back. The ends curled slightly, swaying gently with her movements, adding a touch of charm. Her face was delicate and petite like a finely crafted work of art. Her fair skin bore a faint blush reminiscent of a peach blossom in full bloom. A pair of large, bright, almond-shaped eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky, radiating intelligence and slyness. Beneath her high-bridged nose was a small, cherry-like mouth. The corners of her lips were slightly upturned, always carrying a faint smile that made one feel as if bathed in a spring breeze. Her figure was tall and well-proportioned with nearly perfect measurements. Her slender waist was delicate enough to be encircled by one hand, and her long, straight legs were both elegant and powerful. In this post-apocalyptic world where order had collapsed and morality had decayed, the rules of survival were brutally harsh. For a woman to thrive in such an environment, mere kindness and gentleness would only reduce her to a man's plaything. Here the women who truly survived to the end were often those who possessed both strength, cunning, and ruthlessness. Zhang Yan was undoubtedly such a woman. She was exceptionally intelligent, deeply understood human nature, and excelled at using her beauty and wit to gain advantages. Despite her outwardly delicate appearance, she was actually quite formidable, having reached the second-tier level and possessing an 11 fire attribute talent, which allowed her to thrive in the apocalypse and never go hungry. A woman like this was highly adaptable and extremely dangerous. However, for Zhang Wei, no matter how dangerous a woman was, if he wanted to tame her, he could. He never believed in the nonsense that women are made of water. In his view, a disobedient woman, no matter how beautiful, was useless. As Zhang Yan gradually regained her memories, the look in her eyes toward Zhang Wei became complicated. She had intended to employ some tactics to test Zhang Wei's limits, but before she could speak, he preempted her. "Put away your little schemes. I know you very well. To put it bluntly, your cunning is worthless in my eyes. Either sign this contract and become a supermarket employee, or get out of here right now," Zhang Wei said coldly. Zhang Yan's heart jolted with alarm. She knew Zhang Wei's methods well and understood her current situation. After weighing the pros and cons, she dared not act rashly and obediently replied, "Okay, boss. He'll sign the contract now." Without even reading the content carefully, she signed her name. In her eyes, it was just an ordinary piece of paper. How binding could it be? However, when the contract turned into a beam of light and instantly entered her mind, she realized she had underestimated Zhang Wei's means. The contract detailed her duties, rights, and the consequences of breaching it. Once she violated the boss orders, her life could be taken by Zhang Wei at any moment. At this thought, her face turned pale, filled with fear and unease. For a woman like Zhang Yan, who had struggled through the apocalypse and was accustomed to controlling her own destiny, surrendering her life and future entirely into another's hands was an indescribable torment and anxiety. Especially when that other was a man, the fear and unease were magnified infinitely. In this apocalypse, she had witnessed too many men after gaining power become selfish, brutal, and even treat women as playthings. Relax. As long as you don't break the supermarket rules, I won't bother you much. Zhang Wei seemed to read Zhang Yan's thoughts and curled his lips disdainfully. Zhang Yan's heart stirred slightly. She was skilled at reading people and could tell that Zhang Wei's words were not false. She thought that given Zhang Wei's abilities and means, if he wanted women, countless would throw themselves at him. Why would he care about her? Thank you for taking me in, boss. Please take care of me from now on. Zhang Yan quickly adjusted her emotions, a radiant smile blooming on her face, as if all her previous worries and anxieties had vanished. She greeted him familiarly, trying to bridge the distance between them. Do your job well, and don't leave the supermarket without permission. If you get into trouble outside, I won't come to save you. If you die, you die. It's none of my concern. Zhang Wei warned expressionlessly, his tone carrying an unquestionable authority. Zhang Yan's heart tightened. She quickly replied, Don't worry, boss. I'm being hunted by enemies. How would I dare leave the supermarket? You must protect me. After speaking, she carefully observed Zhang Wei's expression, afraid that his knowledge of her enemies might make him resentful. If she hadn't been cornered by her pursuers and didn't want to continue living in hiding and fear, she wouldn't have chosen to apply for a supermarket position. She had thought that with her skills and cunning she could thrive in the supermarket, even gain control over it. However, reality slapped her hard. The supermarket boss methods far exceeded her expectations. Not only did he see through her intentions at a glance, but he also made her feel an unprecedented pressure. Zhang Yan immediately abandoned all her unrealistic ideas and sought only a safe haven. Listen carefully. I don't care what trouble you've caused outside. Since you're now a member of the Doomsday supermarket, you must abide by the rules here. Zhang Wei's eyes blazed and his tone carried an unshakable authority. As long as you don't violate any of the employee handbook rules, even if the King of Heaven himself comes to the supermarket, hell have to behave. Here I'm in charge. As for your enemies, if they're smart and behave themselves when they come, I won't bother them. But if they dare to make trouble in the supermarket, it'll make them understand what it means to disappear completely. Let them come and try if they don't believe me. Zhang Wei's words exuded an overbearing confidence, as if the entire post-apocalyptic world was under his control. Zhang Yan's heart surged with excitement, and she quickly expressed her gratitude. Thank you, boss. Thank you for taking me in and giving me this shelter. However, despite her gratitude, she still felt some concern. After hesitating, she spoke, But the enemy I've offended is the son of the ruler of Changqing Bay City. That's a powerful force. Aren't you worried, boss? Zhang Wei curled his lips disdainfully and said, Just a Bay City ruler's son. What's there to worry about? You're making a mountain out of a molehill. In my eyes, they're nothing but clowns. Zhang Yin felt a wave of embarrassment. She thought to herself, You're not afraid, but I am. However, she dared not say it aloud. She quickly composed herself and replied respectfully, Yes, you're right, boss. From now on, I'll rely entirely on your protection. I'll obey the supermarket rules and not cause you any trouble. Zhang Wei nodded with satisfaction. With a wave of his hand, a flash of light appeared, and Zhang Yin was teleported to the 4th floor of the supermarket. There are rooms on the 4th floor for you to choose from, Zhang Wei said flatly. He didn't particularly like living on the same floor as a woman with too many schemes. Then Zhang Wei noticed another woman. Her name was Lin Yue, and her temperament was entirely different from Zhang Yan's. Lin Yue gave off a gentle and soft feeling, like a lily quietly blooming in stillness. She had short hair that reached her shoulders, with soft strands resting neatly against her cheeks, appearing clean-cut, yet tender. Her face was round with a hint of baby fat that made one want to pinch it. Unfortunately, she possessed a pair of lifeless eyes filled with a lingering attachment to the mortal world. Beneath her small nose was a pair of pallid lips. Her figure was petite and delicate, yet carried a unique charm. Her chest rose prominently, outlining graceful curves, and her slender waist complemented her rounded hips perfectly. As she walked, her hips swayed gently, exuding feminine grace. In a single phrase, she was a childlike face with a voluptuous figure. Clearly, Lin Yue gave him a sense of morbid beauty, and indeed, that was her defining trait. After careful consideration, Zhang Wei concluded that this woman possessed great allure. On no great potential, meeting the requirements for a supermarket employee. So with a thought, he teleported Lin Yue before him. You're the supermarket owner. Can I become an employee here? Lin Yue's lifeless eyes fixed on Zhang Wei. Yes, once you sign the contract, you'll be an employee of my supermarket. From now on, you must work diligently. Zhang Wei said. All right. Lin Yue nodded without even glancing at the contract and signed it immediately. Zhang Wei's gaze fell upon Lin Yue, his brow furrowing slightly. You seem to be in a very unusual state. Has something happened? Lin Yue forced a faint, bitter smile. My time is running out. I only wish to spend the final moments of my life in peace, and then I'll have no regrets. Zhang Wei's curiosity was piqued. He stepped forward and pressed further. Could you elaborate on the specifics? I'm quite interested. Of course, if you'd rather not say, I won't force you. Lin Yu nodded, gently, a trace of resolve shining in her eyes. There's nothing I can't say. The talent I awakened is the SS-grade sacrifice. The rules of this talent are simple. By sacrificing a portion of my lifespan, I gain corresponding abilities. The more lifespan I sacrifice, the stronger the abilities I obtain. I've survived this long solely because of this talent. But as powerful as this talent is, it consumes too much life. Now I have only 1 month of lifespan left. Zhang Wei's face showed surprise upon hearing this. He never imagined Lin Yu's talent could be so unique and formidable. SS-grade talents were rare in the apocalyptic world, every individual possessing one held immense potential. However, the drawbacks of this talent were equally glaring. To gain sufficient power, one had to expend lifespan, a truly agonizing dilemma. Zhang Wei pondered inwardly. His supermarket possessed special abilities that could render employees invincible within a certain range. Yet when it came to natural death from depleted lifespan, he had no solution. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Zhang Wei. He seemed to conceive a way to keep Lin Yu alive. If he could grant Lin Yu a talent that extended her lifespan, wouldn't that allow her to live longer? Ever since the supermarket had been upgraded, the gene points he obtained could be used not only to enhance his own strength, but also to directly elevate employees' cultivation realms or grant them new talents. This discovery gave him hope of saving Lin Yu's life. However, things weren't that simple. The ability to extend lifespan wasn't something he could manipulate at will, because he had no control over which talent he would obtain after consuming gene points. Each time he consumed them, the resulting talent was entirely random, completely beyond his control. This meant he could potentially waste a large number of gene points without ever acquiring the lifespan extending talent. Moreover, Lin Yu was a stranger to him, and he had no reason to squander his own resources to help prolong her life. Zhang Wei was not the kind of person to be a foolishly selfless do-gooder. Granting Lin Yu a talent for no reason offered him no tangible benefit. After all, in this apocalyptic world, resources were scarce, and every investment had to be carefully calculated. Yet individuals with SS-grade talents were exceedingly rare. In the apocalypse, each one was akin to a priceless treasure. Once such a person truly grew into their power, their displayed strength would be nothing short of heaven-defying enough to dominate a region. Zhang Wei knew full well that if he could find a talent to counteract the side effects of Lin Yu's ability and free her from the constraints of lifespan, then she could very well become a top-tier powerhouse in the future. At that point, she might even become a formidable ally to him. With this thought, Zhang Wei sank into deep contemplation. His brows knitted tightly, his eyes revealing hesitation and inner conflict as he endlessly weighed the pros and cons. Lin Yu had been closely watching Zhang Wei's expression. When she saw him lost in thought, her body trembled involuntarily. In her once lifeless eyes, a powerful will to survive now burned, as if she had caught a glimmer of dawn in the darkness. Her voice trembling, she asked cautiously, "Boss, do you have a way to keep me alive?" Her voice carried a hint of hope mixed with fear of receiving a negative answer. Zhang Wei looked up at Lin Yu, a complex expression in his eyes, and spoke slowly. "There is indeed a way, but the cost is too great, not something easily paid." Upon hearing this, a spark of hope ignited in Lin Yu's eyes, and she hastily said, "Boss, as long as I can survive, I'll do anything you ask without hesitation. I truly don't want to die, I want to live." Even the lowliest ant clings to life, let alone someone with Lin Yu's considerable strength. She was already at the 3rd rank, which was considered top-tier combat power within the Red Star organization. With her strength, as long as she didn't actively provoke powerful beings or commit reckless acts that courted death, she could naturally thrive in the apocalypse. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. Because of the sacrifice talent she awakened, she was forced to face the desperate situation of her lifespan running out. It was precisely for this reason that she chose to come to the supermarket and become an employee, hoping to spend her final days in tranquility. Now, hearing that there was still hope for survival, the instinct to survive surged within her instantly. She naturally didn't want to die so easily. She yearned to continue living. Zhang Wei stood with his arms crossed, his expression stern, and his gaze fixed intently on Lin Yu. He spoke slowly. "I've given it careful thought. There are only 2 ways to keep you alive. The first is to break through to the 4th stage within a month. But we both know how difficult that would be. It would require a massive amount of resources, spirit cores, special potions, and the like, each one worth a fortune. Moreover, gathering enough resources to push someone from the 3rd stage to the 4th stage in just 1 month would exact a tremendous price. That's not a path I'm willing to take." Hearing this, Lin Yu's heart tightened. She understood all too well the immense challenge of breaking through to the 4th stage. In this apocalyptic world, every single ascension was like crossing a chasm demanding immense effort and sacrifice. Zhang Wei paused, then continued, the other way is to find a method to extend your lifespan. I do have the means to do this, but it's not a guaranteed process. By expending a special ability of mine, I can attempt to awaken a talent within you that can replenish your lifespan. The problem is I don't know the exact cost required to successfully awaken that talent in you. It might succeed on the first try, or it might fail after many attempts. Zhang Wei's words left Lin Yu utterly astonished. Her eyes flew wide open, disbelief etched across her face. She never imagined that Zhang Wei genuinely possessed two solutions to the backlash of her talent. Moreover, she could discern from his words that he wasn't incapable of helping her. He was simply reluctant to pay such a steep price. A wave of bitterness washed over Lin Yu. She had in fact considered trying to break through to the fourth stage sooner. If she could reach the fourth stage, her strength would undergo a qualitative leap, and perhaps she could find another solution to her lifespan problem. But reality was cruel. Breaking through demanded an enormous number of spirit cores. In this apocalyptic world, spirit cores were vital resources for enhancing power, and each one was hard-won. Every day she had to struggle for survival, hunting zombies to obtain spirit cores. Yet, even so, the number of cores she could gather in a month was painfully limited. To hunt down enough cores to break through to the fourth stage within a single month was nearly an impossible task. Furthermore, she had only 1 month left to live. During this time, she might be forced to consume her lifespan again at any moment due to unforeseen circumstances. Each time she did, her body would grow weaker, and her hopes of breaking through would dwindle even further. At this thought, a look of utter despair crept onto Lin Yu's face. She lowered her head, her eyes filled with inner turmoil, her mind flashing with visions of her fleeting life. After a long silence, she seemed to arrive at a firm decision. She slowly raised her head and stepped forward on her own accord. Gazing directly at Zhang Wei with her tearful, glistening eyes, her voice trembled, yet was resolute as she declared, "Boss, right now, I truly don't know what else I can offer you. Except this body of mine. I really don't want to die. I yearn to live. As long as you can keep me alive, I swear from this moment on I will obey your every command and never betray you. If I ever break this oath, may I die a miserable death. I know that with your power you could end my life at any moment." Zhang Wei looked at Lin Yu's pitiful appearance, a slight stir in his heart. He narrowed his eyes and spoke candidly. "I do have desires for you, I won't deny it. I'm a normal man after all. It would be strange if a beautiful woman didn't catch my eye. And the cost to save you is indeed staggering. If you weren't someone close to me, I wouldn't even bother. Since you've made this choice, you must remember the words you've spoken. Otherwise, I have the power to end your life with a mere wave of my hand. On that, I will not deceive you." Lin Yu nodded vigorously, tears welling up in her eyes. She raised a hand to wipe them away, her voice choked as she replied, "I understand. I will take responsibility for my choice, and I will never go back on my word." As she spoke, as if summoning all her courage, she began to remove her outer garment with trembling hands. As it slipped away, her fair skin gradually came into view, her full figure looking especially alluring under the light. Yet, just as Lin Yu thought the inevitable was about to unfold, Zhang Wei suddenly reached out and halted her actions. He looked at her with a calm gaze and said, "There's no hurry. You'll be my woman in due time. Wait until I've resolved your affliction first, and then I'll have you." Hearing this, Lin Yu's face showed no sign of shyness. Instead, a flicker of relief passed through her eyes. Zhang Wei wasn't rushing to claim her body, but instead intended to resolve her troubles first, which spoke volumes about his sincerity. Thank you, boss." Lin Yu replied softly, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Zhang Wei then teleported Lin Yu to the second floor to pick out clothes, and told her she could freely choose a room to live in on the third floor. Afterward, Zhang Wei brought all the other candidates to the first floor of the supermarket and sent them a telepathic message. "The supermarket's employee slots are currently full. Please come back next time when we have new openings." Among the crowd, several rather attractive women wore expressions of deep disappointment. Zhang Wei spoke to them individually through telepathy, saying, "If you manage to survive in this cruel apocalypse until our next hiring round, we will give you priority consideration." Upon hearing this, a glimmer of hope rekindled in their dimmed eyes, though their disappointment remained hard to conceal. One of the women couldn't help but ask, "How long will it be roughly? Just so we know what to expect." Zhang Wei pondered for a moment before replying, "About a week, give or take." Hearing this time frame, they were still somewhat disheartened, as waiting is always a torment. But on second thought, a week wasn't that long, and they could endure it. The women exchanged glances, and a trace of relief finally appeared on their faces. A week in the apocalypse was fraught with uncertainty and danger, but they decided to hold on, hoping this might be their chance to change their fate. Having said his piece, Zhang Wei turned his attention away from them and looked at the others. By now, Alice, Xia Yu, Xia Tian, and the others had already begun bustling about the supermarket, Some were organizing shelves, others were taking inventory, creating a lively and industrious scene. "Boss, I heard you sell weapons here." A burly survivor asked, eagerly, his eyes fixed on Zhang Wei. "Yeah, we want to buy weapons too. With weapons, our chances of surviving this apocalypse increased dramatically." Another survivor chimed in. "I want a machine gun. With a machine gun, I won't be afraid of mutants anymore." A grizzled survivor said excitedly. "Do you have bullets? A gun alone isn't enough. Oh, we need plenty of ammunition." Yet another person raised a question. Zhang Wei looked at their eager faces and nodded, replying, "Yes, we do. The weapons and ammunition are all in the basement level. Can you take us to see them?" Their excitement surged upon hearing this, their eyes gleaming with desire. "Of course." As Zhang Wei spoke, he waved his hand, and a strange radiant light flashed. The survivors felt a brief dizziness, and when they regained their senses, they found themselves in a completely different place. They looked around at the unfamiliar surroundings, astonishment filling their hearts. After witnessing Zhang Wei's incredible teleportation ability firsthand, they no longer dared to underestimate him. They all became more respectful, their eyes filled with awe and reverence. "Take your pick. Prices are marked. If you find them too expensive, you're free to leave," Zhang Wei replied coldly. They glanced at the price tags on the weapons and collectively drew in sharp breaths. Yet after a moment of thought, they realized they had no other choice. After all, these supplies were simply unavailable elsewhere. Even if they were, the risk was immense. A potential betrayal could lead to total loss. "They'll take a machine gun and 500 rounds of ammunition. They'll take 10 steel blades, 2 daggers, 2 pistols, and 100 rounds of ammo. They'll take 10 grenades, 1 landmine, and a sniper rifle." They eagerly purchased these weapons, and Zhang Wei reaped a fortune in crystal cores. Indeed, the arms trade was the most lucrative business of all. He had spent only a fraction of the price to earn a massive pile of crystal cores. This feeling was truly exhilarating. If there were more survivors, his profits would be even greater. Every survivor was a potential customer, so he certainly didn't want too many of them to perish. Once the batch of arms buyers completed their transactions, Zhang Wei wasted no time and immediately teleported Lu Huanxin to the weapons storage area. The moment Lu Huanxin landed, she was a bit disoriented. Gazing at the towering stacks of ammunition crates around her, she asked, her voice full of confusion, "Boss, is there something you need me to do, suddenly teleporting me here like this?" Zhang Wei looked at her seriously and said slowly, "Lu Huanxin, I know you were a soldier. You must have had considerable exposure to military affairs in the army and know much more about this than I do. So from today onwards, the arms sales division is your responsibility." Lu Huanxin was taken aback for a moment, but quickly regained her composure. Nodding without hesitation, she replied crisply, "No problem, boss. You can count on me to do my best." Satisfied with her swift acceptance, Zhang Wei nodded and continued, "Since you've agreed, I'll now grant you the authority to purchase arms. However, this business isn't easy. There's much to learn about both procurement and sales, especially the sales aspect. There's a lot of finesse involved." With that, Zhang Wei began to explain the intricacies to Lu Huanxin in detail. First, he pointed to the screen used for purchasing arms, which displayed the wholesale prices for various weapons. Then he showed her the marked-up retail prices he had set, instructing her to study them carefully. He also left a substantial amount of gene points in the armory system, making it convenient for Lu Huanxin to restock supplies. "You see, this is the wholesale price, and this is our retail price," he explained. "You must maintain the right profit margin. We can't sell too cheaply, or we won't make money. But we also can't price things outrageously high, or we'll scare away all the customers, and the business will fail." Zhang Wei explained patiently. Lu Huanxin carefully compared the prices on the screen, and couldn't help but be astounded. She looked up at him, a hint of disbelief in her eyes, and said, "Boss, you are making a profit of at least several dozen times on every single item. Isn't that a bit extreme?" Zhang Wei waved his hand dismissively. "You don't get it. The demand for weapons is huge, so prices can't be determined like ordinary goods. Besides, we need to ensure sufficient profit to maintain operations and deal with any unexpected situations." Lu Huanxin nodded. Although she still found the profit margins staggering, she understood the logic in his words. To make it easier for future customers to come directly to the armory, Zhang Wei pondered for a moment and decided to reorganize the armory's layout. He led Lu Huanxin to the first floor and pointed to a large door. "I plan to open a dedicated arms channel on this floor. From now on, customers can enter through this door and be directly teleported to the basement armory. This way, it's convenient for the customers. They won't have to keep asking where the armory is, and it also boosts our efficiency." Lu Huanxin looked at the door, imagining the flow of customers in the future, and found the idea excellent. She nodded in agreement once more. Subsequently, Zhang Wei set about renovating and arranging the arms channel, ensuring everything would go smoothly. The Doomsday supermarket underwent earth-shattering changes during this period. Ever since Wang Yun assumed the role of store manager, she had devoted herself entirely to the management of the supermarket and the sale of supplies. She was well aware that in the apocalyptic environment, the reasonable distribution and efficient management of supplies were of paramount importance. This was not only crucial for the supermarket's development, but also directly impacted the lives of countless survivors. Wang Yun carefully analyzed the demand for various supplies in this new world. As time passed, more and more survivors flocked to the supermarket's vicinity, each day their hunger for supplies growing ever stronger. To better regulate transactions and ensure fair distribution, Wang Yun decided to set clear prices for all items in the store. She first turned her attention to instant noodles, a common convenience food. In the apocalypse, instant noodles were easy to store and provided a quick meal, making them a hot commodity among survivors. After careful consideration, Wang Yun set a price of 1 bucket of instant noodles for gold or jewelry worth over 50,000 units. This price seemed exorbitant, but in the apocalyptic world the value of gold and jewelry had plummeted while food had become the true hard currency. Next, she considered crystal cores, the special currency that was gradually circulating in this new era. Crystal cores were energy crystals found within mutated beasts. For survivors, they could be used to enhance their own strength and also served as a medium of exchange. Wang Yun decided that one first-tier crystal core could purchase 5 packs of food. These food items covered a variety of types, including biscuits and canned goods, offering survivors more choices. For relatively scarce and crucial supplies like rice and fruit, Wang Yun established stricter purchasing rules. Now rice and fruit could only be bought with crystal cores. One first-tier core could buy only 1 gene of rice. Fruit was even more precious, with a single core buying just 1 piece. This pricing was based on the scarcity of the goods and also served to guide survivors to actively hunt mutated beasts and obtain more cores. And so every single item in the supermarket was clearly priced by Wang Yun. Whether it was daily necessities, medicine, or weapons and equipment, each had its corresponding purchase price. Moreover, to prevent individual survivors from hoarding excessive supplies, the rule of 1 bag per person per day was strictly enforced. Wang Yun published the new price system and explicitly stated that the prices would officially take effect tomorrow. In this apocalyptic world, the power to set prices rested entirely in their hands. They also held all rights of interpretation, leaving the survivors with no choice but to accept. However, Wang Yun was also aware that these prices were not set in stone. As time went on, supplies would dwindle and become harder to obtain, naturally driving prices up. Initially, Zhang Wei's strategy of selling supplies at lower prices was a necessary tactic. Only by allowing survivors to have enough food to eat could they have the strength and motivation to hunt mutated beasts and earn crystal cores. Now that the survivors had stocked up on some food, it was time to start reaping the harvest. By gradually raising prices, they could extract even greater profits. Zhang Wei realized that being a capitalist felt incredibly satisfying. He could wield power over the supermarket while awake and enjoy the comforts of beauty when at ease. This doomsday supermarket truly lives up to its name. You can actually buy things here. It's absolutely incredible. A survivor exclaimed with excitement, taking a bite of bread and a sip of mineral water. You're telling me? I thought it was just wild rumors before, but now that I've come here in person, I see it's all real. I wonder what kind of background that owner has to be able to open a supermarket in these apocalyptic conditions. Another survivor chimed in, his eyes filled with curiosity. It's a pity I don't have enough crystal cores on me. Otherwise I'd buy some handy weapons. With a good weapon, would have more confidence hunting mutated beasts outside. A team member frowned, speaking with a hint of frustration. Don't lose heart. Just work hard at it. As long as we can eat and drink our fill and keep our strength up, we're bound to earn those crystal cores. Once we've saved up enough crystal cores, we can buy whatever weapon we want. The faces of the team members beamed with satisfaction, each carrying a bag full of food on their backs. Ever since the doomsday supermarket appeared, they no longer had to wander and worry about finding their next meal. As long as they had enough crystal cores or could scavenge enough gold, jewelry, antiques, and other valuables, they wouldn't have to fret over food at all. They planned to stash the food back at their base and immediately head out to hunt mutated beasts for crystal cores. This way they could ensure a steady supply of crystal cores to buy food every day, securing their livelihood. They ate and drank, savoring the arrival of these good times. Finally, they could be happy, no longer having to endure hunger. Just as they were discussing their next plans and heading back to the base, a large group of survivors passed by. This group was heavily armed, each member wearing a stern expression with a sharp, menacing look in their eyes, clearly a formidable force. Upon seeing them, the small team's hearts filled with alarm. Without a moment's hesitation, they quickened their pace, eager to leave this turbulent area swiftly. Commander spotted a few survivors. They're already moving away. A soldier on guard duty stood at a high vantage point. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, observing every movement below with clarity. He picked up his walkie-talkie to report to his commander. Never mind them. They're just small fry. Don't let them distract us from our mission. The commander's voice crackled through the radio, dripping with disdain. He paid these survivors no mind whatsoever. Commander, I noticed their backpacks were bulging, and when I spotted them, they were all eating food. The soldier didn't put down the walkie-talkie, immediately adding another observation. Oh, food. The commander's interest was piqued instantly. His eyes narrowed and greed began to stir within him. In this apocalyptic world, food was a scarce resource. Encountering survivors carrying food was undoubtedly a golden opportunity. He addressed the soldiers beside him. Send a few men over. Quietly. Capture them. Be quick about it, don't let them slip away. Yes, Commander. The soldier acknowledged the order and immediately led a few men, moving like phantoms, swiftly encircling the previous survivor team. Before long, these soldiers, weapons in hand, had rapidly and methodically surrounded the survivors. Their expressions were cold and hard, their weapons glinting menacingly in the faint light, radiating an aura of dread. Though these survivors had some skill, having scraped by in the apocalypse and gained survival experience, they knew they stood no chance against these heavily armed, disciplined soldiers. Hey, what's all this about? Let's talk this over peacefully. No need for any rash actions. The lead survivor, startled, quickly raised his hands in surrender, a fawning smile plastered on his face as he tried to defuse the tense atmosphere. Cut the chatter. What's in your bags? A soldier stepped forward, his gaze piercing, staring hard at them as he demanded loudly. It's just some spare clothes. Nothing of value, really. One survivor instinctively tried to hide his backpack behind him, a flicker of panic in his eyes, answering stutteringly. TSK, you think we'd believe that load of crap? Hand over the bags, or don't blame us for getting rough. The soldier's face darkened instantly, his eyes turning icy cold. He raised his weapon slightly, assuming a ready-to-strike posture. The survivors exchanged helpless, resigned glances. They knew all too well they were no match for these soldiers. If they didn't hand over the backpacks, they'd likely lose their lives. Though loath to give up the food, they understood that staying alive was paramount. As long as they survived, they could always return to the Doomsday supermarket for more food later. After a moment's hesitation, they gritted their teeth and slowly handed over their backpacks. A soldier took one, eagerly opening it. His eyes widened in shock, his face a mask of disbelief. "CC Captain, it's all food." His voice trembled with excitement. "What?" The captain's spirits soared. He rushed over in a single stride, snatched the backpack, and examined its contents closely. It was packed with all sorts of food, beautifully packaged biscuits, tempting cans of food, and bread emitting a faint, alluring aroma. The packaging was pristine, the food looking fresh as if it had just been produced. In this wasteland, such food was a priceless treasure. The captain's eyes gleamed with avarice, and he marveled inwardly, these guys got incredibly lucky to score this much food. He gestured for the other soldiers to open the remaining backpacks, and just as he suspected, they were all filled with food. He instantly realized that all this food must have come from the same source. This was an incredible windfall for them. With this food, they could not only have a hearty meal themselves, but they could potentially trade it for even more resources and benefits. He then looked at the survivors and ordered, "Take them to the commander." He followed up with a warning. "You'd better behave, or we won't hesitate to end you right here." These people dared not resist and obediently followed behind. The squad leader led the survivors briskly to the officer, stood at attention respectfully, and reported in full detail how their backpacks came to be filled with food. What? That much food? Upon hearing the news, a flicker of shock crossed the officer's previously composed face. He knew all too well the preciousness of food in this apocalyptic world. Had it been a paltry sum of supplies, he wouldn't have given it a second thought. But learning that every single one of their backpacks was stuffed to the brim with provisions was clearly out of the ordinary. The officer rose slowly to his feet, his gaze sweeping over the survivors with icy intensity. His stare seemed to pierce their very souls as he spoke coldly. "Are you going to tell me where you got the food willingly, or must I force the answer out of you?" The survivors' leader felt a knot tighten in his stomach. He quickly put on his most sincere expression and said, "Sir, we have no intention of hiding anything, and there's no need for us to do so. All these supplies were purchased from a place called the Doomsday Supermarket. We're telling you the absolute truth." The officer's lips curled into a sneer upon hearing this. "It seems you've chosen not to be honest, thinking you can fob me off with such an absurd story," he declared. His eyes hardened as he drew a sharp blade from his waist and pressed it against the leader's throat. The cold steel kissed the man's skin, glinting menacingly. "I'm not a patient man," the officer hissed. "Don't test my limits. Sir, we're telling the truth. We really did get the supplies from the Doomsday Supermarket." The leader's face had gone pale with fear, his voice trembling slightly, yet he fought to maintain his composure, explaining urgently. Many survivors have bought supplies from there. It's hardly a secret. If you don't believe me, you can ask around. We are simple, honest people, sir. Our lives are in your hands. We have no reason to lie. The other survivors chimed in, their eyes filled with anxiety and earnestness, adding their voices in a chorus of agreement. Seizing the moment, the leader added, "Sir, look inside the bag. There are packaging wrappers and even a flyer. Just see for yourself, we're not deceiving you." The officer furrowed his brow, still suspicious, but he opened one of the backpacks with a hesitant hand. He picked up a package, and sure enough, the words "Doomsday Supermarket" were clearly printed on it. Then, rummaging deeper, he found a flyer. The officer unfolded the flyer and examined it carefully. It not only detailed the supermarket's specific location, but also featured photos and a brief introduction. The pictures showed shelves stocked with a dazzling array of goods and a bustling crowd of shoppers. A scene of vibrant activity. "Let's move out. Now, we're going to this Doomsday Supermarket." The officer's eyes gleamed with greed and excitement. With a sweeping gesture, he led his men hurrying towards the location marked on the flyer. As they marched, his mind raced with possibilities. He entertained the bold thought that if he could seize control of this supermarket and pry the source of its supplies from the owner, he would be set for life. With a stable supply of goods, his faction's standing in Chongqing Bay City would undoubtedly skyrocket. And as the key figure who had discovered and facilitated this opportunity, he would certainly be heavily rewarded. The more he thought about it, the more exhilarated he became, his pace quickening unconsciously. He understood the critical importance of this information and dared not waste a single moment. He quickly grabbed his communicator, intending to report this news to Yang Tianshui, one of the 10 elders of Chongqing Bay City. Chongqing Bay City, after all, was the refuge for 80% of the survivors from Chongqing. In this apocalyptic world, the Bay City stood as a safe harbor, offering shelter and the promise of survival. However, Chongqing Bay City was not controlled by a single faction. Instead, it was jointly governed by 10 major powers, collectively known as the 10 Elders of Chongqing. Each of these elders commanded significant influence and resources, holding pivotal positions within the city. And this officer was a soldier under Yang Tianshui's command. He knew that Yang Tianshui, as one of the 10 elders, was perpetually seeking to expand his power and acquire more resources. If he could bring this news of the Doomsday Supermarket to him, and if it truly yielded substantial benefits, then Yang Tianshui would surely reward him handsomely. He would then ride this wave of success to prominence, becoming a man of standing within the base. And then, whether it was precious crystal cores, beautiful young women, or delicious food, wouldn't he have them all in abundance? At this thought, the officer couldn't suppress the smile spreading across his face, his eyes filled with anticipation. He took a deep breath to steady his nerves, then picked up the communicator and contacted his superior. "Commander, I have a matter of utmost importance to report. It concerns the future development of our faction. You must hear this." The officer's voice was urgent. "Oh, what's so important? Don't you dare make wild claims. If your information turns out to be worthless, you know the consequences." The commander's voice came through the communicator, cold and threatening. The officer's heart tightened. "Don't worry, Commander. The value of this is immense. I wouldn't dare speak to you like this otherwise." Intrigued, the commander said, "Out with it then. I'm a busy man." A woman's voice cooed seductively in the background, "Commander, come back here." "Enough." The sound of a sharp slap echoed, followed by the woman's playful laughter. Then the commander's voice returned. "Lier, hurry up and tell me. Don't ruin my fun." Lier felt a surge of irritation listening to the sounds on the other end of the line. He resolved that once he was promoted, he would find a few beautiful women to vent his frustrations. "This matter is too important. I must report it directly to Commander-in-Chief Yang," Lier stated firmly. "Lier, I'm giving you one more chance to repeat yourself." The commander's voice was frigid. "Commander, this matter is of grave importance and must be reported directly to Commander-in-Chief Yang. You wouldn't want to face his punishment for withholding this, would you?" Lier now spoke with newfound confidence, unafraid of the commander's threats. "Fine. You better have genuinely important intelligence, or else you know what will happen." The commander was furious, his desk rattling under his pounding fist. "Of course. I would never joke about something like this," Lier replied. "Wait there." With that, the commander ended the communication. He then redirected his pent-up anger towards the woman below him. Before long, Commander Dai Liji stepped lightly and arrived at the door of Yang Tianshui's office. He gently raised his hand and knocked, the crisp sound echoing through the silent corridor. "Young Commander, you are truly remarkable. I am in awe of your prowess. You are indeed formidable despite your age." From inside the office, Dai Liji's coquettish voice could be heard, tinged with a hint of intimacy and flattery. "Wait, someone's knocking. You hold on for a few minutes, I'll deal with you later." Yang Tianshui's voice followed, carrying a note of impatience mixed with urgency. "How annoying," the woman pouted in response. After a moment, Yang Tianshui finished dressing and sat upright at his desk, his expression turning stern. Enter, he commanded. Dai Liji pushed the door open, a respectful look on his face. Commander, one of my officers has discovered vital intelligence outside the base and insists on reporting it to you personally. Yang Tianshui's brow furrowed slightly, a hint of displeasure in his eyes. It had better be important, or he'll make him pay. In this day and age, every Tom, Dick, and Harry claims to have vital intelligence. If he's trying to fool me, he'll regret it. Dai Liji sneered inwardly, but kept a composed facade. I warned him as much, but he insisted on telling you himself, saying it's a matter of great importance. Put him through. Let's see what's so crucial. Yang Tianshui leaned back in his chair, lit a cigarette, and said with an air of indifference. Shortly after the call connected, he got straight to the point, his voice laced with authority. Speak up. Don't waste my time. On the other end of the line, Li Er was so excited his voice trembled. Yes, Commander. I've discovered a mysterious doomsday supermarket on the commercial street, not far from the base. The supplies inside are unbelievably abundant. All kinds of food and daily necessities. And I suspect they have a stable source. Otherwise, it would be impossible to have this many supplies in the current apocalyptic environment. If we can get control of the supermarket, it would be a massive win for our faction. We'd never have to worry about supplies again, and we could use them to win over other factions and expand our influence. I'm already on my way there to scout out their strength and see if they have any hidden power. But since they can run a supermarket, they must be formidable. So I thought I should report this to you and let you decide. Yang Tianshui was taken aback, his eyes widening. Then they lit up with greed as if he had found a treasure. Can you be sure this is true? The world outside is a mixed bag. Don't be fooled by some trick. Li Er had indeed been too hasty. He should have thoroughly checked the supermarket before reporting back. But he was too eager to advance, too desperate for Yang Tianshui's recognition to rise in the ranks. Forced to commit, he said with feigned firmness, I wouldn't dare lie. This is absolutely true. I saw them pull out a large amount of food from their backpacks. The packaging was brand new, clearly just bought from the supermarket. There's no way this is fake. Yang Tianshui was very pleased, a smile spreading across his face. Excellent. If this proves true, you'll have earned a major merit. They'll have someone contact you. Go ahead, but don't act rashly. Find out their background first. Yes, Commander. Li Er replied excitedly, already envisioning a bright future and the peak of success. After hanging up with Li Er, Yang Tianshui didn't hesitate. He immediately picked up another phone on his desk and dialed a number. When it connected, he spoke with urgency and unyielding authority. Get Yang Kong to my office immediately. Now. At that moment, Yang Kong was in a luxurious room, laughing and playing with a dozen young women, the air filled with joy and ambiguous energy. Suddenly his phone vibrated. Frowning with reluctance, he pulled it out and saw it was his father calling. His heart tightened. He waved his hand at the women. Quiet down. My dad's calling. You all go out. Though reluctant, they dared not disobey. They got up, adjusted their clothes, and left the room with sullen expressions. Yang Kong quickly dressed, tidied himself up, and hurried out of the room, jogging all the way to Yang Tianshui's office. He pushed open the door and asked breathlessly, Dad, what's so urgent? I was in the middle of something. Yang Tianshui glanced at him, gestured for him to sit, and said gravely, one of my officers just reported. He found a mysterious doomsday supermarket outside the base with supplies more abundant than we can imagine, and he suspects they have a stable source. If this is true, it's a golden opportunity for our faction. Yang Kang's eyes widened in shock, then he broke into an excited grin. Dad, is that so? If this is real, our faction could grow like never before. Think about it. Food is the lifeline now. Once we control the food supply, the other factions will have no choice but to obey us. Then we can wipe out the other factions, rule the entire base, and even use this as a stepping stone to expand elsewhere. Yang Tianshui had already considered this. He nodded, his gaze resolute. This is a matter of utmost importance. There's no room for error. After much deliberation, I can only trust you with this. Take plenty of capable men with you. Make sure you secure that supermarket and figure out their supply channels. Yang Kong puffed out his chest with confidence. Dad, don't worry. With me on the job, it's as good as done. Just wait for my good news. Once I take that supermarket, our good times are coming. With that, he laughed heartily, as if he could already see himself at the pinnacle of power. However, the only person in the office who wasn't pleased was Dai Liji. He had hoped to tag along, maybe get a piece of the pie, or earn some credit. But now Yang Tianshui, fearing a leak of information, ordered him to stay put and not go anywhere. He could only stand by helplessly, a flicker of disappointment in his eyes, not daring to voice a word of complaint. And to make it worse, he had to listen to the sounds of Yang Tianshui with the other woman. Yang Kong, leading a squad of heavily armed soldiers, marched with a uniform, yet greedy stride toward the doomsday supermarket. Their eyes gleamed with a covetous desire for supplies, as if the supermarket were an inexhaustible treasure trove awaiting their plunder. Yang Kong was brimming with confidence and overjoyed. Once they seized the Doomsday supermarket, they would become the undisputed overlords of Songqing Bay City. Meanwhile, on another front, Li Er was also drawing closer to the supermarket. He walked with hurried, excited steps. Before he had gone far, he encountered several survivors who were also heading to the supermarket to purchase supplies. Li Er immediately blocked their path, furrowing his brow and demanding with a harsh tone, "Hey you lot, where are you headed?" "The Doomsday supermarket. Does that place really have supplies?" Seeing the group before them, they dared not be careless. One of the survivors quickly nodded and said urgently, "Boss, it's absolutely true. We just came from there. The supplies inside are beyond count. Food, drinks, daily necessities, everything you could need." Another survivor added, "The supermarket is right there. If you want supplies, you can just go and take them yourself." Li Er was skeptical and pressed further, "You better not be fooling me. If you're lying, you'll regret it." Another survivor hastily slapped his chest in assurance, "Boss, how could we dare deceive you? How could we possibly trick you? Look, this is what we got from there." With that, he pointed to his bulging backpack. Li Er stared at the pack and his doubts gradually faded. From these survivors, he heard the same account as he had from others before, and now he no longer had any reason to question its truth. "Ha ha ha." Li Er threw his head back and laughed, the sound filled with barely contained excitement. "This immense fortune is finally about to fall into my hands. With these supplies, I'll be set for life in this apocalypse." Li Er's heart was racing with glee. "Boss, see, we told you the truth. Now can you let us go?" The survivors he had captured earlier asked cautiously, their eyes full of hope. In high spirits, Li Er waved his hand dismissively and said, "Scram, scram." Not only that, but he even returned one bag of the supplies he had previously taken from them, saying, "Take it. Consider yourselves lucky." The remaining 2 bags had already been consumed during their journey. To him, the supermarket held an endless abundance of goods, and he truly couldn't be bothered with such a paltry amount. The survivors quickly grabbed the supplies, thanking him profusely. Thank you, boss." With that, they hurried away. Once they were a safe distance away, one of the survivors glanced back at Li Er's group, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. He muttered to himself, "These fools really think the owner of the Doomsday supermarket is someone to mess with. Haven't they wondered how this place has stayed so secure in the middle of the apocalypse? There must be a reason behind it." A man beside him chimed in, "You're absolutely right. I saw with my own eyes some lecherous bastard try to harass a female employee there." The woman just uttered a single word, "Die," and the man dropped dead on the spot. Then with a wave of her hand, his body vanished into thin air, just like a magic trick. Another subordinate echoed, Exactly. Let them have their arrogance. If the Doomsday supermarket were so easy to take over, would it have been left for them?" Meanwhile, the released survivors hadn't run far. They had hidden in a distant corner, settling in to watch the show. They whispered among themselves, Those clueless fools. Just wait and see how they end up dead. Yeah, well, stay right here and watch them cry. Hopefully the supermarket owner wipes them all out." Despite his overwhelming greed for the supermarket's supplies, Li Er was not entirely reckless. He knew deep down that a place operating so smoothly in the apocalypse had to have formidable backing. So with a furrowed brow, he pondered for a moment before deciding to send a few soldiers in first to scout the situation. He called the soldiers over, lowered his voice, and instructed them sternly, "When you get inside, focus solely on gathering intel. Do not start any trouble. Once Deputy Commander Yang arrives, we'll make our move together." "Understood." The soldiers snapped to attention in unison and responded loudly, "Yes, sir." After the briefing, the soldiers, with a hint of nervousness, made their way toward the Doomsday supermarket. As they approached the entrance, the glass doors slid open automatically, and a mechanical voice chimed, "Welcome." The sound was startlingly out of place in the silence of the apocalypse, causing the soldiers to freeze for a moment. They cautiously stepped inside and were immediately stunned by the sight before them. The supermarket was brightly lit, with shelves fully stocked with a dazzling array of goods. The floor was spotless, everything neatly organized. For a moment, they could have sworn they were back in the bustling world before the end. This place doesn't even have a single armed guard." One soldier voiced his confusion, his eyes scanning the surroundings warily. "Yeah, it's bizarre. I expected at least a few hundred guards stationed inside, but there's not a single one. That defies all logic." Another soldier added, his face etched with shock. It was completely different from what they had imagined. They had expected heavy defenses, but instead the supermarket was eerily quiet. Still, their attention was soon captivated by the sheer abundance of supplies around them. "They really have everything here. Drinks, fruit, instant noodles, bread." One soldier's eyes widened, glazed with greed, his mouth practically watering. Chatting amongst themselves, they began to wander deeper into the store. The supermarket was surprisingly large, spanning 3 floors. They looked up at the directory sign and noted that the second floor was the clothing section, while the basement appeared to be empty. Hey look, an armory passage. One soldier suddenly pointed ahead, his voice tinged with surprise. The other soldiers followed his gaze and saw a passageway entrance marked with the words, Armory Passage. Let's check it out. Another soldier replied without hesitation, a mix of excitement and curiosity in his tone. The 3 exchanged glances, then cautiously stepped into the armory passage. The corridor was dimly lit with only a few emergency lights casting a faint glow. They advanced step by step, their heartbeats quickening involuntarily. When they reached the end of the passage, the sight before them left them utterly dumbfounded. The walls and counters were lined with an arsenal of weaponry. Rows of firearms were neatly arranged: pistols, rifles, submachine guns, and sniper rifles. Beside them were stacked boxes of ammunition of all calibers gleaming with metallic luster. Combat knives glinted under the light, a silent testament to their sharpness. Communication devices were also neatly organized. So much weaponry. A few soldiers had barely stepped into the armory area when they were stunned into gasping at the mountain of weaponry and equipment before them, shock instantly spreading across their faces. After the brief moment of awe, doubts surged through their minds like a tide. What was this supermarket owner thinking? Why would he be willing to sell such arms? In the post-apocalyptic world, weapons were nothing short of strategic resources. Possessing them meant having the power to defend oneself and the confidence to compete for resources. Yet this supermarket owner was so generous as to display these weapons for sale, truly baffling. Still, despite their confusion, they couldn't suppress the urge within them and stepped forward one by one to examine these arms closely. And what they saw left them even more astounded, jaws dropping. The sheer variety of weaponry here was overwhelming. It was like a miniature arsenal. Pistols were compact and refined, perfect for close combat and concealed carry. Rifles boasted devastating power and long range, making them the mainstay of the battlefield. Submachine guns had a high rate of fire, capable of laying down a powerful suppressive barrage in a short time. Sniper rifles were like phantoms in the night, delivering lethal strikes from afar. And then there were all kinds of ammunition: standard rounds, armor-piercing rounds, incendiary rounds, each with its own unique purpose. Combat knives were razor-sharp, their gleaming edges whispering of their lethality. Communication devices also came in various forms, from walkie-talkies to satellite phones, catering to communication needs in different scenarios. Just as they were absorbed in their inspection, a lazy voice suddenly cut through the air. What kind of weapons are you looking to buy? The group followed the sound and saw Lu Huanxin rising languidly from her chair, a hint of coldness in her eyes. You? Lu Huanxin. One of the soldiers, his eyes widening in utter shock, never expected to run into her here. Lu Huanxin cast him an icy glare and said coldly, Huang Xiaohong, I didn't expect you lot to still be alive. Huang Xiaohong snapped out of his shock and asked, puzzled, You own this supermarket? Lu Huanxin curled her lips into a sneer and shot back, What do you think? Huang Xiaohong, unfazed by her attitude, continued, So you've thrown in with someone else too? I thought a person like you would never stoop to living under another's thumb. In his memory, Lu Huanxin had always been a maverick, unwilling to be constrained by anyone. Lu Huanxin's brow furrowed, anger surging within her, but she quickly reined in her impulse. She knew this was no time for rashness, so she couldn't be bothered to engage him, saying coldly, What I do is none of your business. If you're not buying anything, then get lost. I don't want to see you. Huang Xiaohong, however, showed no sign of leaving and said with a smile, Since I'm here, of course I'm here to buy. Why don't you introduce me to what weapons you have? Lu Huanxin let out a cold laugh, her gaze sharp as she stared at him. Cut the act. You're here to spy, aren't you? I don't believe for a second you're here to do business. She knew he had thrown in with Yang Tianshui of Sanqing Base City. What good intentions could he possibly have showing up at her supermarket? Lu Huanxin stood calmly in the armory area, not a trace of worry on her face at the arrival of Huang Xiaohong and his men. On the contrary, she almost looked forward to them doing something foolish. In her heart, Yang Tianshui was nothing short of a despicable beast. Back at Sanqing Base City, he had wielded his military authority like a tyrant, treating the female soldiers as his personal harem and running rampant. Many of her sisters had fallen victim to his cruelty, and those who dared to resist were mercilessly killed. And Huang Xiaohong and his ilk were Yang Tianshui's accomplices, aiding his tyranny and plunging the female soldiers into an abyss of endless suffering. They had barely managed to escape that hellish place, but survival in this post-apocalyptic world was no easy feat. Along the way, they had braved the elements, constantly facing food shortages, monster attacks, and the deadly grudges of other survivors. By now, of all the sisters who had once fought side by side, only she and Yu Lengyu remained, clinging to each other for survival. Fortunately, fate had not abandoned them. They had stumbled upon the doomsday supermarket. Here they no longer had to worry about food, sudden monster attacks, or vengeance from enemies. The supermarket was like a safe harbor sheltering them from the storm. Lu Huanxin had great confidence in the strength of Zhang Wei, the supermarket's owner. She had personally witnessed the fate of those who dared to cause trouble here. Without exception, they were all gone. So she had no fear that Huang Xiaohong and his men could stir up any trouble within these walls. "I'm just here to buy weapons and equipment," Huang Xiaohong said shamelessly, though his eyes kept wandering over Lu Huanxin, filled with a lecherous glint. Lu Huanxin gave him another cold look and said icily, "Show me your crystal cores." "No cores, no business. Get as far away as you can." In this post-apocalyptic world, crystal cores were the hard currency. Without them, there was no way to buy anything at the supermarket. Huang Xiaohong's face stiffened. He truly had no cores to show. They hadn't come here to buy anything in the first place. They were under orders from Li Er to gather intel. So without another word, he turned around and left. Back in the corridor, Huang Xiaohong paused, glanced back toward the armory area, and a lecherous smile twisted his face. "Lu Huanxin, just you wait. Once we take this supermarket, you'll be sorry. Then we'll see how you act so high and mighty. That woman's living pretty well. Her skin's even better than the women back at the base. She's got to be better than them." Another man chimed in with a laugh, lust burning in his eyes. "This supermarket doesn't have any defenses at all. How has it even survived until now? How do those survivors just come here and buy things so obediently?" Another more cautious soldier furrowed his brow, genuinely curious. He couldn't wrap his head around how a seemingly defenseless supermarket could keep operating smoothly in this post-apocalyptic world. And why did the survivors all trade here, so orderly? It must be because the owner is strong. But against absolute power, that means nothing. Huang Xiaohong curled his lips into a contemptuous smirk, disdain shining in his eyes. In his view, no matter how powerful an individual was, they couldn't hold their ground against a group of trained, well-equipped soldiers. Makes sense. No matter how strong they are, they're no match for us. Another soldier quickly chimed in, his face beaming with confidence. He could already picture himself looting the supplies after they took the supermarket. Deputy Commander Yang is already on his way. He's brought plenty of men and weapons this time. What can this little supermarket possibly do against us? Yet another soldier said excitedly, greed glinting in his eyes. He knew that once they captured the supermarket, the supplies inside would be enough to keep them living high for a while. Exactly. Once Deputy Commander Yang arrives, this supermarket will be ours for the taking. The others nodded in agreement, their anticipation for the coming victory palpable. They took another careful look at the supermarket, and this time their eyes lit up. The employees were all strikingly beautiful, with graceful figures and lovely faces. They exchanged glances, lecherous expressions creeping across their faces. This supermarket isn't just stocked with supplies. Even the staff are easy on the eyes. We've definitely come to the right place. A soldier licked his lips with a lecherous grin. Once we take the supermarket, those women will be ours to do with as we please. Another soldier chimed in, his face twisted with a vulgar smile. They lingered, no longer leaving the supermarket, to report everything they had seen to Li Er outside. Li Er listened, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Good. Well, wait for Deputy Commander Yang to arrive, then launch the full assault. When that time comes, both the supplies and the women in this supermarket will be ours. The group erupted into raucous laughter, their minds already filled with fantasies of dominating the women. Just beyond one of the supermarket's windows, Zhang Wei watched them through binoculars, his gaze as cold as ice. His eyes were like blades in the dead of night, radiating a bone-chilling, murderous intent. Lu Huanxin had already informed him that soldiers from Changqing Bay City had arrived and might be preparing to attack. Through the binoculars, Zhang Wei saw them gathering outside, occasionally whispering among themselves, likely waiting for reinforcements. Unfortunately, no matter how many of them came, it would be futile. He had built this doomsday supermarket. He was no pushover to be bullied. He'll use you to make an example of what happens to those who dare cross me. I hope you bring plenty of men. The more the merrier. Zhang Wei sneered, a mocking curl at the corner of his mouth, utterly indifferent to their threats. He lowered the binoculars and sent a telepathic message to his employees, telling them to carry on as usual, without panic. He would handle whatever came. Upon receiving his message, the women felt no doubt in his abilities. In fact, a thrill of excitement ran through them. Life in the supermarket was secure, but it had also grown monotonous. Now that enemies were approaching, they were curious to see what fate befell those who dared attack. A welcome diversion from their mundane routine. Those must be the men from Changqing Bay City, right? Wang Yuyan asked inquisitively. I wonder which faction they belong to. I've heard there are 10 major powers in Changqing Bay City. Xiao Yu chimed in with curiosity. They serve Yang Tianshui, an absolute scoundrel. Yu Lingyu recounted Yang Tianshui's misdeeds. He truly is despicable. A man like that deserves to die. I almost hope he comes to attack us himself. Xiaoyu remarked. In this apocalypse, this is the tragic fate of women. Xia Tian sighed softly. A man of his standing would never come personally. But if his subordinates fail this time, he might come himself next time. Wang Yin speculated. Regardless of who came, they had no cause for concern. Other factions had also taken notice of Li Er and his men, wondering if they could actually conquer the doomsday supermarket. Some were simply eager to watch the spectacle. After a long while, Yang Kong finally arrived with his massive contingent. The journey had been fraught with trouble. Mutant beasts had repeatedly burst from the ruins along the roadside, launching fierce attacks. These creatures were enormous, thick-skinned, with razor-sharp claws and fangs, forcing the soldiers to expend considerable effort to repel them. Had it not been for these delays and the need to clear obstacles along the way, they would have arrived much sooner. Deputy Commander Yang Li Er, you've finally arrived. The moment Li Er spotted Yang Kong, he rushed forward with a fawning smile, bowing and scraping. He then pointed to the nearby supermarket and said, "That's the doomsday supermarket." Yang Kong, seated atop a military vehicle, cast a condescending glance at Li Er and nodded. Any movement from them? None whatsoever. Li Er answered hastily, a hint of confusion in his eyes. He had been monitoring the supermarket the whole time and hadn't noticed anything unusual. I see. How many people do they have? Yang Kong narrowed his eyes, intrigued. He knew the value of knowing one's enemy, so he sought to understand the situation thoroughly. We haven't seen a single guard, just a dozen or so female staff, 2 of whom are former soldiers. And every single one of them is stunningly beautiful. The looks on them. TSK. Li Er's face twisted into a lewd grin, as if he could already envision them kneeling before him. Oh, no guards at all. How is that possible? Yang Kong was taken aback, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. In the apocalypse, strongholds without guards were rare, making him suspect a trap. But then his eyes lit up as a thought struck him. Are you certain those women are truly beautiful? Absolutely, Deputy Commander Yang. One of them is named Xiaoyu. She used to be a famous actress. You've probably seen her before. Her poise, her looks, they're truly top-notch. Li Er replied, eagerly emphasizing Xiaoyu's status to pique Yang Kang's interest. Oh, it's her. Ha, what luck. Yang Kong burst into laughter, his eyes gleaming with greed. He had long heard of Xiaoyu's fame, never imagining he'd get the chance to see her, let alone possess her. He cleared his throat and barked, surround the doomsday supermarket. Don't let a single soul escape. But don't kill the supermarket's owner. I still have use for him. He might have valuable information to extract. And don't kill the women either. They have their uses too. Yes, sir. The soldiers responded in unison, then charged toward the supermarket with menacing intent. Their footsteps fell in perfect rhythm, weapons glinting coldly in the light, like a pack of savage beasts closing in on their prey. Hidden survivors watching the scene exchanged gleeful whispers. They had long harbored envy and resentment toward the doomsday supermarket, and now that a faction was moving against it, they were all too happy to watch the show. The show was about to begin. A grin of excitement spread across the faces of the surrounding survivor factions. A flood of soldiers swiftly encircled the doomsday supermarket in disciplined, synchronized movements. They wielded an array of weapons, rifles, submachine guns, sniper rifles, all trained steadily on the supermarket's entrances, windows, and every possible point of emergence. Should anyone appear, they would pull the triggers without hesitation, unleashing a hail of bullets. Li Er stood at the front, megaphone in hand. Clearing his throat, he shouted toward the supermarket. Listen up, you inside. You're completely surrounded. There's no escape. If you know what's good for you, surrender now, and we'll spare your lives. We won't make things difficult for you. Otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless. Bullets have no eyes. His voice echoed far through the megaphone, reverberating in the silent air. Yet the supermarket remained utterly still, with no response whatsoever, as if it were completely empty, or as if those inside were entirely oblivious to their presence. Inside the supermarket, Lu Rumei and the others displayed no signs of tension or fear. Instead, they appeared completely at ease. Lu Rumei gestured for the other female employees to join her in fetching stools, placing them in the open area of the store. Following that, they gathered an assortment of snacks and sunflower seeds from the shelves and settled down together, forming a casual circle. As they cracked sunflower seeds and chatted, it was as if they were awaiting the start of a spectacular show. Do you think those guys will be furious when they burst in and see us like this, eh? Xiaoyu remarked with a playful, mocking grin. Absolutely. They probably expect us to be trembling in fear, but here we are so relaxed. Their jaws will likely drop in shock. Wang Yuyan chimed in, exaggeratingly widening her mouth to emphasize the point. Meanwhile, Zhang Wei sat alone at a tea table in the corner of the supermarket. Dressed in a loose, casual outfit, he exuded an air of serene composure. A delicate tea set was arranged on the table before him. With unhurried, practiced movements, he boiled the water, rinsed the cups, and steeped the tea. Every gesture was refined and graceful, as if the chaos unfolding outside the supermarket had nothing to do with him. Occasionally, he would lift the teacup, take a gentle sip, and savor the aroma, seemingly relishing this moment of tranquility. Outside, Lier had been shouting himself hoarse, his voice growing raspy from the effort. Yet the people inside the supermarket paid him no mind, offering no response whatsoever. Standing nearby, Yang Kong furrowed his brow, a hint of impatience flashing across his face. He declared arrogantly, "Break in. I want to see what they're up to inside." "Yes, sir." The soldiers responded in unison. Instantly, the troops sprang into action. Fully armed and gripping their weapons, they surged into the supermarket through every entrance. Their footsteps were hurried, their eyes vigilant, prepared for any sudden ambush. They had anticipated facing a formidable line of enemies poised and waiting for them. However, upon entering, each one of them froze in bewilderment. There was no one in the supermarket at all. Suspecting a hidden ambush, they fanned out, scouring the area for any sign of an enemy. But their suspicion was unfounded. There wasn't a single person in the vicinity. How can this be? The soldiers stood rooted to the spot, exchanging bewildered glances, their eyes filled with shock and confusion. A supermarket this large, and yet no guards. Did the owner not have any subordinates? Filled with doubt, they began a thorough search, hoping to uncover any hidden individuals. They meticulously checked every nook and cranny, peering behind shelves, scouring the storage rooms, and even inspecting the ventilation ducts. But they found no one else. "They're over here." A soldier suddenly shouted, a note of excitement in his voice. Hearing the call, the other soldiers quickly converged on the source. When they saw the scene before them, they were all taken aback. There sat Lu Rumei and the others, surrounded by an assortment of snacks and sunflower seeds. They munched and chatted casually, gazing at the soldiers who had stormed in, their eyes devoid of any fear or panic. "So beautiful." One soldier couldn't help but murmur, his eyes fixed intently on Lu Rumei and her companions. "They're all stunningly gorgeous." Another soldier added, a greedy expression creeping onto his face. "Why aren't they afraid?" Another soldier voiced his confusion. They simply couldn't comprehend how these young women could remain so composed in the face of so many armed troops. A soldier ran to the entrance and shouted to Yang Kong and Lier outside, "We've secured the people inside the supermarket." "Excellent." A smug smile curled at the corner of Yang Kang's mouth upon hearing this. Leading the remaining troops, he swaggered into the supermarket. Lier trailed closely behind him, his face plastered with a fawning grin. Just then a soldier noticed Zhang Wei, who was still calmly brewing tea in the corner. The soldier's eyes widened in curiosity as he stared at Zhang Wei's composed demeanor, utterly perplexed. In such a tense, standoff-like atmosphere, this man showed no sign of fear, as if everything around him was irrelevant. "Hey you, who are you?" The soldier stepped forward, his weapon swaying slightly, and demanded loudly. Zhang Wei didn't even look up, remaining focused on his tea set. He replied nonchalantly, "This is my supermarket. Who do you think I am?" His voice was calm, with no trace of unease. "Oh, so you're the owner of this supermarket?" The soldier's eyes lit up instantly, excitement flashing across his face. This was a primary target of their mission, and they had found him with such ease. He immediately bellowed, "Found the supermarket owner." The shout echoed through the store, drawing the attention of many soldiers. Upon hearing this, a sharp glint passed through Yang Kang's eyes, and he strode briskly towards Zhang Wei. A throng of soldiers followed him like a pack of ferocious beasts trailing their leader. They quickly reached Zhang Wei. Yang Kong was slightly taken aback to see Zhang Wei calmly brewing tea, his movements so composed. He sat down heavily nearby, and at a signal the surrounding soldiers instantly aimed their weapons at Zhang Wei, the dark muzzles exuding a chilling menace. Yet Zhang Wei remained remarkably indifferent, his eyes betraying no fear, still engrossed in his tea ceremony. He slowly lifted the teapot and poured hot water into the teacup, the fragrance of the tea immediately permeating the air. "So you're the owner of this supermarket, Zhang Wei?" Yang Kong looked at him with interest, a hint of a provocative smile playing on his lips. Zhang Wei gently set down the teapot, looked up, and met Yang Kang's gaze calmly. "So there's no one left outside? All our men are in here now, a full 1,000. That should be enough to show you we mean business. Who would have thought you don't even have a single guard? Quite a surprise." Yang Kong spread his hands, a look of feigned helplessness on his face. He had anticipated a fierce battle to take this supermarket and had brought such a large force deliberately. He never expected to find the owner so easily and completely defenseless at that. A flicker of annoyance crossed Yang Kang's mind. Had he known this place would be so easy to take, he wouldn't have brought so many men. What a waste of resources. Upon hearing the answer he wanted, Zhang Wei smiled. "Good. By the way, do you all have crystal cores on you?" Yang Kong sneered at the question. "Kid, you think I came here to do business with you?" Zhang Wei replied calmly, "I know why you're here. To make sure you're not wasted to give you some value, I've decided to make you my pawns. Pawns? Yang Kong was baffled. What do you mean? It's simple. Have you heard of click farming? Zhang Wei let out a light chuckle, a hint of deeper meaning lurking beneath the smile, yet Yang Kong was utterly baffled. Yang Kong had no idea what was going on in Zhang Wei's mind, nor did he have any interest in finding out. In his view, the most important thing now was to pry the supermarket secret from Zhang Wei. His face darkened, eyes blazing with fury as he roared. Boy, tell me your supermarket supply channel right now, or I swear I'll make your life a living hell. His voice dripped with menace. Zhang Wei responded with a leisurely, the corners of his mouth curling into a meaningful smile. Don't worry, he said, I'll grant your wish. His tone was as relaxed as if he were discussing something utterly trivial. The moment the words left his mouth, every soldier in the supermarket felt their bodies stiffen, as if bound by an invisible force. To their horror, they found themselves completely immobilized, their legs seemingly nailed to the floor, their arms pinned to their sides, standing like wooden statues. A profound terror gripped their hearts, an unknown dread spreading from the depths of their souls. What's happening? I can't move at all. One soldier's eyes bulged with panic as he desperately tried to shift his feet, but his body refused to obey. Me too, no matter how hard I try, I can't do it. Another soldier shouted, sweat beading on his forehead, his eyes reflecting sheer despair. No wonder this supermarket has no other staff. So this is the kind of power they're up against. A third soldier spoke with sudden realization, his voice trembling. Yang Kong was in the same predicament, still frozen in the pose of pointing accusingly at Zhang Wei. His finger quivered slightly, as if trying to cling to the last shred of his authority. But no matter how he struggled, he couldn't move an inch. Dread coiled in his heart, a premonition of doom washing over him. Thighs. Well, what kind of ability is this? Petrification. Yang Kong stammered, his eyes wide with terror. He glanced at his men and saw they were all in the same state. Apart from being able to turn their heads and blink, every other part of their bodies was frozen, as if under a powerful immobilizing spell. And he was a Tier 3 powerhouse. In the post-apocalyptic world, a Tier 3 awakener was a formidable existence, possessing immense strength and agility. Yet now even he was rendered helpless, which showed just how powerful this supermarket owner truly was. He finally understood why the man had no subordinates. With such terrifying abilities, who needed underlings? He could easily handle anything on his own. Did you think my supermarket was so easy to get into? Zhang Wei lifted his head slightly, his eyes full of contempt, a mocking smirk playing on his lips, his voice echoing through the silent store. Yang Kong was terrified, utterly terrified. He could feel his heart pounding wildly and his chest threatening to burst free. At this moment, he couldn't even move, his life and death entirely in the other's hands. The overwhelming sense of helplessness and fear flooded over him like a tidal wave. Brother, I was wrong. I shouldn't have barged in. I shouldn't have caused you trouble, and I definitely shouldn't have had designs on your supermarket. I apologize, it's all my fault. Please let us go. Yang Kang's voice was choked with sobs, his eyes pleading, cold sweat streaming down his face. He frantically turned his head, trying to convey his regret through his eyes. He now harbored a burning hatred for Lier. That bastard, attacking without understanding the supermarket's capabilities, had put all their lives in this man's hands. Zhang Wei remained seated leisurely by the tea table. He unhurriedly picked up his teacup, blew on it, gently took a sip, and then said, since you've done the deed, there's no taking it back. However, I can give you a chance to live. Do you want it? Yes, I do. Just tell me what to do, and I'll follow your orders. Yang Kong replied hastily, as if grasping at a lifeline, his voice trembling. He was afraid that any hesitation would cost him his only chance at survival. Do you have any crystal cores? Zhang Wei put down his teacup, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes as he fixed his gaze on Yang Kong. I have many. I'm willing to trade them for my life. Yang Kong said quickly, as if uttering those words would secure his survival. My father is one of the 10 elders of Songqing Bay City, and he holds significant influence there. I'm willing to have him pay a ransom for my life. He will definitely agree. He tried to leverage his father's status to increase his bargaining power and make Zhang Wei think twice. Oh, so you have such a father. That's even better. Zhang Wei's eyes lit up at this, a more satisfied smile spreading across his face. This opened up even more possibilities. Killing Yang Kong and his men outright would be too simple, too merciful. It would be letting them off too easily, imprisoning them and making them complete a click farm task in the supermarket every day to boost its upgrade progress. Now that was a much better deal. And on top of that, he could have Yang Kang's father compensate him for his mental anguish. It was a venture with capital and no risk. And when they were completely useless, he could kill them then. That would be far more satisfying for revenge than a simple death. The more Zhang Wei thought about it, the more feasible the plan seemed. A faint icy smile unconsciously tugged at the corner of his mouth. To Yang Kong and the others, that smile was undoubtedly the smile of a demon. It was filled with chilling malice and calculation, as if concealing countless unknown horrors. They trembled uncontrollably, their teeth chattering audibly in sheer terror. Their eyes were filled with panic and despair, wondering what other misfortunes awaited them. Zhang Wei casually snapped his fingers, the crisp sound piercing the silence of the supermarket. In the next instant, something miraculous occurred. All the weapons and equipment on their bodies vanished into thin air, as if devoured by an unseen force. Following that, a communicator fell into Yang Kang's hand with a clatter. Zhang Wei crossed his arms over his chest, his gaze icy as he looked at Yang Kong. "Contact your father. Tell him to bring the crystal cores here. Otherwise," he deliberately drew out the words, leaving the threat unspoken. But Yang Kong knew all too well what fate awaited him, something worse than death. All right, I'll do exactly as you say. But can you undo this petrification first?" Yang Kang's voice was tearful, his eyes full of pleading. He desperately wanted to escape this immobilized state, even if it meant regaining just a fraction of his mobility. "No problem." A slight smile played on Zhang Wei's lips as he snapped his fingers once more. With that snap, Yang Kong felt a sudden lightness, as if an invisible shackle had been released. He found he could move again. However, he was now drenched in sweat, which continued to pour from his forehead and cheeks, soaking his clothes. His legs were still trembling slightly, a lingering effect of the fear. He clutched the communicator tightly, as if holding onto his very lifeline. His eyes held both the relief of a narrow escape and the lingering dread of Zhang Wei. Suddenly, Yang Kong considered whether he should kill the man. Just as he was about to make a move, he saw Zhang Wei smiling at him, as if he could read his thoughts. Remembering how the man had petrified everyone without a trace, fear immediately seized him, and he dared not do anything. He quickly contacted Songqing Bay City. "This is Yang Kong. Let my father speak." "Okay." Dai Liji nodded and announced, "Commander, it's Deputy Commander Yang on the line." Yang Tianxue rose from his bed, pushed aside the naked woman, and put on his pajamas. He walked out to take the call, and asked, "Son, how did things go?" "Father, we've all been taken hostage by the supermarket owner. Please bring the crystal cores to ransom us," Yang Kong said hurriedly. Yang Tianxue was stunned, his face a mask of confusion. He asked again, "Speak more clearly." Yang Kong then recounted everything that had happened since they entered the supermarket. Yang Tianxue was utterly shocked, nearly dropping the phone. Then he quickly asked, "How many crystal cores does he want?" "He'll bring them in and come to ransom you myself." Yang Kong turned back and inquired, "B-boss, how many crystal cores do you need?" Zhang Wei raised his chin slightly and said with an indifferent air, 1,000,000 first-tier crystal cores. The moment Yang Kong heard this, his mind buzzed as if struck by a hammer, and he instantly shrank back. His eyes widened in sheer terror and disbelief, his mouth slightly agape, yet he was unable to utter a single word for a long time. After a long pause, he came to his senses and said with a mournful face, "Boss, even the entire Songqing base doesn't have that many crystal cores combined. This is truly impossible for us. You're practically asking for our lives. This is nothing short of robbery." Yang Kang's heart was bleeding. He never imagined Zhang Wei would make such an outrageous demand. "I'm not robbing you. This is your compensation," Zhang Wei reminded him. After all, he was a good man and would never engage in robbery. "We truly don't have that many," Yang Kong replied, barely suppressing the urge to vomit blood. "In that case, let's lower it a bit." Zhang Wei frowned slightly, as if deep in thought. A glimmer of hope sparked in Yang Kang's heart, and he quickly nodded, saying, Yes, thank you for reducing the amount." Then 100,000 second-tier crystal cores. Zhang Wei quickly offered a new number. "Okay, wait, second-tier." Yang Kang's fleeting hope shattered instantly, as he was stunned once again. His eyes bulged with bewilderment, and he thought to himself, isn't this the same value as before? The value gap between first-tier and second-tier crystal cores is enormous. Is this what you call lowering the price? Yang Kong hesitated, then steeled his nerves and said, "Boss, second-tier crystal cores are too precious. The most we can offer is 100,000 first-tier crystal cores." Zhang Wei sneered. "Over 1,000 people, and they're only worth 100,000 first-tier cores. Then you can all stay in the supermarket forever and work as menial labor." Yang Tianxue was a man of considerable standing in the Bay City, and never had he been threatened like this. At this moment, he felt his dignity being trampled upon. "But we truly don't have 100,000 second-tier cores." Yang Tianxue gritted his teeth and replied for the sake of his son. Zhang Wei let out a cold laugh, his eyes filled with disdain. "Fine. Since you're so insincere, let them work in the supermarket until you come up with the cores." Yang Tianxue was silent on the other end of the line for a moment, seemingly weighing his options. Finally, he clenched his teeth and said, 200,000. "We can only manage 200,000. That's our absolute limit." Zhang Wei pondered for a moment, finding the sum of 200,000 cores acceptable, and nodded. Fine. Come on over. Yang Tianxue hung up the phone, his face livid with rage, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. He fumed, despicable bastard. How dare he threaten me? When I get there, I'll make him pay. Then he shouted angrily, prepare the vehicles. Bring all our men. We're going to Doomsday Supermarket. I want to see just how capable this supermarket owner really is. Yes, Commander. Dai Liji responded promptly, not daring to show any negligence, and immediately went to arrange the vehicles and personnel. A slight smile played on Zhang Wei's lips as he snapped his fingers once more. The crisp sound was like a verdict of fate. Everyone except Yang Kong vanished instantly, as if swept away by a mysterious force into another dimension. Witnessing this, Yang Kang's eyes bulged, filled with terror and disbelief. His body trembled uncontrollably, his legs giving way as he nearly collapsed to the floor. His lips quivered as he stammered, Where did they all go? Zhang Wei replied with a relaxed expression, Don't worry, they're just staying somewhere else for now. I wouldn't kill them anyway. They're still useful to me. After all, they hadn't been of use to him yet, so he certainly couldn't kill them outright. Even trash should be put to use. Yang Kong couldn't gauge Zhang Wei's abilities at all. He felt like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered, not daring to act rashly. He was paralyzed by fear, convinced that the slightest sign of resistance would result in his immediate demise. He was certain the man possessed such power. The incredible feats he had already witnessed were a testament to Zhang Wei's terror. Can I have a glass of water? Yang Kong asked, his voice trembling with a sob. His throat was parched as if it were on fire, but he was even more afraid of angering Zhang Wei with his request. 1 crystal core per glass. Zhang Wei didn't even lift his eyelids, replying coldly, as if conducting the most mundane transaction. Yes, I have some. Yang Kong, without a moment's hesitation, pulled a crystal core out from his spatial ring. A spatial ring. Not a bad piece of equipment. Zhang Wei's gaze suddenly fell upon Yang Kang's finger. He gave a slight beckon, and the ring on Yang Kang's finger, as if grasped by an invisible hand, instantly flew into his own. Yang Kang's face turned ashen, his lips pressed tightly together, his eyes burning with anger and resentment, yet he dared not say a word. His heart ached as if it were being cut by a knife, bleeding internally. This spatial ring was something he had fought hard to obtain, and it contained not only his savings of many years, but also numerous precious items. Zhang Wei toyed with the spatial ring in his hand, then released a wisp of spiritual sense into it. After a moment, a satisfied smile spread across his face. You're quite wealthy, aren't you? You have this many crystal cores alone. It seems your father has prepared well for you. The weight felt endlessly stretched, each second a dull blade grating against Yang Tianxue's heart. At last, after an agonizing ordeal, he led his vast entourage to the gates of the Doomsday Supermarket. This time he had marshaled nearly all the soldiers in the base. Among the ranks were no small number of second-order powerhouses standing tall and emanating formidable auras like the sharpest weapons in Yang Tianxue's arsenal. His son, however, was a third-order powerhouse, the pillar of his standing within the base. No matter the cost, he was determined to rescue his son from this Doomsday Supermarket. In his eyes, mere spirit crystals were trivial, nothing but external possessions. Should he lose his son, his position in the base would face unprecedented and severe challenges. Those who had long been coveting his position would surely seize the opportunity to strike and topple him from his current seat. Yang Tianxue stood at the front of the formation, his eyes locked fiercely on the Doomsday Supermarket, the muscles in his face twitching with rage. He gritted his teeth, his voice seething with fury. So this is the Doomsday Supermarket. How dare they? They've even kidnapped my son. Once my son is safe, we'll find that bastard and tear him limb from limb. Commander, what now? Dai Liji asked cautiously from the side. Yang Tianxue took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down, then issued the order, send someone in to see what's happening with my son. Yes. Dai Liji nodded immediately, then turned and selected a few soldiers, speaking in a tone that brooked no argument. You men get in there and assess the situation. One of the soldiers hesitated, opening his mouth as if to speak. Seeing this, Dai Liji's gaze turned icy. He swiftly drew his pistol, the dark muzzle pointing directly at the soldier, and demanded coldly, What? Speak up if you have something to say. The soldier, pale with fear under the gun's aim, stammered, I was just saying he'll get it done. Dai Liji holstered his weapon and warned seriously, Go on then. Get a clear picture of the situation inside. Find out how many people they have, what their defenses are like, and whether there are any traps set. Be careful. If anything is amiss, come back and report immediately. Yes. The soldier nodded and headed towards the supermarket. The other soldiers accompanying him also wore expressions of tension and unease. Damn it, our luck is awful. Who knows if we'll make it out alive this time? One soldier muttered under his breath. Another sighed helplessly. What choice do we have? Refusing is a death sentence too. The commander gave the order. Disobey, and we die right now. Going in might give us a fighting chance, and if we succeed, maybe we'll even get a reward. They spoke in hushed tones as they cautiously advanced towards the supermarket. Reaching the entrance, they halted, scanning their surroundings warily. All was silent with no signs of an ambush. They exchanged glances, confirming there was no danger before slowly stepping inside. No guards. The soldiers looked at each other in bewilderment as they entered. This was the commander's son they were dealing with, a monumental affair. By all logic, the kidnappers should have posted a heavy guard around the place. Yet here the doors stood wide open and an eerie silence reigned. Not a soul in sight. It was utterly bizarre, defying all expectation. So much food, one soldier whispered in awe. Inside, shelves were laden with an array of provisions, their aroma tantalizing. Even with their critical mission, the sight made their eyes gleam with desire. But they quickly snapped out of it, reminding themselves of their purpose. They fanned out swiftly, searching the store for their target. Soon they spotted a group of women. The women sat leisurely on stools, some cracking sunflower seeds, others eating fruit, their faces radiating contentment. It seemed this place was not a den of danger, but their personal lounge. Even as the armed, menacing soldiers barged in, the women merely cast a brief, indifferent glance their way before ignoring them entirely, continuing their activities. The soldiers were dumbfounded. Were these women blind? Could they not see the gleaming guns in their hands? Weren't they afraid of getting shot? One soldier, unable to contain himself, stepped forward, leveling his gun at a woman, and demanded loudly, "Who are you? Are you the kidnappers?" Smack. The woman targeted was Lu Rumei. Her eyes narrowed, and without hesitation she raised her hand and delivered a resounding slap that sent the soldier crashing to the ground. In her mind, the only one allowed to aim a gun at her was Zhang Wei, and no one else. This soldier's action had crossed an unforgivable line. "Damn, you dare hit us. You're dead." The other soldiers, enraged, opened fire on Lu Rumei. Rat-a-tat-tat. Gunfire echoed through the supermarket. But what happened next left them utterly stunned. Lu Rumei stood there completely unharmed. The bullets seemed to hit an invisible barrier, unable to touch her. "Why you? How are you unharmed?" One soldier's eyes bulged in terror, cold sweat pouring down his face as he stared at her. They retreated in panic, their legs trembling uncontrollably. "Idiots," Lu Rumei spat out coldly. The moment the words left her lips, several dark shadows flashed, and the soldiers crumpled to the ground before they could even react. Their bodies vanished instantly, leaving only their weapons and spirit crystals scattered on the floor. What? What kind of power is this? Outside, Dai Liji watched the entire scene unfold on the video surveillance feed. His eyes were wide, his mouth slightly agape, his face a mask of disbelief. On the screen, the women showed no fear as the soldiers fired. The bullets struck them as if hitting thin air, causing no harm whatsoever. More eerily, within moments, 3 soldiers inexplicably fell dead, without even a chance to struggle. A chill shot through Dai Liji from the soles of his feet to the crown of his head, his back instantly drenched in cold sweat. Ignoring the sweat on his brow, he turned hastily and handed the video device to Yang Tianxue, his voice trembling slightly. "Commander, please. Take a look." Yang Tianxue took the device, his eyes glued to the screen. His brows knitted tighter and tighter, his expression growing darker. After a long contemplative silence, he finally spoke. "Send a few more men in. And remember, don't open fire this time. We need to see the kidnappers first. We must find out exactly what's going on in there." He clearly realized they were dealing with someone formidable. Why else would there be no guards? Yes, of course, Dai Liji nodded hastily, a fresh sheen of sweat forming on his forehead. He knew this mission was fraught with uncertainty and peril, but the commander's orders were absolute. Dai Liji wasted no time, turning to arrange the men. He looked at the soldiers selected to enter, their faces ashen with fear and anxiety. Yet they dared not defy the command. Steeling themselves, they forced their feet towards the supermarket. These soldiers were indeed quite clever. After entering the supermarket, they did not rashly head toward the direction where Lu Rumei and her companions were. After all, the eerie abilities displayed by those women in the previous video still haunted their minds. They cautiously searched the supermarket, their eyes constantly scanning the surroundings, afraid to make any rash moves lest they stir up unnecessary trouble. Soon they spotted Yang Kong. They saw Yang Kong sitting face to face with another person, his expression somewhat tense. They scrutinized him carefully and found that Yang Kong was not tied up, nor did he show any signs of coercion. However, strangely enough, they could clearly sense that Yang Kong was filled with fear toward the young man opposite him, his eyes brimming with reverence and dread. So this was the kidnapper. But where were any other suspicious people around? Apart from a group of women who seemed to be watching the scene from a distance, there was not a single outsider in sight. Despite their confusion and unease, they steeled themselves and slowly walked toward Yang Kong and the others. Deputy Director Yang, we're here. A soldier summoned his courage and whispered. Hearing the voice, Yang Kong clung to it like a lifeline, quickly reaching out to take the communicator from the soldier, and said urgently, Dad, save me. Don't shoot, don't make a move. You're no match for him. If you anger him, we're all doomed. Yang Tianshui heard his son's terrified voice through the communicator, and his face instantly turned even darker, as if it could drip water. Suppressing his fury and confusion, he asked in a deep voice, what exactly is his strength? Tell me clearly. Yang Kong wiped the sweat continuously beading on his forehead, his voice trembling as he replied, Dad, I don't know his exact strength either. But he can kill me in an instant. I feel that even if 10,000 people came, he would annihilate them in an instant. We absolutely cannot offend him, or the entire base will suffer. The people I brought before were instantly controlled by him, unable to move a muscle. I don't even know where he teleported them. Hiss. Hearing this, Yang Tianshui couldn't help but draw a sharp breath, his eyes filled with disbelief. He looked again at the calm young man on the other side of the video, his heart filled with shock and fear. Someone who could instantly kill a third-rank powerhouse. Even if countless more came, they would be annihilated in an instant. A fourth-rank powerhouse couldn't possibly do that. So what cultivation realm was the other party? Could it be the legendary 5th rank? Or even 6th rank? Or stronger? Yang Tianshui dared not think further, feeling a chill surge from the soles of his feet straight to his head. Listening to his son Yang Kang's terrified description over the communicator, he finally woke up, as if from a dream, realizing how foolish and fatal a mistake it was to send his son to attack the Apocalypse supermarket. On second thought, it was indeed true. If the other party didn't have sufficient strength, how could they possibly run such a supermarket in the chaotic environment of the Apocalypse? He had been completely blinded by greed and impulse, his mind clouded without considering this crucial detail. His thoughts were entirely occupied with taking control of the supermarket and reaping its benefits. Give the communicator to him. He'll talk to him. Yang Tianshui took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, and said into the communicator, All right. Yang Kong, without any hesitation, quickly placed the communicator in front of Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei, with a calm expression, reached out and took the communicator, putting it to his ear. I am Yang Kang's father, Yang Tianshui. I have brought the crystal cores. He'll give them to you, and you release my son. From now on, we'll keep our distance and not interfere with each other. Then bring your people in for the transaction. Zhang Wei's lips curled slightly into a faint, imperceptible smile, and he said blandly, That won't be necessary. They'll have someone bring the crystal cores in. Yang Tianshui quickly refused. By now he was terrified and dared not set foot inside the supermarket. He knew full well that the supermarket was full of unknown dangers. Once inside, he might never come out. Zhang Wei cursed inwardly at the old fox. He had originally planned to trap them all inside and use them for his own benefit. He hadn't expected Yang Tianshui to be so cunning and not take the bait. Those who survived and rose to such positions in this apocalypse were indeed not to be underestimated. All of them were sharp-minded. Then bring the crystal cores in. Zhang Wei said, though somewhat displeased. All right, but can you release my son first? Yang Tianshui asked tentatively, still clinging to a sliver of hope. Do as I say or else. Zhang Wei interrupted impatiently, his tone tinged with menace. Being threatened like this, Yang Tianshui felt a surge of anger, wishing he could tear Zhang Wei apart. But reason told him he couldn't, and he dared not act rashly. He feared that if the other party got upset, he would simply charge out and annihilate him and all his men. All right, I'll have someone deliver the crystal cores immediately. Yang Tianshui quickly replied, his voice laden with helplessness. Go take the crystal cores inside. Yang Tianshui, his face ashen, his eyes revealing a hint of unwillingness and resignation, ordered Dai Liji beside him. Yes. Dai Liji dared not disobey and immediately turned around. He selected a few soldiers who looked relatively alert, handed them the bag filled with crystal cores, and whispered, Be careful. Once inside, don't say anything unnecessary. Deliver the goods and come out quickly. The soldiers took the bag, feeling its weight as if it carried 1,000 pounds. They exchanged glances, seeing fear and unease in each other's eyes. But orders were orders, so they steeled themselves and walked slowly toward the supermarket. After entering the supermarket, they cautiously looked around and soon found Zhang Wei. A soldier gathered his courage, walked quickly to Zhang Wei, gently placed the bag down, and said in a trembling voice, This is for you. Zhang Wei, with an indifferent expression, waved his hand lightly. The crystal cores, as if drawn by an invisible force, slowly floated out of the bag and arranged themselves neatly in front of him. Then, with another wave, they vanished without a trace. This display left everyone present dumbfounded, their eyes wide, mouths slightly agape, filled with shock and disbelief. They had never seen such a miraculous technique, and their fear of Zhang Wei deepened. Zhang Wei was quite satisfied with their astonished expressions. He finally understood why those who extorted compensation were so enthusiastic about it. This kind of effortless profit was indeed very satisfying. After all, these were 20,000 gene points, enough for him to break through to the 4th rank and elevate his strength to a new level. Big brother, can you let us go now? Yang Kong asked cautiously, his eyes full of hope and pleading. Go ahead, Zhang Wei said blandly, his face expressionless. You came and still want to leave. You'd be lucky to get out of the supermarket. And Yang Kong wanted to say something more, like whether they could wipe the slate clean and not trouble them again. But when he saw Zhang Wei's impatient eyes, he was so scared that he shut his mouth, not daring to say another word, and turned to hurry out of the supermarket. However, as Yang Kong turned around, a faint, almost imperceptible smile curled at the corner of Zhang Wei's mouth. Since they had delivered themselves to his doorstep, how could he let them leave so easily? Extortion. Once you do it, there will naturally be a second and third time. Extorting once is great. Extorting continuously is always great. The instant Yang Kang's right foot was about to cross the threshold of the supermarket's automatic sliding door, he felt his ankle seized, as if by an invisible hand. This force was not merely a restraint, it directly froze the neural signals in his entire leg. What's going on? He instinctively tried to support himself with his left leg, only to find it had lost control as well. Cold sweat trickled down his back as he desperately tried to channel his innate ability, only to find his meridians utterly empty. The energy that usually obeyed his command like an extension of himself now felt like a drained lake, incapable of stirring even the faintest ripple. The sunlight outside the supermarket stung his eyes. Through the glass door he could see soldiers in the distance murmuring among themselves, but their figures grew increasingly blurry, as if he were viewing another world through frosted glass. You promised to let me go. Yang Kong suddenly roared at the top of his lungs, his voice echoing through the supermarket. He realized his vocal cords were trembling too, like a child whose candy had been snatched away. You're a liar. Before his words even faded, he staggered and fell to one knee. The dull thud of his knee hitting the ceramic tiles sent a shudder through his body, not from pain, but from a profound weakness that seemed to emanate from the depths of his soul. At this moment, even lifting his arm was a struggle, and each breath carried a rusty metallic sweetness, like a patient recovering from a severe illness. This guy. Who the hell is he? Yang Kang's pupils contracted violently, as his nails dug deep into his palms. He felt an overwhelming urge to cry. He regretted it so much, regretted why he had ever attacked this supermarket. If he hadn't attacked this place, he could still be living the high life back at the base. Unfortunately, there's no medicine for regret in this world. Meanwhile, inside the armored vehicle outside the supermarket, Yang Tianshui lowered his military binoculars for the 3rd time. The image of his son frozen at the doorway still lingered on the lenses, but it was like a jammed old film reel, a frame so still it made his heart uneasy. Send someone to check the situation. What the hell is going on? Yang Tianshui's brows were tightly knitted, a wave of unease gradually rising within him like the tide. He couldn't pinpoint the source of this anxiety, only felt a vague premonition that something terrible was about to happen. He stood rooted to the spot, his gaze fixed on the supermarket ahead, his mind churning with possible scenarios. After a moment's hesitation, he finally waved his hand, signaling a few soldiers to head towards the store. The soldiers, upon receiving the order despite their own trepidation, steeled themselves and took their first steps. They advanced cautiously towards the supermarket, each step measured and deliberate. Finally, they reached the entrance. They exchanged a glance, took a deep breath, and slowly pushed open the door, stepping inside. However, the unexpected happened in that very instant. The moment they crossed the threshold, before they could even utter a word, their bodies seemed to be swallowed by an invisible force, vanishing without a trace in the blink of an eye. After a long moment, they gradually regained their senses, looking around in confusion, trying to figure out where they were. Where are we? What is this place? How did we get here? The soldiers realized this was nothing less than a prison cell, and they weren't alone. People surrounded them, all locked up just like them. The soldiers outside the supermarket witnessed this hair-raising scene. Instantly, their eyes bulged like copper bells, their faces etched with horror and profound bewilderment. Their stunned expressions seemed to freeze time itself. They stood dumbfounded, their legs seemingly nailed to the ground, unable to move. Their minds went completely blank, as if all thought had been sucked away by this sudden turn of events. They couldn't comprehend what had just happened. How could their comrades, alive and well just a moment ago, vanish into thin air so suddenly? Those soldiers. They just disappeared. Dai Liji's eyes were wide, her voice turning shrill with fear. He had witnessed it all, his heart filled with terror. This method was too terrifying, completely beyond his comprehension. He had never imagined such a sinister power could exist in this world. Despicable bastard. Yang Tianxue gritted his teeth, forcing the words out. He had figured it out as well. The other side had no intention of releasing anyone. This had been a meticulously crafted trap from the very beginning. Good thing I didn't rush in to ransom him earlier, or I'd have vanished into thin air too. At the thought, a wave of belated fear washed over Yang Tianxue, his back instantly drenched in cold sweat. Commander, what do we do? Dai Liji was at a complete loss, looking at Yang Tianxue, anxiously, his eyes filled with helplessness. He had no idea what to do now. Faced with this sudden bizarre situation, he was utterly incapable of responding. Yang Tianxue was in the same predicament, his brow furrowed deeply, his mind racing, but finding no solutions. He was caught between a rock and a hard place. Staying here meant facing unknown horrors. But launching a hasty attack, given the others' displayed abilities, would surely lead to their annihilation. The strange power Zhang Wei had shown was like a sword of Damocles hanging over their heads, preventing him from making any rash moves. He knew that any reckless action would bring about their doom. Let's go. Yang Tianxue gritted his teeth and made the difficult decision. He had no choice but to lead his men away. This feeling of helplessness and frustration felt like a heavy boulder pressing on his chest, making it hard to breathe. He was furious enough to kill, but he didn't dare. He knew clearly that acting on impulse now would only lead to more severe consequences. Meanwhile, Zhang Wei stood quietly outside the window of a room, binoculars firmly in hand, staring intently into the distance. Through the lens, he clearly saw Yang Tianxue and his men begin to pack up their gear, then slowly turn and head back the way they came. Seeing this, a slight twitch tugged at the corner of Zhang Wei's mouth, a sense of regret welling up inside him. He had originally planned to use these click farm workers to achieve certain goals. But now, with so many potential laborers lost for nothing, it truly stung. So many click farm workers. Just lost like that. Zhang Wei muttered under his breath, his tone full of regret. These people were supposed to play a significant role in his original plan. Now that the plan had fallen through, it was a pity. However, he had to admit that this Yang Tianxue was indeed quite clever. After seeing his men vanish mysteriously, he hadn't been blinded by rage and launched a reckless attack on the supermarket. If Yang Tianxue had dared to attack Zhang Wei, wouldn't have been merciful. It seems using Yang Kong to extort Yang Tianxue again is out of the question. Zhang Wei frowned. A smart guy like Yang Tianxue wouldn't fall for the same trick twice. He had successfully lured Yang Tianxue in using Yang Kong as bait, but now that the other party had sensed the danger, he certainly wouldn't be easily fooled again. At the thought, Zhang Wei couldn't help but let out a sigh, his heart filled with regret. But he also understood that the others' decision to leave was a wise one. So he didn't bother with them anymore and refocused his attention. Now let's see if these guys can do some clicking. Zhang Wei muttered to himself, leaving the room to check on the prisoners he considered his click farm workers, to see if they still held any value. Immediately after, a strange flash of light swept through and Yang Kong was teleported into the prison. Almost at the same moment, Zhang Wei's figure also materialized within the prison walls. Yang Kong had barely landed, his eyes still adjusting to the unfamiliar surroundings, when he spotted Zhang Wei standing not far away. His eyes widened in fury, anger erupting from his heart like a volcano. He pointed a trembling finger at Zhang Wei and roared, "You liar! You deceived me. You never had good intentions. Why did you lure me here? What are you plotting?" Zhang Wei cast a cold, indifferent glance at Yang Kong, his gaze carrying a bone-chilling, murderous intent. He replied with icy detachment, "Say another word, and it'll send you straight to the afterlife. Don't think I wouldn't dare to kill you. In my eyes, you're nothing more than a pawn to be toyed with at will." Yang Kong flinched under Zhang Wei's menacing stare, swallowing the words that had been on the tip of his tongue. He knew all too well that he was in a position of absolute disadvantage. A living dog is better than a dead lion, who, as long as he was alive, there would always be a way to escape someday. Thus he clamped his mouth shut and remained silent. Zhang Wei observed Yang Kang's silence, a faint mocking smile curling at the corner of his lips. Then his gaze swept across the other prisoners and he announced in a loud voice, "I'm giving you all a chance to live. Each of you will take a crystal core and pick a package from the store that will serve as your food. Don't think you can just starve yourselves and survive. Without sustenance, you'll die of hunger." He paused for a moment, then continued, "In a moment, I'll teleport you all back to the supermarket. If you choose to run, be my guest. Try it, and see if you can take even a single step outside. But let me warn you, the consequences of fleeing are something you cannot bear." With that, Zhang Wei cast his spell once more. A brilliant light enveloped the group, and in the next instant, they were transported back into the supermarket. By then, Lu Rumei and the others were already waiting at the checkout counter. Their expressions were calm, as if utterly indifferent to the situation. These soldiers, through their previous trials, had accumulated a number of crystal cores. So upon being teleported back, most of them obediently followed Zhang Wei's instructions, picking a package of food from the aisles and heading to the checkout to settle their bill. However, a few cunning ones refused to believe Zhang Wei's words. They thought he was merely bluffing, that if they could just dash out of the supermarket, they might break free from his control. So they sprinted with all their might towards the exit. But no matter how hard they tried, their feet seemed nailed to the floor, utterly immovable. They struggled desperately, but their bodies were bound by an invisible force, leaving them to watch helplessly as they remained trapped inside the supermarket. This made them realize with absolute clarity that escape was an impossibility. With no other choice, they reluctantly returned and did as Zhang Wei commanded. But Zhang Wei sneered, "Since you refuse to heed my warning, you can go die." As he spoke, he snapped his fingers. In an instant, the heads of the fleeing soldiers were separated from their bodies. Blood sprayed in all directions, and they died a miserable death. The other soldiers, witnessing this gruesome spectacle, were filled with terror, and any lingering thoughts of escape were utterly extinguished. They understood that in the presence of this mysterious and powerful Zhang Wei, they had no capacity to resist. Their only chance of survival lay in absolute obedience. The corpses and the blood vanished without a trace. Zhang Wei stood in a corner of the supermarket, his cold gaze sweeping over the soldiers who were now selecting their goods. He began to carefully monitor the progress of his transaction scheme. Watching the soldiers take their items to the checkout one by one, Zhang Wei calculated silently. He observed that this method of having soldiers use their own crystal cores to buy goods did indeed increase the supermarket's experience points. Yet a doubt lingered in his mind. If he were to provide the crystal cores for the soldiers to complete the transactions, would that count towards his performance? After all, he hadn't fully deciphered the system's rules for judging performance. To test his hypothesis, when the scheme was nearing its end, Zhang Wei singled out a few soldiers. He retrieved some crystal cores from his storage space and handed one to a soldier, signaling him to pay at the counter. The soldier took the core and walked hesitantly to the checkout to complete the transaction. Zhang Wei watched the system's feedback intently. After a moment, he let out a soft sigh and shook his head in resignation. "Just as I thought, it doesn't work." It seemed the system had strict verification mechanisms and wouldn't easily allow him to exploit loopholes. However, the method of soldiers using their own accumulated cores was indeed viable. This realization sparked a thought, and a memory surfaced of the ransom Yang Tianshui had given him earlier. That was a full 200,000 crystal cores. I wonder if these 200,000 cores count as my own. Zhang Wei muttered to himself. To further verify this, he took one core from that stash and handed it to another soldier, instructing him to go and pay. The soldier, not daring to disobey, took the core and hurried to the checkout. The transaction was completed quickly, and the system gave no abnormal alerts. Zhang Wei's eyes lit up instantly, and a satisfied smile spread across his face. "Excellent, excellent. 200,000 cores mean 200,000 transactions. That's enough to keep this scheme running for a long time." Zhang Wei felt a surge of secret pride. Since these cores could be used normally, these people still had their uses for now, and he could keep them around for a while longer. The soldiers who had completed their transactions barely had a moment to catch their breath before being teleported back to the prison. The prison within the supermarket was quite comfortable, equipped with beds and private bathrooms. Apart from the lack of freedom, there were few other restrictions. For these soldiers, this was far better than the life of a survivor outside, who faced constant hunger and danger. However, Zhang Wei was well aware that if they weren't useful for generating performance through his scheme, he wouldn't be keeping them around for free. Zhang Wei sat in the office chair, his fingers drumming lightly on the desk, his gaze fixed on the neatly stacked piles of crystal cores. He pondered to himself that these 200,000 cores were a precious resource. It was wiser to save them for the transaction scheme for now rather than using them to enhance his strength immediately. In his view, since he had no immediate plans to leave the supermarket, boosting his own power wasn't an urgent matter. Life in the supermarket was monotonous, but stable for the time being. The scheme could raise the supermarket's level faster, so the use of these cores required careful planning. Just as Zhang Wei was deep in thought, Wang Yun hurried towards him. A hint of excitement was visible on her face. "Boss, I have a suggestion regarding the currency for purchasing supplies. I'd like to share it with you." Zhang Wei's interest was piqued. He stopped tapping the table, sat up straight, and asked, "Tell me more." Wang Yun cleared her throat and began to speak methodically. "Hey, race, my idea, our supermarket could introduce a shopping cart. The survivors are bringing in a lot of currency, gold, silver, jewelry, antiques, and crystal cores. We can convert all of these into a standardized point system. For instance, we set a clear rate for how many points a crystal core is worth and how many points a piece of gold or silver jewelry is worth based on its value. Then when they shop at the supermarket, they can simply pay with the card. It's convenient, fast, and easy to carry." As Zhang Wei listened to Wang Yun's suggestion, his eyes grew brighter. He thought to himself that this was indeed a good idea. Wang Yun, with her background as a former executive, had a sharp mind. It was a standard practice in supermarkets, yet he hadn't thought of it himself. He nodded with great satisfaction and said, "Good, well, do it your way. However, I have a plan for the management of the shopping carts. Each card will be strictly personal. Even if someone loses their card or it's stolen, it will be useless to the thief. He'll implement a special recognition mechanism so that only the cardholder can use it. Furthermore, each card will be able to receive messages. In the future, any announcements or promotional activities from the supermarket can be seen on the card, strengthening the connection between the supermarket and the survivors." As Zhang Wei spoke, he was already mentally outlining the implementation plan for the shopping cards, envisioning a more orderly and prosperous supermarket under this new system. These measures were nothing for him. He could conjure them up at will. After meticulously finalizing the details of the shopping card with Wang Yun, Zhang Wei understood the critical importance of this initiative for the supermarket's operations. He immediately took action, gathering all the supermarket staff. The staff gathered around, their eyes full of curiosity and anticipation. Zhang Wei stood before them, cleared his throat, and officially announced the new points-based shopping card system. "Starting today, our supermarket is introducing a shopping card points system. Survivors can exchange gold, silver, jewelry, antiques, and other items for points, which can then be used for purchases." Zhang Wei explained the situation concisely. After hearing this, everyone began to murmur amongst themselves, their faces showing approval, agreeing that it was indeed a good idea. Subsequently, several employees eagerly offered their own suggestions. "Boss, I think we should print the supermarket's logo on the card to make it more recognizable," Lu Rumei suggested first. "Yes, and we could refine the points exchange rates, setting more reasonable rates for items of different values," Zhang Yan added. Zhang Wei listened attentively to everyone's suggestions, nodding in approval from time to time. He took mental notes of all the ideas and quickly immersed himself in the design of the shopping cart. Leveraging his abilities and vision for the supermarket, he soon designed the appearance of the Doomsday supermarket shopping cart. The card's overall design used a steady black color scheme, featuring the supermarket's prominent logo along with the cardholder's name and photo. It was both aesthetically pleasing and practical. After designing the card, Zhang Wei went to the supermarket entrance. With a wave of his hands, he instantly conjured a points exchange counter. The counter was simple and elegant in design, equipped with various registration supplies. Next, he conjured a dedicated area for calculating item points. This area housed a mysterious device. When gold, silver, jewelry, or antiques were placed on it, the device would automatically scan the item's material, age, rarity, and other information, then rapidly calculate the corresponding number of points. From now on, whenever a survivor brings items to exchange for points, you just place the items on this device, and it will automatically calculate the points. Then you simply credit the points to their card based on the item's value. Zhang Wei explained the operational process in detail to his staff. To ensure the security and convenience of the shopping cards, Zhang Wei emphasized, everyone's points card will have a backup record. Even if their card is stolen or lost, there's no need to worry. They can simply come to the points area, verify their identity through facial recognition, and issue a new card. Not a single point will be lost. Zhang Wei detailed the process to his staff. This way, survivors wouldn't have to worry about losing their shopping cards. Of course, if a survivor dies, their card becomes void. There is no inheritance. All rights of interpretation belong to the Doomsday supermarket, and no objections will be entertained. The staff nodded in understanding and began familiarizing themselves with the new procedures, preparing for the official implementation of the point system. Before long, the sound of bustling footsteps came from the supermarket entrance. A familiar figure led a group of people into the store. It was Yi Fan. With a smile on his face, Yi Fan walked briskly up to Zhang Wei and said cheerfully, "Boss has promised him back." Zhang Wei nodded slightly and replied with a smile, "Just in time. I can tell you about the points system we're implementing. It will be quite beneficial for your future purchases here." He then explained the details of the points system to Yi Fan. He explained everything from how to earn points and use the card to what items could be purchased with points. Yi Fan listened quietly, nodding occasionally. When Zhang Wei finished, Yi Fan didn't say much, simply feeling that it was indeed a good approach. It would facilitate shopping for survivors and enhance the supermarket's appeal. "Listen up, everyone. Form a line to get your cards processed. Be orderly and don't cause any trouble," Yi Fan commanded, turning to the group behind him. "Yes, Chief." The group responded in unison, their voices clear and strong. They then lined up neatly and proceeded one by one to the points exchange counter. The process of getting a card was simple and convenient. The staff first registered each person via facial recognition, then placed their gold, silver, jewelry, and antiques on the points calculation device. The device quickly scanned and calculated the points for the items, and the staff then credited the points to the corresponding shopping card. No matter how many items they had, they could be exchanged for card points in a short time. Yi Fan watched his subordinates getting their cards processed in an orderly manner and nodded with satisfaction. Afterwards, he walked over to the tea table with Zhang Wei. Yi Fan took out a bulging bag from his person and placed it on the table. Opening it revealed a large number of crystal cores. "Boss, please take these crystal cores. They're from this trip," Yi Fan said. Zhang Wei looked at the crystal cores, a glint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. He noticed that there were considerably more than what Yi Fan had brought last time. Moreover, every time Yi Fan came, he brought more survivors to shop. The consumption by these survivors greatly increased the supermarket's upgrade experience, contributing to its growth and prosperity. Yi Fan sat by the tea table, gently taking a sip from his cup. A meaningful smile played on his lips as he looked at Zhang Wei and said, "I've put considerable effort into scouting among the survivors and have managed to find quite a few beautiful women. I recall your supermarket was looking for employees. They'll have them come and apply when the time comes to add some vitality to the place." As he spoke, Yi Fan gave a knowing wink, his eyes hinting at unspoken implications. Zhang Wei's heart stirred with suspicion at these words. What was Yi Fan up to? His supermarket did need more staff as business expanded, but why would he proactively send attractive women over? What was his angle? Did he think Zhang Wei was someone easily swayed by beauty? Zhang Wei inwardly scoffed, thinking he was no such person. He'd never admit to being a lecher. Send them if you want. The supermarket has strict hiring procedures and trials. Without passing those, no amount of beauty would secure a position. They chatted idly for a while longer when Yi Fan suddenly announced with pride, "Zhang Wei, guess what? I recently broke through to the 4th order." Zhang Wei was momentarily taken aback. While Yi Fan's progress was surprising, he quickly regained his composure. In his eyes, even if Yi Fan were a 9th order powerhouse, he posed no threat. After all, Zhang Wei had his own trump cards and methods. "Oh, impressive. Made it to the 4th order, huh?" Zhang Wei replied with indifference. Yi Fan, unfazed by the lukewarm response, shifted the topic with curiosity. "By the way, Zhang Wei, I heard you've taken Yang Tianshui's son hostage." Zhang Wei nodded. "You're quite well informed. That guy brought it upon himself. He dared to scheme against my supermarket, so I couldn't just let it slide. He thought his influence made him untouchable, but he forgot whose territory this is." Yi Fan frowned, pressing further. "You're not planning to kill him. Keeping him around seems pointless. He might even cause you trouble later." In Yi Fan's view, Zhang Wei wasn't one to hesitate when decisive action was needed, so his restraint with Yang Tianshui's son piqued his curiosity. Zhang Wei smiled, a glint of cunning in his eyes. "Don't worry. Once he's outlived his usefulness, I won't keep him. For now he stays because he still has some value." Though puzzled, Yi Fan was shrewd enough to know when not to pry and wisely refrained from asking more. "Zhang Wei, am planning to buy a larger batch of weapons this time. You know, in this apocalypse these are lifesavers. And your supermarket has quite a stockpile. Given how close we are, think you could cut me a deal on the price." Yi Fan rubbed his hands together, a shrewd glimmer in his eyes. "Weapons are premium goods, always sold at fixed prices. Take it or leave it. I'm not running a charity here, so don't expect discounts." Zhang Wei raised an eyebrow and shot back without hesitation. Internally, he grumbled, a discount. How about a broken bone instead? He ran the supermarket to make a profit, not to take losses. "All right, then let me take a look at the weapons first." Yi Fan shrugged helplessly at Zhang Wei's firm stance. "Go ahead. Lu Huanxin is overseeing that section. If you need anything, just buy it. Prices are clearly marked." Zhang Wei gestured toward the entrance of the weapons section. Yi Fan headed inside. Just then a woman with decent features approached Zhang Wei, her steps hesitant. If not for the apocalypse, she would have been quite attractive in her prime. But 6 months of survival in this harsh world had taken their toll, leaving her gaunt with a sallow complexion and an air of exhaustion. "Boss, I heard you're hiring. When will the next recruitment be? I'm willing to do any kind of work." The woman stood before Zhang Wei, head slightly bowed, her voice tinged with humility as she asked cautiously. Zhang Wei looked her over. Though she was indeed quite attractive, he didn't accept just anyone. "In about a week, there'll be a notice posted. You can check the bulletin board at the supermarket entrance," he replied casually. "Okay, boss. He'll wait. Thank you for giving me this chance." A flicker of hope lit up the woman's eyes as she responded quickly. She didn't pester him further. Instead, she gave Zhang Wei a respectful bow, offering a glimpse of her chest, and then turned to leave. Zhang Wei remained completely unmoved. Afterwards, several other women came forward with similar inquiries. Some even boldly offered themselves to him, but Zhang Wei turned them all down, telling them to come back when the supermarket was hiring. The day passed quietly amidst the hustle and bustle. Back at his residence in Blue Star, Zhang Wei was about to rest when his phone suddenly rang. He picked it up and saw it was Chen Yusin calling. "Hello, what's up?" Zhang Wei answered directly. Chen Yusin's crisp voice came through. "Zhang Wei, the auto show is tomorrow. He'll pick you up in the morning. Does that work for you? Zhang Wei suddenly remembered his promise to buy a car and quickly replied, sure, thanks for the trouble. No trouble at all. It's my pleasure to serve you. Chen Yusin responded with enthusiasm. They chatted about trivial matters like the recent weather and which new cars might debut at the show before ending the call. After hanging up, Zhang Wei reflected on the day's achievements. He had been worried about the supermarket's supply chain, but today he had managed to contact several suppliers. Through negotiation, they all agreed to deliver various goods to the supermarket on schedule. A stable supply chain would ensure the supermarket's smooth operations. Just as he was thinking about this, his phone rang again. It was Wang Yu. Zhang Wei, the first batch of supplies is on its way. We hit a small snag on the road, so it might be a bit late. Are you free right now? Wang Yu's voice came through with a hint of apology. I'm free. Just have them delivered. Thanks for your hard work. Zhang Wei replied, knowing that unexpected delays were part and parcel of logistics. Okay, Zhang Wei. They'll continue coordinating the rest of the supplies for you. They'll get everything shipped within the next few days to ensure your supermarket runs without a hitch. Wang Yu said. After hanging up the phone, Zhang Wei pondered for a moment and decided to head to the prison to select a group of laborers. He teleported to the prison in an instant. The inmates, seeing Zhang Wei appear, suddenly all wore expressions of terror. I need a batch of laborers. If you perform well, you will be fed. If you perform poorly, the fate of those soldiers from before will be yours. Anyone willing can sign up now. Zhang Wei scanned the room coldly and announced in a loud voice. Hearing there was food to be had, a glimmer of hope ignited in the inmates' eyes. In this prison, they were perpetually hungry and lived in constant fear. Hearing such an opportunity, they all rushed to sign up. I'm willing too. Boss'll be obedient, he'll do whatever you say. A crowd of them shouted, eagerly afraid of being left behind. They all knew in their hearts this was a rare chance. Perhaps if they performed well, this man might let them go, or even hire them as supermarket employees, allowing them to escape this bleak and hopeless prison life forever. Zhang Wei looked at them indifferently, unafraid of any escape attempts. Since he had chosen them, he had the means to control what they said and did, and to restrict their freedom. He selected a few dozen soldiers who appeared relatively strong and sturdy. Then he teleported these few dozen soldiers to a spacious bathhouse. Wash up and change your clothes here first, then await further notice. He produced a set of clean clothes for each of them. The soldiers naturally didn't dare to disobey. They began to wash and change, obediently awaiting orders. Not long after, a low rumble of engines echoed from the street outside the supermarket. Several large freight trucks loaded with goods slowly pulled up to the supermarket entrance, their metal bodies gleaming with a cold light under the sun. Who's the boss here? We're here to deliver the goods. The lead driver poked his head out of the cab, clutching a thick stack of delivery notes. The laborers following him wiped sweat from their brows, clearly having just endured a long journey. From the crowd, Zhang Wei stepped forward, his expression calm, and said, just hand them over to me. The driver looked Zhang Wei up and down, astonishment clear in his eyes. He never imagined the boss would be this young, seemingly just over 20. However, professionalism quickly made him compose himself, and he promptly replied, all right. Zhang Wei took the delivery notes, glanced over them briefly, then turned to Wang Yun beside him, and said, Wang Yun, I'll leave the inventory checking to you. Wang Yun, beaming, replied crisply, sure thing, boss. With that, she took the delivery notes from Zhang Wei and headed towards the truck to begin checking the goods. At that moment, Zhang Yun also came over, looking at the mountain of goods on the truck, and said to Zhang Wei with a smile, boss, quite a lot of stuff this time. This should last us a few days of sales. Zhang Wei nodded slightly, then turned his gaze to the group of soldiers standing nearby and commanded, move the goods inside the supermarket. Yes, boss. The soldiers responded in unison, their voices strong and orderly. They quickly sprang into action, heading towards the trucks without a moment's delay. Seeing this, the truck owner hurried over and said to Zhang Wei, boss, we brought our own laborers. Let them handle the unloading. Zhang Wei shook his head, his tone firm. No need. Let them do the work. They're idle anyway. Seeing Zhang Wei's resolute attitude, the truck owner said no more and stepped aside. Zhang Wei looked around and then said to the girls, go get some stools and bring out some water for the drivers. Okay. The girls responded and quickly brought out a few stools from the supermarket, placing them in the resting area for the drivers. Watching the busy scene and seeing women like Lu Rumei, the drivers couldn't help but feel curious. These girls were each more beautiful than the last, with outstanding grace. It was hard to imagine they would choose to work as employees in such a small supermarket. One driver couldn't contain his curiosity and asked Zhang Wei, boss, are all these pretty girls employees of your supermarket? Zhang Wei nodded without saying much. The drivers exchanged bewildered glances, their hearts full of doubt. What methods did this boss possess to make these exceptional girls willingly stay in a supermarket like this? The crowd's attention was fixed on these young women. They were completely obedient to Zhang Wei, swiftly carrying out every instruction without a trace of reluctance on their faces. Moreover, in their eyes when they looked at Zhang Wei, there seemed to be a hint of other feelings, sparking wild speculation among the onlookers. My goodness, could it be that all these pretty girls are smitten with the boss? One driver murmured under his breath, his gaze shifting between Zhang Wei and the girls. I have no idea. This supermarket is just a rural one. Even if it looks quite large, how much money can it make out here in the countryside? Another driver frowned, his face full of confusion. If he wasn't making money, why would he need so much stock? Look at the frequency of these deliveries. They're getting bigger each time. That's true. But these girls are no less attractive than celebrities with looks and grace. Why would they be willing to work as supermarket staff? It seems such a waste. Who knows? It just shows this boss has real skills to keep these girls so devoted and obedient. They chattered amongst themselves. Then their attention was drawn to the laborers moving the goods. These laborers were all strong and burly, moving the goods with ease. They could carry several boxes at once, walking steadily towards the supermarket. Look at these guys, they're incredibly strong, carrying that much in one go. Their physical fitness is truly impressive, and they are so diligent. This boss must be really wealthy to afford so many people, all of them this capable. Impressive. Young as he is, he has such skills. You have to admire that. Being able to manage so many people so orderly, this supermarket is bound to get bigger and bigger. Everyone gave Zhang Wei a thumbs up. Inside the supermarket, Zhang Wei cleared his throat and said to Lu Rumei and the others, from now on, whenever there are odd jobs or heavy tasks, let those soldiers handle them. After all, these men were prisoners. Killing them would be letting them off easy. They could be directed as they pleased. Hearing this, Lu Rumei and the others broke into delighted smiles. They had been worried about not having enough hands, but now with the soldiers' help, many tasks could be easily managed. Lu Rumei was the first to react, instructing the soldiers. You few move these boxes to the warehouse. Handle them with care. And you lot follow me. Get these goods onto the shelves. Be quick about it. Wang Yun also began directing the soldiers to work. The soldiers offered no resistance, obediently carrying out the girls' orders. Meanwhile, Zhang Wei sat at the tea table brewing tea and watching anime, looking quite carefree. These soldiers, blessed with exceptional physical prowess and already possessing first or second-tier strength, proved remarkably efficient at their hauling duties. With agile movements and swift motions, they carried goods with steady ease, their footsteps a blur as they darted in and out of the supermarket. Before long, the once mountainous piles of goods were organized in perfect order, and the task was swiftly completed. Zhang Wei, observing the finished work, waved his hand and transported them to the bathhouse. The space was vast, the hot water plentiful, and a faint, pleasant fragrance lingered in the air. Furthermore, Zhang Wei arranged for them a far superior place to reside. The rooms were spotless and tidy, the beds soft and comfortable, and all manner of living amenities were provided. Though they remained without freedom, at least their food and water were now assured, and they no longer had to worry about their basic needs. Lu Rumei, having only lost her virginity the previous night, was still in a state of recovery and hardly fit for strenuous activity today. Hence Zhang Wei turned his gaze to Wang Yun. With a mere thought, he transported her to the training room. The chamber was spacious, its walls capable of withstanding any form of energy impact. Wang Yun, you will now spar with me. Gain combat experience through real battle, Zhang Wei said, looking at her. It was only by relentlessly honing his combat skills every day that he could ensure his safety when he eventually left the supermarket and ventured out into the world. Boss, my talent is strength ice manipulation. I can create various ice-based attacks for offense. Wang Yun nodded, introducing her ability. Oh, ice. That's quite a formidable talent, Zhang Wei mused. A flicker of envy passed through Zhang Wei's eyes. He knew that any talent could be useful. The key lay in how one developed and utilized it, especially when combined. Multiple talents could yield remarkable results. Wang Yun's strength talent was already exceptionally powerful, which explained how she managed to establish a base amidst the apocalypse. Let's begin, Zhang Wei said, no more settling into a combat stance. All right. Wang Yun knew that even with her full strength, she couldn't harm Zhang Wei or damage the supermarket structure, so she held nothing back. A biting cold aura instantly enveloped her, seeming to lower the temperature of the entire room. In the next second, a sharp spike of ice erupted from the ground, surging swiftly toward Zhang Wei. His perception was keen. The moment the spike appeared, he sensed the danger and retreated without a moment's hesitation. However, Wang Yun's assault did not cease. Ice spikes sprouted from the floor like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, growing more numerous and dense, advancing relentlessly toward Zhang Wei. He could only dodge continuously, weaving agilely through the training room, searching for an opening to counter. Seeing him evade, Wang Yun's attacks grew even fiercer. Her hands moved rapidly, and the chill in the room coalesced into several ice arrows. They shot toward Zhang Wei from multiple angles, whistling through the air. The arrows were blindingly fast, tracing cold arcs that sealed off most of his escape routes. Zhang Wei frowned, not expecting Wang Yun's ice ability to be so versatile. Facing this sudden barrage of arrows, he could only rely on his nimble agility, dodging and weaving within the constricted space. A few arrows grazed past him, their chilling presence sending an involuntary shiver down his spine. "Boss, watch out!" Wang Yun cried out, unleashing her power once more. Walls of ice surged up from the training room floor, encasing Zhang Wei within them. The walls were tall and sturdy, their surfaces shimmering with a deep blue light, as if declaring their insurmountability. Simultaneously, thin ice shards shot from the gaps in the walls, raining down upon him like a storm. Trapped within the ice walls, his situation grew increasingly dire. He struck the walls with his weapon. Though they were exceedingly hard, his cultivation base was at the third tier higher than Wang Yun's, and he soon broke through. Yet the ice shards, like persistent shadows, continued to stab towards him. He was forced to constantly swing his longsword, knocking down the approaching shards, but he knew his stamina would eventually run dry at this rate. "This won't do. I need to find a way out," he thought. Zhang Wei pondered silently, his eyes scanning the layout of the ice walls for any potential weakness. Just then he noticed a slight give at the base of one of the walls. But Wang Yun wasn't about to give him much time to think. She waved her hands, and the ice shards attacking from the walls ceased. In their place, a colossal orb of ice slowly rose from atop the walls. It radiated a bone-chilling cold, with ice crystals constantly falling from its surface, as if it might explode at any moment. "Go!" Wang Yun commanded softly, hurling the ice orb viciously toward the walls, trapping Zhang Wei. The sheer impact would likely collapse the entire structure, burying him underneath. Seeing this, Zhang Wei's heart tightened. He focused his mind, channeling all his strength into his legs, and then charged with explosive force at the base of the seemingly loosened wall. Just as the ice orb was about to strike, he smashed through a corner of the wall and burst out through the gap. However, the moment he emerged, he ran headfirst into an ice storm Wang Yun had already prepared. The blizzard howled, filled with countless ice blades and shards completely engulfing him. Zhang Wei was met with a blinding whiteness, biting winds and ice blades constantly slashing across his body. Although he tried his best to evade, he was trapped. Had he not been invincible within the supermarket, he would surely have been injured. He finally understood the true combat power of those with high-tier talents. After all, he possessed third-tier strength, yet even so he struggled this much against second-tier Wang Yun. He had to acquire a high-tier talent in the future. Zhang Wei advanced slowly through the ice storm. He knew he couldn't remain on the defensive, he had to find a way to strike back. While dodging the attacks, he carefully observed Wang Yun's position. Finally, he spotted her figure behind the storm, manipulating her ability. He charged toward her. Startled that he had broken through the storm, she hastily erected a shield of ice in front of her. Zhang Wei reached the shield, raised his longsword, and brought it down with all his might. Cracks appeared on the shield's surface from the impact, but it didn't shatter immediately. Wang Yun seized the moment to increase her energy output, and the cracks slowly began to mend. Zhang Wei knew that if he couldn't break the shield soon, Wang Yun would unleash another new attack. Just then an idea struck him. He withdrew his sword, then gripped the hilt with both hands, pouring his internal energy continuously into the blade. The long sword instantly radiated a powerful aura, its body trembling slightly. "Huh," he bellowed, striking the shield once more. This was his swordsmanship, an art of immense offensive power. This time the sword, laden with immense force, cleaved the ice shield clean in two. Wang Yun was taken aback by the sudden attack. Before she could react, Zhang Wei had already closed the distance and was standing right before her. "Boss, you must be at the third tier now." Wang Yun panted slightly, her forehead glistening with fine beads of sweat. The recent battle had drained much of her stamina, and she looked at Zhang Wei with a serious expression. "That's right, I am indeed at the third tier." Zhang Wei nodded, his demeanor calm. Yet inwardly he understood that if not for the limited space of the training room and the wide-ranging attack radius of Wang Yun's ice ability, breaking through her defenses to reach her would not have been so easy. "Boss, I need to rest and recover." Though the ice ability is formidable, its consumption during battle is enormous, making prolonged combat impossible. Wang Yun spoke as she slowly crouched down, resting her hands on her knees, trying to give her weary body a moment of respite. She was well aware that sustained high-intensity use of her ability placed immense strain on both her physical strength and mental fortitude. "I understand." Zhang Wei nodded again. Elemental attribute talents, though powerful and capable of unleashing tremendous force in battle, were still dangerous once a powerhouse skilled in physical enhancement closed in. Just moments ago, Wang Yun had used her ice attribute to create a variety of offensive and defensive measures, giving him a hard time. But once he managed to get close to her, her advantage dwindled significantly. The ice attribute was indeed impressive, capable of generating ice arrows, ice walls, ice storms for offense, and ice shields for defense. Yet once an opponent drew near, it became rather ineffective. With this thought, Zhang Wei focused his mind and teleported Yu Lingyu into the training room. As soon as Yu Lingyu appeared, she glanced around warily. Upon seeing Zhang Wei, she relaxed slightly and asked, "Boss, what's the matter? You were a soldier before, so surely you can help me improve my combat experience." Zhang Wei looked at her, his eyes filled with anticipation. He knew well that although his strength had reached the 3rd tier, his combat experience was woefully lacking, especially in close-quarters combat. As a former soldier, Yu Lingyu undoubtedly possessed rich close combat skills and practical experience. All right. Yu Lingyu nodded without any hesitation. Her nature was aloof and taciturn, and upon hearing Zhang Wei's request, she responded directly with action. She understood that Zhang Wei entrusting her to help him improve his combat experience was a sign of trust, and she would give her all. True to her military background, Yu Lingyu displayed formidable close combat prowess the moment she engaged. Her movements were swift and decisive, each strike carrying a fierce momentum, and she was highly proficient in various close-quarters techniques and lethal methods. Her attacks came from tricky angles at incredible speed. If not for Zhang Wei's perception ability, which allowed him to sense her moves instantly and react quickly, he would have found himself in a very awkward position. Even so, his lack of combat experience was laid bare. Without using his abilities, he was completely at her mercy. Yu Lingyi's punches, kicks, and elbow strikes rained down on him like a storm, and he could only barely dodge, often flustered and clumsy. However, Yu Lingyu did not simply attack relentlessly. In the intervals between moves, she would instruct Zhang Wei on how to evade enemy attacks, how to defend effectively, and how to counterattack at the opportune moment. She demonstrated and explained simultaneously, allowing him to understand and master these techniques more intuitively. With Yu Lingyi's meticulous guidance, Zhang Wei's close combat skills steadily improved. He gradually adapted to her rhythm of attack, responding more composedly, and even attempting to counter. Though still far from matching Yu Lingyu, he had made significant progress compared to before. Zhang Wei trained with Yu Lingyu and Wang Yun in the training room until 10 o'clock in the evening. The room was filled with the scent of sweat and battle, and all three were utterly exhausted. Zhang Wei looked at the two women and said, "You've worked hard. Go back and rest." Good night, boss." Yu Lingyu and Wang Yun nodded gently, their faces flushed from training, strands of hair damp with sweat. They turned and walked toward the elevator. Zhang Wei watched their figures disappear into the lift, then with a thought teleported back to his own room. The room was bathed in soft, warm light, a stark contrast to the tense atmosphere of the training hall. He peeled off his sweat-soaked clothes, tossed them aside, and headed for the bathroom. Hot water sprayed from the shower head, washing over him and bringing a surge of refreshment. He closed his eyes, savoring this brief moment of relaxation, yet his mind still replayed the day's training. When he emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a towel, he suddenly perceived that someone was already lying in his bed. "Oh, it's Xiaoyu. This woman is bold indeed, coming to my room on her own." Still, he didn't mind, for in this apocalypse world many things had ceased to follow conventional rules. Xiaoyu was indeed beautiful. Even half a year into the apocalypse, she still exuded a feminine allure. Her skin, though not as fair and delicate as before, had gained a certain charm tempered by hardship. Her nobility and elegance had not vanished with the suffering of the apocalypse, but had become even more pronounced. Her features were exquisite, her face well-proportioned, and her eyes seemed to hold countless untold stories. A woman no man could dislike. Zhang Wei walked to the bedside slowly, set down his towel, lifted the covers, and slipped in. The moment he lay down, he felt the warmth of Xiaoyu's body. "Boss, Xiaoyu seemed about to say something, her voice soft and tinged with shyness. Zhang Wei gave her no chance to say more, directly pressing his lips to hers. He thought to himself, since Xiaoyu had chosen to offer herself, no words were needed. She would simply be his woman. The next morning, Xiaoyu wanted to get up, but she possessed no ability and was merely an ordinary person, so her endurance was far inferior to Lu Romai's. Thus she was too sore to rise. "Rest well. Here is a crystal core for you. Absorb it, and you'll become a first-tier powerhouse," Zhang Wei said. "Thank you, boss," Xiaoyu quickly replied. Zhang Wei got up, washed up, and went downstairs to have breakfast. The first rays of dawn spilled into the supermarket, while the others had already risen early and gathered around the dining table to enjoy their breakfast. The aroma of food filled the dining area as they ate and chatted softly. "Good morning, boss." Seeing Zhang Wei enter the dining room, they rose to their feet and greeted him politely. Zhang Wei gave a slight nod. His gaze swept across the group before settling on Wang Yuyan. Wang Yuyan, bring a breakfast to my room later. Certainly. Wang Yuyan acknowledged, a flicker of understanding passing through her eyes. She had already guessed who was in Zhang Wei's room since everyone except Xiao Yu was already present at breakfast. Lu Rumei sat nearby, fully prepared for this. Though a twinge of discomfort lingered in her heart, seeing the man she admired with another woman was inevitably bittersweet. She quickly let it go. She understood clearly that in this apocalyptic world, having a sanctuary like the supermarket was already their greatest fortune. Moreover, Zhang Wei had treated them while providing a relatively stable life. Zhang Wei took a seat and continued, I'm heading out today. The supermarket is in your hands. If you need extra hands for moving things, Lu Rumei, just call on those people from yesterday to do the grunt work. They're physically strong and efficient. If that's still not enough, you can select suitable people from the cell block. You have that authority now, so arrange things as you see fit. Zhang Wei looked at Lu Rumei seriously. Understood, boss. Lu Rumei nodded. Since becoming Zhang Wei's woman, she had indeed gained considerable authority to manage affairs within the supermarket. But she was also acutely aware that this authority was a sign of Zhang Wei's trust. She must not abuse it nor ever betray him. Should she ever betray Zhang Wei, given his methods, she would surely face severe punishment. In this apocalyptic world, without Zhang Wei's protection, even her survival would be in jeopardy. Thus, she silently resolved to manage the supermarket diligently and live up to his trust. In truth, those functions came from the system, but Lu Rumei remained unaware of its existence and would never suspect it attributing all those abilities to Zhang Wei himself. Zhang Wei glanced at the supermarket's data. Supermarket Apocalypse. Supermarket owner Zhang Wei. Co-owners Lu Rumei, Xiao Yu. Supermarket level 256. Staff Wang Yuyan, Lu Huanxin, Yu Linyu, Wang Yun, Alice, Xia Tian, Xia Yu, Zhan Yin, Lin Yu. 910. Function 1. Arbitrary. Arrival 05 uses. Function 2. Armory. Any woman who became intimate with him would naturally acquire the status of co-owner. Moreover, there was no limit to the number of co-owners. Whenever Zhang Wei wished, he could add new members at will. This system. It's deliberately pushing me toward building a harem. Zhang Wei shook his head, helplessly grumbling inwardly. But then he reconsidered. In this apocalyptic world, strength and resources were paramount, and these benefits granted by the system could to some extent bolster his power and influence. It's not my fault. The system is forcing me. I have no choice but to comply. Zhang Wei shrugged, a wry smile crossing his face. The supermarket's leveling speed was far faster than he had anticipated. Checking the system panel, he saw his experience had already reached 56. At this rate, the supermarket would smoothly advance to level 3 within 2 days. At that thought, a sense of anticipation welled up within Zhang Wei. When that happened, the supermarket would unlock a brand new function and be able to recruit more staff, an enormous boost to its development. He also planned to stop confining his arrivals to Chongqing and instead explore other cities. Staying in one place forever would inevitably stifle growth. Expanding into new ventures was also an effective way to rapidly raise the supermarket's level. He knew well that only by continuously strengthening his forces could he reap greater rewards. Before long, Chen Yusin called Zhang Wei, informing him she was almost there. After hanging up, Zhang Wei walked toward the supermarket entrance. Shortly after, he spotted Chen Yusin's car approaching, coming to a smooth stop right in front of him. Zhang Wei opened the door and got in. Mr. Zhang, I've heard today's auto show will feature quite a few renowned cars, various models and performances. You should have plenty of options, Chen Yusin said as she started the engine. Doesn't matter. Cars to me are just for getting around. As long as it drives comfortably and the performance satisfies me, that's enough. Renowned or not, I don't care. Zhang Wei leaned back in his seat, waving his hand dismissively. Chen Yusin nodded without further comment, focusing on driving toward the auto show. Outside the window, the cityscape flashed by while Zhang Wei sank into contemplation, pondering the future direction of the supermarket. The auto show venue was a lively spectacle, bustling with crowds jostling shoulder to shoulder. Brilliant lights inside the hall illuminated a dazzling array of cars in every shape and style. A number of invited models were also present, dressed in fashionable attire, striding elegantly and posing beside the vehicles, capturing everyone's attention. Many eager enthusiasts clutched cameras and phones as if they had discovered treasure, eyes gleaming as they relentlessly snapped shots of the beautiful models. The shutter sounds rose and fell like an intense battle. The models, evidently accustomed to such scenes, wore confident smiles and faced the cameras with poise, even a hint of pride and smugness showing in their eyes. After all, having chosen this profession, they were naturally happy to let others promote them. It might even lead to more opportunities and attention. Chen Yusin and Zhang Wei arrived at the auto show together and began strolling leisurely through the venue. They wandered between various booths, pausing to admire and occasionally exchanging low words. Nowadays, with the continuous advancement of new energy technology, electric vehicles were gradually becoming the trend. In the hall, many EV brands had unveiled their new models, sleek in design and brimming with technological flair, drawing considerable attention. However, after careful observation, Zhang Wei still felt that electric vehicles had a long way to go in terms of safety. He knew profoundly that in the apocalyptic world, safety was paramount. A vehicle must not only be fast, but also ensure the safety of its occupants in various complex environments. That said, Zhang Wei wasn't stubbornly set on buying a gasoline car. He was well aware that both electric and gasoline vehicles had their own pros and cons. As long as it suited his needs, he would consider either type. As he examined the cars, he weighed various factors, deliberating which one would be the best fit for him. Zhang Wei's gaze swept slowly across the auto show, and he couldn't help but feel that the exhibition was rather impressive. Although it was merely a county-level event, Baida County's development over the years had been truly commendable. Especially in the past 5 years, numerous enterprises had established factories in the county, invigorating the local economy and completely transforming the county's appearance. At the venue, vehicles of every description were on display, spanning a wide range of brands and price points. There were also a number of high-end cars, though the majority were priced between 100,000 and 500,000 yuan. This price range was quite acceptable to the county's consumers. Zhang Wei and Xin Yusin made their way toward the area reserved for cars priced above 500,000 yuan. As the prices climbed, the number of vehicles noticeably dwindled. Cars exceeding 1 million yuan numbered a mere 10, standing silently, as they exuded an air of nobility and mystery. Vehicles priced above 5 million yuan numbered only 3. These 3 cars boasted unique designs and lavish configurations, yet they served more as showpieces. The dealers were well aware that in this county those who could afford such vehicles were few and far between, and they never truly expected to sell them. After all, the purchasing power in the county still lagged considerably behind that of major cities. Most people could only afford cars in the 100,000 to 500,000 yuan range. President Zhang, what brand of car do you prefer? Xin Yusin turned her head and looked at Zhang Wei as she asked. No particular brand that I care about, Zhang Wei replied with a faint smile, his gaze still drifting over the surrounding vehicles. As long as it drives well and looks pleasing to the eye, the brand doesn't really matter. Then have you heard of a new car recently launched by Mimi Group? The Mimi SU7 Ultra Limited Edition, priced at around 800,000 yuan. Both its appearance and performance, in my personal opinion, are quite impressive. Xin Yusin introduced. Oh, a limited edition like that would be exhibited here? That seems rather unlikely. Zhang Wei asked with some curiosity and doubt. In his view, limited edition cars were typically showcased at auto shows in major cities. How could one appear at a county exhibition? There is one actually, this one right here. Xin Yusin said, pointing to a spot not far away. Zhang Wei followed her gesture and saw a deep blue compact car resting quietly. Its design was distinctive, its lines fluid, and its appearance stylish and dynamic, quite appealing to younger buyers. Zhang Wei circled the deep blue compact car, examining it carefully. From the body lines to the headlight design, from the wheel rims to the gloss of the paint, he inspected every detail. After a moment of observation, he raised his head and looked at Xin Yusin, asking, "Can I take it for a test drive?" Xin Yusin was taken aback for a moment, then shook her head and said, "I'm not sure." She genuinely had no idea whether a limited edition car like this could be test-driven, as she had never encountered such a situation before. So she called over a nearby sales consultant. The sales consultant hurried over to Zhang Wei, a professional smile on her face, though a hint of nervousness flickered in her eyes. "I'm sorry, sir, but since this is a limited edition, one our boss managed to acquire with great difficulty, we don't offer test drives for it. However, you are welcome to test drive other models. Although there is some difference in performance, it shouldn't be significant. Would you like to try one?" The sales consultant bowed slightly and spoke with an apologetic tone. Zhang Wei showed no sign of displeasure upon hearing this. He wasn't particularly bothered about the test drive anyway, and had no intention of making things difficult for the young consultant, whose response had been perfectly polite. "How about this? If I buy it, I can test drive it then, right?" he said after a brief pause, speaking directly. "Ah, this. You want to buy it?" The sales consultant was stunned, her eyes widening in utter disbelief. She had never expected this young man to be so straightforward, declaring on the spot that he would purchase the limited edition car, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words. In her understanding, this car was meant primarily for display, and she had never imagined anyone would actually buy it. After all, in the county, there were very few people who could afford to spend such a sum on a car. "I came here to buy a car anyway," Zhang Wei replied calmly, looking at the consultant's astonished expression. "This one looks decent, so we'll just buy it and give it a try." "Of course, sir. Would you like to pay in installments?" The sales consultant snapped back to her senses and quickly spoke. Full payment. Zhang Wei cut her off before she could finish. He didn't want to waste too much time on this matter, and paying in full was hardly a challenge for him. He didn't even know exactly how much money he had at the moment. A mere 800,000 yuan. He paid it no mind. Very well, sir. He'll get you the best price right away. Please wait a moment. The sales consultant said hurriedly, then turned and rushed off to find the boss. They had never expected to sell this car at all. The boss had only used it as a showpiece. Who could have imagined someone would actually buy it? The consultant muttered to herself as she ran, feeling that she had encountered a rare occurrence today. Chen Yusin stood nearby, her eyes slightly widened, also taken aback by Zhang Wei's sheer wealth. The fact that he decided to buy the car outright just to test drive it, such extravagance, made her sigh inwardly at how money truly afforded one the luxury of whimsy. Before long, a man in a crisp suit with a sharp, capable demeanor walked toward Zhang Wei with steady strides. Hello, I'm Yang Feng, the general manager of Mimi Motors in Baida County. I heard you're interested in purchasing the SU7 Ultra Limited Edition. Is that correct? Yang Feng greeted him with a warm smile. Zhang Wei nodded lightly, his expression calm. And I heard you're paying in full. Yang Feng squinted slightly, studying Zhang Wei with curiosity. Having worked in the county's automobile industry for years, Yang Feng knew most of the influential figures in Baida County. Yet this young man before him left no impression at all, and he couldn't help but speculate about his identity and background. That's right. Zhang Wei nodded again, his tone concise. Since you're being so straightforward, I won't be stingy either. I'll give you a rock-bottom price, 78000 yuan, and we'll handle all the paperwork for you. How does that sound? Yang Feng said with a sincere expression after a moment of thought. No problem. Zhang Wei remained as composed as ever, nodding in agreement directly. What followed was a series of tedious purchasing procedures. Zhang Wei took out his bank card from his wallet and handed it to the staff, then produced his identification documents to cooperate with the registration and licensing processes. Throughout the entire process, he maintained a calm and unhurried demeanor, as if this were nothing more than a trivial matter. Yang Feng watched from the side, his curiosity and respect for Zhang Wei growing by the minute. A client as generous and decisive as this was certainly someone worth cultivating a relationship with. Mr. Zhang, if you don't mind, I'd like to add your phone number and we chat. If you ever have any car-related questions, or if any of your friends are looking to buy a car, feel free to contact me anytime. He stepped forward and said with a smile. Zhang Wei glanced at Yang Feng, didn't refuse, and nodded before sharing his contact information with him. After Yang Feng concluded the car purchase discussion with Zhang Wei, he finally noticed Chen Yusin standing nearby. His eyes lit up, and with a curious expression he asked, "So it's CEO Chen. Is this Mr. Zhang your boyfriend?" Chen Yusin shook her head vigorously at the question and quickly clarified, "He's not my boyfriend, he's a business partner." Yang Feng's curiosity deepened. "Then what does he do?" "He owns a supermarket." "A supermarket owner?" Chen Yusin replied succinctly. "It must be a large one," Yang Feng mused with a slight frown. Otherwise he wouldn't have spent 780 so casually on a car. After all, such lavish spending was rare in Baida County. Chen Yusin just smiled and fell into step behind Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei, eager to test the new vehicle, turned to her and said, "Let's see how this Mimi SU7 Ultra Limited Edition performs." "All right." Chen Yusin, equally intrigued by the car, responded with keen interest. As Zhang Wei pressed the start button, the car emitted a deep, powerful roar that immediately drew the attention of those nearby. "Hey, wasn't this Mimi SU7 Ultra Limited Edition supposed to be display only?" someone in the crowd asked, puzzled. "Your info is outdated. That guy just bought it outright," another person quickly explained. "Wow, who is he? Must be loaded to just buy it like that," someone exclaimed, their eyes filled with envy. As Zhang Wei slowly drove the car, all eyes in the vicinity turned towards him. "He's so young. No wonder he'd splurge on a Mimi SU7 Ultra Limited Edition. Young people really like this brand. That woman with him is Chen Yusin. Could he be her boyfriend? That woman sure knows how to pick her targets. I heard Xiao Nantian has been pursuing her. Looks like he failed," someone said with a hint of glee. "Hey, isn't that Xiao Nantian now? He's walking towards Chen Yusin," another person sharply spotted him. "This should be interesting." Everyone watched the scene unfold with amused, expectant looks. It was common knowledge that Xiao Nantian, a notable figure in Baida County, had been ardently pursuing Chen Yusin. Unfortunately for him, she had never accepted his advances. Seeing her with another man, now the crowd anticipated a confrontation. "Chen Yusin, what a coincidence. I didn't expect to see you here," Xiao Nantian said, striding up to her with a smile that seemed warm. Internally, however, he was seething with resentment. That bitch, always acting so aloof and disdainful of my advances, yet here she is with another man. Playing the field, is she? Chen Yusin's response was flat and indifferent. Had it not been for the crowd, she wouldn't have bothered even with that. She was thoroughly weary of Xiao Nanshan's persistent pestering. And who might this be? I don't believe we've met, Xiao Nantian said, suppressing his anger and turning his gaze to Zhang Wei, feigning curiosity, though a hint of challenge flickered in his eyes. I have no interest in knowing you. Zhang Wei didn't even raise his eyes. He said this coldly, and then turned and walked away, leaving Xiao Nantian standing there stunned, as if he had been slapped in the face. Ha ha ha. Chen Yusin couldn't help but cover her mouth and giggle at the sight. She was astonished by Zhang Wei's blunt and decisive action. Seeing Xiao Nanshan's face turn uglier than if head swallowed a cockroach brought her immense satisfaction. Damn it! How dare he ignore me? On my home turf in Baida County, daring to offend me. Just you wait. Xiao Nantian clenched his fists, grinding his teeth in fury. He wasn't about to let this slide. As a man of standing in Baida County, he had never suffered such humiliation. Still looking for a car? Chen Yusin, having composed herself, asked curiously. Just browsing a bit more, Zhang Wei replied with a smile, seemingly unbothered by the previous incident. To him, Xiao Nantian was inconsequential, not worth his time or energy. Afterwards, Zhang Wei leisurely strolled over to the Huawei automotive exhibition area. A variety of cars were on display, each exuding its own unique charm. Zhang Wei inspected them one by one, and even took several for test drives. During the test drives, he paid close attention to performance, handling, and comfort, finding the overall experience to be quite satisfactory. Are you satisfied with what you've seen, sir? The sales attendant, a young woman with a sweet smile, asked softly. News of Zhang Wei paying in full for the Mimi SU7 Ultra Limited Edition had already spread among the exhibition staff. Naturally, they treated him with exceptional courtesy. He was a major client, a wealthy man who spent freely. They needed to provide excellent service, hoping to close more deals. Not bad. But do you have your latest, highest performance model available? Zhang Wei asked with a slight frown, seemingly not fully satisfied yet. Well, we actually didn't bring our latest and best model to this exhibition. However, if you're interested, we can order one for you immediately and have it delivered as quickly as possible, the attendant said, momentarily taken aback before responding quickly. All right, then it'll take a Zhuangjias 800, fully loaded. Zhang Wei said without a moment's hesitation, as if it were the most trivial matter. Yes, of course. Please wait a moment, I'll arrange it right away. The attendant's eyes lit up, and she seemed ready to jump for joy. She was astounded by his wealth. Deciding on a top-tier sedan in an instant. This unexpected fortune had landed right in her lap. Maybe her commission this month would multiply several times over. She immediately hurried off to find her boss and relayed the news about Zhang Wei's intent to purchase the fully loaded Zhuangjias 800. Upon hearing this, the boss took the matter very seriously. He personally came to Zhang Wei, his face beaming with smiles, inquired about any specific requirements, and then confidently guaranteed the lowest possible price. Mr. Zhang, rest assured, I guarantee the paperwork will be done and the car delivered to you the day after tomorrow. If there are any issues, please feel free to contact me anytime. The boss quickly added after Zhang Wei paid the full amount in one transaction. Zhang Wei nodded, added the boss WeChat and phone number, and then continued browsing other brand exhibitions with a relaxed stride. In his view, money was meant to be spent. Moreover, spending it could also generate some emotional value for himself. From the surprised and envious looks, expressions, and whispered discussions of the onlookers, he had already gained a significant amount of emotional satisfaction. That was enough for him. He didn't care about anything else. Mr. Zhang, we have a fine sedan here. Would you like to take a look? Mr. Zhang, do you need a sports car? If so, I can help you out. Mr. Zhang, we have several impressive models available for test drives. Would you be interested? As Zhang Wei ambled toward them with a leisurely gait, the others' eyes lit up as if they had spotted a rare potential customer, and they eagerly extended their invitations. Mr. Zhang, come try this model. It performs brilliantly. Mr. Zhang, take it for a spin and feel the driving experience. A faint smile graced Zhang Wei's face, and he didn't decline their enthusiasm. He test drove each one. Seated in the driver's seat, he operated the vehicles with practiced ease, sensing the unique characteristics of each model. However, after completing the test drives, he showed no intention of purchasing. The salespeople all knew that Zhang Wei was hardly someone who couldn't afford a car. He had previously bought 2 expensive vehicles, spending lavishly. Now they could see that Zhang Wei truly wasn't fond of these cars. So they pulled out their phones and said with a smile, Mr. Zhang, let's add each other as friends. We'll notify you first when a suitable car comes in. Zhang Wei readily agreed to each request. Finally, he arrived at the exhibition area, marked with the national flag emblem. At the center stood a Guoqi Guiyao, its body lined sharp and fluid, exuding an aura of grandeur and power. This car was priced at 186 million yuan, a luxurious SUV. Just then the owner noticed Zhang Wei. Her name was Zhang Yin, around 30 years old, with her glossy black hair neatly tied back, revealing a smooth forehead. She wore a tailored professional suit. The collar of her white blouse was slightly open, revealing delicate collarbones. Over it, she donned a black blazer, and below a black pencil skirt that perfectly accentuated her figure. Her complexion was fair and delicate, her eyes bright and spirited. Beneath her nose, her lips were rosy, adorned with a fitting smile that was both warm and professional. She exuded the charm and allure of a mature woman, drawing lingering glances. Zhang Yin approached Zhang Wei with graceful steps, a warm yet polite smile on her face, and said, "Mr. Zhang, if you like it, you can try this one. The 2 cars you previously bought were both electric. Actually, petrol cars are also good, each with its own advantages. Give it a try. You might have a different experience." Ordinarily, according to auto show regulations, high-end expensive models like the Gucci Guiyao were not offered for test drives. After all, such cars were limited in number, and any accident during a test drive could result in incalculable losses. Yet rules were made to be bent for certain special individuals. Zhang Wei was precisely such a presence. His conduct at the auto show and his previous lavish car purchases made it clear to the show's owner that he was fully entitled to this special treatment. "All right, let's give it a try." Zhang Wei nodded, slightly a hint of anticipation in his eyes. "Please." Zhang Yin stepped forward, gently opening the car door for Zhang Wei with a warm and professional smile. Zhang Yin was the owner of this auto show, known in the industry for her exceptional ability and affable demeanor. Then Zhang Yin gracefully took the passenger seat. As the Guiyao started slowly and then shot away from the show like an arrow from a bow, the car sped along the broad road. The roar of the engine seemed to convey its yearning for speed, while the body cruised steadily through the wind, demonstrating formidable performance. There's no rush. You can drive longer to fully experience the performance of this model. Zhang Yin looked at Zhang Wei with a smile, a hint of admiration in her eyes. She noticed that Zhang Wei was not the kind of man who stunned at first glance. His features were ordinary, yet carried a unique, steady composure. But upon closer inspection, one would find him quite pleasing to the eye. The more she looked, the more she felt an indescribable charm radiating from him, a handsomeness that seemed to possess a magic never growing tiresome, no matter how long she gazed. Zhang Yin, who had been single for 3 decades, found herself momentarily captivated, her gaze unconsciously fixed on Zhang Wei's face, unable to look away. "What are you staring at?" Zhang Wei's voice suddenly broke the brief silence inside the car. "Nothing." Zhang Yin snapped back to reality, her cheeks flushing crimson as she shyly lowered her head. "Mr. Zhang, what do you do?" To ease the awkwardness, she quickly asked out of curiosity, but her heart was pounding uncontrollably. She was baffled. They had only just met, so why was she feeling this flutter? "I run a supermarket." Zhang Wei answered casually, his eyes still fixed on the road ahead. "Then your supermarket must be huge," Zhang Yin said instinctively. In her eyes, a client who could pay for 2 cars in full must have considerable financial strength, so how could his supermarket be small? "It's okay." Zhang Wei chuckled, a hint of mystery in his smile. His supermarket was naturally not small. It was an interstellar supermarket. Moreover, it was the only one of its kind with no competitors. It was hard for him not to make money. Wrong. He had no interest in money now. He only wanted these numbers to bring him some emotional value. That was the greatest worth of this wealth. After the brief exchange, silence fell again inside the car, broken only by the soft hum of the vehicle. Zhang Yin turned slightly, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush, and asked softly with a hint of shyness, "Mr. Zhang, do you have a girlfriend?" "No." Zhang Wei stared ahead, his tone flat. He indeed had no official girlfriend. However, he knew well that there were 2 women closely connected to him and many potential candidates around. Hearing this, Zhang Yin's eyes flickered with surprise, and she pressed on curiously, "Mr. Zhang, with so much wealth, how can you not have a girlfriend?" In her opinion, a man of such financial strength and extraordinary presence should have no shortage of suitors. Zhang Wei's lips curled into a faint smile, and he countered, "Then do you have a boyfriend?" Zhang Yin shook her head gently. "No, either." A hint of resignation crept into her expression, as if she too felt a twinge of regret about her romantic situation. "There you have it. You're so accomplished and beautiful, so how can you not have a boyfriend?" Zhang Wei turned his head and glanced at Zhang Yin, a teasing glint in his eyes. Zhang Yin laughed at his words, saying, "You have a point." She knew in her heart that she wasn't the type to easily fall for any man. She had exceedingly high standards for a partner: height, appearance, financial stability, and character. All 4 were indispensable. The man must be tall enough, have a face she found pleasing, possess wealth at least on par with hers, and be upright and kind. Because of such stringent criteria, she had never met the right person, remaining single to this day. Zhang Yin and Zhang Wei chatted pleasantly in the car, and before they knew it, they had been talking for quite some time. Although Zhang Wei was 5 years her junior, the age gap, posed no obstacle to their conversation. Whether in shared interests or in their views on various matters, the two found remarkable chemistry, as if they had an endless well of topics to discuss. Every exchange sparked new and exciting ideas. "Mr. Zhang, do you like this car?" Zhang Yin asked, turning slightly with an expectant look. Deep down, she genuinely hoped Zhang Wei would take a liking to it, as the vehicle boasted outstanding performance and an imposing exterior fitting for a man of his caliber. "I do," Zhang Wei replied with unwavering certainty, his gaze filled with satisfaction. In truth, it wasn't just the car that he admired, but also the mature and beautiful woman before him. Zhang Yin exuded a unique charm and elegance and confidence honed by time, and few men could resist a woman of her kind. "That's wonderful. If you like it, I'll make sure to give you the best possible price. You won't be at a disadvantage," Zhang Yin said with a beaming smile, her eyes sparkling with delight. The car, a Guiqiguiyao, had been specially borrowed from the headquarters for exhibition. According to the plan, it was to be returned after the auto show. But if she could manage to sell it during this period, it would be a pleasant surprise. Not only would it bring in performance for the company, but she would also receive a handsome commission. "That's no problem. Whether it's a fuel car or an electric one, as long as it drives well, I'm fine with it," Zhang Wei nodded. He would definitely need to go out in the future, and with so many women at the supermarket, one car certainly wouldn't be enough. That was also why he planned to purchase several vehicles. Just as the two were immersed in their pleasant atmosphere, an accident suddenly occurred. Several cars appeared from nowhere up ahead, charging at them recklessly and blocking their path. These vehicles came with menacing intent, completely sealing off their route. "What's going on?" Zhang Yin's brow furrowed instantly, her face filled with confusion and unease, utterly bewildered by the situation. She instinctively gripped the seat, a hint of tension shining in her eyes. "Stay in the car. Don't come out. They'll handle this." Zhang Wei reacted swiftly. He gently patted Zhang Yin's hand to reassure her, then opened the door without hesitation, ready to step out and assess the situation. "Should we call the police? These men don't look like good people." Zhang Yin reacted quickly, looking at Zhang Wei with deep concern and suggesting they call the police. In her view, these people who had suddenly appeared and blocked them were likely up to no good. "No need. This trivial matter is enough for me to handle." Zhang Wei looked at Zhang Yin with complete confidence, not a trace of panic in his eyes. A slight smile tugged at the corner of his mouth, carrying a reassuring strength. "But they look like quite a few people. Are you sure?" "Don't worry. Just leave it to me. There's no need to be concerned." "All right." Seeing how composed Zhang Wei was, Zhang Yin felt an unexpected sense of security, and her initial anxiety began to ease. She obediently remained in the passenger seat, her eyes fixed intently on the scene outside, ready for any sudden developments. Zhang Wei closed his eyes, briefly concentrating his mind and relying on his extraordinary ability to perceive his surroundings. In an instant, every movement around him became vividly clear in his mind. He confirmed that these people were targeting him. His brow furrowed slightly, a deep confusion settling in. He had only been to the county town a handful of times and always kept a low profile. Who would go to such lengths to come after him? Soon a figure emerged in his mind. Xiao Nanshan, the man he had encountered at the auto show. Apart from that arrogant and narrow-minded fellow, he couldn't recall having such a deep grudge with anyone else. "This guy dares to make a move against me. He's simply asking for death." Zhang Wei let out a cold snort, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. Since the other side had already taken the initiative to provoke him, he wouldn't show any mercy and would make sure they paid a heavy price. Zhang Wei slowly opened the car door and stepped out with steady, deliberate strides. Almost at the same time, a swarm of men wielding clubs poured out of the surrounding vehicles. Each of these men wore a fierce expression, and many had garish tattoos on their arms. Clearly not the kind of people you'd want to cross. Without any idle talk, they rushed forward in a frenzy, swinging their clubs wildly at Zhang Wei, as if they had been plotting this attack for a long time, intent on exacting revenge. "Watch out." Zhang Yin, still in the car, turned pale at the sight. She clutched the seat tightly, her voice trembling as she called out a warning. But the next second, the scene before her left her utterly stunned. Zhang Wei's figure flickered like a phantom, effortlessly evading the attacker's blows. Then he suddenly lashed out with a punch. The punch seemed ordinary, yet it carried immense force, sending one man flying several meters away. The man crashed heavily to the ground with a painful cry. Zhang Wei didn't stop there. He followed up with a powerful kick aimed at another attacker. The man struck by the kick was flung like a kite, with a broken string crashing into a nearby car and denting its body. After that, Zhang Wei moved through the crowd like a war god incarnate, swiftly taking down the rest one by one with effortless ease. The men who had been so menacing moments before now lay on the ground, groaning in pain, their clubs scattered all around. Zhang Yin's eyes were wide with disbelief. She never imagined that this seemingly ordinary man could possess such formidable fighting skills. There were over a dozen burly men, and yet they had all been taken down by this one man. Having such a powerful man by her side, Zhang Wei felt an unprecedented sense of safety. He's actually this incredible. Zhang Wei felt her heart pounding fiercely, and a flush crept across her cheeks. She felt not only a flutter of attraction, but found herself deeply captivated by Zhang Wei's display. Zhang Wei swept a cold, detached gaze over the men sprawled on the ground, finally fixing his eyes on Zhao Hu, the apparent leader, a chilling murderous intent flashing within them. The murderous intent was almost tangible, seeming to freeze the very air around them. It was important to note that Zhang Wei was no ordinary man who merely boasted with words. He had truly taken a life before. Such killing intent was something these street thugs who only knew how to swagger around could never rival. Xiao Nantian sent you, didn't he? Zhang Wei's voice was low and icy. Zhao Hu initially tried to maintain his composure, but when Zhang Wei's gaze fell upon him, he felt a chill surging from the soles of his feet to his head, and his legs began trembling uncontrollably. He lifted his head to meet Zhang Wei's murderous gaze, and was instantly terrified out of his wits, wetting his pants on the spot. Yes, it was him who sent us. Big brother, we were wrong. We'll never dare to disturb you again. Please let us go. Zhao Hu stammered, his voice filled with fear and supplication. From Zhang Wei's eyes he truly sensed the aura of death. In the past he had heard others talk about killing intent, but he never believed it, thinking it was just something fabricated in novels. But at this moment he genuinely felt that hair-raising killing intent, as if with just a thought Zhang Wei could easily take his life. If you ever dare to lay a hand on me again, I guarantee you won't see the sun tomorrow. Zhang Wei remained indifferent, his voice devoid of any emotion. All right, well, never show up again. On hearing this, Zhao Hu and the other thugs lying on the ground quickly suppressed their pain, helped each other up, and stumbled away from the scene. As they ran, they silently swore that even if Zhang Wei hadn't said it, they would never dare to appear again. A single man had taken down over a dozen of them. Who would be foolish enough to try again? Wasn't that just courting death? They only regretted that they weren't running faster, fearing that Zhang Wei might change his mind and chase after them to finish them all off. In the car, the group of underlings slumped into their seats, panting heavily, still trembling with fear. Their eyes were filled with terror, as if they had just woken from a nightmare. Boss, what on earth is Zhang Wei's background? Is he even human? A subordinate broke the silence, his voice trembling. Recalling Zhang Wei's ghost-like movements, his heart quivered. I want to know his background too. That guy is terrifying, definitely not an ordinary person. Zhao Hu leaned back against the seat, his face pale as paper with beads of sweat on his forehead. He gripped the edge of his seat tightly, filled with regret, so deep it gnawed at his guts. How could he have known there was such a formidable person in the world? Over a dozen of them had charged at him with full force, yet they hadn't even touched his clothes before being knocked down. It was a sheer humiliation. Damn Xiao Nantian, making us teach someone like that a lesson. Well, definitely get the medical expenses from him. A subordinate complained indignantly. His face was bruised and speaking pulled at his wounds, causing him to gasp in pain. Hearing this, Zhao Hu found it reasonable. He immediately took out his phone and dialed Xiao Nantian's number. As soon as the call connected, he furiously recounted the events and demanded medical expenses, threatening that they wouldn't let Xiao off otherwise. Xiao Nantian was sitting in his luxurious office, legs crossed, eagerly awaiting good news from Zhao Hu. He had expected to hear that Zhang Wei was beaten black and blue, but instead he heard a result that made his jaw drop. This useless bunch of losers couldn't even handle one man, and they all got beaten up. How could he not be furious? In Xiao Nantian's view, it was clearly Zhao Hu and his gang who were useless. Otherwise, how could they have been beaten by a single Zhang Wei? He thought Zhao Hu and his men were just a rabble incapable of achieving anything. Despite his deep dissatisfaction, Xiao Nantian grimly transferred a sum for medical expenses to Zhao Hu via his phone. He silently vowed never to use these useless people again. He felt that cooperating with such people was asking for trouble, only bringing him problems. Kid, I won't let you off. Zhao Hu and his bunch are useless, but I refuse to believe everyone else is useless too. Xiao Nantian said darkly. After Zhang Wei cleanly dealt with Zhao Hu and his men, Zhang Yin's suspended heart finally settled. She sat in the car, clutching the hem of her clothes tightly, her eyes never leaving Zhang Wei. When she was sure the danger was completely over, she could no longer contain her worry and excitement, directly opened the car door and ran toward Zhang Wei. The high heels on her feet made a crisp clicking sound on the ground, reflecting her urgent mood. Reaching Zhang Wei, she opened her arms and hugged him tightly, her voice trembling. I was so scared just now, but you're so amazing. No woman could remain silent after witnessing such a thrilling scene. Zhang Yin was no exception. She felt her heart beating so fast it seemed ready to jump out of her throat. She had waited 30 years and finally met a man who made her heart flutter. She didn't want to miss this chance, so she decided to take the initiative. I have many amazing qualities. This is nothing. Zhang Wei felt the soft touch of Zhang Yin's body and instantly felt a surge of heat. His heart stirred. You're so naughty. Zhang Yin playfully scolded, her cheeks flushing with a rosy hue, but her eyes were full of joy. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, her gaze fell on the new car beside them. Seeing a clear scratch on the body, she pouted in grievance. Oh no, the car is scratched. The headquarters will definitely not accept it anymore. What should I do? How am I going to explain this to the headquarters? She looked at Zhang Wei with pleading eyes. Although she was the car dealer, she wasn't as wealthy as Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei patted her shoulder and comforted her. It's just a car. He'll buy it. In fact, he had already planned to buy this car, but was interrupted by Zhao He's sudden appearance. How can I thank you? Zhang Yin looked up at Zhang Wei with gratitude in her eyes, her fondness for him growing even more. Simple. Just give yourself to me. Zhang Wei looked at the mature and charming Zhang Yin, unable to restrain his impulse any longer. He lowered his head and kissed her directly. After his experiences with Lu Rumei and Xiao Yue, his kissing skills had become more adept and naturally improved. His kiss was gentle, yet domineering, quickly immersing Zhang Yin. Her breathing became rapid and her hands unconsciously wrapped around Zhang Wei's neck. Coupled with Zhang Yin's strong affection for him, the two grew more passionate and intense. Stop. We only met today, we can't do this, and besides we're right in the middle of the street. Zhang Yin was caught off guard by Zhang Wei's sudden advances. Though her heart was full of affection for him, she was at her core a traditional woman who refused to be frivolous. She felt their acquaintance was far too brief to warrant such intimacy. Moreover, standing on a bustling street made her feel deeply embarrassed and uneasy. What are you thinking? We should be heading back. Seeing Zhang Yin's flustered and bashful demeanor, Zhang Wei's lips curled into a mischievous grin before he spoke with feigned seriousness. You're so annoying. Zhang Yin shot him a coy glare, her cheeks flushed crimson, and playfully pounded his chest with her fists, an utterly endearing sight. Composing themselves, the two got into the car. During the drive, they exchanged contact information, Zhang Yin carefully saving his number in her phone, while a hint of joy fluttered in her heart. Back at the auto show, Zhang Wei strode directly to the cashier and without a moment's hesitation paid the full amount for the 186 million yuan Guiyao vehicle. His swiping motion was crisp and decisive, betraying no uncertainty. This news immediately caused a stir throughout the showroom, drawing the curiosity of many. People quickly gathered around, whispering among themselves. Who exactly is this guy? To drop that kind of money and pay in full for 3 cars, that's over 3 million yuan. A young salesperson exclaimed with astonishment, his eyes brimming with envy. When did our little town produce someone this wealthy? Could he be a rich second generation from a big city? Another salesperson speculated, a trace of doubt in his gaze. Not sure. This guy is a client of Chun Yusin from the garment factory. She probably knows more. Several glances turned toward Chun Yusin, who was standing nearby. To be honest, Chun Yusin was equally stunned by Zhang Wei's extravagance. Watching him pay with such nonchalance, a complex mix of emotions churned within her. 3 cars, over 3 million yuan spent without so much as a blink, as if it were nothing more than pocket change. Especially when she saw how close Zhang Wei and Zhang Yin had become, a pang of anguish gripped her heart. It was she who had met Zhang Wei, first approached him on her own initiative and shown him around the cars. Yet now he was so much closer to Zhang Yin. Though her heart ached terribly, she knew full well that she held no special place in his life. They weren't even close friends. What right did she have to be upset? Still, a suffocating weight pressed down on her chest, making it hard to breathe. At noon, the auto show's owner approached Zhang Wei with a beaming smile, warmly inviting him to lunch. Zhang Wei pondered briefly, sensing it might be a good opportunity to expand his network, and readily accepted. The group arrived at an upscale restaurant where the private dining room was lavishly yet elegantly decorated. At the table, Zhang Wei conversed with poise and refinement. His insights on current business trends and his sharing of life's little pleasures were perfectly measured. His handsome features appeared even more striking under the soft lighting, and his confident, radiant demeanor was impossible to ignore. Combined with his lavish spending and the boldness of paying in full for cars, a reputation already etched into everyone's minds. These qualities stirred admiration in many of the young models. Moreover, Zhang Wei casually mentioned that he knew quite a few owners of food factories. His gaze swept across the gathered guests, and with earnest sincerity he expressed his willingness to collaborate with them, sourcing their goods for distribution. However, he pivoted, emphasizing that the quality of the goods must be beyond reproach. Otherwise, there would be no deal. The food factory owners' faces lit up with delight. They recognized Zhang Wei as a client of considerable means and sharp judgment, and partnering with him would undoubtedly benefit their businesses. One by one they rose, raising their glasses to toast Zhang Wei, with fawning smiles, repeatedly assuring him they would strictly control quality and never disappoint him. Zhang Wei was no ordinary man. As a third-order powerhouse, his physique far surpassed that of these common folk, and his tolerance for alcohol was naturally exceptional. After several rounds of drinks, the others were nearly spent, some flushed crimson, others slurring their words, while Zhang Wei remained as clear-headed as ever, calmness and composure shining in his eyes. "President Zhang, may I add you as a friend?" Just then a strikingly beautiful tall model stepped forward. She swayed her slender waist and glided over with light steps, a sweet smile on her face, phone extended toward Zhang Wei, her eyes filled with eager anticipation. Seeing this, the other models refused to be left behind, crowding around one after another to add him as a friend, showering him with flattery and praise. Chen Yusin sat off to the side, abstaining from alcohol. She was well aware that she bore the responsibility of driving Zhang Wei back. Watching him surrounded by the models, a sour feeling stirred within her, but she held it in and waited patiently. Before long, Zhang Yin was picked up by her driver. Zhang Wei politely took his leave of the others and settled back into Chen Yusin's car. She started the engine and drove slowly toward the direction of Yunlong town. The ride was utterly quiet, broken only by the soft hum of the engine. "President Zhang, may I ask you a personal question?" As the car traveled along the road to Yunlong town, the silence inside made Chen Yusin increasingly unable to suppress her curiosity. After hesitating repeatedly, she finally spoke up. "Sure, go ahead." Zhang Wei leaned back in his seat, turned his head slightly toward her, and gave a casual nod, his expression relaxed. "Do you have a girlfriend right now, eh?" Chen Yusin's hands instinctively tightened on the steering wheel, her voice trembling slightly, a faint blush creeping across her cheeks, her eyes filled with anxious uncertainty. "No," Zhang Wei answered without missing a beat, his face betraying nothing. He could lie without batting an eye, as if stating the most mundane fact. "Then Zhang Yin seems quite close to you." Seeing how readily he dismissed it, Chen Yusin's suspicion only grew, and she pressed further. "At best it's mutual fondness, not a girlfriend." Zhang Wei shrugged, replying with an air of ease. They hadn't formally defined their relationship after all. In his view, a kiss meant little, merely a momentary impulse driven by attraction. In his mind, a real boyfriend-girlfriend relationship required a deeper level of connection, true emotional communion on a profound scale, to count. So as far as he was concerned, they were still just friends, and that logic seemed perfectly sound to him. Hearing this, Chen Yusin's heart leaped with joy, her eyes instantly brightening, and a smile tugging at the corners of her lips. "So that means I still have a chance." She silently encouraged herself, and her earlier deflated spirits surged back to life. Summoning her courage, she proactively engaged Zhang Wei in conversation, moving from work to life, from hobbies to future plans, and gradually the atmosphere in the car grew light and pleasant. "Goodbye." After bidding farewell to Zhang Wei, Chen Yusin walked away with a light step, her mood exceptionally bright. Along the way, she hummed a tune, her mind replaying the moments spent with Zhang Wei, a sweet smile lingering on her lips. When Zhang Wei returned to the supermarket, the sight before him gave him a slight pause. A fleet of trucks was neatly parked at the entrance, with many people busily moving goods. They worked swiftly and orderly, carrying boxes from the trucks into the supermarket warehouse. Lu Rumei stood to the side, hands on her hips, coolly directing the soldiers as they unloaded the cargo. She periodically reminded them to handle the goods with care, her serious demeanor exuding the air of a strong woman. "Boss, you're back." Seeing Zhang Wei, Lu Rumei immediately dropped her stern expression, a demure smile blooming on her face as she quickly walked to his side. "Have they been obedient?" Zhang Wei swept his gaze over the soldiers busy at work, a hint of authority in his voice. "A couple tried to run when they saw you were gone, but I've already dealt with them," Lu Rumei replied, her tone flat, as if discussing a trivial matter. She knew Zhang Wei cared little for these men and would tolerate no defiance. Well done. "No need to keep those who don't obey," Zhang Wei said, nodding with satisfaction, approving of Lu Rumei's handling. In his view, insubordination was not to be tolerated. He reached out gently, encircling Lu Rumei's slender waist, and led her back to the room within the supermarket. Once inside, he closed the door and sat on the edge of the bed, saying, "Come here." An hour later. "You're improving, but there's still work to be done." Leaning against the headboard, Zhang Wei wore a satisfied smile, his gaze resting on Lu Rumei. Lu Rumei responded softly, no trace of shyness on her face, only a hint of weariness in her eyes. She shifted slightly, wrapping her arms tightly around Zhang Wei, as if only this could bring her solace. After their exertion, she felt utterly exhausted, craving only rest. "Get some good rest." Standing in the center of the room, he focused his mind and teleported to Red Star. Wang Yun was busy at her desk when Zhang Wei suddenly appeared. She quickly rose and hurried over to him, saying, Boss, the processing of the shopping cards is going very smoothly. In just one morning, we've already issued several thousand. Many customers heard that the points system for the cards is convenient and secure, and they're all eager to get one. Zhang Wei nodded, a pleased expression on his face. Good, efficient work. Divide all these crystal cores into 2,000 portions and deposit them into the shopping cards. As he spoke, Zhang Wei retrieved Yang Tianshui's 200,000 crystal cores from his storage space and placed them on the table. This way he could use the cores legitimately, and the shopping cards would function normally, not interfering with his future plans. Yes, boss. Wang Yun acknowledged, and quickly moved to the table, meticulously counting the crystal cores and distributing them according to Zhang Wei's instructions. In less than 10 minutes, all 2,000 shopping cards were ready. Wang Yun neatly arranged the processed cards, then walked over to Zhang Wei and said, "Boss, here is today's yield. All the crystal cores have been deposited into the shopping cards as you requested." She then handed the remaining cores to Zhang Wei. Zhang Wei took the cores, found a quiet spot to sit, and began to absorb the energy within them. System absorbed Tier 2 Crystal Core Gene Points 10. System absorbed Tier 1 Crystal Core Gene Points 1. System absorbed Tier 1 Crystal Core Gene Points 1. As he continued absorbing, the system's notifications echoed in his mind. Watching his gene point total climb higher, he realized he had accumulated enough. It was time to enhance the strength of those around him. So he sent a telepathic message, "Lin Yue, come here." Shortly after, the petite Lin Yue, with her slightly chubby cheeks, walked briskly to Zhang Wei. She tilted her head up, a hint of curiosity on her face, and said, "Boss, you called for me. It's time I fulfilled my promise to you. Come here." Zhang Wei sat on the sofa and patted the spot next to him, looking at Lin Yue. "Okay." Her eyes lit up instantly. She obediently walked over and sat down beside him. Zhang Wei concentrated, beginning to spend gene points to enhance Lin Yu's talents. System Gene Points 100. Lin Yu awakened Frank Talent Strength Enhancement. Zhang Wei knew that talent awakening was random and unpredictable. He didn't expect to immediately get a talent that could negate the side effects of Lin Yu's sacrifice. But he was secretly determined to solve this problem for her. "Boss, you can actually help others awaken their talents directly." Lin Yu was utterly stunned by what she witnessed, her large, beautiful eyes wide with disbelief. Zhang Wei leaned down and gently kissed her forehead, smiling as he said, "This is nothing. I told you I would help restore your lifespan, and I never break my promises. Mom, I believe you." Lin Yu's eyes welled up with emotion, and she tightly embraced him, burying her face in his warm chest, all her doubts vanishing. System Gene Points 100. Lin Yu awakened Frank Talent Bloodline Enhancement. Zhang Wei looked at the system notification, thinking to himself that this talent was decent. Unfortunately, it was still useless for resolving the side effects of Lin Yu's sacrifice. But he didn't get discouraged and continued to spend gene points. System Gene Points 100. Lin Yu awakened Frank Talent Spirit Enhancement. System Gene Points 100. Lin Yu awakened Frank Talent Invisibility. Time passed minute by minute. Zhang Wei continuously spent gene points, and Lin Yu awakened dozens of talents, but none were the one he was looking for. System Gene Points 100. Lin Yu awakened Frank Talent Purification. After an unknown duration, Zhang Wei suddenly saw a system notification indicating Lin Yu had awakened a new talent. "Boss, this purification talent can offset the side effect of my sacrifice, consuming my lifespan. However, the rank of this talent is too low." Upon sensing the new talent, Lin Yu was so excited her voice trembled. She looked up at Zhang Wei, her eyes shining with joy. "As long as it's useful, that's what matters. As for the rank, that's not an issue at all." Hearing this, Zhang Wei finally breathed a sigh of relief, a gratified smile spreading across his face. It wasn't in vain that he had spent so many gene points to help Lin Yu resolve her lifespan problem. Zhang Wei furrowed his brow, slightly a hint of curiosity in his eyes, and asked, "What does this Purify talent description say?" Lin Yu quickly composed herself, trying to stay calm, and then detailed the contents of the Purify talent to Zhang Wei. Talent Purify Quality F description: can purify all negative statuses and restore oneself to peak condition, but the effect is very weak against severe negative statuses. After reading the description of the Purify talent, Zhang Wei stroked his chin and fell into a brief contemplation. After a moment, he realized this talent was quite decent, at least theoretically helpful for Lin Yu's situation. However, within Frank Purify talent, a single use by Lin Yu could only restore a few hours of her lifespan. Although it had some effect, the extent was far too low, falling short of Zhang Wei's expectations. A decision quickly formed in Zhang Wei's mind. He intended to help Lin Yu upgrade this talent. Moreover, in his view, this talent was quite promising and might prove invaluable at critical junctures in the future. Zhang Wei silently commanded the system to upgrade the talent. System Gene Points 500. Lin Yu's Purify talent upgraded to rank Lin Yu felt a warm current surge into her body, and then she saw the system notification that her Purify talent had instantly risen to rank. Overjoyed and filled with gratitude, she leaned in and gently kissed Zhang Wei on the cheek. "Thank you, boss." Her voice trembled with excitement, and her hands instinctively clutched at Zhang Wei's sleeve. "I'm not helping you for free." A meaningful smile curled at the corner of Zhang Wei's mouth. "I know. It'll wash up tonight." Lin Yu's face flushed crimson to her ears. She shyly lowered her head, her voice as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Zhang Wei was quite satisfied with Lin Yu's reaction. Lin Yu took a deep breath to steady herself, then began to cast the Purify talent to restore her lifespan. A faint glow emanated from her body, gradually enveloping her entirely. Though she still couldn't restore her full lifespan in one go, Lin Yu could clearly feel her physical condition steadily improving. Each cast now restored 1 year of life, and as long as she continued to use this talent, her lifespan would gradually recover. This way she could use the SS Strength Sacrifice talent without any restrictions in the future. After using it, she would then employ the Purify talent to restore her lifespan. This formed a perfect cycle, and Lin Yu's eyes sparkled with hope. Zhang Wei also began to enhance his own strength. He started by adding talents to himself. System Gene Points 100 Awaken Frank Talent Strength Enhancement. System Gene Points 100 Awaken Frank Talent Firearm Mastery. System Gene Points 100 Awaken Frank Talent Telekinesis. Sitting in the quiet room, Zhang Wei focused intently, repeatedly spending gene points to add talents to himself. As the system notification chimes continued, he had already added more than a dozen low-tier talents. He carefully reviewed each awakened talent, and many pleased him greatly. For instance, the Strength talent granted him greater physical power, giving him an edge in combat. The Stamina talent enhanced his endurance, allowing him to remain unfatigued during prolonged activities or battles. This was especially crucial in his fights against Lu Rumei and the others. The Physique talent bolstered his bodist durability and resistance to blows while also increasing his stamina. By then, even if Lu Rumei, Xiao Yue, and Lin Yu attacked him all at once, he could make them cry out for mercy. The Agility talent made his movements swifter and more fluid. The Stealth talent could produce surprising results in certain special situations. The Poison Resistance talent gave him greater immunity to various toxins. The Flame talent endowed him with the ability to control fire. Among them, the Telekinesis and Flame talents were the ones he valued most. The Telekinesis talent allowed him to manipulate objects with his mind, proving immensely useful in many scenarios. The Flame talent possessed formidable offensive power capable of dealing significant damage in battle. Without hesitation, he decided to upgrade these two talents first. System Gene Points 100 Telekinesis talent upgraded to Crank. As the gene points were deducted, Zhang Wei felt a sudden clarity in his mind, as if an invisible force surged through his thoughts, instantly enhancing his perception and control over surrounding objects. He began using telekinesis to manipulate distant objects. Items moved according to his will. This sense of control left him thoroughly satisfied. He produced a dagger and made it fly back and forth through the air with his mind. He was confident that with enough proficiency, he could even use this ability to fly in the future. Next, he proceeded to upgrade the Flame talent. System Gene Points 100 Flame talent upgraded to Crank. In an instant, he felt a special connection established between himself and fire, allowing him to control its size, shape, and temperature with greater ease. A flame flickered to life on his fingertip, morphing into various shapes under his command. This ability deeply impressed him. Both the Telekinesis and Flame talents were closely tied to spiritual power. The stronger his spiritual power, the greater the potency of these talents. To better unlock their potential, Zhang Wei turned his attention to the Spirit talent. System Gene Points 100 Spirit talent upgraded to Crank. After enhancing the Spirit talent, he clearly felt his thinking becoming sharper, his focus more intense, and his command over the Telekinesis and Flame talents more effortless. Beyond these talents, physique and agility were also crucial. A robust physique allowed him to withstand more damage, while swift agility enabled him to dodge attacks more effectively in combat. System Gene Points 100 Physique talent upgraded to Crank. With the enhancement of the Physique talent, Zhang Wei could sense his body becoming more resilient and his muscles more powerful. System Gene Points 100 Agility talent upgraded to Crank. After the Agility talent was upgraded, his movements became lighter and his reflexes dramatically improved. After elevating all these key talents to Crank, Zhang Wei felt it was time to break through his overall strength. With his abundant gene points, breaking through to the 4th stage was hardly a challenge. Without a moment's hesitation, he began frantically consuming a vast number of gene points to break through to a higher realm. As the gene points dwindled like flowing water, every cell in his body seemed to come alive faintly, emitting a soft glow. System gene points 100000 strength breakthrough to 4th order. In an instant, a majestic and overwhelming force surged into his body like a raging tide. This power was domineering and brutal, yet it precisely struck every corner of his being. He felt as if his body were being completely dismantled by an invisible pair of giant hands. Every bone, every muscle fiber, every meridian was being polished and reshaped. The bones grew harder and more resilient, as if they could withstand the most ferocious attacks in the world. The muscle fibers became thicker and more elastic, each contraction capable of unleashing astonishing power. In terms of strength, he could easily lift objects weighing hundreds of gene before, but now even a boulder of thousands of gene could be lifted with one hand, and he could move freely. In speed, his body became incredibly light, as if freed from the shackles of gravity. With a light leap, he could cover dozens of meters. Running, he was as swift as lightning, leaving only a blur in his wake that ordinary people couldn't track. His endurance also underwent a qualitative improvement. Even after hours of continuous fighting, he felt energetic, as if he had never known fatigue. On the mental level, his perception became extraordinarily sharp. Every rustle of grass and movement of trees within several miles was within his senses. He could clearly detect even the slightest changes in the surrounding environment, and could even perceive the emotional fluctuations of others. The speed of his thoughts also increased dramatically. How complex tactics and strategies formed in his mind in an instant. He clenched his fists, feeling the surging power within, his eyes sparkling with confidence. He knew he had grown much stronger. He touched his hair. Well, it was still there. Boss, you've broken through to the 4th order. Lin Yue, who had been quietly staying nearby, suddenly sensed a powerful and unfamiliar energy fluctuation emanating from Zhang Wei. She jerked her head up, staring in shock at Zhang Wei's ghost-like speed, her eyes wide, her face filled with disbelief. The powerful fluctuation from Zhang Wei's breakthrough was instantly sensed by Lin Yue. She was momentarily stunned, then a brilliant smile bloomed on her face, her heart filled with joy for him. In her eyes, Zhang Wei was so powerful, and since he had already helped her obtain a talent before, it was only natural for him to break through now. When I have enough resources later, I'll help you break through too. Zhang Wei stopped moving, turned around, and looked at Lin Yue. He knew very well that with the system, he had no fear of these women betraying him. Even if they were given the chance under the system's constraints, they couldn't commit betrayal. Thank you, boss. I'm yours from now on. Hearing Zhang Wei's words, Lin Yue was so moved that her eyes reddened slightly. She nodded vigorously and replied in a clear voice. Zhang Wei's lips curled involuntarily, and a mischievous thought suddenly crossed his mind. He narrowed his eyes slightly, looking Lin Yue up and down with a hint of teasing. If you give enough, no woman can refuse. Give her 1,000. I'm not that kind of person. Give her 10,000. I'm yours. Give 100,000. How many tonight? 1,000,000. Don't treat me like a human tonight. 10 million. No matter how many, it's fine. 100 million. No matter if you're human or not. 1 billion. Get in line behind me. Ha ha ha. To advance from the 4th order to the 5th order required an astronomical number of gene points. A full 1 million. Zhang Wei knew that he couldn't obtain that many gene points in a short time. After all, acquiring gene points was no easy task. Unless someone like Yang Tianshui came along again, voluntarily delivering a generous fortune to help him accumulate enough points quickly. Just as he was pondering over gene points, he suddenly sensed a commotion outside the supermarket. A flurry of footsteps and voices, clearly many people arriving. Zhang Wei raised an eyebrow, focusing his mind to carefully perceive the situation outside. These guys, from their aura and movements, should be from Changqing Bay City. A meaningful smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Are they here to rob too? At the thought, Zhang Wei broke into a smile, a hint of excitement in his eyes. He eagerly anticipated their attack. In his eyes, they were simply fat sheep delivered to his doorstep. That way he could legitimately capture them all. Then he would contact their base and demand crystal cores as ransom. Having done it once before, Zhang Wei had tasted the sweetness. He couldn't wait to do it again. After all, the hard-earned profits from legitimate business were far less than the fast gains from extortion. Outside the Doomsday supermarket, the atmosphere was subtle and tense. After Yang Tianshui returned to his base in disgrace, the other 9 bigwigs quickly mobilized to investigate everything that had happened once he arrived at the Doomsday supermarket. They used every intelligence channel, leaving no stone unturned, and soon had a clear picture of the whole story. So by this morning, Yang Tianshui's hard-built forces had been eliminated and carved up by those 9 bigwigs. They not only divided Yang Tianshui's territory, personnel, and resources, but also learned a great deal about the Doomsday supermarket from their investigation. Greed swelled in many of their hearts. They wanted to control a place with infinite supplies. In the apocalyptic world, supplies were the key to survival. Whoever held the supplies held the power. But they were no fools. Each had their own calculations. If Yang Tianshui had been capable of taking the doomsday supermarket, he would have done so long ago, and there would have been no share left for them. Moreover, the owner had even managed to kidnap a third-order expert. That was no ordinary feat. None of them had the confidence to conquer the doomsday supermarket. They all feared repeating Yang Tianshui's fate. At that moment, Wang Jun crossed his arms, a smile on his face, and said to the other faction leaders, "Everyone, the doomsday supermarket is right before our eyes. You said before that you wanted to take it down. Go ahead. I'll sit this one out." Wang Jun had long since conducted a thorough investigation into the matter of the doomsday supermarket, and he was well aware of the place's eerie nature and inherent danger. The reason he spoke this way was that he eagerly anticipated these fools making a move. In his view, regardless of the outcome, their actions would prove advantageous to him. If they succeeded, he could seize a share of the spoils. If they failed, he could legitimately take control of the entire Chongqing-based city and become its undisputed ruler. "Wang Jun, do you take us for fools? If you have the capability, why don't you make a move yourself?" Zhang Juanfeng, his face full of flesh, glared at Wang Jun and bellowed, "Don't treat us like idiots. This doomsday supermarket is too bizarre. None of us wants to be the sacrificial lamb. Who knows what dangers lurk inside? We might walk in and never come out." The tall and thin Lu Juanhao chimed in as well. "Do you think we're as foolish as Yang Tianshui? He thought his strength gave him the right to do anything. And what happened? Not only did he fail to rescue his son, but he also lost 200,000 crystal cores. Isn't that lesson profound enough?" Yang Si said with a look of utter disdain. She wasn't so easily fooled. With Yang Tianshui's example before them, even if they harbored ideas about the doomsday supermarket, they dared not act rashly. Yang Tianshui's strength was not weak among them, and even he had been forced to back off and abandon his attack. How could they dare take such a risk? He couldn't even save his own son and lost 200,000 crystal cores in the process. This fully demonstrated that the owner of the doomsday supermarket was no ordinary person. They had no intention of following in Yang Tianshui's footsteps and becoming the next target for elimination. After much deliberation, the leaders of these factions each dispatched a team to the doomsday supermarket. To express their goodwill, they specifically instructed their subordinates not to carry any weapons, allowing them to bring only crystal cores. They harbored cunning plans intending to have their people enter the supermarket as ordinary customers and use crystal cores to purchase supplies. They also hoped to probe the internal workings of the doomsday supermarket and uncover the secrets hidden within this mysterious place. Before long, these teams arrived at the entrance of the doomsday supermarket. They were fully aware that this place was no simple establishment. Yang Tianshui's previous ordeal served as a stark warning, so no one dared to act aggressively. One by one, they cautiously entered the supermarket, their faces etched with wariness. Upon entering, they discreetly approached Wang Yuyan, who was nearby, and asked how to purchase supplies. Wang Yuyan, her expression impassive, patiently explained the purchasing process to them. Following her instructions, they took out the crystal cores they had brought and applied for shopping cards. After obtaining their cards, they began to browse the supermarket's offerings. Their first impression was one of impeccable cleanliness and order. The shelves were neatly arranged, and the floor was spotless. The sheer variety of goods was staggering, ranging from daily necessities and various foods to weapons and cultivation resources. Everything one could imagine was available. The sight of such supplies stirred a powerful urge within each of them to loot the place, but they forcefully suppressed the impulse. What surprised them most was the complete absence of guards within the supermarket. Not a single armed guard was in sight. The entire establishment looked like an easy target for conquest. However, they were all acutely aware that things were definitely not as simple as they appeared on the surface. If this supermarket were truly so easy to seize, Yang Tianshui would never have been forced to retreat. After all, Yang Tianshui was a prominent figure in the base with considerable strength, yet he had failed to gain any advantage here. This clearly indicated that the supermarket harbored secrets unknown to the public. After selecting some supplies, they quickly checked out and returned to their respective leaders. It's a small supermarket inside with 3 floors. The basement level is not open. The first floor is the living area, selling various snacks, drinks, water, bread, food, rice, fruit, and so on. The second floor is the clothing section with all kinds of apparel. The third floor and above are completely inaccessible, as if some invisible force prevents us from going up. There's also a weaponry section selling various arms. We didn't have enough crystal cores, so we just took a look and left. These individuals recounted everything they had seen and experienced in the supermarket and pulled the supplies they had purchased. So we really can buy supplies here. Wang Jun and his group were extremely excited as they examined the goods they had acquired. However, recalling the infuriating rules of the doomsday supermarket, that each person could only purchase a limited amount of supplies per day, left them feeling frustrated. They had indeed considered simply resorting to robbery, but they quickly abandoned that idea. Though it's tempting, we shouldn't make a move. Let's wait for others to act first. Wang Jun thought to himself. Everyone else take batches of crystal cores and start entering the supermarket to shop. Wang Jun ordered. Yes. They all set into motion carrying crystal cores and began entering the supermarket in an orderly fashion to make their purchases. Apart from Wang Jun, others like Zheng Juanfeng, Lu Juanhao, Niebu and Yangxi, and Feng Yaojin also coveted the supplies within the doomsday supermarket. Their gazes were fixed on the dazzling array of goods, and a fierce, barely controllable heat surged within their hearts. In their minds, gaining control of the entire supermarket would be akin to possessing an inexhaustible treasure trove of supplies. In the post-apocalyptic world, supplies were the foundation of survival. Having unlimited resources meant possessing immense power and influence, and could even pave the way to becoming the overlord of the entire base city. Yang Tianxue isn't stupid. If he was forced to back down here, it means this place must be hiding something. Yang Si frowned, her expression extremely wary. She knew well Yang Tianxue's strength and cunning. If even he had stumbled here, this place was definitely not to be underestimated. Yang Si immediately ordered her subordinates to remain calm and avoid acting rashly. Listen carefully, all of you. If anyone acts on their own and stirs up trouble, I won't be able to save you. She warned them with a stern expression. Subsequently, she also had her people gather gold, silver, jewelry, crystal cores, and other valuables, preparing to enter the supermarket for shopping. She planned to first use legitimate transactions to understand the supermarket's operational model and the owner's background before making any further decisions. However, not everyone among these people was as rational and cautious as Yang Si. Among them, Yebu Yuan was a typical radical. Gazing at the mountains of supplies stacked within the supermarket, his eyes turned bloodshot with greed. It grew within him like wild grass, and he could barely resist the temptation to seize the doomsday supermarket for himself. Yet he knew well that he stood no chance alone. After all, the forces lurking behind the supermarket remained shrouded in mystery, and acting rashly might well lead him down the same path to ruin as Yang Tianxue. And so he began to reach out to Pu Hongji and Ao Yuan. When Niebu Yuan found them, he laid out his plan in full detail. Pu Hongji and Ao Yuan were equally enticed by the idea. The three of them saw eye to eye at once and resolved to seize the opportunity when it arose. Yet they also understood that the present moment was hardly the right time to strike. The supermarket bustled with customers, and agents of other factions lurked in the shadows observing. They feared that if they managed to take down the doomsday supermarket, they would be robbed of their hard-won victory by scavengers before they could even savor the spoils, losing control of the store in the chaos. After some deliberation, they decided to arrive early the next morning. That way, before the other factions could react, they would move swiftly and seize the supermarket. For now, to avoid arousing suspicion from the owner and the other powers, they obediently picked up baskets and entered the store, blending in as ordinary customers. After spending some time inside, they gradually discerned the rules of the place. As long as one didn't stir up trouble, the staff seemed content to leave them be, and everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. Yang Si, however, remained preoccupied with thoughts of the supermarket's owner. She felt that if she could secure a meeting with the boss, she might uncover more secrets about the supermarket or even forge some kind of alliance. With this in mind, she stepped deeper into the store, her gaze sweeping through the crowd until it landed on Wang Yuyan, standing by the checkout counter. She hurried over and addressed Wang Yuyan. "Is your boss here? I have something I'd like to discuss with him." Wang Yuyan looked up, glanced at Yang Si with an air of casual indifference, and replied, "Our boss isn't someone you can just meet on a whim. You'll have to find him yourself. If he wants to see you, he'll show up on his own." Though Yang Si felt a flicker of irritation at Wang Yuyan's haughty demeanor, she held her tongue. After all, this was their territory, and she had no desire to stir up trouble over such a trivial matter. So she wandered through the supermarket, browsing the shelves, while keeping a watchful eye on her surroundings. Suddenly her gaze fell upon a familiar figure. She looked closer. It was Yu Lingyu. "You're working as a server here at the Doomsday Supermarket." Yang Si was taken aback, never expecting to run into an old acquaintance in this place. Yu Lingyu heard the voice, looked up, and was equally surprised to see her. "It's you, Yang Si. I didn't expect to find you here." They had crossed paths during their time in the military, though they had never been close. They had served in different branches, but their training and missions had occasionally overlapped. "If you're thinking of making a move on this place, I'd advise you to drop that idea right now. No matter how many experts you have, or how powerful your weapons are, it won't matter. This supermarket is far more mysterious and formidable than you can imagine." Yu Lingyi's expression turned grave as she issued the warning. A chill ran down Yang Si's spine, and she quickly explained, I have no such intentions. I'm simply curious about this doomsday supermarket. I came to have a look and stock up on supplies, nothing more. Yu Lunyu regarded her with a hint of skepticism, but didn't press further. I hope that's true. I won't say anything more, and don't bother trying to pry. As long as you don't break the rules here, our boss can't be bothered to deal with you. But if you dare to cause trouble, the consequences will be more than you can bear. Seeing the icy look on Yu Lenjia's face, Yang Si decided it was best to say no more. She could sense that Yu Lunyu had absolute confidence in the owner's strength, showing no fear of factions like hers. This only reinforced her conviction that she must not offend the supermarket's boss. In this post-apocalyptic world, anyone who could command such a mysterious and powerful establishment must possess unfathomable power. To act recklessly would not only risk losing access to the supermarket supplies, but could also bring utter catastrophe upon herself and her faction. Soon as she browsed the weapons section, her gaze inadvertently landed on another familiar figure, Lu Huanxin. Yang Si, I didn't expect to see you here either. Lu Huanxin noticed her, but showed little emotion, her expression flat, as though she had no interest in anything around her. She offered only a terse greeting. Yang Si hurried over, curiosity brimming, and asked, Is it just you and Yu Lunyu here now? I heard you left with quite a few people back then. How are things now? Lu Huanxin let out a faint sigh. The others are dead or scattered. Surviving in this apocalypse isn't easy, especially when you're drifting from place to place with me. Yang Si nodded, then posed a question that had long been on her mind. Let me ask you, did that Yang Kong actually die? I heard he caused trouble at the supermarket before. A faint smirk of disdain curled at the corner of Lu Huanxin's lips. He's not dead, but he might as well be. If our boss so much as wills it, he could kill him with a single thought. He once tried to stir up trouble here, and now the boss has him under complete control, living a fate worse than death. That powerfully. Yang Si was stunned, her eyes wide with disbelief. After all, Yang Kong was a Tier 3 expert, a formidable figure by any basis standards. To think someone could kill him with a mere thought. What kind of power was that? She couldn't help but press further. Just what level is your boss exactly? Lu Huanxin furrowed her brow, a note of impatience creeping into her voice. Stop asking about his strength. Just shop and trade peacefully, and no one will bother you. But if you harbor any ill intentions, no one will be able to save you. That's all I have to say. Some things are better left unknown for your own sake. Seeing that Lu Huanxin was unwilling to say more, Yang Si let the matter drop. I'm certainly not here to cause trouble, but as for the others, I can't vouch for them. Given the current situation, everyone has their eyes on the doomsday supermarket. It's only a matter of time before someone loses patience and makes a move. Lu Huanxin waved a hand dismissively. They're nothing but clowns. Not worth our concern. If they truly dare to act, they'll be walking straight into their own graves. Our boss methods are beyond their imagination. Seeing Lu Huanxin's unshakable confidence, Yang Si felt her wariness of the supermarket owner deepen. She shifted the conversation. I'd like to purchase weapons, and in large quantities. With tensions rising every day, I can't feel secure without an ample arsenal. Lu Huanxin nodded. As long as you have enough crystals, we have all the weapons you need. Our inventory is complete, and the quality is guaranteed. Take your pick. Yang Si then carefully browsed the weapons section, spending a considerable number of crystals to amass a large stockpile of arms. Pistols, rifles, ammunition, grenades, everything she could want. She had her subordinates carefully load the weapons into her vehicle, then cast one last lingering glance at the doomsday supermarket, her mind swirling with thoughts. Finally, she and her team returned to their base.